Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha.
I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course. Categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
His Excellency Peter Obi. I'm not supposed to comment about it because some people have already done the work, and I saw what Arise brought, the say courtesy channel, and they were bringing, similar scenario when His Excellency Peter Obi was governor, and he made a statement. He said, any infrastructure that stands on the way of road construction must go, and there will be no compensation paid, quote and unquote. That's what he said. But look at me, by the human face of Renewed Hope Agenda Administration, we are even paying for people that are illegally staying on the coastline and do not even have, valid infrastructure and valid documents. That is messy. That is messy. Some people that can cancel without knowledge. There is devil in.
I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop. Be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you all right?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy. Right there, boy. Right there.
No. You don't say no. This is not good. You see, this one. I think I've said people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary. This is your chance to speak. But you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we?
I'm desperate to see Nigeria fight poverty. And I listened to what the keynote speakers said today. And you could see it in my tweet yesterday. We have no reason being part of poverty in the world, especially in the North. The North have no reason to be poor. We will make more money in this country from agriculture than we make from oil any day, anytime. Because it's happening everywhere. I read yesterday that Ukraine is giving Nigeria grain. Ukraine is at war. The whole of northern Nigeria is 268,000 square kilometers. Ukraine is 603,000 square kilometers. They have no reason to give us grain because we have the land. Why are they giving us grain? Because 60% of their land is cultivated, 60% of our own is uncultivated. And the people even say it's for Northeast. I might be governor of Niger State is there. Niger State can feed Nigeria. Niger State can feed Africa. Niger State is occupying 76,300 square kilometers of land. They can feed Nigeria. Netherlands, with 33,000 square kilometers, which Niger State is twice, exported last year $125 billion of agricultural products. Niger State can do 5% of that, which is 6 billion. They don't need to come to Abuja. Northeast is collapsing. They say there's a problem in the Northeast. It shouldn't be. The two biggest states in Northeast, Boronu and Taraba combined, Boronu alone is over 70,000 square kilometers. Taraba is 54,000. Two of them combined is 125,000 square kilometers, 4 times the size of Belgium, at 30,000 square kilometers. And Belgium is doing over 20 billion export. There's so much we can do with this country. Let people stop wasting everybody's time and put these young people that are giving us problems in terms of criminality out of poverty. And you reduce criminality. The more you put people out of poverty, the more you reduce criminality. It's a simple, people make it look difficult. Let's invest in the North. We have what it takes to make Nigeria. Let's do it now. Thank you. God bless you.
This is the second award Peter Obi has received the past few days. This one is from leadership. They awarded him the Political Person of the Year. The other one was from some newspapers. Yes, Niger State has everything to gain from agriculture. Remember how Peter Obi made it his campaign mantra? He was always saying it. That was why he scored significant votes in Niger State, especially in Suleja. Many residents genuinely believe that he will bring the agricultural revolution in Niger State. That was why they voted for him. And the Niger State governor is actually making some investments geared towards the agricultural revolution.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Ending waits at filling stations. The largest oil producer is running out of fuel. Nigeria is facing petrol shortages, forcing residents to sweat through unending waits at filling stations. Fuel is now being sold at double the price on the black market. Retailers say the state-run oil company is to blame for this scarcity. However, the government claims that it has sufficient petrol and Nigerians should refrain from panic buying. A final report explains the fuel crisis in Nigeria.
Africa's largest oil producer, Nigeria, is running out of fuel. Petrol shortages have forced Nigerians to queue up for hours at filling stations. The nation's capital, Abuja, and cities like Lagos, Kaduna, and Kano are among the worst affected. Marketers have blamed Nigeria's major oil supplier for the fresh scarcity. They say Nigeria's state-run oil company is facing a supply challenge. Last week, a company spokesperson said the supply challenge was a result of logistics issues and that it has been resolved. However, the situation on the ground presents a different picture. Some Nigerians are buying fuel for between 700 to 1200 naira per litre after hours of sweat. Meanwhile, others aren't so lucky as many retail outlets still remain shut. The struggle is such that people are spending sometimes 6 hours filling the tanks of their vehicles. Now, black marketers have jumped on the opportunity. They've started selling the premium product for as high as 2000 naira per litre. And those who cannot wait in line are hawking this petrol in jerry cans. Local reports say snake-like queues at filling stations have worsened the traffic situation in several cities. The unending queues have now split on major roads, causing traffic snarls. Fuel scarcity has also caused transport fares to double, leaving passengers stranded at bus stops. Amid the rise in demand, the state-run oil supplier has asked Nigerians to refrain from panic buying. The company has also said that prices of petroleum products won't change and there was sufficient product in the country.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him to say, this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
New proposal for a ceasefire with Israel on the table that Hamas is apparently weighing. Mediators say they are hoping to avert an Israeli assault on Rafah, where more than 1.4 million Palestinian civilians have fled to. It was originally the town that Israel said would be safe from an attack. Now, to be clear, the New York Times reported yesterday that Netanyahu vows to invade Rafah with or without a ceasefire deal. A UN report out this week said that if the war stopped today, it would take until at least 2040 to rebuild what has been destroyed over the last 7 months. The setback, the United Nations Development Report said, will impact generations. In the past, Hamas has said it won't sign on to a deal to release all hostages without assurances that Israel will end the onslaught in Gaza and withdraw troops. Israel has said that it won't stop fighting until Hamas is destroyed.
Meanwhile, the threat by the International Criminal Court to issue warrants for senior Israeli leaders accused of war crimes has riled up Israel. Let's listen to what Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu had to say.
Branding Israel's leaders and soldiers as war criminals will pour jet fuel on the fires of anti-Semitism, those fires that are already raging on the campuses of America and across capitals around the world. It will also be the first time that a democratic country fighting for its life according to the rules of war is itself accused of war crimes. The Israeli army, the IDF, is one of the most moral militaries in the world. It takes endless measures to prevent civilian casualties, measures that no other army takes. It does so while fighting a terrorist enemy which uses its own civilians as human shields. You know the truth.
The Middle East Eye reported that Netanyahu called hostage families to get them to lobby for the ICC to back down and not issue warrants. And Axios reported that Netanyahu issued a threat of sorts, saying he would
Hope
punish
Hicks,
the Palestinian Authority if warrants are issued. Israeli officials said, quote, it will consider the Palestinian Authority responsible and retaliate with strong action that could lead to its collapse. Note that the Palestinian Authority is the government in control in the West Bank, where Israel has been criticized for its illegal under international law settlements and the killing of Palestinians that may amount to war crimes, according to the ICC. America has gone out of its way to attempt to shield Israel from legal accountability under the ICC. GOP House Leader Mike.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So, you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
Drive to get in more investments for the growth of Nigeria's economy. In his ongoing trip to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the president secured an investment of $600 million from Danish shipping and logistics company AP Moller-Maersk to expand existing port infrastructure to accommodate more container shipping services in Nigerian ports. Chairman of AP Moller-Maersk, Robert Ugla, met with President Tinubu on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum special meeting. President Tinubu says this investment will complement the administration's ongoing $1 billion investment in seaport reconstruction across the eastern and western seaports of Nigeria. And as part of the
Thank you so much for watching. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Friday and bringing jurors and the rest of us into these secret meetings and discussions as the Access Hollywood tape broke, as Trump and aides assessed its damage. Hope Hicks, you see there with Donald Trump, that is a coveted post in any campaign, and especially in his, someone who is up on the stage and in his ear and on the plane, and that is the role she had. So this was important testimony, including the deals to silence these women. It matters because this is reliable testimony from a longtime Trump loyalist. So that's hard for the jury to just ignore. It is also from a person as a witness who has clearly decided to cooperate with these kind of probes, to testify under oath, that's the better course for Ms. Hicks. I want to mention that she did that today, but we had some context leading up to Friday's testimony because she did that in testifying about January 6th. In that high-stakes probe, there she was, you may remember, she cooperated. She discussed what she knew under oath. She talked to investigators. She even discussed her own private text on that day, January 6th, where she told others she was so upset, quote, everything we worked for wiped away. What you see on the screen is the way we experience different probes. January 6th, they had the cameras on and we saw her actually talking. Under New York law, it's transparent. We have the sketches, but we don't have video cameras in court. But both times, to be clear, Hicks was a key witness. She is cooperating. And that itself has led to this reported falling out with Trump, now the defendant. And she said she was nervous
This
today.
is where I believe, solution going forward. Like I always say that, look, the eastern part of Nigeria, just imagine, yeah, you turn that eastern part of Nigeria to Dubai, yeah, and a lot of money were coming in. And you use some of this money, the taxes that you take, yeah, and you give it to federal government that, look, federal government, this is $5 billion, yeah, we want out. Or this is $10 billion, we want out. You understand? They will reason with you. You understand? Because when it comes to economy, you're doing best. So look, I've said this several times. If you turn the eastern part of Nigeria, turn into mini Dubai, yeah, a lot of people will flock there and they'll be doing a lot of business there, you know. And that's what the Jews did. And that's why now on the internet, you see advertisement on Tel Aviv, you can come around, you can enjoy yourself.
Great. Yeah, let me let people in. Greetings, everyone. As I'm hosting today, you guys are stuck with me. Dr. Damage is in the bunker somewhere. It's all right. He will be all fine. Let me see. Yeah. I think you've all seen the headlines from Umahi accusing Peter Obi to the Maersk deal that was no deal, and we also saw what was happening with the fuel scarcity, to the ICC looking to arrest the head of state of Israel. So there's a lot to talk about today. I think for me anyway, the one I find a little bit interesting is when Peter Obi said that he was advising the federal government not to pursue the Lagos-Calabar road construction as a priority. Not that they should not do it, but as a priority that they should focus on fixing the existing roads. That for me, that could be problematic. And I think Peter Obi should be careful sometimes. I know it is part of his making. You know, he doesn't like to waste stuff. But you know how Nigerians are. They will start saying, "Oh, it's because it's our area. That's why you are saying that." Well, nobody needs that drama on that stuff. But I'm sure you all have something to say about that. And I don't have a video of him saying it. At least there was a video of him when he was presenting the borehole stuff. I think he said something about it then, but I can't seem to find a video. But when I find one, we'll share the video, and so now you guys can comment on it. I appreciate you all for joining us today. Thank you all. You know, this is my first time of hosting from the beginning. It's shown that nobody here. Yeah, I'm going to stop talking now because I'm trying to be Dr. Damage as much as I can today. What can I do now? I can't be myself until later on in the day. All right. Welcome, Masca. I appreciate you joining us today. Masca, thank you for joining us. Ferrari, as always, I appreciate you. And Jonaba, thank you for joining us. Jagun, why are you hiding in the corner there? I appreciate you for joining us too, Jagun. Show, as always, here to support in case people I go crazy here and all the rest of it. Who knows? Show, thank you for joining us. I saw your video. You know, you're always very sensible. Olumide, as always, I appreciate you joining us. And try to let's have an open, constructive conversation today. Man of Prestige, I appreciate you for joining us. Okay, so
forefathers, I'm always constructive. You're always extreme. You are the ones with the extreme views.
Okay, let's not start now. We want to start already. Masca, please go ahead. What do you think about the headlines from what you've seen so far?
All right. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you guys, and we thank God we are all here again. Yeah, it's okay. My only take on the topics, especially the Lagos-Calabar stuff. I'm not one for the way we look at things in the country and generally as Black people. You see, the issue really is that we're spending an amount of money to put down something. But today, the topic has mutated. It's now David Umahi, Peter Obi. These are not the issues, and we shouldn't allow people to skid us into these funny directions. The real issue on ground is we as a country are about to spend a large amount of money. The issue should still be, should we do it? If we are going to do it, what are the considerations? What are the benefits? How much is this amount? What are the processes that we are supposed to go through as a country to invest this amount of money? I don't know, it's not verified, but my information is that project will cost for each kilometer to be about 4 billion naira. So these are for me the issues. I know during Goodluck Jonathan's time, there was a similar project, but it was a railway line, I think 2014, I think. Even when Buhari came, that project was reconsidered. I think there was supposed to be funding from China. So look, for me, that is the only take. Is to remain on the issues, not to be skidding into people, into Peter Obi, into Umahi. These are not the issues. That's my take. But I think it's important that we discuss these topics, especially this Lagos-Calabar transaction. We as a people, we need to begin to ask questions to remain on the issue. That's my take for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ferrari.
Yeah, good evening. Greetings, everybody. It's nice to be back on the show. I've been traveling the world, enjoying myself, and having a great time, and also learning a lot about other countries and what is going on out there. And let me be very blunt. It saddens me to see that Nigeria is not a serious country. We're a joke. Trump is very correct. We are a shithole country. My travel recently further reinforces that based on what I saw. Traveled all around Europe, from Florence to Rome, then to Turkey. My God, I went through Turkey's airport, Istanbul airport. Oh my God. And Nigerians, we travel around. Nobody in their right sense will say, let us have something like this at home. Turkey, oh my God, they just do. So all this, they want to build road. It's another special vehicle, SPV for them. As long as we have a governance with no accountability, we will continue to be like one year ball. We 1 year win, they blow for 1 year corner. This will be a source of money for the ruling party. They will share the money. The project will be started. You will never see the ending of it. It will be another Ajaokuta steel complex project. Always a beginning. With all Nigerian projects, there's always a beginning, never an ending. We are, you forefather, this is always your topic. When we stand among men, we are children. We are, in terms of what we have achieved or where we are. I saw things around the world, and I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to be a part of this so-called Nigerian group, because we can do more than what we are doing. I think a lot of those who call themselves our leaders should be lined up and executed at close range for the states they have put us in, compared to what is out there in the world. People, you need to just see. I don't even know how to start. They're going to share the money. I'm not being pessimistic. I'm being real. There's no accountability. There's no judicial system. There's no point of source of hope. Maybe Obi is right. This should not be a priority. There should be other standing priority for the country, which is how do we hold people accountable? You know, right now there's the oil crisis. Why should we have oil crisis? People lining up for gasoline in that country. You know, I saw where man subdue the earth, they subdued nature, and we claim to be very religious. It's in the Bible. Man was created to subdue the earth. We have failed to do that. You see, I saw trees growing on a mountain, trees growing on a tree. I saw people subduing a mountain, making a living from raw stone in Italy. I saw people living on top of water. I saw people, I saw buses running on electricity line, like you have your NEPA line. I saw so much. I saw a massive airport in Istanbul. In Turkey. Turkey doesn't even have oil like Dubai or like us. I saw the human hands built. I saw mankind in progress. And I saw my people in the cave. That's all I saw, and that's what I'm talking about. And let's just stop for now. It is sad. You can't go around the world and not feel sad for being where we are.
Thank you. Definitely, I understand where you're coming from. But just for clarity, the view to do that stuff to our leaders is not the view of Dr. Damages. That is strictly the view of Ferrari. Jonaba, please go ahead.
Good morning, forefathers and my fellow panelists. I think we are not to what Ferrari said. I know we are not where we're supposed to be, but the last time, about 3 weeks ago, when I traveled through the airport in Lagos, it's much better. The new terminal they opened is more smoothly. The transition, the migrations, and all the luggage process is more. It has improved a lot. So. In as much as we be critic of our Nigeria, because when you want society or individual, even your immediate family to do better, you challenge them to do better, but why you also pet them and encourage them where they are doing well. So the picture is not that we are not making progress at all, but it's not as fast as it's supposed to be in 21st century. That is what it is to that aspect. When it comes to the construction, the road from Lagos to Calabar, if it's going to go through, it will be nice, but then every leader want to leave a footprint. If that is what Tinubu want to do as a wide express that will transit maybe cargo stuff, or he's trying to aim at the co-Atlantic, another modern way, that's fine. But we all know Nigerian that sometimes they implement something and they sell phone money. But if it goes through and the plan is there, sometimes it's better to start all over than to renovate the one you have. So I believe that Peter Obi is being political and maybe also have a fear, but it has been his word before. He says it's not a priority. He could have optimized what is a priority. He talks about the full, the place in the north and all of that. He's entitled to his own opinion when he become a president, if I thought he will be. He can also face the same back and forth talk. The most important thing Nigerians need right now is to be constructive in your criticism and also offer something in alternative. We cannot just be pulling each other down, and this guy said this guy said that. Is a divide and control. The reason why the guy come out is a political strategy, is to counter it, and they pull down the part of the southeast, use them against themselves. It's just a political strategy. It's not anything, and we should not be naive about all those jabs they throw at each other just to take advantage of the of Nigerian people to just have a word to say. We have more things to deal with. Insecurity, like we always say here, than the government. When you're in power, you want to be relevant and you want to do something last long. And let them do it, and time will judge and history will judge them. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have a question to ask you about that, but I'll let Man of Petty go first. Man of Petty, please go ahead. You're still muted. Okay. While he sorts out his technical issues, I might as well go ahead with the question I wanted to ask. You said Peter Obi was playing a political game. I would have thought this was a disadvantage for him to criticize, given that a lot of South voters would not like hearing him say they should not they should not go ahead with that construction. So why do you think that it was a political move on the side of?
I was saying good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are.
All right, welcome,
Can
welcome.
You hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you.
I was saying good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. I think you are delayed. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, when you come back, probably to be well. Yeah, the question, because it doesn't seem like a politically convenient thing for him to do. So I don't know why you're saying he was being political.
No, I think that the guy that comment on it that
Can you hear me now? I can hear you.
You want me to go ahead?
Let Jonaba just answer the question, then you can go ahead. It's not going to take too long anyway.
The guy, the Peter comment is on all often. If you look at the way he governs, he always come from the side of saving, minimizing a waste in the system. And if that is the motive that made this politically, it's not in his favor. That's what I'm trying to say. That's comment. If it's been political, but it's not in his favor. It's a miscalculation on his side. If the construction will go forward, he can just. If I were him, I would say, okay, it will be a good thing. It will bring employment. It will increase our infrastructure where we have been talking about. But he can say that what if he do not go through? He put them on edge. Then tomorrow he can say that, okay, I say so. But to say it's not a priority is not a good political comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam President, please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon, maybe good evening in London. So, I guess we're beginning with the project. I mean, Musk has said we shouldn't talk about what happened between Umahi. I know it's a distraction, but that kind of pivot into the topic, because Umahi is being, he's trying to play some, dog whistle. That's what I call it. What he was trying to do. So it play a factor into the narrative. If you look at who criticized the project, a lot of Nigerians are criticizing the project. Some people are in favor of it, and I have my own opinion. Even Atiku was the one that went further, to make the most insidious statement, if you want to go by that. Because Atiku said all this promotion, all this project, they are doing it for Tinubu interest, that they're going to pocket the money. But Obi never said that. Obi just, give his reason. He doesn't think, the project, is reasonable at this time. And I share the same opinion with Obi, not because Obi said it. So I have an issue. My problem is that what is the eagerness to proceed at this time? We have a lot of demanding issue that need to be tackled. Maybe they should wait for at least 2 years or whatever in the middle of the addition. I mean, before they start embarking on such a huge project. If you look at what I gather, this project is going to cost over $12 billion dollar. And one more, when he came on the news and said that there's another one that is going to start from Sokoto to Badagry. What is the connection between Sokoto to Badagry when it comes to Costa? Then there's another one that's going to start from Enugu. He said he's studying right now. He's going to present it to the president, and he thinks the president is going to approve it. So there's another project again that's supposed to start from Enugu to Ogoja, from Ogoja to Cameroon. Right, it's all good. I mean, we need something like that, but it has to be slowly and studied. Maybe tackle the main issue we have right now. If you can use this kind of angerness you have and tackle insecurity, right, Nigeria will be in a better place. I'm not against it. I will be very honest. It's a good development. We need to continue. And if you look at what's going on right now, we don't know how many years this is going to take. When it comes to Nigeria, it might take 20 years. I'm not can bet anybody here. This project is not even going to be half completed by the end of 8 years, because I think Tinubu is going to do 7 more years. So let's be realistic when it comes to Nigerian politics. I mean, I don't want him, but that's the fact. So by the time they finish the project, and I'm looking at it, some people have made a statement that this project is probably geared towards Lagos, from what they call channel 0 to channel 3. Which I think all of them within Lagos State. I think up to channel 3 is up to Eco Atlantic. So by the time he leave office, they might complete that. But I don't see it going further, than that. But if it does, maybe I'm wrong in my own opinion. I don't see the need for this project right now. We have a very much, pressing issue. And I have an issue with Umahi. Let me talk about Umahi, because what I think he was doing was a dog whistle. I don't know if anybody listened to that interview he had with Lila, the Arise News. I mean, the lady asked me a question about the environmental factor. Have you done any survey or whatever, Can we see it? And he tried to rattle the lady like he doesn't know what the lady is talking. You're an educated person. I believe he's studying in London or America. And you're saying, I grew up in the village. I can't understand your accent. What an insult. I mean,
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's
Is that what he
said.
said?
I grew up in the village. I don't understand your accent. Because he's trying to dodge that particular question. You're supposed to have an environmental study and show it right. Do you have it or you don't have it? He said the government have it. I mean, that's not a clear answer. Okay, bring it. Let me see, because it's done by an independent agency. So let's go to the website and see where you did that. It's very simple. And you try to blame Mago. I mean, people may come here and say, he's an engineer. He has done well for Ebony State. Yeah, of course. Ebony State probably was ranked like number second to the last before he came in. Yeah, he had done, he did good for Ebony State. But don't come here and try to please your master, and start make dog whistle. I hate that. This is the problem we have. Everything has to be geared towards the presidency. Everything, anybody has to mention Tinubu. Anybody has to. I don't know what's going on with Nigerian politicians. They can't make a statement without mentioning the president. I mean, even at all you're in charge of the project, it has to be the presidency, the president. Everything is pretty much centralized. This is part of the problem we have right now. So that's where I come to a conclusion that constitution needs to be changed. I mean, I think they're working on it right now, but in my own opinion, I don't think anything is going to come out of it because it's benefiting them. So let's see, there's a council working on it. That's my understanding. I don't know how many years. I don't know what kind of amendment. In my own opinion, they should just dismantle the whole, constitution and start from the beginning. That's where the problem is. Like we in Biafra, we're not going to, we can vote. There's a section in there that talk about, Biafra voting. That needs to be amended so we can have time. We can have chance to vote. So, but anyway, I'll talk again during my time. Thank you.
Man of prestige. Thank you for you. Thank you. You are one of those people who has evolved too in your thinking.
Yeah. Because I didn't know much about the Constitution. I've never read the Constitution previously.
I'm seeing people
I tried to read a little bit.
Over time, and you are one of them.
So some of the parts. That's the problem we have. That Constitution is flawed. I think it was constructed in 1999. If I'm wrong, let me know. Yeah, this is under the military. So we can't be going with that Constitution. We need a change. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's Olumide's turn. He hasn't said anything. Then show Olumide. Please go ahead. Oh, I think he's on the call. Are you on the call?
Sure. Can you please go ahead? Sorry, I will take my turn.
Yep. No problem at all. Good evening, forefathers, and good evening to the rest of the panelists. Good evening to the comment section and the viewers as well. Dr. Damage, we miss you. But forefathers is more than capable. He has the horse whip. Anybody who doesn't behave, you're going backstage.
I'm not a dictator. I'm a very nice guy.
You like Abacha now. You like Abacha. You like Al Mustafa. Look at the people you like, and you fear yourself. Anyway, to this David Umahi and Peter Obi buzz that they've had over the week, I think it's quite important that we discuss it because I quite understand where Peter Obi is coming from. If you've paid close attention to Peter Obi, you would know that he hasn't said anything out of politics. Let's go back to what Reno Mokri tried to do when he, exposed Tinubu without knowing that he was going to expose Tinubu regarding how many schools did you build when you were governor. Peter Obi supporters were saying, why do we need to build schools? The problem in Anambra at the time was never the lack of numbers. There were schools, but they were not well equipped. So what Peter Obi did was he found a solution. He made the existing schools work and deliver results. Till today, Anambra would deliver very good results. 8 out of 10 times they would win national competition. They would go international and they would do well. And that's part of the legacy of Peter Obi. And what he's now saying is something similar. It's not like we don't have roads in Nigeria, but they are poorly managed. They are not maintained. So the roads we have, let us fix them. It will cost us a lot less to fix the current roads than start this big project. There's nothing wrong with the project. If we were a country during the days when, was it Gowon who said, the problem we have is how to spend the money. If it was those days and you're going on about this project, no one will bat an eyelid. But we're saying we don't have money. Every time we talk about everything, we don't have money. So you're going on to start this project. So Peter Obi is saying, why spend money on this? Why don't you let us fix the current roads? I sent a video, I'm not sure for fathers if you saw it, of the road where a truck or tanker, fell. It was Benin Auchi Road. If you just check that on YouTube, just type Benin Auchi Road. Those are the roads we have in Nigeria, or some of the roads we have in Nigeria. Fix such roads. It would cost us less, and it will be quicker wins, and people can move about. Then when we are, a bit more comfortable, then we can go on to this sort of big project. No one is saying it would open up Nigeria. It's a good thing to do, but it shouldn't be priority. So it's part of what this government have shown us so far, that they don't seem to know what should be priority. It's like spending money on the vice president's home, 15 billion or whatever billion, 4 billion, 5 billion, spending that to build a home for the vice president. Is he sleeping on the road right now? Do we have the luxury of spending such money to build a home for the vice president? But when the average Nigerian asks for anything, you tell them we don't have the money, we are broke. So that's what Peter Obi was trying to say. And David Umahi knows what he's doing. He's the one playing politics. But if you go and look at his predecessors, where is Amici today? Did you see the turban they gave Amici when he went to Buhari's village? They gave him the highest chieftaincy title that they will give to anybody that is not born in or from Daura. If you're a foreigner, the highest possible title they give to Amici when he went to build one University of Transportation or University of whatever in Daura. He built a railway to Niger or to Niger. They gave him all sort of titles. When it came to choosing next president, what did they do to him? Did they save him from Wiki? No, they didn't. So, Rochas, all of them, what happened? When it was time for primaries during APC, the EFCC trying to destabilize him, they went through the roof of his house. The man was live streaming, praying, prayer warrior. This is what they would do to you. See, Soludo was the flavor of the month for these guys a while ago. Oh, Soludo is better when he started attacking Obi before the election. Soludo was their guy. Oh, if Soludo comes tomorrow, we'll vote for him. It's a lie. This Amici, this current David Umahi that is the flavor of the month now. Wait till he dares to say he wants to run for office. Then they will remind him. The things they're applauding him for today, they will use that stick to beat him when the time comes. Isn't it the same David Umahi that was getting the military soldiers to beat civil servants when he was governor in Ebonyi State? He went there because they came late to work, which is wrong and should be condemned, but you got the military to be beating people. But when some people who say bring back military, when they speak, some people in their late 40s and 50s who try to lecture people like myself, well, I'm not too young myself. I remember the days of Babangida and Abacha. I know what it was, and I'm not calling for military. But when some people are saying, what's the difference between this current democracy and military? During democracy, you brought military to be beating civil servants on the street of Nigeria. What did the military do differently? Isn't that what Idi Agbon did? Isn't that what he did? So this Dave Umahi now that they are saying is wonderful, is great. All of a sudden, Leila asked him questions. He's saying that Leila should they should find an interpreter. He doesn't understand her English. But when he goes abroad, when the true Oyinbo man speaks, he gets their question. These guys are not serious. And I mean, when you don't take them serious, people say you hate on them, you don't like them. But what are they showing me that would make me take them serious, or anybody take them serious? God will help Nigeria. And on another note, Finidi George, one of the legends of the early 90s to the early 2000s, has been made the permanent manager of the Super Eagles. I wish him well. I wish he would excite us, the fans. I know he was the deputy to this boring dinosaur that just left. I hope he doesn't carry on in that nonsense football and we can get to enjoy the Super Eagles again. Thank you.
So, what do you think about that appointment? I
would have preferred Amunike, to be honest. I would have preferred Amunike, but they've chosen who they want, and I will support him.
Well, it's not about Amunike. I mean, I don't know who.
You said, what do I think? I told you. You said it's not about that.
Out of few of them, I don't know who would be better, but I'm feeling he's good. But his last outing wasn't anything to talk about because he flopped. But having said that, I have a problem with NFA. I mean, we're supposed to be playing South Africa soon. And it took almost about 2 or 3 months for you to, almost about 2 months for you to appoint the head coach. I mean, this is the problem with Nigeria, and there's no preparation done right now.
No vex.
Analyze his contract. So when are we going to prepare for the against South Africa? I mean,
last minute. We'll prepare last minute. Don't worry, last minute.
Rwanda, 1 point behind. 1 point behind South Africa. So we need to get going. I mean, we have the players, but the lack of this here when it comes to Nigeria, the same thing apply all aspects of Nigerian life. The government does the same thing, the NFA, so It's just a Nigerian problem. You know, something wrong with people in Nigeria. I'm sorry. I hate to say that. Yeah.
Thank you. Mazi Prince, California 2. Yeah, thank you for joining us today. Please go ahead.
Good morning, forefathers. Forefathers, when you see California 2, it's just a way of me identifying the particular gadget that I use. It's not any other.
So I don't have to do that.
You know, so that's that.
Let me ask Mazi Prince, what part of California are you? I see you wearing a jacket.
What do you mean? I'm in San Francisco area.
Oh yeah, it's always cold over there. You don't have any hot weather at all. Even
It's
during the
raining.
summer.
It's raining. It's raining right now. Okay. Okay, and good morning, good evening, or good afternoon, whichever part of the world you are in. There's something that I was thinking, and I just wanted to bring it to Dr. Damage's notice. I'm proposing, is there a way that, despite the fact that we meet on Saturdays, have your say, is there a way that we can also go on Twitter, have a Twitter space where we can vent and we can call people out for what they are in a plain language that even a layman will understand. Another alternative is, if we cannot have that, is there a way that we could choose maybe one Saturday every month that we will come here and we'll let out our anger? Because as it is right now, I want to try certain dialects to the proficiency of those dialects. And I will start with Igbos. I will start with Igbo, and then I will enter into Yoruba before I continue my statement. And the reason why I'm saying it is I don't want to say it in English because of the rules and others. So I will say it in Igbo. Onye ọbụla na-support APC stalwarts. Anọ m na-ene sense ka ma ga-ahụ Kulata, ma ga-ahụ that one man that went to mow in hell. Ọ ga-adịrị m pịa mma, ọ ga-adịrị m mịa mma, ọ ga-adịrị m pam pam pam. Yes. And then in Yoruba it says, our APC supporters, Kulata, one man went to mow in hell. Kò ní dákún ìyá yàrá ìyá. Èmi ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Kò ní dákún yàrá ìyá. Kò ní dákún ẹ̀. And why did I say so? You see, the things that are going on in Nigeria right now, it's so painful. And the least they could do now is to try to use a Judas Iscariot in the person of David Umahi. You see, that's why, believe you me, when I say this, sometimes some people will say, probably, I'm an atheist. I think it's better to be an atheist anyways, because definitely Christianity is not a building. All these people that pretend to be pastors, they are evil. They will be the ones that will be, they will even be the ones that will be in the deepest place where the devil will be. Because in everything that they do, they're either people's pockets, they're either people's sympathy to make them look as if they are saints, but they are evil. In a democracy, it's freedom of, you have the freedom to criticize. I went through the same thing that they were proposing from Lagos to Calabar. And by God's grace, I was opportune to live in Calabar. There's nothing in Calabar. So what are they building to Calabar for? What is it in Calabar that is functioning right now? The place that you can even think about, which is Obudu Cattle Ranch, is dilapidated. That's why I could say that would be.
Mazi Prince, sorry for interrupting you. I was made aware that you kind of insulted somebody's mother here.
I didn't. I said I'm venting, and I'm free to vent. So
not necessarily. I think vent at the person, not their parent. Now, isn't it? Is that not part of our culture? Not to respect, you know.
If you
He
watch,
generalizes. It was not specific.
I'm not specific to anybody, so I can vent. And if you listen to AriseTV yesterday, even if I said it, and he did not direct it to anybody. So if anybody feels he's evil and that I'm directing it to their parents, then so be it.
Okay, it just seems it doesn't edify us if we are taking it out on.
I know the rules of
others.
YouTube, and I know the rules of YouTube, and that's why I said it, and that's why I spoke it in the dialect that I spoke it in. So if anybody takes it personal, so be it to the person. That the person is evil.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. As long as it's clear, it's not the view of
God bless you,
and it's not something we encourage. Yeah, please go ahead.
So, like what I'm saying, I live in Calabar. Obudu Cattle Ranch is dilapidated right now. There is nothing. And the thing is, this project is even project that they said, 8 years. It's not going to take 8 years. It's going to take more than 8 years. Forefathers, I think you are from Edo or wherever you come from. The other day, a video surfaced. A tanker submerged into a ditch of flood. That's people's lives. That's people's livelihood. That's a disaster. And why am I even saying? What about the East-West Road in Port Harcourt that got burnt the other day? And all Umahi, the Judas Iscariot Umahi, could come and say is that that probably some of the drivers take he even accused them of taking I don't want to call the name before they were on colors. Is that one nice? That he's even instructing the instructing the FRC, the Federal Road Safety, to go and mount blocks there so that they will be checking drivers. A road that is bad, and now you now put people to be doing road checks. Do you know the people that is gonna suffer? It's the masses, because it will now take longer, way longer, for people to move from one point to the other. You see, I'm paid because I'm a Nigerian. I'm paid because I'm concerned. I'm paid because I have people who call me every day. The only thing APC is good at is propaganda and lies and lies and lies. This project, they will not finish it. The same way they lied to us and they talked about Musk bringing what do you call it, bringing some sort of investment worth 600 million, and only for the Musk to come out and say we never discussed this. What a shame. And then 2 days ago, the vice president is talking about that they met whichever way, whatever they met. If you guys are not prepared, then don't take it. And he's even saying that the ideas that they use is the ideas of the opposition, that is the opposition ideas that they are using. Oh, wow. So you can steal somebody's ideas. Oh, well, it's not working. I cannot come to your house, steal your weapon, do something with your weapon, and then go back and say, oh, your weapon is not working. It's not working anyways. It's called stealing, incompetence. I love Kulata. Kulata is my friend. But I just have to say what I have to say. I have to vent. And now that I've let out the steam, I feel better. Thank you,
Thank you.
gentlemen.
I appreciate that. Anything to make you feel better is a good thing, isn't it? We all want to feel better. Revolution. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, what do you think? I'm sure you've seen the news about Peter Obi's position on the Lagos-Calabar road and the mask. It's quite a lot of things happened this week, actually. So please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, brothers. Respect to everybody. Before I throw my stone, let me first of all thank Mazi Prince. He started very well, and I'm very happy he has let it out. I want to let my own out too, so that I can be able to feel better. First of all, I want to give you the theory of a bully. I don't know whether anybody knows the theory of a bully. A bully, when he comes, he gives you one hot slap. If you don't react or you beg, there's every tendency he will give you a head boot. When he give you the head boot and break your lips and you are still begging, the next thing he will clear you from the ground. So this is what is happening to us in Nigeria. They give us the first slap, no reaction. You understand me? Now they give us head boot, no reaction. So what you wanna expect? David Umahi will say what he likes. They are the bullies of Nigeria. And our savior, Peter Obi, also, he said, let us not react. Let's just keep waiting and watching. That is, God will come down from heaven to rescue Nigeria, which is not possible. So I wouldn't have much to say because Mazi Prince said everything that was on my mind. All those APC supporters, well, Naden Sabi, all of us, they inside the water together. To end up, because I'm not ready for any talk, I've said a lot. That's why I changed my name from Daniel to Revolution. What is left is action now. All this talking and solutions, everybody has given the solution. It's just to carry out the action. That is what is left. I want to end with this new coach of Nigeria, Fidini George. I'm not tribalistic. I'm a Lagosian. I'm an Igbo man, but I will call myself a Lagosian because I was brought up in Lagos as a child. So my language is Lagosian language. But this Fidini George, is it not one of those things we are talking? It's just this Tinubu game of the Yoruba stone. Yoruba Lokan. Amunike has more chance of taking Nigeria forward. He has proven it. Where have Fidini George, which international team has he ever coached? Amunike has got everything. Has coached many international countries. When he reached the turn for experience to reign, we will bring somebody. Tomorrow, if Green Eagles go and lose, we start complaining again, like how we are.
Revolution. I understand where you're coming from, but Finidi George is from Rivers State, too. It's not Yoruba.
Bro, excuse me. Whether he's from that, we know the game, my brother. Fidini George, we know where he comes from, but we know what is happening. You understand me, Olumide? It's nothing to do with revolution, with tribalism, but I know where I'm going from and where I'm coming from. You understand me? Amunike supposed to be the coach of Nigeria because all these things we are doing to the Igbos, sometimes we have to check ourselves.
Wait a minute, can I say something? Revolution.
Please let me land so that you finish, so that I don't
respect your opinion. But don't make it a tribal stuff because I follow.
That's why I tell you to let me land. Let me land. I don't like somebody do your own. Nobody disturb you. Let me finish before you let me lose my thought. Sorry. We have come to a stage now where you have to call a spade like Mazi Prince started. Not when something is wrong, we start beating. When somebody bring your opinion, you tell me don't make it a tribal thing. This is my own opinion. If you think it's tribal, let me have my view. Because somebody came to the power telling us Yoruba local. Antabatisha Yoruba no, Emile Egbon. So what are you telling me now? Let me make my point, my brother. I speak Yoruba more than the Yorubas because I was born there. And this is the problem of Nigeria. When we want to make a point, somebody will tell me, don't say this. Let me say my point. When you reach your turn, you say your point with respect to you, Mr. Man of Prestige. No quarrels, because Nigeria level, even with throw blow, say you don't reach to throw blow for that Nigeria. We cannot be making the same mistake. You go and plant corn. Tomorrow you come, you say you want to, who plant yam here? No, you plant corn there. So these are the things we have to face in this country called Nigeria. Nobody loves Nigeria more than me. I've been living out of Nigeria for more than 30-something years. I can't even take my family to my country. That alone is giving me sleepless nights. That alone is weakening my spirit every day because of some kind of people, Emilokon syndrome. And when I want to make my point, somebody say, make I no go tribal. Let me go tribal for crying out loud. Because somebody who is ruling us went tribal, waiting with one. So let me finish my point about Finidi George. This is what we are calling about revolution. We have to protest. Not be everything where they impose on us, we accept. We say, okay, let us accept. Like we have accepted the people telling us that to build 1 kilometer of road is how many billions? Even in Europe here where I'm living, they know that where road is being built with class, with quality. It doesn't cost up to like that. Nigeria will tell you, say, let's move on. Pata now 4 years, then come out there. And countries going down. Look at fuel shortage in Nigeria. Where somebody made something here, where they are taking oil in Nigeria, go there, people cannot live. Where some people are living large from people's wealth. I'm sorry to be, I never want to be angry because being angry will upset my own personal life where I'm living. Thank you, forefather, for the opportunity, man.
Thank you. I was just looking at Monique's. Yeah, please go ahead.
Let me make a point of correction. It's not necessarily about what you said, but because I'm very conversant when it comes to sports, particularly Nigerian sports. Okay, I'm trying to ascertain the difference between Aminike and yeah, you are right. Finidi hasn't gone to international level. Remember, Aminike took Nigerian Nigeria under 17, which was under Osimhen. They won the World Cup. So the second time, he failed. They didn't go to the World Cup, and he was the coach of Tanzania. He's the one that made Tanzania qualify for African Cup of Nations the first time, but they didn't fare well. That notwithstanding, if you want to base it on accomplishment, yes, I agree with you. America has accomplished more. Finidi only has coached Enyimba, and they won the local league, which is not a pedigree when it comes to America. That is true. But there's a lot of things that I had when in there. For one, this American, didn't get along well with the so-called hierarchy in that area. So this is just strictly my opinion. I respect your opinion. So they don't really look at it when it comes to travel. Of course, I'm never in support. I like an indigenous coach, but there's a problem. We always play sentiment when it comes to, if you follow Nigerian sports, you want to put your own person, not necessarily your own tribe. But remember, all these guys playing, they have people supporting them. You want to put your own person there or whatever, somebody under you. So that's why I have a problem with the indigenous coach. But having said that, Finidi is a good coach, but he doesn't have the credential America have. Let's be realistic. But I don't really know who should have done better. Because after all, when Finidi, coach us for the friendly game against Guinea, we lost 2-0. Against Mali, I'm sorry, we lost 2-0. That was his first test. So if I'm going by that test, I can come here and say he's not capable. Because that was the first time about a month ago or 2 months ago. He didn't fare well. But being an assistant to the former coach that departed, that's why they gave it to him. But let's just see. I didn't mean to disrespect you, Revolution, okay? I respect your opinion.
That's why I ended properly. I don't say that the Nigerian situation of today, if we even slap ourselves, is worth it, because everything has turned upside down. Everything, nothing works in Nigeria. If me and you fight at all, it's part of it to see whether a change will come to that country, which we are yearning for. We cannot just always keep quiet and let things just go terribly wrong. Look at Mazi Prince. He came out, he said something, and somebody was already angry somewhere. People supporting the people. Look at Aisha Yusuf. Sorry to say this, I will just round up because I've already taken my time. She came here and told us that Jonathan was the worst corrupt president. She kept repeating it many times. I was listening and crying that day. Then she gave us the devil they know, who is Buhari, just to remove somebody who was doing the best. And that Buhari, and who is now, can they ever compare themselves to the regime of Jonathan? Can they? They cannot. And she came up and said that, yes, Jonathan was bad, so they brought in Buhari.
Okay, let me ask you then on that point, just to be, because I'm quite curious about the point you just made. What did Jonathan do that we can remember him for?
What Jonathan did?
Yes,
Jonathan did a lot. Let me just remind you one. He wanted to solve the problem of the northern children who are not going to school and started building schools for them. I won't go further. There are a lot, but let me just give you that point.
Okay.
Okay. Forefather, one more point. Let me educate people here and people on the chat. They are just talking. They don't know where everybody's from. Emenike is from Olo, Imo State. So let's be very clear. People on the chat listening. If you don't know, you need to go do your research and get some education. Emenike is from Olo, Imo State. We need is from River State. So all these people talking, this one is not Igbo, this one is not from River State. Go and do your research before you come to the comment line and be speaking what you don't know. I mean, we don't know everything, but before you come to this kind of platform, you need to educate yourself. Then you come to the platform. Emenike is from Imo State, and that's my state. I know him very well. And Finidi is from River State. So get clear to that, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. On paper, Emenike is more qualified. On paper, I don't know, some Nigeria and their ways. Golden Mind, I think you are quite lucky you came in just at the time when it was basically your turn. I don't know whether you saw what we were, that's the headlines regarding David Umahi's accusation to Peter Obi, the fuel shortage. I guess most Nigerians are talking about fuel shortage because I guess we are getting, there's no fuel scarcity. It's actually artificial. According to the government, there's fuel in the system, but for some reason, people are hurting it because they think petrol price is going to come down. So I don't know what you think about the headline so far. Golden Mind.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. The thing is, we have lived in a country where we have problems and nobody is making any genuine attempts to solve the problems. We know what the problems are with the petroleum or the fuel. It has been happening in Nigeria for as long as I can remember, and there's no genuine effort to solve the problem. We have thousands of people who are dealing.
Governor, please put me behind, man.
Excuse me?
Okay. No, he was asking to be backstage.
Oh, okay. So as long as the government and the regulators refuse or fail to do what is necessary, these problems are going to continue. It's been excused or been excused. They say it's logistic today. They say it's another thing tomorrow. So it's going to continue until everybody, both the government and the people that are being governed, decide that enough is enough. There used to be a time when the labor movement, the Nigerian Labour Congress, used to be a force, a major opposition. But it seems to me that at the moment, the only thing that NLC is concerned about is minimum wage and salaries. So there is a problem, and we've complained enough. And I refuse to continue to complain. We have got to do something drastic to make sure that fuel It's normalized. First of all, you remove subsidy and there's still scarcity. That is sad. That is very sad. That's all I have to say for fuel. Then talking about Umahi, I think I received the comment in a very bad taste, because everybody, or most people now use the opportunity to kind of push the ethnic narrative on the polity. I don't know what Peter Obi said that has anything to do with Igbo or non-Igbo. He was just talking about the unviability. Well, not unviability, that it's a misplaced priority. There are a lot of bad roads in Nigeria that need to be fixed, and then you're adding another one. Of course, that's the Nigerian thing. Everybody that comes to start a new project so that some people can benefit. We know that the contractor handling the project is one that has been in business. He's alleged to have committed a lot of frauds, even during Abacha. And the speed with which the contract was awarded became very suspicious. So a lot of things are just fundamentally wrong with the entire process. And the rush has never happened in Nigeria before. That a contract of such magnitude took very few months or even weeks to get approval. We're talking about preliminary and final approval. Nobody knows which one they have obtained before embarking on the project. So the entire contract is shrouded in a lot of controversies that need to be, cleared. To me, what Peter Obi said, I didn't see anything wrong with it. I didn't see anything that is ethnic about it. He was just concerned that it was a misplaced priority, that there are a couple of other roads in Nigeria that needs to be done before embarking on that white elephant project. Then coming to, I really don't want people to think that the Nigerian problem has to do with any particular party. Somebody said APC. Come on, Nigerian problem started a long way before APC. Even if you dissolve APC today, the problem with Nigeria will still continue. It's not an APC thing. If you go to any part of Nigeria, the same problem you see in the bigger Nigeria, you see in that particular state. So it is not APC or PDP, and the mess started long ago. Somebody was trying to defend Jonathan. Let me tell you, without any form of doubt, Jonathan was a bad president. If you want me to give you the stats about how he was bad, I would give it to you. Okay, just because maybe Buhari is better than maybe Jonathan, you think Jonathan is better than Buhari, doesn't make Jonathan a good president. When you're taking a test, if the passing grade is 70, it doesn't matter whether you score 50 and the other person scored 30. A person that scored 50 is still failed, right? So we have to have metrics to measure our leaders. That's what we don't have in Nigeria. We measure people based on whether we like them or not. So he failed in all ramifications, especially corruption. There's a long list of corruption cases that lingered when Jonathan was there, and he never did anything. He was supporting, I have records of interviews where he was defending corruption. It was atrocious. So I can say it anytime and with evidence. Okay, Buhari was bad, doesn't make him a good president. Now, talking about the coaching, well, I don't think that, again, it's about ethnicity. It's about who is best to handle Nigeria. Now, if you know, Finidi has coached youth teams in Spain, I think. Amoneke was Nigeria's under-17 coach, and he won the championship. And later, the same team, he couldn't get them to qualify for the World Cup under-20. I went to Tanzania and led them to the Nations Cup in 2022 and could not win a game. Now, my point is simple. Nigeria needs a coach who has the kind of coaching pedigree as what they have in Europe. Now, you cannot have, just like having a teacher, elementary school teacher, to go and teach people who are exposed to the best kind of teaching in the Western world. It doesn't work that way. So most of the players in Nigeria play in Europe, and that's why they have the top-notch coaching that they receive. So anybody who is coaching Nigeria, it doesn't have to be, it can be Nigerian, it can be European, who has that same level of coaching ability, credential. That's what we want in Nigeria. This idea about local or foreign doesn't exist. We just need the best person. Now, if you go to statistics, now let me tell you this. Since 1980, we've had 11 local coaches and 10 foreign coaches. And 4 times we have failed to qualify for AFCON. There we had local coaches. Since 1980, no foreign coach has failed to qualify Nigeria for AFCON. It's a record. So if we go by statistics, foreign coaches have done better than local coaches. Well, we can apply all the sentiments we want, but that's just the reality and fact. We can also say the same thing about the World Cup.
Can I ask you, do we pay the foreign coaches more? Do you have that?
Oh, sure, definitely.
Yeah,
there has never been any foreign coach who paid less than $50,000.
So, and we don't pay our local ones.
No, we don't. We don't.
Maybe that is maybe we should increase that one now. That would help.
I don't know. The fact is that the only Nigerian coach I think the most successful is Samson Siasia, because he's the only coach in Nigeria who has taken Nigeria to the Olympics with medals 2 times, 2008 silver and then 2016 bronze. I think he's the most successful. So the debate is all about who can serve our players best, not who can serve the fans. The players. Because if players don't respect the coaches, you can't get anything from the players. That's just the point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You understand sports. I'm glad somebody who has the pedigree in sports analysis came in. Thank you.
Papa, can I take my turn?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I want to start by good day to everybody. John Abba, I want to ask you. You said you went back to Nigeria a couple of weeks ago. How did you find the country? Has it made progress in your own view?
The Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos, there is a lot of improvement. The new terminal they open.
No, I'm talking about the. I'm not apart from the airport. When you moved around into the cities that you went to, Lagos, maybe Benue, maybe has there been any improvement since the last time you went? You left.
The one I comment on was the airport. The other ones, like terms of road and everything, is some are even worse.
It's even worse. Okay. Thank you for confirming that. And then today on Sahara Reporters, if you read the headline, they said they killed a Benue lecturer, university lecturer. Did you hear about that? So the bandits killed the Benue University lecturer, a professor of law or associate professor of law. So it's in. Now you also made mention of security, that we should rather be focused on issue of security. We shouldn't worry about the road or whatever. So
I didn't say that. Why did I say that?
No. When you were making your own speech, I listened. But you did say we should focus on security. So what kind of advice?
I think let's have a conversation.
I want to ask you. The question I want to ask is: What is your own counsel for the government regarding the security situation in the country?
The security in Nigeria is failing everywhere. The only thing you should understand is that if we want to be tackling Nigerian problem, we have to go to the fundamental rule. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example now.
Sure.
The EFCC going to Yahaya Bello, the way they went about it is not the way an organized country work. And the EFCC chairman is a lawyer himself before he gets that appointment. And that's to tell you the problem we are having. Now, he put a call across to him. The normal process, you do not have to be a law professor.
You are diverting.
No,
from
let me. I'm trying to tell you where everything starts from. You are asking about security.
I'm not talking about fraud now. I'm talking about security.
I'm not. It's not a fraud. This is not about fraud. It's about the way the system works. That everybody can now say that this is how we move. We are giving. We are talking on national TV. I'm giving you an example. So, the Yahaya Bello, the state judiciary system put a hold. The EFCC appeal. The date of the appeal have not come. The EFCC, they are the complainant. So when we are talking about where things are not working in Nigeria,
you're not addressing my question.
I'm addressing your question, but you are okay. Let me tell you, because you are coming at me on personal level by saying that. Listen to me now.
Let me make a submission.
Okay, when you make your submission, I'll continue.
When you get
ahead.
your own chance, you can answer. That's that, Jordan. But I just wanted to hear your view on things and where you really stand. You know, especially when you said that people should not make noise about the road and everything.
And I didn't say that.
That people should focus on more important things like security. That is why I asked you that question. Maybe you forgot.
No, I didn't say that. You take the clip, not the full sentence. Thank you.
But with regards to the issue of that road, I think it's just a misplaced priority for government to embark on such an expensive project without thinking it through. And for me, importantly, it just shows that for people like us watching from the outside, it shows that there's no coordination between all of the government agencies. Most especially when, they keep doing things that is creating a domino effect, that is kind of exposing all of their shenanigans, all of their treachery and fraudulent act right from the inception of that election, when they rigged that election. I'm still going to take us back to that election, where all they did was to come and take power to enrich themselves. They never had the people at the back of their mind. You understand? What am I saying? Government agencies not coordinating. You are looking for investment. You are going around begging people to bring their hard-earned money to come and invest. Look at Musk telling you that he's not investing. He never made any commitment to invest $600 million. And yet somebody has invested over $500 million, a Nigerian, on that part of the road that you wanted to, you say you want to construct, and you are destroying that investment. Can you not leave his investment? $500 million the guy has employed over 400 workers. I hear 400 to 1,000 workers. He has created jobs, and because of one silly road that will be of no benefit to nobody, you are destroying that man's business. Does it make sense? You know? Does it make sense? And then two, please let people vent their criticism of the government, especially Jonaba. I'm talking to you. It is through criticism that nations develop. See, democracy is very, very vigorous and ferocious. In democracy, people will, at the end of the day, the fight should be fair. How do we know it's fair? Through the ballot. No. I yield the floor at this moment.
Somebody wants Panadol.
All right.
It's my turn.
Let's make it a little bit more conversational, since we've all apart from, and people are allowed to interject, but let's try to keep it brief and reasonable. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that Nigeria will continue to go down. It's not a cause; it's a fact, because of people like us. Let's use the word us, so that some people don't cry here that I'm attacking them. People like everybody has made a statement, one true, one conflicted. Let's start with the host himself, the forefather, who said that, first of all, let me start with my own statement. The condition where Nigeria is today has reached the fact that if we have to fight each other, we have to fight each other. I'm telling you, that's a fact. There's a situation, and like Fela himself said, condition, if your condition don't reach, my own condition don't reach, make I act. If your condition still they make you shake, that's your own problem. You understand? So let me take each one of you and the statement you've all said and where I fall on each one. With Maxi Priest, I totally agree with him. Kò ní dá fún gbogbo àwọn nuisance tó ń bá Nàìjíríà jẹ́. Kó bàjẹ́ fún gbogbo wọn. Àwọn nuisance. Now, that's Maxi's Priest position. And some people are there saying that he's cursing their mother out. Kò bá curse mother yín out. Kò bá curse papa yín out. Kò ní bàjẹ́ fún gbogbo yín ní kọ̀ọ̀kan. Then there are some people who wear the uniform of the clock and call themselves men of God. And they are continuing destroying Nigeria from drinking tea with God. And which one does it? And waking dead people up. All these people, instead of addressing every Nigerian problem as a real problem, they say it's Nigerian problem is spiritual. If Nigerian problem is spiritual, who should be at the forefront of spiritual problem? Is it not the men of the clock? Yet we have some men of the clock who will come here and say that, well, we are making progress. If you go to Italy and you see buses running on electricity, well, we just built Murita Labo Airport and they're doing good. Morons upon morons and stupid statements like that continues to draw us back. 60 years after independence, we are still crawling. We have not really attained independence. Rather, we are enslaving ourselves further and going back into the slave age. And when we talk about this issue, some people say we shouldn't talk about it. Some people say we should give government a slack. And there goes my host also, the forefather. He said he's quoting government. According to the government, there is no scarcity. That's for you, forefather. According to what government? The incompetent government. Are they not the ones in charge? Should people be lining up when you are in charge? And then you are making a statement saying that according to you, you just saw people on the line, but there's really no scarcity. What kind of madness is this, people? I don't understand now. Madness upon madness. And this Nigerian mentality. And let me attack, what's his name, a little bit, Revolution, so that he won't say that I'm on everyone's side. I didn't hit him. You say that the GED was better than Jonathan. That is part of Nigerian problem. My thief is better than yours. As long as we continue in that process, my thief is better than yours, we're not going anywhere. And for...
Yeah. I know now waiting somebody say at the attack. I said they blame Jonathan. I just make reference.
Okay, yeah, me ahead. But that's part of Nigerian problem, and that's why we're not going anywhere. You understand? For Mr. Goldenman, what did I think down? That the Nigerian problem is not APC. You're right, but it is Nigerian problem. You know why? The problem has been there since 1999, whether it's PDP, APC, CPP, or whatever alphabet we want to call it, even Labour. You understand? We have built political parties that have no individualistic ideology to progress its own people, nationalistic ideology to make its people better. The only thing they come to government is to come chop. This is the only ideology they are propagating. So all of them are part of the problem. APCO, PDPO, Labour, Nigerian Bar Association, everybody is problem upon problem. So you're right, don't say it's not just APC, because when you say it like that, you're excusing APC. When you're still on that mentality of my thief is better than your thief. APC must be destroyed totally. PDP must be destroyed. All of them, Labour must be destroyed because they don't benefit that country. Don't let some pastors come here and start telling you that, well, we are doing better, we have made progress. Those kind of double talk destroys the country. Our condition has reached the point whereby we all have to say the truth. We all have to condemn these people. We all have to call them what they are. Ole, a thief, Yarao. We have to be firm. If we have to fight each other to say these things, let us fight each other. Nigeria is a shithole. There's no shame in that. until we accept that it's a shithole and it needs to change, and call those who have power to change it that are not changing it and call them to action. You cannot condone insanity and expect change. You cannot. Let our conversation be more rational, be more advanced. This idea that my thief is better than yours needs to die. This double talk that I'm a man of God needs to go away. We need to stone these people. And I repeat in loud voices, those who rule us and those who have been ruling us need to be faced the firing squad at close range. That's all I have to say for now. I still have more to say. Please put me at the back, because I cannot continue every week to engage myself in conversation that goes nowhere.
You cannot just talk and then walk to the back now. Be man enough to wait for your own.
I'll get your response. Don't put me at the back after I give him his own response back. I'm ready for any man of God that does not know God.
All right, don't run. Be a man and face the criticism. Don't run
ready
yet.
for any man of God that don't know God.
Okay. Now you are the God that they don't know.
You know, the traditional rulers are against state police. I wonder why they're against state police. They don't want governors to come and kick their teeth in. Who's next?
Let me, all of them have come. I take a short time to talk. Now, I'm not going to waste so much saliva on a person that have not been to Nigeria for a while, maybe for the past 20 years, and he has not have opportunity.
First of all, I was in Nigeria to bury my father last year. So if you don't know anything about me, you need to find out. I was in Nigeria, and my experience at Nigerian airport was shameful.
Okay, then, but
even
that
my
airport
daughter, who has never been to
be
Nigeria
open.
for the first time, has to tell me, Dad, it shouldn't be this hard to get into your own country.
It's not a conversation between me and you on the airport.
You said you want to give me AC, and I'm ready for your AC.
Relax now. When you are talking, you see, when you put on this your glass like ego, you don't hear question again. Just relax. This is the deal. Nigerian is nowhere it's supposed to be. We all come here to condemn it. We stand in shoulder to shoulder to see that the country improve the life of their citizens. And we are the citizens. I was trained to not to look up to somebody, but to ask yourself, what do you do and how do you contribute to the society to make it a better place? And also should be man enough to turn the mirror on yourself and not just to condemn everybody and see yourself as a perfect human being, while even the good books say no one is perfect. So the notion that we can throw ourselves a jab, we solve Nigerian problem. Whenever you raise those questions and all those abuse and cause, it's meaning go and look at it. You are losing your ground because people have that a misconception about how do you pass the message of encouragement and give a credit to the things that have been done. And you say, okay, even our own kids or people around us, even if you are a CEO of a company and you walk to the office, you cannot put everybody in the same category because your company will fall. You will give credit to those people that have done well and encourage those ones. And if anyone need to be fired, there will be fire. We're a country like Nigeria that we are all saying they are going through things and what they are going. I do not have political ambition. I'm not attached to any party. And to those of you that have a belief on any man that you think they can solve Nigerian problem, whether your interest and run around issue and spin issue. The issue we are having in Nigeria is beyond any party, APC, PDP. It's a deteriorating society that they need a better approach. And the more we communicate constructively and criticize constructively, like I was giving an example about the EFCC. Now, to many people, they would think they are doing the right thing. They are not doing the right thing because you get a warrant from the court. When the institution do not even know their A to Z, that is how the whole Nigerian thing are not functioning. Court cannot give order because you're supposed to even obtain order from the court before you make an arrest. Court cannot give order or you have a day pending I don't have anything with Yahya Bello, but we are talking about why Nigerian is not working. And when they hear people like us or people that make a comment like that, they will sit right. They know that Nigerians are getting enlightened, and there is a way to hold them accountable. You cannot go after your court case is coming up where they say, no, don't go for arrest. And you say, okay, you went to Abuja High Court and get all those conflict within the institution, the judiciary system. You weaken the system. And that's why we are having all of this thing we are having is because the writing, nobody get penalized for their consequences. Whether you award the contract of the road, maybe somebody else may not even, the worker or the whosoever the contract is given to, is not going to go through. Why? Because there is no institution like the policing institution and DSS, EFCC, they are all police. They shouldn't even have, which country do you see that? They should crush it together and become effective. But it's about the dragon of power, this one fund institution, so that they can have edge over this thing. And you can see that when they are going through an issue, you see that DSS will say, oh, I'm the one that's supposed to go for the arrest. Police will say, I'm the one that's supposed to go for the arrest. EFC, so it's an economical issue, and they'll find a way to say they are going for arrest. And what is the whole problem? It's corruption. And all is it tied to what? Tied to money and power. So we can talk all we want to talk. We can speak to the issue that, okay, this is not right. This is why we are failing. Law enforcement, when you and I can go and get away with it, or anybody can get away with it, you cannot blame politicians. You can blame politicians the way you want to blame them. You can blame pastors the way you want to blame them. But there should be a strong institution. And the strong institution, meaning our judiciary system, is the branch of the third branch of government. And once they are functioning well, without tribalism, without partiality, without anything, that they face the law. But like institution like EFCC cannot break the law, and I'm thinking that, oh, we come, so Yahya Bello. And by the way, it's a pick and choose. The EFCC chairman himself said there are many people on the list before he even took the job. Why can't you follow it square by square? They pick and choose, and who is a selective justice, whosoever they want, according to whatever the case they want to put out there. And that's why we are failing. It's not about every part of this will have corruption, but corruption is tamed by the law, and law enforcement is the consequences.
Maybe Yahya Bello is one of the ones that showed up that can be actioned at the current moment, you see, because even if people are on the list, it doesn't mean that they have enough document to go after them immediately. So what my concern is that how is it that the government institution that is law enforcement is inviting a citizen to come for questioning, and he's refusing, and nobody's doing anything about it?
It's because the court's supposed to order his arrest, and then the EFCC can go after. Can you imagine the chairman? So I pick up a phone to call him, and the chief operator people to invite him, and I say, oh, I will pass him through the back door if he's afraid of media looking at him. All of those is unnecessary. He's a weak man, and he's threatening that if nothing is done, he's going to resign. He should resign right away. He shouldn't wait for anything. That's not how institutions function. The case is in the High Court in Kogi, and Kogi said, okay, we are still investigating. They never give him go ahead. It's the state of Kogi he spent. The money he spent as a governor, it's the money, is the state money. And they are the EFCC is a complainant. They are the complainant. So we cannot be having this power struggle. Who is the big dog we're going to go after? And by the way, if they are not breaking the law, why should I take the money from the school? The school shouldn't have, the first thing that the school shouldn't even have given them the money is a break of law. The school they will follow the money and trace the money. The school, do you give the school money? How do you collect it? This is a broken system of anybody do whatever they want to do in order to prove that doing something.
But you can't be sure they've broken the law. Are you just now realizing that Nigerian judicial system is incompetent when it comes to Yahya Bello? I mean, they've been doing the same thing for a long time. Why is it
but that is the main problem we are having. Where there is no judiciary system working, then there is no accountability, there's no consequences, then we are going to go through this for years. So that's why I'm suggesting, let's just speak to the root of our problem instead of thinking that in one way or the other, Nigeria is only corrupt country. There is corruption anywhere in the world, but they are subdued through the power of law enforcement. That's how society works.
Let me ask this though, because this leads to a question: that is it better to leave a crime, leave a crime without addressing it, as long as you follow the rules, or sometimes you break the rules to enforce and prevent a crime from succeeding? Which one would you go for?
Come again.
So what I'm saying, because I think your argument is that the EFCC didn't follow the right procedure.
It's a court order. We all understand the processes of court order. There is a case pending. See, the point I'm trying to make is that we will continue to say here, come here and accuse each other and curse each other out. But until there is a strong institution that holds everybody, every citizen accountable. We may not be perfect, but it should not be to this extent of unacceptable that any institution can target say, oh, I'm the one that is responsible for this one. Oh, this arrest, this person is supposed to be in my custody. All they are looking for is bribing and corruption. All that they want people that come there and bribe them. So there is no reason. If Nigerian will work today, they see this DSS, EFCC, it will be crossed to become one. And there will be only one police that take people to court and the court face it. Not the one that they are saying that, oh, even when the police will make briefing of how many armed robbers they arrest, they say, okay, the other ones, they're already gone to court. And why are you keeping these other ones? Where the same hour, they say 24 hours, but you are keeping people in your cell for over 1 month, 3 months. You can't break the law as a law enforcement and have it in both ways.
No, I hear that. However, this Bellows one, where you hear about 800,000 pounds, Naira and dollars, being paid to a school for his children, that is very concerning. That's money that should be going to people. That money could be meant for hospital, could be meant for roads. There are some of our roads. I will show you some of our roads.
The institution, by the way, you don't do that. What they did to collect the money, even ahead of time, the institution is supposed to even be invited. Why, if you want to follow the right thing? What are you cannot just take people's money for over the years of the whole family, because this is all led to what we are struggling. That is the dollarization of Nigerian problem that is hiking all of things. The politician would take Naira and convert it to dollars. All of that led to all of this. But the point is that the EFCC shouldn't have even I'm not saying they shouldn't collect it at last, but it's the breaking of the rule. What you only need to do is that you go through the right channel. They are third party in this case. So they are third party in this case. First of all, the Yahya Bello have a right to sue that school right now, because it's not the right way. And when you give people that chance, then you tell, okay, if your hand is stained, how you have your other finger will deny it. So if we're going to be
why are you saying that the Yahya Bello is able to do those things? Where did he get the money from? Did you even bother to ask that question?
Is good to penalize him. I'm not saying it should go, but the EFCC could have followed. If they break the court order, he give Yahya Bello the chance to do what he's doing. Because you already appeal when they say don't do it, the court date is coming up. Why making on wait?
Please pass the microphone further, man.
But John Abba, my issue I have with you, everything you said is quite correct when it comes to Nigerian judicial system. But the issue I have with you, the point you try to make when it concerns Yahya Bello, why just Yahya Bello?
I'm using him as an example of the deterioration of our own thing that we all come here and we can talk it tomorrow. If you go to Nigeria, it's still going to be. He's a corrupt person.
He appears to be very, and I heard that he's also tied to the reason why Jakarta State was delayed too. So I'm really concerned about some of the things he has done. And
I'm not in support of him. I'm always saying that the corrupt system could have followed the right thing so they can hold other people, including Yahya Bello and any other governor or any person at all. But you cannot break the law of the court that you think, and then you think you can go after other person. An institution doesn't work like that. And if we don't have that strong institution that somebody can just pick up a phone call, the higher authority will pick up a phone call and tell him, leave this case. You will leave the case because the person will find a loophole.
I think the power of institutions, my opinion is that the power of institutions come from the ability to prosecute criminals and catch criminals. Sometimes they break the law, even police, they break the law. You see it in Western countries, they break the law to get the criminals. Because if you are busy following the Nigerian process where they can dribble you, like the way it looks like Yahya Bello is dribbling them.
But there is a court date coming up with this thing. If the court date coming up, we could have honored that one. That's my whole thing. If the court date is on the 15th or 17th of this month, anything you can do is to be intelligently make sure it will not run away by tracking him. But you cannot just violate the court date. And where do you take him to? End of the day, keep him in your own
next,
office.
Please, next person, please.
Yeah, okay, no problem. I guess this issue may go on and on. Mazi, please go ahead. Sorry about that. I think because I'm a bit curious.
Well, for me, I don't want to mad because if you talk, they go say you talk. You understand? Like I said before, and I will keep saying, one of the problem we have is that certain people believe they are righteous. They are to be called man of God, woman of God. But I have not seen in the Bible where God specifically said this person is to be called man of God. What I see in the Bible is, ye are the children of God. Ye are the children of the Most High God. Right? If I'm wrong, anybody can correct me. And apart from that, I ask this question and I say, when you call this person man of God, then what are you? You calling the person man of God, are you the man of Satan? If you are man of Satan, oh well. So the truth be said, for me, this Yahya Bello is is being delayed. Those that need to do something, let them do something. If they're waiting for me to come and bring Yahya Bello to them, let them say that. But what I know is that corruption, there is no way this government will fight corruption. They are corrupt themselves. I rest my case. Thank you.
Yeah, I think people are concerned about this comment that I made there. Whether you break the law to correct the law. Sometimes you have to reinforce the power of an institution. You may have to do certain things that may not be strictly by the books. This is something that is well known. CIA is not exactly walking around obeying the law. And see, Golden Mind. Thank you. What do you think about? You can talk about anything other than what we just talked about. So please go ahead.
Well, I think that observing the rule of law is very good. Due process, very good. But I'm concerned that the only time we talk about due process in arresting a criminal is only when the big man, the big politician, is involved. I was reading yesterday that a journalist was just arrested and flown to Abuja and is in prison. He's been in detention for the past 3 days, and that has been happening. Whenever it concerns a small man, all these lawyers don't come up to shout about due process or whatever. It's only about when the big man is involved. Well, somebody was just talking about Nigeria being bad. Nigeria is beyond bad, and it's going to be difficult to fix that country. Very, very difficult. Because if you look at the system that's set up in Nigeria, you will notice that in every office you go to in Nigeria, you see the first thing you notice is disorganization, you notice incompetence, you notice corruption in almost all offices, whether it's at the states, whether it's at the federal or at the local level. So the question now is, why is it difficult for those who are elected to see these and fix them? Nigeria can be fixed, right? But with the present setup of the political gladiators, it's going to be very difficult to do so because these leaders were thrown up using the wrong process. I think that if it's going to be possible, the very first place to start is to sanitize the political parties. Because one, if the political parties go through the pains or do the due diligence of making sure that only credible, competent people are elected, are selected in their parties, the problems would have been cut by half. But the political parties are not doing that. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry, as long as you have the money, you'll be elected as a representative of the people. And that's what the problem is. So we have three arms of government. You have the legislature, they're not doing their work. The oversight function they're supposed to be doing, what kind of corruption? It is the legislature that's supposed to oversee, supervise the activities of MDAs, but they're not doing that. How do you wait for 4 years? After 4 years, you just realize that somebody has stolen money. How? In countries that are serious, everybody is supervised. It doesn't matter what you do. So nobody waits for you to spend 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years to realize that you didn't do your job. The point is that nobody is doing their job in Nigeria. Nobody. The legislature, they're not doing their job. The executive, they're not doing their job. The judiciary, the most hopeless in the world, they're not doing their job. So what I think needs to happen, and of course you have this the followership that are aloof, they don't care. Because I keep on saying this, that you cannot have bad leadership without bad followership. Any day Nigerian people say enough is enough, that truly will be the time that enough will be enough. How will we say enough is enough when we see people who continue to support these people who are not supposed to be there? It doesn't make sense. It's not going to work. So the issue, somebody was telling me, and I agree, if you just take secondary school students from, let's say, United States of America or the UK and tell them, go take positions in Nigeria, they will do much better. They will fix Nigeria. The thing is, we have irresponsibility everywhere. It is just so bad. Just like somebody said, once you land in Nigeria, if you've never been in Nigeria, once you land in Nigeria, it doesn't matter how beautiful the buildings are, you will see disorganization. You will see that there's no government anywhere. Somebody can walk into an airport and throw a bomb and kill everybody. Yeah. Why? Because the people who are put in charge of security, they are looking for money to collect. Right? They don't check bags. Even if your bag is showing gone, you just give them 100, 1,000, and you pass. That's just the story of Nigeria. So what I'm saying, I don't know how else.
Are you sure that's true?
Oh yeah,
that Nigerian they will just take it and let it. The Nigerian checkers they're a little bit strict too.
Yeah. Now I have never seen. Every time I get to the airport, I'm going into the airport. There's this little gate they have. You just push your bag. There are some people who are sitting down there. What are they watching? They're not watching anything. They're looking for money.
But they do have to adhere to a very, very high standard because it's internationally based. The airport systems around the world, they have to meet certain standard. If you fall below that, it could even get our airport a kind of if there's a kind of blacklisting, you could get that. So
well, things are changing because we have a minister who is trying to change things, but you still have people who are bent. You see, the mentality of most Nigerians, when you have lived in a country where people see the bad things are the right things. There are people who were born in Nigeria. In fact, if you were born in Nigeria in the 90s, 2000s, all you know is the wrong things. So it's very difficult for you to really know what the right thing to do, right? Everybody who is maybe appointed to serve at the airport sees that as an opportunity to make money. Just like in most things that happen in Nigeria, once people are appointed into positions, most of them think this is their opportunity to make the money. So whether you're talking about the competence or the standards, that's none of their business, right? So I don't know. I've asked the question, what can we do? First, I think it has to start with, if you have the right president, it has to start with a president that understands that things are bad in Nigeria, that you have to flush out incompetent and corrupt people. It doesn't matter. If you have to sack 25,000, there are 1 million people who are ready to work. Flush them out. You cannot achieve any purpose in Nigeria if you keep these incompetent people everywhere in every office in Nigeria. It's not going to work. They're going to frustrate your efforts. So that would be the first step to start. But the question is, how do you now get such a leader to be the president of Nigeria? Through the kind of elections we have in Nigeria, it's going to be difficult to work. Thank you.
Followers tend to create leaders because that leader is not going to carry himself to office now. Somebody has to listen to his orders, carry it out. And even the people that are going to protect those people, they have to support them. So leaders need, like you said, the people have to be on side. At least a significant amount of the people have to be on side for the leader to succeed, him or her. Pastor, I'm sorry, it looks like you have been very, very just too patient actually, because it should have been your turn a while ago. Sorry about that. Please, if you want to say something about what we have been discussing.
Yeah, thanks. Greetings all. I forgive you, forefathers. I almost wanted to think you have been biased towards me, but since you have apologized, I'll let it slide. I mean, the case between Peter Obi and I've said it before. Peter Obi should lead the protest, so he should, whatever he gets, it comes to him. So he should lead this army to protest in Nigeria. We will not be where we are today. At least something is going to happen. So that is just by the wayside there. I'm not going to waste too much of my time talking about him trying to defend his integrity, which is his own right. Anyway, we all know that road is listen, the government is paying back. Tinubu is paying back of those who help him get to where he is today, and it will continue. So until the people, which is you and I, we are the one that will have to make these changes down. That was the argument we had yesterday with Kuni.
That's the argument yesterday went crazy. What is going on, man? The whole thing went crazy.
At the point, if they were seeing each other, they probably would have thrown blow at each other.
I expected more from them, but they are worse behaved than this panel.
Honestly speaking, that is the right word you use. The right word. It is people like us that will be behaving like that, not. But I will let. It's part of the show. It made it more interesting. Ferreira, I'm going to start with you first. They often say that all generalization is not good. So when you want to address or attack somebody or call the person out, I think address the person directly. If I come here and say all fathers are bad, there's going to be an uproar here. Olumide will first of all tell me I'm crazy because he has children and he's not a bad man. You can see him working, trying to man of prestige. So even you yourself, Ferreira, you will say, why would I say all fathers are bad? So if all generalizations are not good, and take it as admonition, you are fond of doing it, and it's not good. I've told you this before, and I'll repeat it again. It's not good. If you are addressing John Abba in terms of his airport issue, listen, I go to Nigeria. I came back from Nigeria recently. I flew to Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt airport is good. My friend just came back from Abuja. Said, but it is the people there. The people. It's not the structure. It's the people. Just like the institution, it's the people that runs the institution. Lagos Airport has nothing to write home about. I flew through Lagos Airport several times. Sometimes the light will go off. The what do you call this thing that brings the bag out? I've forgotten the name again. That bring it back, I will get stuck. So they will have to be throwing the bags out, bringing the bags out manually. The ACs are not that efficient as far as I'm concerned. I was robbed of my money in terms of when I was coming back. There is this consortium there that provide kind of a lounge, an airport lounge, and you pay 20,000 to use there, inclusive of food, internet. And the only reason why I went in there is because of the internet. And I asked them, is your internet working? And they said, yes, it's working. And lo and behold, and I could have refused to pay, but I paid the 20,000 naira. And I said, you ain't going to see me here again. So it is the people. So we have to tell ourselves the truth that, listen, things are not going the way we want it to go. Things are not working. Petrol is expensive. We've seen, mankind, or I don't know, address the issue very well. It's not about a political party, because they've recycled themselves from one political party to the other. If you go through their history, some of them have been in PDP, some of them have been in ANC, some of them have been in MPPs. They've recycled themselves over time. So they are all the same thing. But at the end of the day, it's down to the people. They say power belongs to what? To the people. And that is why we'll have to keep preaching this message to the people, to the 220 million Nigerians on ground there, for them to what? To stand up and do what? And do something. You wanted to interject me, Ferreira? I'm not the moderator. My forefather is the moderator.
Finish. But I have a response for you, but I want you to finish. I don't want you to lose your thoughts.
Okay.
Finish.
So let's address whoever distort the truth. Address it. There are people who are called by God, and there are people that call God. But even Christ says, by their fruits, you shall know them. So you have to now pick them out. So it's up to you now to now make that judgment to say, oh, Jonaba is not a man of God, based on what you have said. Forefather is a man. Even you sitting down there also speaking, you are also, well, to speak sincerely in honesty is what God expects from us. And to act honestly towards each other is what God expects from us. So if you want to call, don't say men of God or whatever. No, that is not. It's like if I come here and say, all these panelists, you're all crazy. You don't know what you're saying. Am I being fair in making such a statement? No, I'm not being fair. Now to Mazi Prince, there are 12 persons called man of God in the scripture. I'm glad you said you don't know that much. But you see, calling somebody a man of God does not make the person more superior than you. That's number one. And number two, for you to address the person as man of God, you must have seen certain traits of character in them to define them as man of God. It's there in the scripture. I'm not going to argue with you on what is not written, but to agree with you on what is written. So if I address you as man of God, I must have seen something in you. I can decide not to address you as man of God. It ain't going to take nothing from me. It ain't going to make God love me less. It ain't going to make God love me less. I can say, I put my nickname, aka Electricity. I still prefer people to address me as Electricity. My name is Andrew. So it doesn't take anything away from you or make them more special than you. If you understand that point, 12 persons addressed as man of God in the Bible. Now, Ferreira, I say you want to push back, or I don't know, you want to...
Yes, I want to, yeah. You see, when I purposely did that generalization on purpose, because I didn't want our argument to degenerate into the individualistic, you attack me, you didn't attack me bullshit that we always end up doing on this platform. You understand? So I purposely group everybody together under the man of God. I know you as a pastor, you will come here to defend men of God. That's why also, when I was showing my job, I hit on the pastors that drank tea with God and those that raised dead people. All of them are all failed pastors. People might call them their pastors, but they don't serve God. They don't serve the true God that I know, or that they know, that God knows, whoever knows. You understand?
I agree with you, man.
Yeah. So I purposely did generalization on that purpose, but with the hope that the person I'm intending the message for will get it. And the person got it, responded to me, and hit back that I've not been to Nigeria in 20 years. And I jabbed back that I was just there to bury my dad. So that being said, I don't want it to be individualized, but that being said, The Nigerian issue I noticed that is this.
No, but before you go to
when
Nigerian
let me
issue,
go on.
let me
please.
ask you. Hold on, no. You just made an allegation against me now. You said I come here to defend.
You have to. That's you're a pastor. If somebody tried to smear you, you have to defend them.
Listen, I'm taking your word. You said I come here to. Can you please cite one that I have defended?
You're now making it into jab, individual.
No, Ferreira, don't do this.
If I'm a teacher, if somebody come here and took a swab at teachers.
You address me personally. You did not generalize that. You said,
okay.
Well,
I think your last submission was more of a defense of the pastoral. You
can rephrase it. So it's not a defense. I'm telling you that.
Oh, you don't think it's a defense? You think you're just
all fathers? Okay. If I say all fathers are bad, then I am wrong. I can't.
But there are some bad pastors in Nigeria. Do you admit?
You can say that, but don't say every one of them is bad. You are wrong in that. Don't do that.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. 90% of Nigerian pastors are bad. Are you happy with that?
Percentage on it because you don't have.
I have to. That's my belief.
No, you have the statistic to defend it because
I have my own statistic.
As a man, no. You pride yourself as a man of integrity that have statistics that preach to people. Do you have the statistic that you reach?
Yeah, by their fruit we shall know them. I have my statistic. Nigeria is a shithole, and they are preaching every day. Nigeria is a shithole. They preach the word of God. The people are still collecting bribe, and they are born again bastards. So that's my statistic. What more do you need?
This is what I have said here over time, that bribe
90%. That's my statistic.
95% bribe is our main problem. It doesn't matter.
Let me now address that second part before I lose my thought. Electricity, please.
On and come here and portray yourself as the one. You point out a golden mind statement. The man made a perfect submission. I don't see anything fault in that. Because you don't listen. You said revolution reference to good Lord Jonathan. But it was Aisha. She said that he said that you don't listen. You have to listen because you always are at the point of wanting to prove people wrong, and you always right. It's a bad character. Take it as an admonition.
I admit that. Can we move on so I can get to my point?
Very convenient for you to move on because you know somebody challenge you. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay, can I now make my point, Electricity? Thank you. Now, Electricity, you have the right to defend the pastorals too. That's your job. That's perfect. That's understandable. But by my own statistic, 90, and I've just moved up to 95% of Nigerian pastors are bullshit. You understand? If that country was truly spiritual,
can we try to keep our language a bit cleaner?
Get
the younger people watching.
I have detergent here. So now, Nigeria, because if that country had decent Christians, that country would not be the way it is. If they live by the fruit of Christianity.
Instead of saying that word that forefather doesn't want to listen to, say shite.
Okay. Thank you, Olumide Omo ya.
It's my turn. Make una know.
Let me finish.
Because others are waiting.
Let me quickly finish. So, electricity. When Nigeria, when the problem is affecting them, they generalize. When the problem is affecting them, they individualize. When it's not affecting them, they generalize. So I was very selective in being generalistic about it. But on the point of you pushing it back on the people, I disagree. I say those of us who know, who are educated, who are here talking, who went to school, who have a chance to buy a ticket to go abroad, who went to university, who went to even as far as high school or college, we know. Yet we have a responsibility to educate those who do not know. But rather, what have we done? Rather than educate those who do not know, we have continued to encourage them in their ignorance. And that's why I do my own pushback when I come here and do pushback. And I say, you should know better because you live abroad. You have 24 hours electricity. You have good road. You travel. You go through good airports. You see how they do it. You have no excuse. You've been abroad. You are a lawyer. You went to school. They teach you rule of law. You should know. You are a journalist. They've taught you. So these are the people that have failed Nigeria, and we also find them a lot on this panel. When we continue to defend insanity, what is bad?
Are you saying that anybody on this panel is happy the way Nigeria is right now?
I would say some of them are. Some of them want the status quo to continue. They are privileged. They are enjoying it. It benefits them. They're making millions. Look, Father, let me tell you. Do you know how many of us fought against Babangida when we were young, and Abacha and all the rest? Where are those people now? Where are they? Why are they keeping quiet? Why are they quiet? Because it benefits them. They are now the ruling class. You understand? Back then, we were marching. Babangida must go. Military must go. This must. Where are they now? Why is it only Dele that is talking? Why is it only Showore? Why is it only Mayegun? Where are all those people that we march together? Back then, they say the students were the conscience of the nation. Did their conscience die? Did it disappear? Why are they not talking? Because one way or the other, they are benefiting from the system, either through their party or through their job or through hope that one day they too will get a ministerial position. If all of them, as we spoke back then, are speaking now, the changes will start to come. You understand me, Father? It's not that I'm trying to castigate anybody, but I'm saying we are the problem, not the people. Those of us who know, who have privilege, are very few. We are like about 10%. And 8% out of that 10% are on the wrong side. That's why we are at this status quo of no movement, of 1 year ball. We 1 year win, they blow for 1 year corner. If all these people, come together to criticize the insanity, change will start to occur.
Thank you. Yeah, let's okay. You want to interject?
Sorry, yeah.
Father, let me
Revolution.
I beg your pardon. I beg your indulgence, please. I apologize. Further, we can criticize as much as we want to. Until the people start to act, nothing will ever change.
We have to prepare the people to act. We have a job to prepare them to act.
Allow you to speak.
I know you do. I know you do.
Okay, so
but
let me
you
speak.
Keep pushing it back. Push back. We have a responsibility.
It's my right. I'm not pushing back.
Ferrari, let him talk now because he let you talk, Ferrari.
I don't understand. This is a perfect man that wants to show us the perfect way, yet he keep interjecting someone. How does that make you perfect? The current protests in the United States in respect to the anti-Israel or whatever it is, the people are acting. The people have to rise up to act. I don't mean to be personal, but I will be personal. I've been scrolling through my phone. Sometime back, you sent a document out for us to read. Do you remember that? Yes, you did.
Yes.
And I responded back to you. I said, I'm going to set a broadcast for you to come and discuss this issue, saying that it's so strong in your heart. 22/12/2023. You said, I will let you know as soon as possible. This is almost 7 months now. You've not gotten back to me. If I go to the text message where we set up something to start up with in terms of radio communication to push the message forward, you put it there, Andrew, include my name on it. A meeting was set up. You did not attend that meeting. Yes or no? The answer is yes. You don't have to answer me.
The answer, let me tell you.
No. I've answered it, so you don't have to answer. You don't have to answer.
Here you go with your Nigerian method again.
Let me finish. I've answered it.
Frivolous accusations and making it personal. When they set up those things, some of you here refuse to put your real name. And
No.
Most of you people have.
You are mixing it up.
You don't have to reply, Alaba. Let's so that other people can speak.
Personal. If you want to go do the nitty-gritty details,
you don't listen. Your problem is you don't listen. You are mixing what I am saying up. You are mixing it up. That is what you don't listen. You are mixing it up, and I'm going to yield the floor. I'm not going to go this back and forth with you. It was a different platform that was set up, not the one you just mentioned. Stop mixing things up and listen. It will help you a lot. I yield the floor. Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. Yeah, Revolution, thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. This will be my final statement for today because I have to go and pursue my life. So let me just start by saying that the problem of Nigerians are most Nigerians, especially those educated ones, they are illiterates. To them, it's just to have, okay, I'm a lawyer. Oh, I'm a doctor. And they think they're educated. This is the problem. And the people who are destroying Nigeria are these people. When they come, they tell you, say, then go school, doctor, senior Agbero of Nigeria, SAN. They are our problem because this is what Nigeria looks upon. Oh, this man goes school. Oh, this man a doctor. Whether he shit for house, whether he lie to us, we go still the respect her. That's why I want to put us heading. Secondly, people where they say Nigeria, all the politicians are the same. Now lie. The leadership of Nigeria is the problem. That is why when it comes to presidential election, they will do everything for the wrong people to enter there. So that we start to follow. You know, Nigeria is a system of follow, which fella said. Follow the leader. Whatever the leader does, let's follow. Tinubu no go school. You know, win election. What do we expect? People are happy because the man on top is a crooked person. So everything now go dey crooked and nothing will change. Then let's come to this, our so-called man of God, women of God. Since they came to Nigeria, that is when Nigeria started going down. This religion thing. The time we were younger, we don't know about religion. All we know, we say Sunday, you go church. Everybody, we know where church dey. In a community, we know, say, na one church or two. Baptist or Anglican, that day everybody go. Wear your best cloth, you go home. But since religion now come turn to every Dick and Harry, I'm an evangelist. I'm a man of God. I'm a this. This is where Nigeria destroyed. Because we cannot now know who is who. Nobody knows who is a genuine pastor. Nobody knows who is a genuine man of God. Everybody now is the same. So when people are saying that 99% of the so-called man of God today are fake, don't blame us at all. Because we don't know who is who anymore. Who is the real people? Anybody go come, they say invest in the house of God. Come and sow seed. They are shining. Why the people sowing seed are going poor every day? When we say rise up, they go tell us don't rise up. Keep praying, God go come. But they are enjoying, you know. They are only enjoying. They go say make we dey pray. That's spiritual problem. But they are the spiritual is not near their family. Not only the poor man, now they suffer. Why they are shining? They know they drive car again, aeroplane and helicopter, now they buy, we they look them. Then lastly, the problem that we are experiencing in that country has a solution because of those where they say solution. Though we have spoken a lot, talk every day, describe anything. The problem of Nigeria, to end my own topic, is revolution. Though we were expecting Peter Obi, who I love so much, to lead that revolution, we said it here. Peter Obi, let us if I Nandi no go here for so long. No why okay. For those who don't speak Igbo, he told us when that election happened on the 20th, there's a video trending. He told them, the guy was asking him, should we start making trouble? Peter Obi answered in Igbo language, no, these people have been here for long. We will take easy to remove them. Now he's crying, campaigning, early campaigning, going, disturbing the government. Nobody will respect Peter Obi for that. Because he had a chance. The old government was going. And they knew they did it, there was a problem. They even confessed there's glitches here and there. This was an opportunity for him to stand up like what they did in Senegal. People came out from prison to become the leaders of Senegal today. But Peter Obi told us to relax. Let's follow that Nigerian system. Things will change. Nothing will change with people like that in government, except we fight them. That's why I said before, when a bully gives you a slap, you no reply the slap. He go give you the head boot. Because
yeah,
he gives you slap.
Buhari ran 3 times though. Buhari ran 3 times. They gave him slap 3 times.
Buhari is part of the system, and that time there was a system of APC in power. They had this, they collaborated, they did everything.
And Nigerians gave him slap 3 times until
No,
he won.
excuse me, that is not the issue of this present time. That is my problem why I say Nigerians are educated to just become lawyer, but they are illiterate. Look at what you are asking me now. We are talking of a new thing. You are referring me to Buhari. When we already moved from Buhari, I'm telling you, the problem of Nigeria is that we always give instances, oh, this happened to that person, so nothing for change. You understand me? Peter Obi has to lead the revolution, not campaigning up and down, digging borehole for people. That's not what we want. He has to come up to the streets so that Nigerians will, because no revolution will be successful without a leader. And Peter Obi is the only person who could stand it. Nigeria rallied around him. We rallied around him. They gave him the vote, but he chickened out. Good night, ladies, brothers and sisters, brothers and the people listening.
I agree with you, revolution, 100%.
Thank you. Good night, sir.
Yeah, Eagles, thank you for joining us. Yeah, thank you, Revolution. I hear what you're saying, but I disagree a little bit. Eagles, please go ahead. Eagles is frozen. Henry Omorige, welcome. Please go ahead. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, good evening, once. Good evening, everybody. What is the topic? Is it about the minister, or what is the topic?
Yeah, Lagos-Calabar Road, fuel shortage, yeah, minimum wage, and Peter Obi saying that maybe the government should have focused on something else. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, Peter Obi, what he said was not a bad decision anyway. For constructing new roads, destroying people's business, it's not the solution right now. We have a lot of roads that they could rehabilitate, they could fix. We don't need to build new road at the moment right now. We don't need it. But this is the way to steal money again. This is what they're trying to do. These are the road they will not complete before 4 years time. We have a lot of roads in Nigeria that they could rehabilitate. For constructing new roads, destroying people's business, it's not making no sense. Because there's one thing I saw on internet, the map where it said they have to destroy, or they go further to destroy people's business. Do we need this kind of problem right now when the country people are suffering? Things are not going well in that country. No job, nothing. Do we need that at this moment? Look at Benin Auchi Road. I think most of you saw it in the internet. Wait, trailer sink in there. These are roads they're supposed to do. We don't need new road at the moment right now. We are struggling. Nigeria is struggling. They cannot even pay. Kogi State, they cannot pay 30,000 minimum wage. They cannot pay either. They cannot pay salary either. Why are we wasting money? The Umahi, what they call him, is something wrong with him? No, is something wrong with him? You don't see the situation in that country right now. Look at the electricity. Nothing to write home about.
Harry, I agree with you. That guy needs to see. He needs to see a mental health doctor.
You need to, because I think I don't know. Look at the country; it's unstable, suffering. People are hungry. These are not working. We don't need those construction of roads and others. What we need to do, we need, first of all, we don't have electricity, 24 hours electricity, where people can, every little business can spring up to state their economy. There's no electricity. They don't think of that at all. The petrol price go high. They cannot think about that at all. They are constructing road where they can steal and steal for themselves. When people, sometimes I don't understand what the so-called lawyers we have, those so-called sound we have, those bunch of criminals. Where are they? These are people who have to come out to speak for Nigerians, to help Nigerians. They could not come out to speak. And these are the same judges, same so-called sounds will be defending criminals. It's not the same Nigerians too who is defending this corrupt Yaya Bello. It's not the same youth. Some of you here will be saying what the EFCC do is wrong and not wrong. Some of you will be supporting the bunch of criminals, and the same Nigerians that were demonstrating against the heart of the EFCC. Who is Yaya Bello? Yaya Bello is not above the law. The way they bust in people's houses, embarrass young boys in the streets, they should do the same to all this bunch of criminals. If in Nigeria is a country that is working, people like Akpabio should be in jail right now. So we don't need this construction of roads. What we need now is to make the economy stable. These are not working in that country. And Peter Obi, when people say Peter Obi should have come out in the street and do this, Peter Obi lead the protest. People have to come out themselves, just like June 12th. Abela didn't come out in the street and say, let's go out for June 12th. We came out ourselves. And you have to think. And you have to think things to their hands themselves. They don't wait for the leaders to come and bring them out in the street. What I'm saying, Nigerians are not suffering enough. Let them suffer a lot. Let them suffer first. They are not suffering yet. If there's a lot of suffering, they will go out in the street themselves. Nobody will tell them to go out. They are doing parties go to Nigeria now, you see them doing party every day. So let them suffer a little bit. People should not crack your voice too much about them. I'm just sitting here drinking my water, chill, let them suffer. Because if they are suffering, they should go out in the street themselves. Nobody will tell them to go out in the street.
Yeah, however, though, there are a lot of people. There are the young people in Nigeria, the young men, women. You don't, from my observation, watching from afar, you don't see them being very desperate. They were more desperate. If you ask me, they were more desperate in 2018, 16 than they are today in Nigeria. But yet, Nigeria is supposed to be harder. So I find that peculiar.
So why should I waste my time? Why should I waste my time and energy to talk about them?
But maybe what that means is that something is improving on the ground that we can't perceive. Is it because a lot of people have jackpot overseas and sending money to Nigeria or something?
Henry, they say the water you are drinking is a good water because it's making you look better and better every day.
I'm fresh. Yeah. So, let me tell you something. You see, when we're talking about like Benue State now, they say is a basket of the nation. At the same Benue State here right now, I saw it on program. They are the one killing themselves there. Not foreigners. So Fulani is doing little there. They are the one killing themselves there. They are the same people killing themselves there. So you want people like me to waste my time to discuss about Nigeria right now? I'm not ready to discuss about Nigeria. I just say Nigeria should wake up for themselves. If they don't, let them keep on praying. Like some people will come here and say they are pastors and so-called man of God. Are you joking? Huh? You are joking. In Western countries, you see them
and I think,
to go to get
sorry for interrupting you. When you said that the people need to get to a point where they can change things, but without other people showing them the way, they won't. There's no chance. They won't know, or they won't even care.
Forefather, June 12th, when I was in Nigeria, nobody showed me the way. We talk about it. We came out in the street in the Edo State. We shut it down. Leave that thing. So let them keep on praying to God to do it for them. No, God is coming to do it for you. Look at in America today.
Have you ever inhaled what do you call this pepper spray? Have you ever inhaled it before?
No, not pepper spray. Pepper spray is
my
dangerous.
goodness.
What did you do now?
The June 12th, that's when you see that. When you see that.
Oh, June 12th. June 12th is this in tear gas, not pepper spray.
Both pepper spray, both tear gas and all that stuff.
The next day, they said, go out the next day, shoot aside. We go out, we went out the next day. Some people died in the street there.
I remember those days when we used to. I did go to. Who was this? Was it
to come and cast?
Ojo Elegba or something? We went to protest once. Yeah,
my own was from Mushin. I have to go
Mushi.
through Oshodi.
Forefathers, I have a question for you. It's a reaction to the Yaya Bello issue. You see, the reason why I say that sometimes your streams are very, very extreme.
Allow me, you
I'm very
overthrow me
hot.
already now. Eh?
I'm sorry, Henry. I just want to, in regard to Yaya Bello, I just want Forefather to answer this question. You see, I find some of your suggestions very extreme. They are innumerous, uncountable, and the reason why one of them is this. It reminds me of what you said some time ago. You said that the money that these people stole, especially during that Beta Edu saga, is very, very small, is a minute percentage of the budget. Oh, do you know what the budget is? It's a small percentage of the budget. Stop focusing on that. We should focus on something else. Security. Why are you worried about Yaya Bello's 84 billion naira that is stole?
Did I say that you should stop focusing on
you said it's a small percentage of the budget. You say, can I bring you the data? You challenge us. You say you were going to bring the data.
I did say that in the context. I didn't say you shouldn't go after it, but in the context of what we are losing from this insecurity, it's little money, isn't it?
But you were so emphatic on Yaya Bello's case. Why?
Because they invited him.
A
law enforcement office invited him to come in. He refused to come in, and he's been found to pay almost $1 million
when you make a statement, you have to think of the ramification and the future.
What statement did I make? There's no ramification to what I said.
That is double standard. That is double standard.
It's not double standard. Everything has to be contextualized. Come on.
In what sense? It's just a minute percentage of the budget. 27
I said I support it, but I didn't say that if you gave me national security for versus 20 Yaya Bello, I will ignore 20. In short, 100 Yaya Bello, I will ignore it. Give me national security. So you have to understand the context you are talking from.
Let's leave Yaya Bello. Let's focus on security.
Can I continue?
Yeah, please. Don't mind
I'm
this.
just reminding you, Shao.
Don't mind this.
Give me 2 minutes. I will go around of 2 minutes.
All right.
You see, when we talking about, if you go tomorrow now, Sunday now, there will be everywhere. There will be disturbing churches everywhere. They forget about their problem. They will be praying to have good government, praying to have good roads, praying to have good leaders. Have you ever seen in the Western country where you stay? You all stay. I've seen most of you stay in Western country. Have you ever seen they say we pray government to give us good we pray to God to give us good roads? Have you ever heard your government say that? Have you ever heard about it? They pray for electricity. They pray for security. Have you ever heard that? It's only in Africa, only in Nigeria. And some of you will say you're pastor. Pastor, what are you contributing in that country? Nigeria is suffering right now. Why not move there? Go and support the people there. Call for revolution. Go and do a revolution there. Yeah, I did mine already in June 12th. You people go and do yours. Nigerians are not suffering enough. Let them suffer. People should not crack your voice too much about them. Because tomorrow they will be going to church now, making noise, disturbing the whole street. Every corner in Nigeria, you have every corner, you see churches everywhere. Tithe and offering. So seed when they are suffering. So we should talk here and just talk and laugh at that there. Let them suffer there. Till they wake up from their slumber, Nigeria will never make up. They're waiting for Obi to come out from the street. They are joking. They should use their brain. Like today, Saturday now, party everywhere. Every restaurant, they become drunkards. Now they see bar everywhere in Nigeria. I went there, I saw it. When I'm talking about you people should wake up sometime, you talk too much, bros, you talk too much. This how I say, okay. Me, I will be going back to where I'm coming from. You people will be one crying for petrol is 1,000 something or 900 now. Is that normal? Where minimum wage they cannot even have 30,000 paid, minimum wage 30,000. And some people will be supporting Yaya Bello who is corrupt. By now, Yaya Bello should be in jail right now. Okay, I think some of you heard about somebody they gave 100 something years.
Harry, I'm not interrupting you.
One banker.
I'm not interrupting you. We are talking about minimum wage. Do you know that the National Assembly just got their whatever rate their raise now? Now, instead of some of them used to receive about 9 million, they've increased it from 12 million to 21 million. They will not even give the ordinary workers.
You see, Who you blame now? Who do you blame? It's not the same Nigeria where they cannot even pay 3,000 naira minimum wage, but the House of Assembly is increasing the ass.
Yes.
Who is to blame now? Isn't it so-called Nigerians who are clapping for their politicians?
No, they're waiting for us to come and protest for them. They should wait. They should wait.
Me, Henry. No, they should wait in next year. So good evening, everybody. I'm watching inside here. I will be watching. Yeah.
All right.
Let me give a submission before I leave.
Okay, please go ahead.
I
think I sorry. Let's allow Pastor to just interject quickly, and then you can give your submission.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to state for the record that it's better we agree on what is written rather than we disagree on what is not written. The assertion or the views that I come here to defend pastors, or let's be honest with ourselves. If we what is happening in the country in leadership is not different from other sectors in the country. But I'll focus on what those who are referenced that some pastors comes here and defend. Listen, in 2020, 3 churches now, if I'm correct, have been asked. 2 indirectly have been asked to leave. 2 directly have been asked to leave, and 1 indirectly I've made a choice because I objected to certain practice. In fact, the one in Nigeria was worse than any other thing because but you see, it is individuals that will have to make that choice for themselves. If I come here and start pouring out false narrative, I think most of you will challenge me. Olumide cannot wait to challenge me if I start to pour out false narrative or distort the truth. And that is what is expected, even in relation to religion, whether it is Christian or whether it is Muslim or whether you are serving anything. And I believe as a moderator here, I have learned to balance even my moderation or my argument in respect to issues. If you have problem with pastors, that is your prerogative. But you see, the individuals, even the Jesus Christ said that, take heed that no man deceive you. So Jesus is telling you that take heed that that means it is your responsibility for someone not to deceive you. So deception will come. The same way politicians give people money in Nigeria, they choose to take it because of the hunger. It's there. So I'm not going to argue with anyone based on what is not written, but what is written. That's take heed. I encourage people to read the Bible for themselves because the Bible talks about honesty, integrity, fairness, equity. Everything is there. The Bible even talks about leaders that they are appointed to punish evil. It's there. Leaders are appointed, their primary purpose, they are appointed. When I mean leaders, politicians are appointed, or leaders in different are appointed to punish evil. It's there. So if you have issues with pastors, take it with them. People will go to church, whether you like it or not. Just like I ask Peter Obi questions here, I will ask anybody question. Anybody can ask me questions. He said, by their fruits you shall know them. So it's left for the individuals to make that decision to say, oh, this man is preaching or is teaching rubbish. It's not in line with the word of God. So I take myself to somewhere else. So just the way we have grievances with our politicians, we have grievances with everybody. So let's take a step back. And just like Fofada with the argument yesterday, or the broadcast yesterday, the broadcast is, what is the way forward? What is the way forward? How do we proceed to actualize, to bring this change? It was about the Constitution, which myself and Mazin TV moderated on, not about preaching. And I highlighted to the lawyer there a statement which is what the doctrines of pure hand will apply, which is used in law. And that doctrine of pure hands actually was extracted from the Bible. It's used in legal terms, in legal law. So if you don't know, you don't know. If you know, you know. That is Nigerian terms. I yield the floor. Thank you, Forefather.
Yeah, it's funny you said you were moderating yesterday. It's more like two fighting, trying to separate two fighting. this guy couldn't say anything. It's like two people are fighting.
Some of those in the commentators, they said this is what's this guy's name in the UK that runs a show that they always fight kind of oh goodness me.
Jeremy
I've forgotten the guy's name. It was two fighting. Thank you.
Yeah, Jonaba, please go ahead. Yeah,
before Jonaba, we can preach all we want, but righteousness exalts a nation. A nation that is not righteous is going nowhere.
Thank you.
Forefather, I want to respond to Lamide that the professor that was killed by the student of the same university, and is not killed by Fulani herdsmen. He was killed by a student who is from Imo State. So that is about that. He was arrested and he killed him just to steal the car. But eventually he killed him and he was arrested in Abuja with the car.
Jonaba, I didn't say Fulani herdsmen. I said bandits.
It's not a bandit, it's a student. And that's what I'm trying to tell you.
I didn't say Fulani.
It shouldn't be a bandit. They rob him. He's a student of that university.
Okay, fine. But where did you? What was the source? What was the source of your story?
Go to the AriseTV or go to TV. You see the full analysis and you see the picture of the guy there and his name and everything. All right. If you put your number, I will send it to you. We are not fighting. We are trying to put a good journalism out there so that we don't. It's not a bandit. That's all I want you to know. And if you want me to clarify it, I can send you the link. Another thing is that everybody has a title to their own opinion about churches and pastors and all of that. I'm not a conventional pastor. I don't this thing you guys are saying you pass through my back. None of you pay me tithe and offering. You don't contribute nothing to my well-being. So I don't give anything about it. If your pastor is robbing you, stop giving him money. If your pastor is not preaching the way you go and look for another church. You hold yourself responsibility to how, as an adult, who you believe and what you believe, and you read and write. So if you don't take responsibility the same way in our political realm, we don't take responsibility for anything. We blame people around. We don't stand up for those people. We don't walk away from people. So if you see that the pastor is preaching and you study the Bible is not aligned with what you believe, there are 10,000s of church out there. You can go and you can stop going to church. You can become an atheist. That is your life. You are a grown-up man or a woman. So all those every day you come here, you talk about pastor, no pastor. That is irrelevant to what is going on in our country. And if you see that the pastor in Nigeria that are going there, the gullible Nigeria, if you talk all you want to talk, they'll still go to church tomorrow. So those things is not relevant to what we are discussing and trying to educate Nigeria how to go forward from here. And by the way, in my summary, I never defend Yahya Bello. I always say the EFCC approach to it is poor and it's not, and I analyzes why it is poor and the evidence is there. Somebody have a court date, go and follow it. You can't create a law and break the law at the same time. You are using your FCC choose and select who to arrest. A young man will pick up because of hunger. You go after them, and now you are putting the.
But Jonaba, he wasn't arresting Yahya. He was inviting him.
It go through. Okay, don't you see them outside? You don't have to invite somebody. Don't you see outside outside his house? Is that inviting? What are you talking
No, I
about?
didn't see outside the house. What was outside the house?
Okay, they came there. They came there. The EFCC came to his house and stayed
And
there for 7 hours or six hours plus. Yes.
Yeah, because
So
they wanted to have a conversation with him.
okay, there is a way to have a conversation with somebody. That's not the, and we are talking about breaking institution while we are not functioning. We can defend it. I don't have nothing with Yaya. I don't, if it's arrest all the criminal, and 99% of us as in Nigeria, we are corrupt
Yeah,
anyway. So
but to
let's
be
start
fair
from
though,
ourselves.
let's not. It's not fair that you are trying to mix things up here. They
I'm not
went
missing
there.
anything.
They didn't go there to arrest him, so technically they're not
What did
breaking
I
any
go there
law.
for? What did I
They
go there
went to
for?
talk to him, like they said.
Talk to him as what?
To
That
ask
I
him
want to have
questions
a, so you
about
carry a bunch of
750.
EFCC more than how many trucks to talk
Yes,
for one person?
about that one round. Yeah, they could. It's possible that they went to have a conversation.
Forefather, that's not what they put out there, and that is not what is out. It's not conversation.
Did
And
they say they
they
wanted to
already,
arrest him?
they already. Okay, what did I went there for?
They went there to have a word with him because they couldn't reach him.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you, but the
That's
point
what
is
they
that
said. They said they were going to arrest him. That's a different thing.
because the man is weak. It's weak institution. There's no reason you can harass innocent Nigerians and lock them up, but you have no shame to say you put the cross across and honoring him. So you can honor a thief that you believe is a thief, but honor Nigerian that is hungry with things you guys or the Yahoo boy that you claim that you don't even have evidence against them. You can easily catch them. It's also let's speak true to issue in the way we can all strengthen the institution, because if one person that is supposed to protect the law breaking the law, not following the court order, and then match up with the court order from Kogi State and the one in Abuja, and conflict of interest, and then we come here and say, okay, I mean, it's a criminal. There's nothing wrong. I'm not defending it, but it's not the due process. Every Nigerian is entitled to due process.
Multiple investigations can occur concurrently. There is no.
They are the complaint that took him to court. Listen to me. They are the complainant that took him to court, and court have a court date coming up.
You mean the court case in that state? You mean the court case in the state?
Yes.
That he controls.
It's not a governor again. It's not a governor again.
He is in control of the governor that is there.
Then we blame the judiciary system. How did they control it? Then why are we having it? So anyone supposed to live above the law?
No, that's the point, and that's why higher institutions step in, like DSS step in when they feel like the justice is not being done here, and the people's money has been stolen.
Okay, the people's money are Kogi's money that they are claiming he stole.
The people's money most of them come from the center.
The point we can talk to more, I don't want to make it as an argument, but I mean, the summary of all of these things is that we cannot break the law of the institution we preside over it. That is not how to strengthen institution. And he, by his own words, say there are many people on his list before he came, even before Yahya Bello. And what we are trying to say is that we are speaking directly to EFCC using this media or any other platform. Do not pick and select it, weaken the institution inability to do your work effectively, and Nigerians will continue to innocent Nigeria will be a victim because we need all this money, whether from Kogi, all of that, to follow the right channel. Then Ganduje also was invited to do. Where's Ganduje case? Where's Ganduje? Okay.
That's true. He too should be they should go after him too. But it doesn't mean that they shouldn't go after
they should go after everybody equally and follow the court procedure. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Who is next? Okay. Wanna proceed, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Forefather. You made a comment earlier, like the millennia, they are not acting, they only react. Maybe things are going well in Nigeria. That's why they are not acting right now. I think I beg to differ with you on that comment. I mean, things is worse right now than ever been in my lifetime. I mean, I fall within the JZ, which is between 44 and 59. And the millennia, you can put them 28 and 44. Okay, that's not a problem. I think they are kind of docile, they're immune to the situation in Nigeria. I mean, they have been brought up to, that whatever the politician is doing is good, even with the corruption we have. So I think that's their problem. That's why they're not, they're not acting. If you really look at it holistically, they're not acting, and they're not going to act. I mean, they're not like the millennia, during our time. I mean, if something went wrong, we go out there and protest and do everything, So that's the difference. They're not going to act.
Well, I'm also adding that from my experience of dealing with people on the ground in Nigeria, 7 years ago, or around 2016, 2018, you can feel in the air that the people were hungry to work and do stuff. Now you don't see that anymore. And I think part
but
of the
that
reason
doesn't
why
mean,
is the
I guess I'm
internet.
going by what you said, but that doesn't not mean that things are good, states are good. That's why they're not acting. That's why I have an issue with that
If
narrative.
somebody has access to funds, that's to go and work to make money, the same amount of money, but 8 years ago they would be more ready to do it. Now they are not ready to do it. And what
Because
that
the
I
people,
tell
like
you,
I said, the people are conditioned to take, to take whatever it is. This is the mentality, the mindset of
now they are not ready to do it,
what
not
I
to take
consider
whatever
to
it
be
is. Now
millennial.
they are
They're
rejecting
not
it.
going to
Now they
act.
are rejecting it. They don't care for it as much now. I'm saying things are not, they are not acting as if things are getting harder. They're acting as if things are getting
But it's
easier.
hard. You are not getting my point. They're not gonna, they're just reacting. They're not gonna act because they are immune to the system. I mean, they're afraid to go out there and fight or whatever, do whatever like we used to do. They're not gonna do that. I mean, the system.
I fear that there is a gap in our understanding of what is going on the ground in Nigeria. That's my concern.
No, there's. I mean, we here and there for, understand. I mean, if you follow Nigerian space, or if you listen to Nigeria, that's what they call FM 90. The Nigerians call every day and complain. Go and listen to that. I don't know if you're familiar with the FM 90. In Nigeria, that is where ordinary people, not Arise News and other people call live and tell you what's going on. I mean, it's
Yeah, they
people.
cover, but you don't see them. You don't see mass movements to
You and
change
I are
things.
speaking the same language. They're not going to act. Their mind is
Man of
different from
prestige.
they just take whatever,
Father, please, can I come in a little bit? I know
Yeah,
my
go ahead,
internet
Paul.
is bad. Okay, thank you. Man of prestige, let me support you in a different way to some extent. So when you make mention of the millennium, I 100% agree with you. The millennium, they saw a bad government since they were born. So to them, this their bad government is normal. To them, if police is very rascal, it is normal. That is how they understand police supposed to work. If teacher take bribe in the school, they understand by their thinking that teacher are supposed to take bribe. They understand that if they go to local government, they needed to give people money to get anything from the local government. If they go to state, this is what they understand. And they also equally understand that if they have problem, they should run to God first than to run to man. And why
Correct.
they are running to
Just made
God,
my
it is
point.
man they are saying no. It is man they are saying no, but they think they are meeting God. They are using through man to God. So this is all they understand. For Father, I'll give you one small excuse. For people of my age, when we were growing up, we know the old American artists. We know the so-called Bob Marley, Lucky Dube. We know all these people. Guess what? Somewhere along the line, the Nigerian music started springing up. We are still trying, we still do some of our Nigerian music. But when you see the young folks now, they know more of the Nigerian music. They don't know the Western music because they didn't grow in that time where everything big in Nigeria are all American music. You understand? Either raga or the so-called American music. You see how it works? So because we grew up, everything about music back in the days is about America. Movie back in the days is about American movie. So we know more. But the young folks now, good and better, Nigerian music started doing well. They know more of Nigerian music than the West because that's how they grew. So this young millennium, they were wired to see everything wrong. And so to them, wrong means normal. They don't even understand that they are living an abnormal life. You understand? It looks normal. That's why you see when police didn't
Are you
punish.
sure that that is the case? Because to you it's abnormal, but to them they feel like because it could be that part of the thing is that those people that left Nigeria, because Nigeria has hemorrhaged at least 1 million people just last year alone. Traveling to the UK is 141,000. These people are sending money home, and it could be that is the culture you are seeing now. Some of them are doing that, and some of them are working overseas. Some people in Nigeria are working for people overseas from the internet. Some of them are on TikTok.
Father, we all agree. What is this percentage? Let me use
don't know.
common, simple economics. Economics 101, basic economics. They say anything that is below 15% does not exist because it can't even serve the masses. You understand? So when it's so minute, it's as good as it's not existing. Like when you have it more.
Who said
Do you
that?
understand?
Oh, that seems like a weird statement to make. Oh.
Basic economics.
Why would you say there are a lot of industries that are less than 15%, but they are
so
solid?
far, I think you're missing the point Paul is trying to make.
No, you're talking about job. Percentage of these people that you are talking about, that have these good jobs and the likes. What is the percentage? So it's as good as it's not catching up. Like if it's catching up very well, you understand, over time it starts increasing. Everybody want to jump into that bandwagon. Let me tell you one funny thing. When at a time Dangote introduced one thing when they were complaining about his truck. So Dangote said he need a BSc or a master degree holder to drive Dangote truck. Very many Nigerians criticize it. You understand? Even when Nigerian builders and Guinness, we are doing it. You understand? But because of the way Dangote see it, people fail, insult, and everything. Meanwhile, these people are accountants. These people take records, they do everything. It's not just a truck driver. You understand? They do supply, they do every other thing. But people just don't get it. Then for Dangote to employ one person driving his own car to go take care of all the dealers that he did, then one rascal driving this truck and be misbehaving on the road. And so you understand certain things in Nigeria, the way we take some things sometimes, we take it very rational. You understand? And some things we just take it so absurd. You know, it just don't make. I feel for my millennium because they didn't really enjoy what we enjoy. And remember, these people also grew up with parents who suffer so many punishment. Growing up in my time, my father seen no reason to even go to school. You understand? Because the basic education he has a good job. He's living his best life. There is no push. But in our own time, your BSc, you are finding a leeway to go quickly go get a master's. All the masters, not because of you love education, because of you are thinking without that masters, you are not getting the next promotion. You understand? So everybody is just pushing. So this millennium now, they try to do everything. That's why even when they go to school, they end up becoming Yahoo boys. The girls become hustlers and everything because what Nigeria is telling you right now is just make money. How do you make the money? We don't want to know. The system going to celebrate you if you make money. But it's not like that back in the days. But right now, anyhow you make money, just be sure that the system and when we say the system going to celebrate you, I'm telling you, pastors going to celebrate you. I'm telling you, elders from your own country home, your own ancestral homes, they're going to celebrate you. That's how bad things can be. But back in the days, if you gotten wealth, you don't even go to village. You understand? You don't go to village. Family activities, people run away from you. So it's changing. So things are really, really abnormal. You understand? Then the police too, you understand, back in the days and now, they were not as bad, as corrupt as they used to be. The local government people who work in the ministries and parastatals, they are not as bad as it used to be. But right now, it's so bad that people just don't have conscience. So if I walk into a police station, possibility I'm going to meet a bad police officer. Yes, it's true. But guess what? Good chances that I'm still going to meet a good police officer. It's always there. But right now, if you want to base it with the percentage now, you will have more bad than few good. You understand? We used to know good pastors, but now we have more bad pastors than few good pastors. So it's as good as when we will see the good ones say, you never blow. When you blow, you say you could join them. So it's just like that. And somewhere along the line, it happens. So so things are so bad that we need, the way it is now, we need some good person from the top. You understand? It's going to come from bottom, from top to bottom, instead of from the bottom to the top. That it's like it has to be the link one you start. They need to whoop us. You understand? They need to whoop people to put people back. You understand? Because it's abnormal. Many of our friends, many of our family, they don't want to get anything to do with us. What they need from us, let's tell ourselves the truth. Just give me the money, let me tell you one word, thank you. They don't want to hear this rubbish that we are talking about. Just give us the money, and we'll tell you thank you and go.
And there's a strong culture now.
Let me conclude before I want to leave in. I'm not going to flog this Jay-Z and millennial issue we're talking about right now. We have spoken enough of it. I think I agree with Paul. Me and Paul was speaking on the same narrative. Let me talk briefly about the judicial system. Everybody know here that the judicial system is the last
man of prestige.
Man
of prestige.
But when it comes to Nigeria,
man of prestige. Just
yes.
a moment. I just want to call out. I want to call out John Abba. See, when we come here to talk about our issue, we're not taking it like we're not talking lightly, especially when it has to do with loss of lives. If the loss of life of somebody from your own place is not of value to you, it is of value to somebody like me who doesn't believe in that shito. Okay? Now you told me that I told you give me the source of what you told me about the killing of that lecturer, that young man, 46-year-old in Benue. You told me it's on AIT and what was the other station there? Arise. I've gone on there. I haven't seen anything. I've gone on. I want you to post it on the chat. If you're listening, post that link on the chat right now, and let us see it. And let the devil be shamed and damned. Okay? You come here. You think you're smart. You think you want to come and play propaganda and play with information and think you want to throw a meat out there.
Thank you.
I don't want to come here and call you names.
Thank you.
Put that link on the chat right now.
Let's move on.
Let me conclude because I'm about to get out here. So like I was saying, the judicial system, is the last hope for a common man. But when it comes to Nigeria, that's not applicable. Nigerian judicial system, all of us know that it's very flawed. There's no doubt about it. They don't follow the due process. So I think Janaba was speaking about Yahaya Bello, the way he's narrating it like he's defending Yahaya Bello, but I don't think he is. Because this has been going on for a long time when it comes to Nigeria judicial system. It's very selective. They don't follow the due process. That has been happening. So it's not something new about Yahaya Bello. So Yahaya Bello shouldn't be an exception.
But you can criticize you can criticize that stuff and still say they should go after Yahaya Bello.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Yeah, there's nothing wrong in criticizing it. I'm just saying, I'm trying to make it different because some people think that Jonaba was defending Yahaya Bello, but I don't think he is, from my own understanding. He was just making, but he laid his emphasis more on the judicial system and forgetting about Yahaya Bello. That is part of the criminal, gang we have in Nigeria. If you have made that conjunction together, maybe some people, because I see a lot of people chatting on the chat, thinking that he's defending Yahaya Bello. In a nutshell, he's definitely not defending Yahaya Bello. It's a flawed system, so let's be very real on that. I'm not going to dwell too much on that, but I just want to make a comment before I leave about this present government we have, Tinubu government. I think the APC should spend more governing, try to find a way to solve our problem instead of propaganda. How many lies are we're gonna take? This 600 million something. What a disgrace, and you expect the investors to come to Nigeria when you lie all the time. How many of them? From beginning of their inception, they've been lying. I don't know how they think this gonna help them. Nigeria very much wiser right now. Judging from the visa, which UAB, everything is just propaganda. It's not gonna help Nigeria. They just lie too much. So anything that come out of their mouth, I'm not gonna believe it. So, but anyway, let me rest my case. I will come back later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to X0. Thank you for joining us, X0. Please go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, good evening, guys. I think you guys should understand something. I'll urge every one of us to read a bit of Nigerian history and read up to the war, the Nigeria-Biafran war. you will find out a lot of things that are still playing out today. You have a better perspective when you are trying to find solutions to the problems. See, some of the problems we are having today, they trace back. But when we come here to discuss, we kind of discuss it from trying to reinvent the wheel. The wheel has already been turning for a long time, leading up to the reason why there was a coup. I know a lot of people don't like to go back to this era, but if we don't go back to the era, we'll be making the same mistake our forefathers made. From the beginning of Nigeria, some people believe Nigeria was a geographical expression. Some people believe Nigeria was one force. Another people believe that Nigeria is their own property. They have it. I know you guys have read some of these things, but I want you to remember. We had three major leaders who had three different philosophies or ideologies about Nigeria. One was Nnamdi Azikiwe, who believed Nigeria was one union, even when his people were telling him, no, look at the other leaders, look at what they're saying. We had another one, the Sardauna, who believed Nigeria was, they were going to see Nigeria from the perspective of Nigeria is just their extra booty, or what was it called? Which is their own property. That, okay, since they were forced to join Nigeria, they will see Nigeria from the perspective of Nigeria is their conquered territory, which is not a bad idea because everybody wants best for their people. While we had Awolowo, who understood that Nigeria was still trembling and described Nigeria as a mere geographical expression, because in his words, there are no Nigerians. So we're all here now discussing the issue and trying to proffer solutions. Does anyone here believe there are Nigerians? If so, who are Nigerians? You must first understand the concept of who you are before you start trying to deal with the problems. You can't deal with the symptoms when the wholeness of the skeleton of the problem is still carrying the body of wounds. You will only waste away your time on earth, and your children will be more confused than you are, because we appear to be more confused. We are confused. How can we be discussing Nigeria and I hear somebody saying, oh, it's the judiciary, we should fix the judiciary, and somebody says the APC, we should fix the APC, while we know that from the day one, when the British people left here, they handed Nigeria to a particular region, and there was a reason for that. If you read the history, you will know why. Now, when they handed you to these people, they reasoned that these people were more amenable, and the people from the southern part are more educated and are giving them problems. And this is the way of the British all over the world. Even when the slave trade, slaves were not allowed to go to school. There's a reason for that. Once you are learned, you begin to argue with your master. I know some people don't like to hear colonial master, but that's the truth.
Ekshero, you are making complete sense. Not just the British, the Spanish, Portuguese, French. Yeah, it was a collaboration.
Of colonizers, yes. If you are more educated, you begin to ask questions and you begin to ask for freedom and you begin to ask for your rights. And overlords never like that. This has dragged us into a war of people. People had a coup. The reason for their coup was because they wanted, please no, I don't want interruption, let me just finish. Because they wanted to right the wrongs they believed the British had created because of the rhetorics that were coming up from every angle. Don't forget this. After the war, with the support of the British, those who started the war were vanquished, and they continued that tradition and they foisted the leadership. And this is why every time you see an election is always rigged in presence of international observers. And even when they say the elections were fraught with violence, rigging, and all that, at the end of the day, they've coined a new politically correct sentence that though the election was not completely favorable, it was largely in a particular direction. And you all will see, we come here and we discuss about the election and how it was rigged. These are not rigged elections. These are totally maneuvered elections to go to that particular direction that the British had put us. These elections were not rigged because there was one skirmish in Lagos or there was one in Abeokuta. It's a nationwide thing. You are just whirling around a wheel. The problem with Nigeria is not going to be solved by one person coming out today and saying, everybody come out, let's go on. The skeleton still remains. Over time, we are here discussing why the military is taking new intakes. Where are these intakes coming from? Go and look at the structure of the military today, and you want to go and protest. You will be unalived one time because the skeleton is there. It's going to skew the leadership into one direction. After Tinubu, the power will go back to the original owners. That's how it is designed. It was designed. So if you want to discuss the solutions to your problems, you should first understand the problem in its entirety. Then when you are breaking it down, you have knowledge behind you. We cannot solve Nigeria's problem from the angle of, APC did this, they should invest in this. That's not the problem. The problem is deeper than that. Nigeria is a tribal enclave. For us to break it down and solve the problem, we must remove this tribal problem, this ethnic problem. And it has never been removed. There's no sign it's going to be removed. So why am I going to start discussing Tinubu this, Tinubu that? That's not my problem. The problem is we have not solved the initial problem. We are only solving symptoms here, and it will not help us in any way. That is what I want to say to you guys. I just hope that you guys remember the history of Nigeria and where we are coming from. If you think I'm saying something that is not well, I've said my piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Forefathers seem not to be around, and I think naturally have to be the next person to speak. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
And I welcome everybody on this panel. I've followed you guys a bit from the background, and I want to start not from where X0 stopped, but from where my friend Pastor Andrew stopped. And I like his input, and I totally agree with it. First and foremost, my constituency is the church, and so I will always stand with that, irrespective of whatever anybody feels about it. You see, we as Nigerians would like to come straight and begin to condemn, deal with the church. Let's not forget something. If not for the Methodists, the Catholics, and all those old Orthodox churches, majority of us not be educated, will not even have opportunity of going to school. Those same churches that we are now bashing every day when we come here are the ones that helped our parents. Some of our parents who went to school, they went to missionary schools. Ozuakoli as a community, everything that happened in Ozuakoli was the Methodist high school, the women's college in Ozuakoli that was destroyed during the war. Okay, everything in
point of correction. Nobody bashed.
See, Olumide, just keep yourself. Keep yourself. Let me talk.
I just want you to
keep
correct
yourself now, bros. Keep
nobody
yourself.
bashed Catholic or Methodist.
Keep yourself. Keep yourself. So when we come and we leave the one who is our constituency, the government is the one that is holding everyone. And just like he said, look, nobody ties
KJ, nobody talked about Methodist or Catholic. Where the difference are clear. I mean, don't mix up issues. Christianity is not the same. We're not talking about the old ones that gave you education. Those the ones now
you are making a mistake. You see,
they're only taking from you. Is this misinformation that we have to correct?
Why don't you just allow me to express myself? You have had your opportunity.
Yeah, but we are giving misinformation now.
Must we always listen to your own view? Must we always listen to you? Can't you also be able to be patient enough to hold yourself so that other people also can speak, just like they listen to you? Do you have the monopoly of knowledge?
Don't worry, Alaba, let him keep talking. He just wanted to state that for the record.
The whole world.
That what you're saying is not the fact. Continue talking. Continue talking.
How much do
We
you
just
know?
want you to
If you don't
know
want to
that
listen to the Bible and you
some of
want to
your
be listening,
statements is
who
not
are you want to educate?
for the
Who are you going
record.
to educate?
For the
Why
record,
must you always want to be heard when you don't want to hear
I'm
other people?
nobody, and you are nobody too. Okay?
Good. So since we have come to that
Don't come
understanding,
here
then
and
maintain your lane.
lie on
Let
our
me maintain
faces. You
mine.
come here and
When
lie
I
on
want
our
to
faces.
speak, you
Methodist
allow
party,
me
who
to
said
speak.
that?
When you want to speak, I allow you to speak. If you want to allow me to speak, then why do you want me to listen to you? On what? Based on what?
Continue talking your statement just for the record. Oto,
The same way you're also talking for the record. So let me also talk for the record. Okay? I know
if
that you
I
are all
talk and
Mr.
I
Know-all.
mention any lie, point it out. I
All
won't
I'm
object.
saying, and I know that you will always not want to hear the truth, and the truth remains. If you compare the
Nobody's
government
telling you
and
not
the
to say the
church
truth.
in
Don't say
Nigeria,
what
the
anybody didn't
church
say.
stands very high and very tall, whether you like it or you don't like it. That is
If
where
you
it
want to
stands.
mix,
So,
the truth and
so
lie
if
to
you
make it
come
look like
here
the truth,
and you
it's
want
never going to
us to
stand.
talk about
It's going to
Nigeria,
come
leave
crashing
the
down
church
like a pack
out.
of cards.
The church is, you didn't go to the polls to vote for the church. You didn't go to the polls to select who leads the church. You didn't
Please
go to the
separate
polls
the
to
church.
understand.
There are churches and there are churches. Churches are different. Stop mixing
Hold on.
everything up. Ah.
Hey, man, come on, guys. Look, why do we always select?
Alaba, let him
None of you has ever come here
finish
to talk
his
about
talk.
the Muslim
Let
faith.
him finish his
None
talk.
of you have ever come here to say, "Oh, Malams are doing this, are doing that." You can't do that because you know what to face you. But you are
Let
able to
him
come and
finish
bring
his
the church
talk.
and tell them. Even you, when they even know the difference between the Bible and you come here and talk just because you want to talk. Eh? Is that right? Can you talk about the Muslim faith the way I've been talking about the church? Can you talk about the Malam or
Any Muslim or
the way I'm talking about the
imam
church?
we
Every
talk
day you
nonsense,
come and
you hear
you leave
nonsense.
the Nigerian issue and you're talking about
Okay?
church.
Any
Church, church, church,
Muslim
church.
we talk
Because you have seen
nonsense,
it once you
you
can
hear
trust.
nonsense. You won't hear?
Okay, Lumide, it's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn now. So since
Unfortunately, you
both
have
of
not been able
you,
to allow me to say what I want to say. But
oh
you know,
KJ, I
Lord,
have one
KJ,
question for you.
go
The
ahead.
old churches, are they the same as the current Pentecostal churches? You are mixing things up. Are the churches the same? That's where I have a disagreement with you. The
No, no,
one
no.
that
You are,
set up schools and
Mr.
sent people
Mr.
to
Mr.
missionary schools,
Mr.
are they the
Mr.
same as the one we have today that is
Mr.
collecting tithes?
Mr. Ferrari. The mistake you all are making is that you forget that the church itself, if you are talking about, if you go by the registration of Nigerian churches, it's supposed to be registered as a company. In other words, you don't even have, it doesn't have the same understanding or the same recording or the same procedure with the old churches. So when you say, are they the same thing? The old? No, we cannot all be still be dwelling in the old. We have moved on. So if you just like Mr. Electricity concluded, if you don't want it, take your Bible, carry your children, go to where you want. Nobody is forcing you to be there. Nobody is forcing you or tying you in a church. Nobody is forcing you to give tithe and offering. And as long as I remember, nobody has told you that when you don't pay your tithe and offering, you will not go to heaven. So if that be the central point, why don't we leave the church alone and face the government that is responsible for whatever is going on in Nigeria? Is it the church that is responsible for what's going on in Nigeria? Is it the church that is keeping your money? Is it the church that
KJ,
has stopped to develop
The
the
answer
nation?
to that, KJ,
Is it the
is
church?
wait
yes. The
now.
church is
Olumide,
responsible.
Olumide,
Do you
When they
Olumide, wait.
talk
remember?
to you, then you just
Do
jump
you
and just
remember?
be behaving
Do you
like Christians. You
remember?
don't let
Olumide,
anybody talk.
KJ,
Then
Olumide,
don't
wait
quiet.
now.
Are you the only
Gentlemen,
one who has not listened?
forefather is not here,
No,
so
KJ,
can we apply decorum,
I
please?
would have said
Who is
yes.
speaking?
You are
Olumide,
right.
no, I'm here.
Olumide,
Forefather,
Take
where
wait.
are
take
you
it
now?
easy.
No,
Forefather,
I
show
just
your
wanted to
face. Show
state
your
that. Do
face,
you
please.
remember when
If you don't
Pastor
show your face, they
Shibajo,
won't know you are
There's
there.
something. It's
in
okay.
2015,
We
Pastor
will not allow
Shibajo
anybody
came.
to talk.
He
You just
came
be the one
before the
jumping in.
people
Olumide, allow
and
people to
said,
finish what they are
when the
saying now.
righteous are in power, the people.
Okay, please go
KJ,
ahead, KJ.
As he stand by that, the people who are supposed to hold responsible is the people that is keeping your money, that are supposed to be responsible for developing your nation, the road, the schools, okay, and building the economy. Before we can now begin to take on the churches. And nobody should ever think that the church is a perfect place. The church and the body of Christ have never said that. Christ said, I'm coming back to a body that, by the time he comes back, there'll be no longer wrinkles and spots. So it's not that anybody you see in church is now a son of God. He's now free from every other vices that you and I are facing. No, okay? And there will be counterfeit. Even in the kingdom of God, there was counterfeit. So when you say that, when you all sit down and just pick the church and that will be what to be trashing all the time, if we don't have anything to say, you can't do that with the other faith. You know you can't do it. If you do it, you no go work out for road. You know that. You know that. So let us not begin to always move the goalpost to the church. The church has no role to play in whatever is going on. As a matter of fact, the church has helped much more than majority of what even some state governments have done. Because you know, for the church, some of your parents and some of our parents will not go to school.
KJ no be fight now, no be fight. Ah, which one you carry come like say you be pastor? Me and your fight no be church. Me and your fight na how far your principal? How on a day now? Have you changed your mind? You are welcome. You know, say I tell you now, say you are very much welcome to come to my side, eh? Or you can go independent. Which one you won't go? You won't go independent, eh? Alpha, market.
KJ, I love your Christ, but I do not like you Christians. You Christians are not like your Christ. So let's face the fact. Christians are part of the problem. I mean, not all Christians. That those fake Christians are part of the Nigerian problem because they are the ones who collect bribe, who goes and give testimony that God has blessed them from collecting bribe. So call a spade and stop pointing fingers at the government that is bad.
No,
If
sir,
the
you are
people are
wrong.
not bad as
You
the government would not be bad. Let's not
are wrong.
sugarcoating
It's because
this thing.
even Christ
And then
realized, Christ
Ferreira,
himself realized that there are going to be people who will not
You know
obey the
what?
law. That's what
Pastor
called sin.
Shibajo
Sin is not a
said
new word.
when the
It was not
nations are in
introduced
power,
today. Sin
he
was
came before
introduced
the
right from
sister
the time the
congregation.
Bible was created. Stop making the mistake and say
And when
you love your.
the
You can
8
love
years
our
of
Christ. Are we like
their
Christ?
reign
We
was
are getting like Christ.
terror.
KJ, what is the fruit of your so-called Christians in Nigeria? By their fruit, we shall know them. Tell me their fruit.
My brother,
tell me, no,
shoot.
Just straight to the point. Tell me their fruit. What is their fruit?
My brother, let's not go there. I'm not going to discuss that because I've been discussing with somebody who don't.
Now
You
this
don't
one come
share the
there.
same fruit.
Musolome ticket. Musolome ticket.
Pastor,
Look at what
please
that
go
got
ahead.
to do.
Olumide, hold on. Pastor, please go ahead.
Forefather, with your permission, I would like to highlight something, if that's okay with you.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know why it's not coming up. Just give me 1 second, please. It's gonna come up now. Oh, come on, why is this thing not coming up? The phrase, yeah, here it is. Sorry, it's already there. Olumide and Ferreira, can you look at what is on the screen there, please? Can you read it, if you don't mind?
Pastor Yinkro.
It suggests that when a nation upholds moral and ethical standard, it prospers and is elevated in status. But when it embraces wrongdoing and immorality, it suffers consequences. Now, that is the scripture.
Has that been the case of Nigeria?
Olumide. The scripture that Ferreira quoted that you are buttressing is when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
That's right.
That is the definition or the suggestion of that. So you see, it's not referring to what? To a particular group. It says a nation. Earlier this year,
Pastor Yinkro, when they were
Olumide, hold on, please. Olumide, please. Olumide, please.
When they went to
Olumide, could you please hold on, please? Please. Sometime this year in Republic of Ireland, a redeemed pastor, a former redeemed pastor, it's serving, I think, 6-month term in jail. The reason is that he used the church to defraud the tax system of the country. If you Google it, you will see it in Dublin. Now, they apply the rule of law, meaning pastor can go to jail if they break the law. Even the Bible says that when sentence against evil is not speedily carried out, the heart of man grows to conceive evil. And that is what we experience. So that's the scripture, righteousness exalt a nation. That is, we're applying the rule of law from the top to the bottom. Nobody is exempted from that. It's not referring to, so if I break the law, if I drive where I am now, regardless of what I call myself, without having a valid insurance on my car or having a valid driver's license, then I've broken the law. I will face the consequences of what? Of that. And that is what is lacking. And that is what we keep saying that we need to fix. The issue of bribery and corruption is, receiving and giving bribe is across board. I did say it here the other day, one of my broadcasts here, that what is the point of leaving church and the policeman stops you?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, please.
So do you believe that Oshibajo and Buhari, despite their claim of religious piety, Islamic religious piety, Christian religious, they failed the country? Did they fail or did they succeed in their 8 years governance?
In terms of both of
yes
them,
or no, did they fail or did they succeed?
No. Allow him to answer.
They failed in governance. And let me buttress. I don't know, something is my network seems to be. I don't know if you are hearing me.
We can hear you.
Are you hearing me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Let me buttress it. They failed in governance. And I think when Buhari was sick, I did a broadcast in terms of the vice president, Oshibajo, in that he has an opportunity at that period of time, being the acting president, to effect changes given to what his background as a Christian. I did say, listen, no, you see, when we talk, I want us to talk based on knowledge.
See, if we don't believe in the book, we are holding them to account based on what they quoted in the book. You understand?
What did they quote? What did they quote?
He said, when a righteous man is in power, the people rejoice. But the people suffered all through. People suffered and wailed. People suffered and wailed.
He has opportunity. He has opportunity. Just like Esther had opportunity. And Esther said, if I perish, I perish. I will go meet the king.
That is why we are holding them to a higher standard. You understand?
We are to hold each other to a higher standard, not just one person.
Electricity, are you saying that the Christians, are you saying that your Christians are not involved in Nigerian problem?
Higher standard.
Electricity, I have a question for you. Are you saying that your Pentecostal Christian and all these Christians are not involved with the Nigerian problem? They are clean. It's only the government that's to blame. The Christians don't have a part in the present state Nigerian is. Are you saying that? Is that what you're saying? Because they are Christians, they should be separated from the government. I don't understand your point. I'm trying to get it. You're saying that Christians are absolved from the Nigerian issue. Is that your point? Make it clear to me. Maybe I'm confused.
I'm not surprised if you are confused, because that's not what I said. I never alluded to that.
Okay, what's your argument? Because you're confusing me. Make it clear.
No, you are the one that is confused. You are always confused, and I'm not surprised.
I'm confused by your argument.
Olumide, who posed the question, understood me very well. So you choose to be confused. So I'm going to help your confusion. That is my job. I am saying that we have to hold each other to a higher standard.
Well, that's nobody a fact. You agree on that, but answer this question.
Nobody is exempted
part of
from
the
the
ruin
blame
that Nigeria is today. The Christian contribute to the ruin that Nigeria is today.
I repeat for the record. I want you to listen very well, because you have the habit of not listening. I want you to listen carefully. Every one of us, Christian, Muslim, pagan, every one of us are responsible for the problem of the country. For this reason,
I do agree with you, Pastor Inkro, that everybody has
Can you let him finish? Let him finish his statement.
Confused, so I'm not surprised. Thank you. I yield the floor.
So you admit with me that Christians along with others also contribute to the Nigerian problem. Thank you for agreeing with me.
True Nigeria leadership has a higher responsibility.
I do not agree with you in any way. I only help your confusion. I didn't agree with you.
Leadership has a
Thank you
higher
for clearing
standard.
up my confusion that
Leadership
Christians
has a
are
higher
part of the
standard.
Nigerian problem.
See, as leaders, we have a moral obligation to show people example and guide them. A Nigerian cosmetician, UK cosmetician, if you guys follow the news, lost his license recently. He lost his license to practice as a medical doctor. He has been kicked out of practice. You know what this guy did? This guy was communicating with one of his patients. And that patient is known to be a prostitute. Was communicating on the phone with this patient of where they were going to meet and perform the act. He hasn't even performed the act, though. They took this guy to the Royal College of Medicine or their professional body. After hearing the case, they told him, they said, intent alone is enough to find you guilty of what you've done, because your profession is held to a very high standard. As a leader, you are held to a high standard. You have power that nobody has. And that power, if you don't use it right or use it appropriately, the whole followership under you will crumble. So
I think you have to contextualize things all the time, because if you don't add context to it, you make blanket statement.
What context?
Let me give you an example. So because to you it's straightforward, but this is why you have to use words carefully. Like now, you want to fix your car, you give it to a mechanic to fix. Are you the one more responsible, or the mechanic more responsible? So you have a habit of thinking that the leaders exist in a vacuum.
The moment I hand my car to the mechanic is responsible. The moment
but
I get my car back,
yes. But you see, so you have to do that. So who has to create the leaders?
The society.
Now you begin to understand.
Through democracy, through election. You understand? But these same leaders have perfected the way of rigging the system, of manipulating the followers.
If you hire a wrong mechanic, what happens?
What do you mean?
If you hire a quack mechanic, what happens?
Why are you mixing apple and oranges? What mechanic?
It's apple or orange, because it's beginning to crash your brain. It's not working very well.
No.
Because you are eating in a narrow way.
Yes.
It's not about crashing your brain. You are not addressing the problem if you are trying to run away from the problem. That's what you do. You are shying away from the problem. I'm addressing the problem. I'm telling you that the leadership is corrupt. Whether it's leadership in INEC, whether it's leadership in every agency of government, police, they've not shown good example to those under them. You understand? So they failed the system. They are incompetent. They don't know what their role is according to law. A chairman of EFCC cannot successfully prosecute a case. He would deliberately, by omission or commission, bungle the case. An IG will go and arrest somebody that somebody wrote petition against. You understand? And they will say that that offense is not chargeable. A non-criminal offense is not bailable. We see it all the time. Of people oppressing the people. It is screwed up shite.
You see, Father, I just want to say something. You see, what you just said is the right question. I mean, that is the right question. When you take your car to a wrong mechanic, and then when it doesn't go well, you begin to blame the neighbor of the mechanic for not, the another mechanic side by side for not helping to direct when the car was being repaired. You see, one of the reasons why I came onto this platform, because I'm tired of hearing the church. The church is not a government in Nigeria, for crying out loud. We are supposed to hold the government accountable, and that's somebody in the comment section is asking me, what have the church done in my community? I want to mention what the church has done in my community. If you are a conversant with Nigerian development, you find out the Methodist colleges, one of the first colleges in Nigeria, and many of the leaders went through that school. It's a Methodist college. It's a church. It's not any other thing. So whether you want to distinguish between the church or the present church or the Pentecostals or the Apostolic,
you're talking about
they are all the church. And some of us speak without understanding of what the church
in a week. I mean,
in Nigeria, even in the present circumstances. There are plenty of people who are benefiting from the benevolence of these churches, whether you know them or not. And it's a constituency I have worked in, and I can tell you, I can, from my fingertip, call people and churches that are doing things in Nigeria that ordinarily you don't see or read in the news. So when we come and make blanket statements, we are just simply, speaking from the point of, let me not use the wrong word, unadvisedly speaking. We are speaking unadvisedly because you have not done any homework on that ground. Now, coming to the situation as a politician, if I go into into governance as a politician and I'm a Christian, and you have seen me before now as a good Christian, and I go there to mess up, you have the right to speak about me. Not because the church has failed me or failed us or failed you, but because the person, the individual who you have chosen to place of authority have not lived up to that. There was a time we discussed this issue here, and I said the word sons of God has five meanings. Okay, and the very means napios, which means a child with pampers. Okay, napios means you are very naive in the things of God. And I made the submission here that majority of the people we have in government who are Christians are napios. They go there and the cares of this world take over them. Okay, those ones who are people who
It's not everybody. It's not everybody that is seminarian.
Let me
It's not
finish.
everybody that is seminarian.
Let
Don't be
me
using
finish.
all those
KJ, you're pushing
bonapios
it
and all
now.
that.
Now,
There are a bunch of
when
criminals in
you
Nigeria
Man, talk for
churches.
Christ's sake. Why
we cannot
interrupting him? Let him talk.
we cannot now begin to
It's
blame
my time
the
to
church
talk.
for the failure of KJ. We can't blame the church because it's not the church that put him there in the first place. He's a politician and he reports to a different constituency. Okay, so let's not come here and just take the church and trash them and do all kinds of things and say all kinds of things. If you, I mean, I don't want to go too far, but let us even look at Wodorf in Warri. Okay, Wodorf. He has a bank that is giving loan to his people to do business. There are people in Warri can tell you that. You can call Warri people and find out how many people that church has helped. Okay, to start business. Even this December, if you follow the activities of the church, wait this December, you're still going to give out vehicles, machines, and all kinds of things they open for people who are doing
Is it
business.
Catholic or Pentecostal? Who are you talking about? Is it not Catholic you're talking about?
This is
Are
a
you talking about
Pentecostal church.
Catholic?
Now, what of a Pentecostal church? I'm just mentioning one. I'm not talking about so many others. So let's
One out of
talk from point of understanding. Not just speak because we want to speak. I conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ.
Oh,
So
brother,
let's
give me some 5 minutes.
we do have some there are people that have not
Brother,
spoken
give
at
me 5
all.
minutes.
Five
I'm not
minutes
talking.
when nobody has spoken at all. They are you want to take 5 minutes? What do you okay? Please this in Henry. Yeah, I think you spoke once or so. Please just take 4 minutes. Let's do 4 minutes. 5 minutes will be a bit long for these guys. Do 4 minutes, please.
Okay. KJ, we're not talking about church. We're talking about the people there, like the pastors. The pastors there, they're one of the biggest problem we have. They are the ones supporting this bunch of corrupt politicians. Are they not Nigerians? These pastors, are they not Nigerians? Why are we waiting for other Nigerians to come out for the streets to demonstrate about suffering in the country? Are they not the one who's supposed to go out in the street? Martin Luther King did the same in America. What are the pastors doing? What are the reverends doing? Is it just who are the members? Are they not Nigerians? Who are the ones suffering most? Are they not ordinary Nigerians? Are they not their members? What are they doing to make the country be better? None of them go out to the street and protest or demonstrate or come against bad governance. Have you ever seen them come on the street? Are they not Nigerians? Are they not living in that country, Nigeria? So when people come here and start defending because you believe in all these so-called churches, we've been hearing churches for more than many years. Have you seen any progress in that country? Till now, these are decaying. These are going worst. We have churches every corner in the street. We are not progressing. What we need in that country is factories, not churches. Nigerians are suffering, and the pastors are getting tozo, getting fat, fresh. The members are skinny. The last cover they have, they pay for tithe, offering, and sow seed. What are they contributing for the society in that country? The pastors you're talking about now, the churches you're talking about now. Are they not seeing they don't have electricity in that country? No good road? Do they ever come out and condemn the government? Speak against what is not right? Injustice? Is it not the same pastor who has them to arrest the jailer, who they stay more than 40 something days in police custody without charging him? It's not the same pastors you are defending here. What are you talking about? You put near God, so you put the one near God most. You are the ones who, when you pray, God listens to your prayers. It's not the same pastor using security every day. If they're too close to God, why are they afraid to die?
Come on, Henry, preacher on
I think
preacher.
they believe in heaven. They believe in heaven. Let them live security. If they die, they go to heaven straight. They should not be afraid. Insecurity everywhere in the country. They could not come out and condemn the injustice that's going in that country. You are here defending churches. If they come out, if every members on that, if they come out and say, okay, all members go out, let's tell the government what we want, this will change. Pastor will say it's not their business. It's not Christians. Pastors, churches don't go to politics. This is not about politics. We are all Nigerians. The members who are going to
Which
the
pastor
churches,
says it's
are they
not their
Nigerians?
business, Henry? Henry, stop lying from your teeth. Shut the fuck up.
Come on, take it easy now. Come on. Let's not be sweating now. There are people watching now.
Don't take it personal. Pastors have failed Nigeria, so let's speak the truth to them.
You guys talk all the time. What's wrong with you? Take it easy.
Let's not be swearing like that now, Tone. Come on, you know better now than to swear like that.
This guy bashes the church all the time. This idiot, he bashes the church all the time.
No, the church has failed.
I think Ferrari says it. We've all seen the churches say that they raise people from the dead and all that stuff in Nigeria now. So it's not exactly a controversial thing.
Individuals. That is my point. Deal with the individuals.
You can say the same thing about Nigerian government too.
Are doing the right thing. You will not pick up every opportunity. You, Olumide and Mazi, you guys will be hitting on the church. What is wrong with you?
Watch your tongue.
Okay, let's leave it. Don't be swearing.
No, Olumide, wait. Did you just mention my name? Did you just mention my name?
Unapologetically, I did. You're one of those. I must call you out.
That I bash the Christians. Are you more Christian? Are you more Christian than me? Are you?
I'm not.
Are you?
All I'm just trying to say that you guys are.
Then you don't have any right. You don't have any right. You don't. No, Harry, wait a minute.
We're gonna have a break now.
You guys were here bullying KJ. That was why I came in earlier. You guys ganged up against KJ. Not because you mentioned.
KJ, did I bully you?
Okay, we're gonna have a break now. This has turned into this thing.
This is not fair.
This is not about church.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. That's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, let's try to self-regulate. Let's not be swearing at each other.
No,
people have a right to their opinion.
Henry, wait. It's my turn. Can I have my turn before I leave?
No, wait. I want to clear something fast. Listen, Mazi, wait, please. Father, you allowed Tune to open his mouth to talk to me when I'm talking.
I did. I can't close your mouth. I has already said what he said. I did admonish
him. Why you don't
for
send
that.
him out to the backstage?
He's not
So,
doing it anymore. If he
if you
carried
want
on
to have
doing it, I
man
will
to
send
talk
him
to me, if you
backstage.
see me physically, I don't think you can talk to me like
Father,
this.
the people claiming that it is their time to speak, it cannot be their time to
Yeah.
speak. Mazi cannot be near anywhere speaking right now, please.
No, I was talking, to interrupt me and
Okay.
insult me. Father could not do
Okay.
anything about it.
Use 1 minute to complete then.
Chief,
Use one.
Chief,
No,
Chief,
hold
please, I
on.
want
Let
to
him use
leave.
1 minute.
I'm about to go drive. I'm about to drive home
If
now.
somebody,
Please,
if
I'm
any
begging.
cry baby is crying there,
Please.
you should go and cry to his government, not me.
1 minute. 1
I will
minute.
still say it. I will still
Omorige,
say it.
please.
Church
1
are one of the
minute.
biggest problem we have in that country. If every citizen, if every members, every church's members, every church's pastors and so-called prophets tell the members go out in the streets and protest, peaceful protest against bad governance and hunger in that country, things will go better. They could not come out and speak boldly because a bunch of cowards, just like 2 years starting to cry like a crying babies. That's one of the bunch of cowards we have in that country. If you see me too in the streets, you cannot even talk to me in the streets anyway.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mother's baby.
Omorige, thank you. I think who is next?
I'm talking
Okay,
after KJ. I'm talking after KJ, please.
KJ has already spoken. KJ has already spoken. I think you are not who
I
came
came
first.
after KJ.
I was here before both of them. I was here before
How
both of
can
them.
Kim be there before both of them? You
I'm
weren't
telling you, I
there
was
on the
here. I
panel.
was here before. I was here when Oti
You know
came
what?
in. My system froze. I came back in.
Kim,
What are you talking
I
about?
didn't see you when I came in, to be quite honest. But if you want to talk
Father,
now,
please,
that's
But
I
fine.
want
But
to.
I didn't see you.
Okay,
I'm not going to contest
okay.
it.
I will confirm it. I'll go back in time and
It's
confirm it.
my turn now. Godfather, I
Let's
think it's
allow
my
Mazin.
turn.
No. Actually, you've spoken. Let's
So
allow
far,
Mazin hasn't
since
said
everything
anything for
was
a
going
while.
smoothly, Toon came here now, we have a problem
Can
here.
we leave it now? Can we
we have a
leave
problem
it,
here.
please? Let's not start with Tone again. Mazin Prince, please go ahead. Since he says he's going to be going away, while
Yeah,
I
I'm about
confirm
to.
the order, please.
Yes. So please, what I'm saying in essence is, Tone, there is no time I am against Christians. I'm a Christian. As a matter of fact, my wife is a prayer warrior. Okay? And all that stuff. But that's by the side. The only thing I said, and I've never attacked KJ. KJ, you know me. Me and you know the what we did. No be church on day. You understand? So please, I cannot bash Christianity. Or the only people I dislike is those people who claim to be more than other people. That some of them that claim to be holier than thou. That's all. But nothing against Christianity. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
It's clear that Tone came first, Chim second, OT last. OT is very quiet. OT, Tone, please go ahead.
Yeah, 1 minute.
All
Okay.
right.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to come in much later, but they put KJ in the corner and was giving him uppercuts, uppercut, undercut, and everything, and nobody spoke because you were away. Now, when I intervened, that was why I came. I was annoyed. I mean, why would you see if you want to be? I've noticed something on this panel, and I have my proof. I can bring out the videos. Anytime you mention the church, it's like some individuals, their body will just go, they start criticizing. Listen, if you want to criticize anybody, a person, criticize the individual. Ijele that Henry mentioned and all that. Ijele and that individual had issues, and the guy ordered for his arrest. Is it right? I don't know. I
I'm
don't know
talking
the
about
details of. So
injustice, not
don't
about the
use that.
person.
Shut the fuck
Injustice.
up. Let me talk,
Dummy.
wicked.
Dummy like you.
You use that
Tone,
thing.
if
It's
you
true,
swear again like that,
whenever
I
you
will have to put you backstage, Tone. You can't be swearing like that on this thing.
because he interrupted me. Tell him not to interrupt me if he doesn't want to get it from
Yeah,
me. Tell
but
him to
then
shut
you
his
are the
mouth
one
when I'm
that
talking.
you are the one that will go backstage. It's not him.
Anyway, so every time anything pertaining to do with the church and all that, Olumide we start going on a tangent that they are not the problem. Deal with the problem. The vice president, our vice president was supposed to be a pastor and all that. All the things he did he do that on behalf of the church? He didn't. It's him. It's his individual. Let's not stop bashing the church and stop drawing the church into. So, same way, people will
He
come here
came
and will
to
say
mass,
all
came
Hausa,
to church.
every northerner
He
is a
came to
Hausa
preach
Fulani and all that. You start abusing
for
Hausa
vote.
Fulani. That
He
is
came
why
to congregate
I
for
have a
vote.
problem. Lumide, please, me and you, listen, please, I beg you, yeah, I beg you. Now, that
You get
is my
point.
point. Stop bashing the church. If you have a problem with anybody, if anybody has stepped out and all that, call that individual. Do not lump everybody in the same basket and start bashing the church at the nearest opportunity. If you want to worship, Henry, this is for you. If you want to worship your idol, because I know most people in your place they worship idols and all. Worship
I'm a
idol. That's
Catholic.
your
Don't be like you.
wala. Go and start
I'm a
worshiping
Catholic.
idol.
Stop making noise.
Yeah, leave people and their Christ and all that.
I
If
bet
I want to
you.
worship Buddha, let them worship Buddha. So why bash the church?
Why you
What is
crying
wrong
like a
with
crying
you?
baby?
What is
Can
wrong
you
with
come
you?
a traditional religion idol? What right do you have to come a traditional religion idol?
Why you call it idol?
What
Who give
right
you
do you
right?
have?
Who give you right?
That's an insult to my tradition.
Fake life. Where you
Look at
live.
Lumide that is fighting for tradition, laughing.
He's laughing.
You are in your camp is fighting for tradition.
You are an infidel, but calling it tradition.
It doesn't have any valid argument.
You are infidel.
You go and sit down.
So
All I'm trying to say.
see, but I don't know
All I'm
why
trying
you
to
are
say,
taking it so
forefathers, you're
personal,
taking my
though.
time. Forefathers, wait, you're taking my time. All I'm
There's
trying to
not a
say,
fixed time.
like Pastor Inkro, he quoted, he corrected you guys. He said, listen, you guys are taking that verse of scriptures out of context. People will bash people of the other faith, Muslim, that everybody, so far you're northerner, you're Hausa Fulani, you are the problem. That is the problem I have with people in Nigeria, and that's part of the problem we're having. When I was in the academy and all that, the best people, I always said that and all that had my back were northerners, not even my Igbo brothers, not even my my Westerners and all that. They were northerners. When a northern cadet or a fellow officer says, "Listen, Tony, I've got your back," and all that, he says it from his heart. He's not glib-tongued. So please stop all this generalization and all that. I do not like
Henry,
it, and I will not subscribe to it. Thank you.
I appreciate it. You see, Tone doesn't take too long to talk, but when he gets cross, he reacts. Sometimes overreacts. That's why I always try to be a little bit more lenient about it. But don't be swearing like that because we don't set good examples for others.
Insult me here.
Can we leave it? I understand where you're coming from.
You are lying to
Okay,
insult
Henry,
me.
I did sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, are you fine now? I'm sorry, but please don't start generalizing anymore. It is not nice. I'm sorry.
But he didn't generalize though.
I'm a Catholic. I didn't say
I think KJ corrected
Listen,
them.
that is my
KJ corrected
problem.
them and they said some.
You too. Sorry, I apologize.
Listen,
okay.
I say if every Nigerians, sorry, give me 1 minute, please. If every Nigerian, if every
No more 1 minute. Sorry.
Oh.
I think we have to respect other people's time, especially when he's such a honorable panelist. Chib, please go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, forefathers. I don't envy you this afternoon, but go ahead. So, all right. So,
Honorable Chim.
Rankadede. Well done. So, number one question I want to ask first of all is, I'm trying to wonder how we dovetailed into this Christian. Was that the topic we were on? You know, even though I have a contribution to make on it, but I want to see if I can put everything together.
I think so. I think KJ has got something to do with it.
It's not. No, I didn't have anything. I came from a bank.
No, KJ, no, KJ, don't talk. Let's forefathers be the one. What's our main topic?
It is not. It is not. It only came up because they moved from the topic and started bashing the church. And that's
okay, so what is the topic?
They were bashing Nigeria. You know, when they bash Nigeria, bash government, bash APC, but when they touch church, KJ is, oh no. Then that's where you get this.
Forefathers, you're not saying the truth. They were bashing KJ. You are the background. You were listening. You were enjoying it.
They were disagreeing with him. No, I wouldn't say bash him. They were disagreeing with him.
I don't know why you all keep calling the truth bash. If they say the church is compromising the Nigerian problem, that's the truth.
Everybody have to just chime in. Forefathers, please don't be offended. What exactly is the main topic?
Okay, the main topic is David Umahi accusing Peter Obi of inciting That is crazy. I can't even imagine
Again,
he said that.
you have to go and
Inciting
watch from
them.
the beginning.
And then there is the Peter Obi also saying that the Lagos-Calabar road shouldn't be a priority. You also have minimum wage debate, fuel shortage,
Okay.
and Trump is in court with Hicks and all.
Okay. All right. So I will just say the only thing I will say when it comes to this church matter, and I won't say much, is people need to contextualize issues. When the concept of church is not about redeem, Methodist, Presbyterian, Catholic, the word church means the body of Christ, and the body of Christ meets in different places. So let's get that right. Nevertheless, we can bash ministers if they are wrong, and we are sure they are wrong. We can, let me not use the word bash, we can speak against whatever a minister does if he's wrong. We can speak against what an individual does if he's wrong. We need to always understand this. I have no dog in protecting anybody. I'm struggling as a Christian. I'm struggling. The Bible tells me to keep my eyes on Jesus Christ. It's even a huge job to keep my eyes on Jesus, because the moment I have a problem, I start getting worried and start looking for solution instead of keeping my eyes on him. I will say that and leave that for those who understand what I have just said. When it comes to this Nigerian, when it comes to Peter Obi and what's it called, the rail and all those things, we've spoken extensively at it. I think towards the close of the week, I saw when Shetima said that Tinubu's government adopted the economic plans when it comes to Naira devaluation and subsidy that Peter Obi and Atiku advocated. And I burst into a huge laughter when I saw that. And that's one issue that is of key concern for me. I don't want to talk about coastal line anymore because, I mean, make of it what you want. The truth about that project remains that, is that a priority for Nigeria right now? Everybody has an answer. I think not. I think that it's a land grab, because I saw the video of one Bale in that locality who came out clearly to tell Umahi that, listen, we've been calling you since donkey years now, that the ocean is claiming land. That's your right of way that you're talking about. That right of way, if you want it, you better go head into the ocean and go and find it, because the ocean has taken your right of way. And I felt beautiful. There are people who are thinking, nobody says don't come and build coastal way if you want to build it. But this is my own conspiracy. And I'm open to say it's a conspiracy because I don't have hard facts. I'm only dealing with information that I see based on precedents. And I can tell you that Tinubu and his boys, whoever those boys are doing a land grab. Umahi just simply happens to be the hatchet man they have used. Because right now, Nigeria is, if I sneeze against forefathers, or say I'm against whatever forefathers comes from. If forefathers sneezes against me now, somebody will say, it's because Chimeze is an Igbo man. Anyway, sorry, I've been told I'm not Igbo enough. So I need to be careful how I use that word in the first place. Anyway, so the point I want to make is this. I think it's a land grab. It's a land grab that has gone in the direction they didn't anticipate. But knowing the man we're dealing with, he doesn't give up. He will continue fighting to get that land. And if Umahi has done the little he needs to be able to to grab it the way he wants it, good for him. I'm not, I don't want to waste time there. What I just want to say is that I think, we've been talking about praying for Nigeria. There was also a conversation in the week where somebody said, if you like, pray from now till next year, that nothing will change and all that. I have a sentiment towards that. I'm a Christian, I believe in prayer, but I also believe that, so as Christians, there are certain things that we have taken out of context. I was going to come and ask a question. If the process that brought somebody to office is wrong, is it possible for the person, since the system has legitimatized him, is it possible for him to still do what is good for the nation? Or is there just a force that because he got that thing wrongly, every step he's going to take is going to be wrong? Why am I asking this? I think that this man called Tinubu, no matter how he got there, if he genuinely wanted to make a difference, could have still gotten in there. and start doing things that will make him win the hearts of Nigerians. He doesn't seem to care to want to do that. So I'm wondering, is he bewitched that, number one, he can't see that some of the things he's doing are anti-people, and that once you start doing anti-people, including the Ronus, as they call them, who supported him, are suddenly now crying against him. Everybody's against him. There's a constituency he can't get. Plus, the people who supposedly voted him, some of them are beginning to regret it. Why is it difficult for him to do basic things? How is making sure that prices and inflation drops for Nigerians not a priority for him? And what is a priority for him is to go and grab a land to create a coastal road that his government cannot finish. There's no way his government can finish that project. We saw the video of the tanker that fell somewhere in Auchi Road. You didn't fix that one. You didn't go and fix things that are within your control. Clear those ones. You are going to start a new road from the scratch. I told somebody, that's how Oriental Hotel showed up from nowhere. They went and grabbed the land from the original owners and built that hotel. I know the man says he doesn't have a hand in the hotel, but of course, conspiracy says he has a hand in it. But you see, so I'm just asking anybody who can help me. These days, I come here to ask questions because honestly, I'm getting tired of coming to come and complain about Nigeria because I don't want to. I'm actually trying to win myself of the mindset of coming to complain, because I know we don't come to complain. Trust me, I know we come here with proper solutions. But for those who feel we come here and we just talk, I'm starting to say, okay, because people are watching. So somebody doesn't just say, that chim, all he does is just find wrong in government or whatever. You know, it's not, honestly not. I would love to see Nigeria progress. Actually, I feel bad when I see people begging. I feel bad when I see the kind of situation that is going on. A bag of rice is more expensive than minimum wage. In other words, they pay your salary, you can't even buy a bag of rice. You can't even buy gari to drink with your family. I'm not even talking about buying gari to make. You can't buy to drink. So please, does anybody have an answer to this? Is it that because there is a grab and snatch process, that's why this man can't get anything right? Or is it that he just intentionally doesn't even care? As in, he doesn't care. All he's going to do are things that are going to favor him, because there are low-hanging fruits for this government to use to say to even people here to say, okay, you know what? I didn't believe in this man, but guess what? He's starting to do some interesting things. So, okay, let's see where he goes. The man doesn't seem to care. And it's lie after lie. Someone told us in the course of the week that Musk is investing $600 million in Nigeria, only for it to be a lie. And I'm asking, how can you be lying in 21st century when all it takes for father to do is to Google and he will say, this guy is lying? No. Is it that they don't know? Or I don't get it. So for me, I'm not interested in somebody bashing the church or not bashing the church. I will go to church tomorrow. I will pray. The day my pastor preaches what I don't agree with, I will, after service, wait to him, sir, Oga, sorry, this thing you preached, better get as it be. If he corrects me and shows me that, and I'm okay, I didn't understand it. But if he's not able to, I will start looking at him one kind. Anytime I go to church, and now keep my ear very wide open. That is what we need to do. It is not that minister somewhere that is your problem. I'm not saying they don't have a problem. They have a hand in some of the things that happen, yes. But for me personally, this thing is a personal race, and that's what I want to run. So, for others, I'll stop there. But if anybody has an answer for me, why is Tinubu, some assaulting? Is it because, like Yoruba will say, or what happened? That's what I want to say.
I could choose to take offense on behalf of the witches
for
daring to imply that he was bewitched. That is unacceptable language. We can't be besmirching their good reputation. I think it's Oti's turn. Let's try to get to these other people. Sorry, you've spoken. Oti, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me.
Loud and clear.
So, Chim, the question you're asking, I think I will take this angle to it. First of all, I don't believe that the end justifies the means. So, if somebody, Tinubu, if he came to power through illegitimate means, I really don't care whatever good he does or he can do. I mean, the fact that he came through, he forced himself. I mean, he wasn't elected. I'm not. There's nothing he ends up doing that will impress me, quite frankly. And as a matter of fact, I think, I mean, having committed a crime, he should be punished at some point. It doesn't matter how long it takes. This is my position. This is my belief, and we've got to be consistent in it, because if you're talking about rule of law and things having consequences, that's how it should be. You can't just rig election. We say it is democracy. People elect you, vote for you, and then someone comes to power. I mean, by deviating from the laid down, the accepted procedures. I mean, the rape of democracy. We cannot accept him or her, irrespective of what he ends up doing. As a matter of principle, that's my position. So that is the way I will answer the question you're posing. But of course, other people may have their own views on that.
But that has a whole heap of problem. Like independence movements are supposed to do this in a different way. Even America's founding is wrong. They shouldn't have disobeyed His Majesty, the King of England. So you have sometimes you have to break rules to get to somewhere. So you can't use fundamental principle on that one.
The context is quite specific. Okay, election, right? So we're not talking about fight for independence or whatever. Don't just run. We're talking about.
Are you okay with a coup that a coup leader that takes over
entirely? So we're talking about electoral politics.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to understand where you draw the line.
Listen, I'm just telling you the context is specific. Okay, election. Okay, and then you rig the election, the process. Okay, you become a president or governor. I don't care what you end up doing. That's what I'm saying. So let's not, broaden the discussion.
Wow. Okay, that's fine. It's your opinion, I guess.
No, it's my opinion. That's my answer to that question. Of course, other people can have a different answer to that question. So that's one thing. Actually, I came here, I would say, because of this, people have tried to defend the church, including the pastors amongst them. I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. I went to the seminary. I would have become a priest, as a matter of fact. So for people to kind of take it personal, that the church cannot be criticized. Yes, the church, as Jim rightly pointed out, is the body of Christ. All of us, those who are Christians, who go to church or who don't go to church, we are the church, body of Christ. And I think people are quite right to hold the church expect, high standards, high moral standards from the church. And if it's failing in that regard, it should be criticized. It's more like a self-criticism, like Henry here also being a Christian. So when he's criticizing the church, he's criticizing himself. So what is wrong with that? And I don't understand why anybody should think it is his personal charge to defend the church or fight for Christ. Now, Henry, when it comes to what pastors or other men of God do to protect themselves, maybe have private security, it's not, I don't see, you can't really argue against that. Because people, you're not going to wait for God to do that, which you can do for yourself. Okay? So it's common sense, really. There's nothing, God does not say you should not provide security, for yourself, or protect yourself, or maybe leave the doors to your home open.
Can I respond 1 minute, please? Can I respond?
So that is. Should I allow him to
yeah. Why do you ask for 1 minute?
Why do they sell stickers, armband, olive oil to protect their members for protection?
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Now the answer to that is this. Did they tell the members not to lock their doors?
They said they said this will protect them. This one.
No. But they didn't ask them not to. And there's no contradiction there. It's not. They're not mutually exclusive.
It's pure, straightforward. It's just to make money. That's it.
No. Look, people are free to make money, and then
why are they afraid to die?
It's not a crime.
Why are they afraid to die?
Sorry. Finally, I don't take too much time. Okay. Now this is for KJ. I have it's more like a personal question, and a serious one. And it's not related to what we're discussing. So, KJ, I know we had a discussion on this platform about what the Israeli Defense Forces were doing to Gaza, the Palestinians.
Oh God.
So now the question I have for you now is this: from what has gone on, looking back, are you still in the position, where you think that what the Israeli Defense Forces would have done to Gaza, the people of Palestinians, an act of self-defense? Is an act of self-defense justified, justifiable? A serious question.
Chairman, can we talk about that one later? Because let's.
No, it's a question. I said that's the question. Just let
no, because we're not gonna get out of that one today. We're not gonna get out
of the question. It's a simple question, really.
If KJ answers it, if KJ answers it, Tone is going to run away. All of them will find themselves on the defense today.
I'm sorry, please, let's not get in there.
I think we should allow people to speak freely. To be fair,
I don't require.
Yes or no? No, don't elaborate.
Call for 9 shifts. We talk about that one.
Yeah, can he respond later on so that others go and then he can come back later on to respond?
Okay.
Thank you. I'm done.
All right. Thank you, OT. Masca, thank you for joining us. So what do you think of what you've heard so far?
All right. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. KJ, Daya Juju have finally broken it.
Good connection now. Solid.
Yes. Okay. Like I said at the beginning, my sentiment actually is that we should, well, it's okay. I didn't set up the platform. We should give Mr. Rudolph credit for setting up the platform. But since the title of the program he set up is Have Your Say, my say is that I think it's not very smart of us to keep talking about people. When I come to the platform, half of the time is either you're talking about Yahya Bello, you're talking Bobrisky, you're talking, what's his name, David Umahi, you're talking Tinubu, you're talking Peter Obi. It's mostly about people, either what this one said to this one, and I think that also is the grand plan. As long as enlightened people keep talking about what I call happenstances and one-off cases, then we miss the big picture. For me, this issue of road, like Tim said at some point, the real discussion should be, okay, even if you want to do this, are there no rules around such kind of big programs? I'm not, in my opinion, in my head, I think for this kind of project, 700 kilometers, if the country is going to do it, that will cut across regions. There should be some sort of public exposure. What do the people think? Nigeria is full of intelligent people. This is what we as a government want to do. What are the options do you think you can propose? And even when I started at the beginning of the program, I remember during Goodluck Jonathan, there was a program to do a rail, Lagos to Calabar. If you want to do a road now, come to the country and tell us why you have decided instead of the road or instead of the railway line, it should be a road. What is the cost? Who is going to do this? Where is the funding? In my head, I'm asking, like, really, when did this one even enter this budget? So there's a lot of questions that have to be answered. And I think it is important for us to reiterate that the issue for me is that government should, they can do what they have to do, but before the commencement of this program, there has to be full disclosure across the line. And Nigerians have to have their say. So for me, it's not about what David Umahi said about Peter Obi as regards the thing. So that's my first take. On the second item where people are given a KJ upper court, you see, the truth also is, when you enter the ring, don't be surprised that people are giving you upper court, which is what I'm about to do. So I should be ready for upper court after saying what I'm about to say. My take is that whether we like it or not, as a country, our religion we are really intertwined with our religions. And I think it is incumbent upon our religious leaders, therefore, to understand that they should really step up to the plate. If all the religious leaders in Nigeria, across board, Christians, Muslims, if they will open their eyes, open their heart, and then open their mouth to tell government the truth. Look at insecurity in this country. How many Islamic leaders have you seen day in, day out saying that something has to be done? People are losing life. How many of them? How many of them?
There's been a few. There's been a few though.
Well, I've not seen. That's what I'm saying.
I can actually send it out. There's this. Sorry, Poporas, I don't want to grab the program.
No, go ahead, Chief. This is the kind of discussion I like, because I believe one is ignorant. When you talk to people,
there is actually one I was very impressed with. He was screaming that they should not vote for Tinubu. I have the video. I'll share it with the group.
He's an imam from Abuja.
Yeah, he was screaming. I remember very well. The man was literally screaming his voice out.
Okay, fantastic. No, Chief, fantastic. So my point is that just imagine all Islamic leaders across the country are singing this voice. Just imagine that in your head, that every small little mosque after prayers, people will tell people, don't vote for these people because they are causing insecurity. It's not about whether the man is a Muslim or not. If a Muslim leader is sitting on a regime that the preponderance of people being killed are Muslims, then what's the point? So it's not just about, you preach that, you should be godly and all that, but I don't think there is anybody in government in Nigeria that is not either a Christian or a Muslim. And I think that our leaders, our religious leaders, should begin to carry their preaching first to the government, even before you come back to the people. This is my take. So when people say that religious leaders are failing us, I will buy that line, and I won't mind people giving me upper court or lower court, because I believe in what I'm saying. It's not just to enter the church and preach people prosperity. This prosperity that you teach people you're just even not an honest person, because prosperity should be based on sound logic and sound fundamentals. When you know that there's so much inflation in the country, you're not talking about it. How are you preaching prosperity to people? Where is this prosperity going to come from? From where? With the kind of inflation that we have, with the kind of exchange rate that we have, with the lack of electricity that we have, what kind of prosperity are you preaching to people? So I would rest my case here, since I can see KJ is the one is coming with dagger now, not just the upper court.
Everybody came to save KJ today now.
Master, you must understand. I'm not going to do that. I just want to point out few people maybe you have missed. Okay, there's that imam in Abuja, who went out and called out. In fact, he was deposed after.
No, see, KJ, see. So my response, Kim said, no, hold on. Kim raised that, and I'm saying that that's good. No, hold on. On that, just give me. You are my brother, KJ. This is an open discussion. Let's have it. I'm not. Honestly speaking, you are one person I respect on this platform. We may not agree, but you're always calm. You're always, it's like you're always stable. So what I'm saying, Kim said the same thing you are saying. My argument is that, yes, maybe I don't even listen to the news so much, because sometimes it's tiring and discouraging. But I'm saying that what I'm simply saying is that, yes, if one or two are doing it, let's pray for that day where all religious leaders are singing the same song, and the place will be different.
I totally agree with you, and that's what I was trying to say. Some have been saying that. Some, even
I've
some,
not said anything. I've been trying to get in for a while now.
some,
He keep
like
putting me
in
backstage.
Abuja, for instance, even
Yeah,
there
sorry.
was a
I think
lady
after Kija, you come on.
who also
Okay.
took part in that.
I was just going to comment on one mass, like I said, but maybe I should wait for my
That's,
turn.
the
But
Buba guy,
I really felt the urge to speak after
Buba,
him.
the
Did you
North.
finish?
So there, I agree with you. If we make it a mass movement and the church and the mosque is talking about this, the change that we desire will come quickly. But you see, in every society, just like I said earlier, even the church is not exempted from the politics and the corruption going on. It's not everybody who is in the church that is now become, doing what Christ has said. If not, we won't be preaching any longer. So that's what I say, and I'm not even trying to defend the church like Mr. Oti has said. The church can defend itself. Christ doesn't need anybody to defend him. I'm only saying don't generalize it. For me, coming from Ozuakoli, okay, the people, the place that education first started from my home, okay,
That's small village.
Yes, that small village. It has a Methodist college, Ozuakoli. Majority of Nigerian leaders went there. Okay, and that is the Methodist college. It still bears the same name, Methodist College, and women college and all that. They are all establishments of the church. So when we say church have not contributed to Nigerian development, and I'm wondering how, where, okay. So let's not generalize, but we can pick people who have not done well and say this individual, we expected him to do more, he has not done it. It's okay. I mean, we didn't appoint him. So God can judge him, but let's not generalize. That's where I'm. I stand to. That's my stand, and I end it there. Thank you.
Okay. All right, guys. There's this saying we say in Anambra, we say that the mechanic people, the way they dress, it has made us not to know who are the mad people.
Say it in the original way it's supposed to be said, Okija.
If I say it in Igbo, you want me to say it? The mechanic so like KJ said, the church, they did a whole lot of work even before the colonizers came. They came, with the church and the missionaries and especially the CMS, that's the Church Missionary Society, the Anglican Church, the Methodist and Presbyterian. They came, from the Western Nigeria, from Eastern Nigeria. They built a lot of, schools, churches, hospitals. Bishop Shanahan on it, is one example, And these people, they lived with the people, and they, they took care of the people. Okay, we know about Mother Teresa that lived in India. So these people, they knew what they were doing. But then, I always say, our people, we bought, Christianity hook, line, and sinker. We didn't think, how does this work? So when we took over, kind of, it started, grading kind of that you see priest and Catholic priest, Anglican, whatever. They got into some of them, have girlfriends, you have businessmen priests who are businessmen, extorting their members one way or the other. That's what we see. And when Pentecostal churches came, they copied from America. And they started with all these prosperity gospel, and a lot of things went out of hand. But I have no churches. I have a friend that he's a pastor, and there is the kind of he has his church. His people are poor, and he gives his money. He gives them. The thing that he got to a point that you give him money, he gives to people. His wife, his family, they won't eat. Got the point that some people, if you want to give him money now, you have to give the wife. Tell him to buy food in the house. That's the way he is, and he's a pastor. So there are so many pastors, so many churches in Nigeria. They have outreach ministry. They go to prison. They feed prisoners every day. They they do outreach for hospital, HIV, so many things. So, but always in the news we hear about people that engage into issues. People like what's his name? The one in Edo State. What's his name? Is it Delta? Suleiman and things. People like him. They're always in the news, and we use people like them to create a curriculum to judge other pastors. There are so many of them, you don't know, they engage into charity work to help people. So that's what I'm going to say. But Nigeria is a place that is, Nigeria is messed up, that in and outside of the church, people are lying. In and outside of the mosque, people are lying. Outside they lie, but when they come to shrines like Okija Shrine, they tell the truth. That's the thing. They tell the truth. But so somehow, I think that the religion, Christianity, and Islam, they haven't worked in our favor. Maybe it worked in the sometime, but right now it's not working because those people, all the people that have governed Nigeria, they are either a Christian or a Muslim, but they are the cause of our problem. So and they profess, they go to church, we have a mosque in Aso Rock. We have Obasanjo came and built what do they call him? The community center.
Chapel.
Yeah. So and then they on Sunday, when if Obasanjo or Jonathan on Sunday you go there and pray and they do all sort of things. The same thing, but then they come back.
And sorry, Okija, just to add on this thing, the practice now in Nigeria is any small ministry. I've seen the new customs building.
Yeah.
You see a mosque, you see a church.
Yeah.
And
it's not good, we've talked about it here. Pilgrimage, government should, desist from putting hand in, get out of it. It's not a government business. Your religion, whatever you want to practice, it's your personal decision. You should go ahead and pay for your pilgrimage. Go over, if you want to go to Sudan or whatever, that's your business. It has nothing to do with Nigerian state. But Nigerian government, they have civil servants who take care of this, and then they when they want to go, some state even sponsor them, and they give them money, pocket money also as well, pay for their flight. Is this somehow? I don't know. Nigeria has a problem. I don't know if Nigeria will survive. We can't live like this. Where the north and especially we are so different. The north and the south. The north, the south is they are corporate too, in the sense that in Christian states they sponsor Christian people that go for pilgrimage. Some Western states, they sponsor people that go to Hajj. Things like that. We have to find a way that we have to live Nigeria, have a Nigeria, just like America. They have American idea. These are what we are fighting. This is what America. This is the constitution. A constitution that will come not up from Bible or Quran, just a constitution for a secular Nigeria. That's the only thing where Nigeria will work. But all these things I see. Just like I keep telling people, when they talk about when we're gonna have uninterrupted power, you see, every time it rains in Nigeria, NEPA will take light, because if not, if there's heavy rain or whatever, one pole or one wire will come down, and then somebody will be electrocuted. Even if we have 24 power, uninterrupted power, it will still be be cut, and we will not have it because when rain comes, they will take light. So we have to build a foundation. The way NEPA, they have to, build a fund. How do we take care of this so that when rain falls, we don't have things like that? So that's when Nigeria will have to get into place. How do we build a constitution whereby we don't have all these things meddling into our affairs, And when it comes to Tinubu, Chima, you said so many things about Tinubu. The thing is, the Lagos-Calabar coastal road. You have to understand what is happening. They want to build the road. Basically, Tinubu is in business with the Lebanese guy. What's his name? Chagori or whatever. The Lebanese guy that smuggled money for Abacha, engaged into so many business for Abacha. He's a Tinubu's business partner. And I want to say this. Sheyi will be the governor of Lagos State in 2027. So right now, Sheyi is a board member of one of the subsidiary of Shagori subsidiaries. Okay, Shagori is building Eco Atlantic. They are the one building Eco Atlantic. Okay, so what they are trying to do to build a road that we have, give good access to Eco Atlantic. That's what they are trying to do. This road will not pass probably, maybe Lagos. What's the next state? I think Ondo, that side. That road will not pass that place. They will stop it just to give access to it will go through give connection to the eco the processing export processing zone where the Dangote has his complex. So they're gonna be able to give access to all these people. Those are people who are driving it. Dangote, Shagori, and Tinubu, his business. That's what is being done. That's why there's nothing. First of all, they said it was going to be the private sector driven. Private sector, they were going to do it. Now we're hearing that it's going to be like the federal government will bring about 30% or so. That's what you're hearing, and then it didn't go through the normal process. So that's what we have in Nigeria. That's what's going on. Tinubu is running an economy. You are saying that if he has a human face, no, he's not. He's not interested of what the human face or whatever, because you can't come to the first day say you remove subsidy and you are still paying subsidy up to now, and there is all fuel shortage all over Nigeria. But you have removed subsidy. But when they were saying that he would remove subsidy, I told him no, it's not gonna work, because people that sponsored him, that gave him a lot of money for his election, they are people who are in the oil and gas sector or $10. What's his name? Elumelu. How do you expect him to remove fuel subsidy? These people, $10, people that if you haven't heard it before, $10 is not a businessman. He made his money through subsidy. That's the only way he made his money, through oil subsidy. The subsidy they get, Lumelu or $10, that's how they made their money. Nothing else. They don't have any business IQ. Other things, just theory they have, and then pass that they have money. They don't have any money. So Tinubu, I knew from the first day that he wasn't going to remove subsidy. So that's why he's still paying. He has gone to the, remember when he won, he went to Elumelu Charter, the last man standing. He took him into the room and told him what to do. Forget about all the nonsense. Tell Nigeria to remove subsidy. Still continue to pay subsidy. So there is no way where if you are, Tinubu knows that he's not beholden to us. We didn't vote for him. He knows that. Even if he won whatever, even if so the team that are written, that about 33%. 66% of Nigerians also didn't vote for him. So it was like, go, whatever. People that voted for him probably, in Lagos, people that, that he was passing by, they were shouting they are hungry. Since then, he hasn't made any policy that will help these people feed. How do you, you first of all, you devalued the Naira, and then you floated it, then you borrowed the money to defend it. What kind of economic voodoo is that? Telling people to be statistics. Now statistics will go chop. If he had paid attention to statistics, if he had paid attention to numbers, he would have known that that's why in science, in economics, everything start with theory. There's what is the theory? In math, there's a theory. Everything economics, there's theory. You first of all go through the theory. Then when you finish it, then you go into the practical. But then they will just they start with practical. Without trying to get it's a mess. Anybody who's hoping to see anything good in Tinubu, just continue wasting your time. I pity Nigeria. That's what I have to say.
Right. Where's Fopada?
I don't know where he is, but I believe it's my turn.
What is the theory? In math, there's a theory. Everything there's theory. You first of all go to the theory.
So, good evening, everyone, and happy Saturday. Guys, has massacre gone?
There's no massacre. There's massacre.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Massacre.
Yes, but there's a place called Massacre in Nigeria.
I know.
Just in between Nasarawa. People even think it's Abuja anyway, because it's between Massacre Yanya, Maraba. We will be the hustle that year up and down for one plaza to another. Now our area be that anyway. Good. I want to buttress more and give more emphasis on what Maska said. That it will make a lot of sense when we start seeing more clergymen, more priests, start speaking true to power. Now, I'll just go back to the last election in 2023. You know, when people want to criticize Obi's campaign, they will tell you that he played religious politics. So I've always wanted to interrogate that fact, or you know, not that fact, those statements, that allegation. What does it mean to play religious politics actually? Is there a clear benchmark or definition of what religious politics is? Because as far as I am concerned, religion is part of politics. And please feel free to stop me or interrogate me further if you disagree with me. Because I think we need to start, interrogating some cliches more. And we need to start interrogating certain things that appear or sound to make sense, seem to make sense, but they don't actually make sense. What exactly is religious politics? Does anyone here have an idea of exactly what religious politics is? Can anyone make me make sense of it?
So, Osta, are you asking a hypothetical question, or you want an answer?
I'm also asking. While I'm asking, I also want to prefer my own, my own thoughts. I want to subject my own thought as well to further, interrogation.
Okay, so what I can say to this briefly, so that I don't take your time, is while I don't agree with the assertion that people are making that Obi played religious politics or whatever, or that he started it or whatever, I don't agree with them. But what I suspect they are trying to say is that because he went from church to sell himself and his candidacy, and because he's a Christian, that he was more like trying to subtly make those who are Christians to vote for him, especially in the light of the fact that the ruling government, when contesting with him, had a Muslim ticket. Now, that said, the same people who say these things never tell us that when a Tinubu went to Abeokuta and said Emilokan, he was speaking strictly or more to a Yoruba group. That's one. And then two, the fact there's this proverb he threw somewhere just before the election, I think, when he said, no matter how slippery your daughter's bum is, pardon my use of word, that you should leave the beads there. Leave the beads there. That was a proverb in Yoruba, meaning no matter how bad your child is, you should still support your own. Nobody tells us, none of those caliber of human beings who advocate the thing you're talking about. And so I think they are wrong. I think they are mischievous people, especially somebody like Baya Ononuga. That man is, who's one of those people who goes about mouting. Unfortunately, when he goes to those media houses,
another one of them.
I don't want to mention that man's name. Especially when these people go to those programs, because those other people too don't want to hold them accountable. Many of them don't have enough, or they do, but they choose to.
Because they said things that appeal to them.
Yes, exactly. Go ahead.
Sorry, hold on. Can I tell you what religious politics means? I mean,
please tell me what it is.
Oh, okay.
Is it even written on Google? Can I? Because
let me venture, not the definition, but maybe an explanation or description, if you want.
Please go ahead.
Okay, right. I mean, religious politics, of course, it means a politician trying to use religious affiliation or religious sentiment to advance their political goals. That's plain religious politics, using religion for political purposes. Okay, that is it can be done in so many different ways. Is that not meaningful?
It is. Well, please, my devices are somehow really. I'm unable to maneuver through all my devices because I'm backing my phone up. But if someone has access to their Google, can they just type it and see if there is a definition, Google recognized definition for it? Because we need to start actually putting things in real context, because another election will come.
Oh, sister, don't waste your time with this.
It's
Trust
religion
me.
and politics
People,
together.
people who bring this up are deceptive, untruthful persons with themselves. The fact remains that politics and religion go side by side. That's the honest fact.
Politics is loyalty. It's interest.
So let's not waste our time. And people are going to vote. There are people who are going to vote for you, even in the most advanced of societies, based on religious affiliation.
Exactly.
There are people who vote for you based on ethnic, or in this case, internationally, where it comes to, like, let's say, a place like America, on racial recognition. People will do this. However, the point remains is, what is the volume of people who rationally look at issues and say to themselves, this candidate appeals better to me because of some economic or social, or things that I feel he will do for the nation. That's where, for me, I'm comfortable. There will be a splinter of people who will vote because, just like if you go to our comment section now, you will see people who are pro the current president, and you can tell basically why they are pro him. Do you understand? Incidentally, for me, this is my own view. These people are incapable of rising above their ethnic issues, and they want to bring everybody to that level. For them, they know what they are doing. So for you, somebody will say Igbos have not gotten over JEJ. What JEJ? Is it JEJ me? I voted Buhari. I've said it here on several from Igbo. But guess what? The same JEJ that some Igbos were trying to die for, when this government was about coming, did you not see the way he was aligning with this government? Did you not see the way he was aligning? At some point, was muted. He was going to be the candidate of the APC. So that's why I tell you, like, I don't buy all those things. I see them, I just wave them aside and move on and do what I want to do, because people are going to be as mischievous as they want to be.
Absolutely. So now bringing me back to where I was headed before I posed that question. And I always like to take the template of 2023 election. For me, there has never been any better campaigning strategy. And we must stop being hypocritical. Guys, can you hear me? So, good.
Yeah.
And we must stop being hypocritical. Why juxtaposing even our religion, our ethnicity, in fact, everything that defines us when it comes to politics? Take the church, for instance. Compare the church environment to a classroom environment. In a classroom, or you find a lecturer, a teacher, administering lectures. Let's take, for instance, if we're in a university setting, or even in a senior secondary school setting, where you have interactive sessions. There is no better place to start changing the mind of people. That's why teachers, educators are sculptors, referred to as sculptors of society. Because they have daily, weekly, monthly interventions in the mind of people. These are people who, on daily basis, are reconstructing, reprojecting, redirecting the mindset of people. And that's where the thing that Masker said carries a lot of weight. What exactly do our religious headmen, the men who head the churches, what exactly are they preaching? Masker here said that the religious people should preach to our leaders first before they come to the ordinary people. It struck a separate nerve for me. Like, in a long time, I've not, maybe it's always said on the background, but I don't know, for some reason, the way he placed it just struck me in a different way. That also brings me back to what Obi will say sometimes. That a politician, a local government chairman who was never had even anything, after 1 year, he's building 3 houses, buying plenty SUVs. And the pastor will tell him, God has blessed you. God will keep on lifting you. Lifting you from what? Exactly. Lifting you from embezzling people's money? So religion has a very huge part to play in our politics. My only regret is one, that they've not used the advantage of religion to the betterment of our society. In most times when they wield those advantages, they wield it to the detriment of the people. I was so impressed when somewhere in the south or southeast or southwest, where in some churches they started telling people, if you do not bring a voter's card, you will not enter church. Because those are actually the things the churches are supposed to help with. They are supposed to inculcate moral values. Not having electoral awareness is a moral value and a moral duty. It's an obligation. If our politics and our governance start functioning the way it should, a lot of the things we run to the churches for, I tell you, they wouldn't need to run to the churches for that. You will never find anyone here in the Western society that is running to church seeking because they are unwell. If you're unwell, you call your GP. The GP will refer you to the NHS specialist. You go for proper diagnosis. We run to churches because of poverty. We run to churches because we don't know where our next 3 squared meals will come from. We run to churches because the basic things that we are supposed to have, we never get it. I can't even imagine myself staying here and say, oh, I pray, may NEPA bring lights or may God light. What sort of prayer is that? Does God have anything to do with park holding company? Absolutely not. So religion, we must have a second look when we talk about what exactly is religious politics. Because I think it's absolute hypocrisy or feign of ignorance or ignorance in absolution for us to say, oh, they should not bring religion into politics. Religion has always and will always be a part and parcel of politics. I think the interrogation should be, how is religion used in our politics? How do we make the best use of religion in our politics? How do we make use of other institutions of society to the betterment of our politics and our governance? I gave kudos to Obi for, and it's not like, the man is perfect or a saint. But we will all be pretenders and liars to say the man has not raised certain bars for us. After the election, he still went back. He's going to churches, mosques. And that made me understood that it was not because he didn't want to attend the mosque during his election. It's just a question of, first of all, campaign strategy. Everybody has to energize their base, at least hold their base. And if the election was fair and square, nobody would have knocked him out on the first round because he had his base well. So we must start using religion constructively, instrumentally, to reshaping our politics and our governance. And thanks to Masker, who said that here. Because there are also people, clergy people, who use this religion, dangerously. Who use them to, destructively.
Can I?
Absolutely. I said anyone should please stop me when they can, when they wish to.
While I agree, in broad terms about the case you're making, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure about instrumentalizing religion. Using religion for politics.
But it has always been instrumentalized hypocritically.
Excuse me. Let me, because again, you have to remember, in the modern world, most countries, most democracies, this thing we call democracy, have to quote unquote, because we don't have democracy anywhere really. So a secular state, in other words, not a religious, not a theocracy, and religion can be abused in politics. So really, religious politics, I think I would rather say that religion should, religious people should do what religion is about. Okay.
What exactly is religion about?
No, look. Okay. Now, religion is about salvation, right? Otherworldly. Okay. Now, but of course, it doesn't mean that the religion doesn't have a role to play in our life. Okay, the life we live in our human existence. It does. Okay. Education, moral upbringing. Okay. So, and if religion is doing its job, its proper task, which is that of moral education, and of course, this business of salvation, okay, saving human soul. I'm talking as a Christian now. So if religion is doing that job well, then then in politics, people would understand what their civic responsibilities are, including participating in politics and being honest and doing their work well. Are you with me? And being charitable and having love for their fellow men, okay, and women. So that is really the kind of I would say the core of the job of religion, and not
that's still not involving religion because when they say
that's the difference. Because when you say like instrumentalizing religion,
no, forget about my brother. Forget about the big grammar. The word instrumental is just what it means. What is an instrument? An instrument is something you use.
Yeah, listen. Okay, for example, we can a country that's more ethnic, diverse, more cultural country can run into trouble if they don't take care in drawing the lines carefully. Mixing religion and politics. So
now let me see, Oti. Let me. I understand where you're coming from, but please let me make this point to you. Let me say this point to you.
Okay.
Someone in Nigeria, my mother, I'm sure she goes to church every Sunday. Okay? And basically, a lot of mothers, a lot of people, the church is one place where the adults, the children, the elderly, the youth convene at the same time. Is one of the most, commonalities of venues you can ever think about.
No, sorry, I understand, but sorry, let me clarify the point I'm making. Now, look, an example. Okay, see, the thing with religious politics, we understand what it means. It can be abused, so we can't overlook that possibility of abuse. Now, if, for example, we have a candidate, okay, who is not a Christian, okay, a Muslim candidate, and is a good man, a good candidate, an honest man, okay, somebody that loves his country. Now, you have in your churches, okay, as a pastor or as a politician who is a Christian, now you tell your congregation or maybe your fellow worshippers, no, don't vote this good politician, don't vote this honest man because he's not of our faith,
of our religion.
So do you think that is what kind of politics is that? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Now that is now you've brought something else in. There is a difference.
Sorry, if I may, before you go ahead, Oti,
go ahead.
Sorry. Please, Oti, I don't agree with you. Let's because I understand the concept of that fact that people can abuse religion in politics and use it the wrong way. I agree with you. That I will not dispute. But nevertheless, like I rightly said, these things we can talk about them here, but the reality as human beings, people are going to do what they want to do. Now, I would like you to contextually tell me. So the government of America under a certain government enacts a presidential executive law, whatever, and says that certain kinds of male-female relationship is acceptable. And then somebody who works somewhere says, okay, this is not even a government office, private office says, you walk in, you're gay. Let me say it that way. Maybe it's because I don't want to, let me be honest. Say, comes to you and says, oh, please, I'm getting married to my spouse. I need you to make cake for me. My job is to make cake. I'm in the cake making business for people who want to get married. And the person says, okay, give me your sample. And the person gives him a sample of 2 men to be put on that cake. And the man says, okay, you know what? While I have no problem with you doing what you want to do, but my business does not like to go that direction. I don't want to go that direction because of my faith. And then this person goes and complains to the government, and the government comes and says, Oti, you must of necessity bake that cake for this person. The person says, but you can't force me. This is my money. This is my business. So why I'm bringing this up is because sometimes if we're not careful, we start sounding naive. We live in the world where things are going to be done. Oh, you know, oh, I'm happy you're laughing.
Jim. Okay, Jim. You see, I get you. You see, but you said you disagree with me. You know.
I disagree with you because you're making it look like there's going to be a scientific awakening that will make somebody who says I will not vote for a Christian suddenly change it. It's not going to happen.
By the way, don't forget. I said this honest man, good politician, somebody who loves his country. Okay, so I mean that's how I prefaced the example I was trying to give. But anyway, I understand what you're saying, because these things are quite complex, because now it's a different area you've moved in.
But this thing is very, very niche. I'm not sure people can follow what we're discussing here because I can't even keep up.
No, let me finish. Okay, so I'm just around off. So Chim, yes, you're talking, I would defend the freedom of conscience, I mean, any time, any day. So the government make a law and then force people.
Everyone,
a different thing entirely. No, but you see,
Oti, you brought another context, another aspect of this, and which is the destructive aspect I was talking about.
Yes, so we're just kind of making you
now
aware that is not really.
I'm fully aware.
Religious
See,
politics.
I am fully aware, and most of us, a good number of people, are also aware. And this is where a question of discrimination comes in. If I go to a church and I start telling you the importance of getting your voter's card, and I start telling you the importance of voting people with the right thought process.
Yes, that's different.
And I'm telling you, and I'm giving you pointers of how what I think good leaders should be.
It's different from telling your congregation to vote a particular person because he's a member of your faith. Are you with me?
No,
so that is
listen.
You can draw the line.
Listen, I didn't say that. No, that was not. Maybe you've sort of misunderstood my drive. Sorry, my drift.
No. You see, I was only kind of more like a caution,
a precaution. Yes.
So
what I'm saying, basically, the point I'm trying to make is this: in our Nigeria of today, if a service is going to take an hour, it should be split 50-50. The 50% of what we are preaching should be about good governance, which was what Massacre said. The other 50%, we can dedicate it to all the prayer and worship and stuff. It is high time our societies start functioning as people.
Good governance or morals? Which one? What is good governance? Is everybody
good governance? Can you have good governance without morals?
But morality is something that everybody.
No. We need to go beyond just moral. No, we need to go just beyond just moral.
Morality, governance. You can talk to politicians and
No, Oti. No, absolutely not. This is the reason. A lot of the Nigerians do not know what good governance is all about. I, as hell, didn't know what good governance was about till I moved to the UK.
Okay. I hear you.
So where does it stand then? Good morals first, and then governance later, or
No, see,
Governance first or morals
I would
later?
say morals because you see, everything is. I mean,
See, today, my brother, we can discuss morality on this platform, and it will not change anything about our governance. We can decide to talk about premarital sex.
No.
That's a conversation of morality.
No. You see,
It has no bearing, or it almost has little or no bearing when it comes to governance.
Governance also has its morality. You know, I mean, everything. Politics has its morality. So everything. There's ethics to everything. So, but when people have that sense,
because if you
it's just general.
I don't know how long. I don't know how long you've lived overseas.
Let me try to ask this in Osita Dima. See, like if you have a situation whereby, let's say, you want to run a system, but the people are immoral, they are going to rip the system down. You see what I mean? That's what we have in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So, but then again, if you have morality, but you cannot build a system, but you have to have morality to build a system.
That's
but
correct.
without morality,
can you give somebody
because you can have
forefathers? Let me. It's as simple as this. Let me put it this way. You are wearing a sky blue shirt. Your camera will not show me red. What I simply mean is that if there is no morality, if you do not have morality, you cannot preach morality or give it. Really, you might just preach it, but people will not believe it. There is a reason why most of us, when Peter Obi talks about cutting cost of governance, we believe him, because most times we see him. He's looking simple in one black dress.
Example. Listen,
that is the reason why when he says it, we believe it. But if he comes with all the Agbada 15 Agbada and the most, dramatic hat or the most luxurious vehicles, you think if he tells us you and I about cost of governance, we believe him?
Sorry, Fofa, there's a video on this by a Muslim cleric. I would like to send it. It's something you can play. It doesn't have any this thing, and then it will kind of help us. I wanted to say something, but I feel if you played it, it will be easier. I will send it to the group chat, and then one of you can play it. I'm going to exit because I'm using my phone to do this program. I'll come back.
Okay. So, but there are other issues to discuss.
Absolutely, of course. Sorry, I've taken everybody's time, and this was not even the only thing I wanted to talk about. It's just that for some reason, because of the way Maska, presented his submission, it was so valid in my ears. Like, this is actually the way we should be going. Nobody should be shy to talk about politics and governance in religious setting, because one of the most instrumental devices we have when it comes to redirecting and reprojecting our thought process, our attitude, our ways of doing things is via religion. So not preaching governance in a place of church, mosque, doesn't make someone a bigot.
It's not moral education. Simple language.
But you see, one thing that is good is that I have seen is that people, like on this panel, they question religion quite a lot. And I know I've not seen it. I'm sure they are doing it, but I really would like to see the way they question religion in the north of Nigeria in terms of Islam. I know that in Christianity they do that, but I've never really witnessed Muslims. Maybe they have a different way of doing it, of questioning their faith.
For my brother, I will tell you that we've not gone far. We are still we've not traveled. Our conversations have not gotten anywhere. Or have not gotten where you should get. Because by now, we've been on this platform for over a year now. By now, we should be having more people from the north joining us. Because there's no way we will absolutely understand. And that's why I'm always happy when Maska comes around. Because he has a different drift.
All it takes for Panzer to show up a few times, so they'll think, okay, there's no hope here. There's no hope here. Let's go the other direction. So, but I think it's true. They should be coming in more. There's no reason why they shouldn't. Everybody has the same
you cannot force anybody to come in. The platform is free of charge. Nobody invited you to be here. All of us came by ourselves. Anybody who wants to come can come.
KJ, but when you look at it on a different way, sorry, electricity, I'll give you the floor to you. I just say this. It's most times about algorithm as well. You see the things that we're not saying right. Because when you go on the comment section, You need to look at the names of people who are making comments. A huge number of the people have, 85% or 90% or 95%.
He dare not say it. Don't even try it. What are you trying to say?
Okay.
He's trying to say that there's a section of the country that people in the chat are coming from. I think KJ is right.
I hope I'm wrong. No, listen, I hope I'm wrong. It's not something I'm saying with joy. Okay, but I mean, this is a platform we live in, literally. So we should also be able to interrogate our progress. We're not making these conversations just to entertain ourselves. We're making these these conversations hoping we will reach more people.
But
please,
how do you reach more people though? I think that's a very, very valid question. How do you reach more? Let me allow Pastor to say something then, Olumide. I don't know how we can reach more people. We are going to force them to come in. What are we going to do?
Which is why I said it could be about the algorithm where there, the settings on the platform, the conversations, not just that. I don't know whether there are some, SQ, search engine optimizations. Maybe that if we are able to do, capture, because for instance, when you want to do a sponsored ad, there are people who you try to get to. You can literally use Google to triangulate to to niche the people you want to reach. So maybe, and which is one of the things that I've always spoken about. When is it going to be that okay, we're going to make certain rules on this platform where everybody's contributing certain amount of money monthly? Because without money, we're not. I keep on saying this. I've spoken to Jacqueline about it, and he said, "Oh, maybe not really about money, but money is essential. You cannot do anything. Information, disseminating and distributing information is an expensive project. That is why the people who control media is always as if they have the capacity to shape the narratives on top processes of the society. That is why you find someone like Tinubu, he has TVC. The other person has China's TV. That is why you see that certain leaders, when they talk about them in certain platforms, they're always a bit fair or favorable to them. Everybody knows that Obi is the bride of in AriseTV. The same way Tinubu is the bride in TVC. It is simple truth.
Okay, Pastor Inko left, so I'm just gonna take my turn.
I'm so sorry. I apologize to electricity. Please, I yield the floor, please. I'm so sorry.
So I'm just gonna take my turn, and I think Shaw came before me. Okay.
Look at Mr. Humble.
So, see, my own take is this. Osita, you're right. OT, so everybody has a point in some respect. See, we are talking with respect to Nigeria's own context. We want a change in our country. See, religion has been used. KJ, I was going to address you. You left. That's fine. I'll be listening at the back. So I'm not against any religion or any sect. Whether you understand, everybody has a right. We want a society where everybody has a right to practice their faith and what they believe in without discrimination. I take offense to the fact. I take offense to someone to Tone, for example, saying that you worship idols. Who are you to tell somebody else that is practicing idol worship? Who are you? Who told you your Christianity is not? Why are you laughing, sister? Why are you laughing? It's not idol worship. You understand? We want a society where everybody is free. See, religion played a major part in America in helping to shape the emancipation for the black Americans. We know the story of Martin Luther, King Jr. We know the story of Malcolm X and Islamic president Louis Farrakhan. You understand? So we know what that played, the role that played in shaping the freedom of the blacks. But in Nigeria, I think our politicians are ahead of us in every respect. they kind of realized the power that this religion has over every one of us. That is why up north, they will, cajole them to vote certain way or behave certain way, you understand? And then down south, they will go to churches and use the pastors and the bishops and the cardinals that have influence over the congregation to sway them a certain way. That is why we say we owe them to a higher standard. And we are talking about our own peculiar situation. We are not talking about Christianity all over the world. I am a Christian, but I won't. No bishop or reverend father is going to cajole me to do anything against my own will in the name of the Bible. You understand? By telling me to donate all of my wealth, and then you are building your own wealth in Canary Islands, in Panama. You have a separate account where you've allocated shares to your own children, secured your children's future on the backs of the congregation. We see this all day. We see fake miracles. We see all of these are and the society that is supposed to stand and be there for the people are not doing anything. And you're adding to the problem. They're part of the problem of that society. That is why people are calling out the church. They're calling out the mosque. It's not all of them are bad. We're not saying all of them are bad, but we're seeing that some of them have been a problem. Somebody was saying the Catholics, the Methodists, when the missionaries came, they brought free education, they brought free hospital and all this. But today, people can't even attend some of the primary schools some of these churches set up. You understand? They can't attend these schools, they can't attend these hospitals that they set up. You understand? And these people give their widows might in certain. You understand? It's okay. For you to say, nobody forced them. They opened their eyes. They did this. They did that. You understand? For me, I ever found it a big shame. For instance, a popular Pentecostal church, where a certain bank CEO gave $1 billion Naira. The man called the GO of that church, made an altar call, and that guy stood up. And later on, we got to find out that that money was the bank's money. These are the kind of things we're talking about. We've seen all this far, and this thing, whether we like it or not, politics has been intertwined with religion. You understand? But what we're saying is that no matter what politician you are, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, morals, what they teach you to guide your morals. That's the essence of your religion. To guide your morals, to be a very good part of the society. But once you break the law of the land that binds us together, then you should face the consequences of breaking that law. That's what we're saying. But we're not seeing that. We have seen so-called men of God exceed the bounds of morality to the extent of breaking the law of the country, and they've not answered for that. The police should be looking into their activities to see if that is true. They have defiled and even raped female members of the church. They've stolen money of members, like what somebody said. Somebody was saying that maybe perhaps the society should be regulating their activity, register them as companies so that they can file their income. And you understand, when Buhari tried to do that, everybody pushed back. I know
if you make someone like myself a governor, every church will pay.
You understand? The pushback.
If someone like me by mistake you make me a governor, every church will declare that tax.
If they understood
Olumide, there is an issue. I'm sorry, I'm not cutting in. So the point is this: when we are,
I think that's the problem.
Sorry, Olumide, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so sometimes our problem is this: there is a process for doing things properly. But rather than do those things properly, we now, when we get angry because the system is not working, we now advocate things that are not right. Churches are supposed to be treated like charities, and there is a process
understandably
on how charities run. If in the Nigerian system we are not allowing the churches to run properly the way they are supposed to run, we can't be advocating something that is not proper. For instance, a charity that is on a tax-free process, you check their books every year to find out that money that they've been receiving as charity, what have they been doing with it?
Exactly.
But in Nigeria, that's not happening.
So
it is not happening.
I remember that then when Buhari tried to bring
Buhari didn't do the right thing. Buhari was coming from a wrong perspective.
What kind of wrong
is wrong is wrong.
What wrong perspective?
Okay, so here's the thing. If you listen to me very well, churches receive what we call free money. I give a donation to the church. Those are charitable funds. Who monitors to be sure that these charitable funds are being used? There's supposed to be a regulatory process,
and it's not being diverted into purchasing of private jets.
But you're not doing these things. When you're not doing them, then there's something is wrong.
I know. I want to see. I don't even blame Buhari. I do not blame Buhari.
You understand? But that would have been, for me, that would have been a good start. We wanted to bring the UK, what they were doing in the UK, down to our part of the world, but people kicked against it. That is to say that the people themselves don't want change. You understand? Oyedepo kicked against it. I remember clearly in the papers he did. You understand?
But why would Oyedepo kick against the government?
But does he declare how much he gets and how much he subjects to charity?
Guys, I will come back. I need to go out and come back.
Chief,
okay,
thank you. Chief, see, I'm not against Christianity. You understand? I'm not against Christianity. You understand? But I'm saying that when you exceed not just moral bounds of your Bible or Quran, but you break the law of the country, you should answer for it. That is how you build a good society.
See, I think this topic is about saying that churches should be held accountable. I think there's another.
Please let the electricity speak.
Let me just say this first, because there are other things that may be even more consequential that is going on at this moment that I just discovered. The idea that America and France are looking to put a military base in Nigeria. that the Nigerian government, that the northern leaders are complaining and telling the Nigerian government not to try anything like that. Now you are beginning to see that why is it that the northern ones are the ones talking about it? Where are the southern ones? I don't understand these people. What they these people are going to sell us. They will sell us overnight and will not even know what they are doing.
I will tell you why.
Please let the electricity speak before we move on, because he's a pastor and he was going to give us his please let him just finish his statement.
We have been with the pastors forever. They are going to be resurrecting people. This one, you are either going to do this one, they will come and sell us. These people will go and sell us. And this is the thing I was talking about last year, that they should make it so that the people know what is going on before they start bringing people into foreign bases into the country.
I just gave you the reason. You weren't listening. I just told you the reason, because those bases are going to be located enough.
Oh, you see, okay, and also, even if they are going to be located, it's of no this for me. It's no difference, because if you invite such a massive, powerful nation, the military base into your country, anything is possible. Anything is possible, especially for people like us. Nigeria is a very strategic nation. There is no major race in the world where you see a military base into their strongest nation, like China. You're not going to see a foreign military base there. You're not going to see a foreign military base in India. You're not going to see a foreign military base. But black people, Nigeria is the only one that has resisted that too, among all the black nations. And now
but Nigeria is going to start doing it under this government if we're not careful.
Yeah, let's hope they stop them. Let's hope they stop them, because that would be extremely dangerous for us. If they take Nigeria, the whole Africa is gone.
Maybe it's better for them to colonize us than for this present colonization we are witnessing.
If you know how far what you're saying goes,
this suffer too much now.
You don't know suffer.
My network is not that great.
That is not right. Yesterday when I was saying that man with the tie, I don't want to call his name because he's not here.
Can you hear me?
English. See, the day we realized that we need to roll our shirts, and do the dirty job. That is the only way you can drive away all these criminals. Everyone, keep speaking English. 2027 is coming. They are going to take over.
But
ride the
nobody
result
is ready.
guy.
The only guy that is really ready is Showore. Showore is the only person I see that is ready.
Yeah, it's true.
But the guy can't do it alone.
He
it's
can't do
just
it alone,
guy.
exactly.
This is the problem we are facing here, and then this one gives me serious trust issues. If they bring foreign military base into Nigeria, we are done for. I even fear for the entire this race completely. We are done for.
Please, I just want to put this out there. In case any one of us, I know that somebody among us, one of us, someday in the future is going to end up being maybe a governor of a state in Nigeria. Please always bring forefathers for security consultation. This guy wants to secure the nation. This guy will secure Nigeria for us.
Well, I want to survive. Let's put it that way.
This guy will secure Nigeria for us. I just want to put it out there.
Forefather, leave that CV. That CV will not fly with anybody. Yeah, forefather CV will not fly. Forget that matter.
What TV? Did he say anything about? Did he say anything about TV? I don't know where he's gonna say about TV.
Your resume, your resume, your CV.
Okay.
CV. Whatever. He ain't gonna fly nowhere. Forget it.
Oh, we never reach. We never reach there. Somebody don't the screen. Don't the one screen forefathers out. When we never reach there.
I don't have a great network. Oh, Sita, I don't have great network. I don't know if you are.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, yes, sir. I can.
Oh, I think your audio is gone.
Can you hear me?
It's fading in and out. Seriously, you want to start doing masker now?
Yeah, my net is faded. Yeah, it's all right. No problem. No problem. My
yeah,
luck.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about
That's
that.
my luck. I don't know why. It's just acting up this evening. Oti was trying to separate morality and governance, if I'm correct, Mr. Oti.
Yes, he was.
Mr. Oti, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Well, look, the question really was which one comes first.
My network is
my view is that governance is something, more
you were trying to you were trying to separate morality from governance. Am I correct?
I said yes. Yes. And if I may clarify, morality comes first, because governance is something that is technical, right? It's a technique, technology. But morality is quite, it comes first. It's prior. It's pervasive. You can't avoid it. Our human society can't exist. Society can't function without morality. So it's something that's quite basic, I would mean. And of course, morality, you learned it from home, okay, and school. Governance is something quite distinct. So, morality should always come first. Governance itself has its morality. It may have its.
Unfortunately, the pastor is not here anymore.
Just like
I don't know.
any human activity does have its own specific ethics.
Sorry, on this subject of
legal
morality,
practice, so these are kind of applied ethics.
This
morality is
I shared a video.
The sense of right and wrong. Okay, so it comes first. I don't know if do you agree with me or you don't?
Sorry, guys, on this issue of morality, I shared a video on the WhatsApp group. I have a reason. I didn't want to interpret the video myself. It would have been good for people to listen to what the man said. So if anytime you guys are comfortable playing it. But let me just say something.
Please, which WhatsApp group is it that?
Don't worry, they know what I'm talking about. Don't worry, I'm not going to go into that now, please. But the point I want to make on this morality is some Nigerian businessmen, I presume they are Muslims because that's why the Imam knew, traveled to China to go and negotiate a business deal. Before they went, there was a specification of production they wanted. They sent them the spec and they returned back to the producer to say, reduce the quality, what we call in Nigeria quality of the product you're designing. And the guy said, they told them do that. This guys now said, okay, we'll go ahead, but we'll need you to visit us. So these Nigerian men visited. When they got there, the Chinese were having lunch and invited them to come have lunch. And they said no, that they were fasting. And that's why I know this is a very recent event, because it happened just within this Ramadan period I just passed. They said they were fasting. The guy said, okay, no problem. Let's finish our lunch. Then we'll join you for the meeting. Just before the guys finished, they asked the Chinese guys, oh, it's time for our prayer. Can you guys show us where we can stay and pray? And all the Chinese men looked at themselves. I said, really? So that was when the Chinese got confused and said, hold on, you're not praying any prayer. You guys want to go pray? And you're the same set of people who sent us a specification and told us that your people do not deserve the proper quality of this product. What kind of religion are you people practicing? Your religion tells you not to follow us and eat and drink. But the same religion did not tell you that it is wrong for you to reduce the specification for the kind of product you want to go and sell in your market. It's on that video. I wish anybody would play it. So the point I'm talking about, where I'm bringing it to this morality is, you see, sometimes we make excuses for ourselves. We try to create these moral equivalencies. You know, when if you hit Ojus or Carlo, for instance, and I'm hitting him because he has represented me personally in politics. So for me, it's personal. He will cry on one morality that, oh, they cheated him, and then, you know, we go back on this other angle and we talk something.
Sorry, Chim.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Okay, can I finish, please? So
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, but then finish anyway.
What I'm trying to say is, to an extent, I'm agreeing with you that morality comes first. People who don't have morals can't go into politics, can't go into government. Especially when I see certain people on the comment section when they talk, I get worried that this kind of person, you give this kind of person power. Someone will say, telling somebody to go and sell dollar, that he's making money from dollar. He sees it as an opportunity because now that the dollar is weak, sorry, the Naira is weak, he can cash in, make money. Those kinds of people, somebody who wants to destroy a business to cash in on certain opportunities, those are dangerous people to give power. Because listen, the truth about the matter is this: a thief is not a thief because he was caught, like somebody rightly said. A thief is a thief because he's a thief. It only, you see, if the opportunity to steal has not shown up, he will not steal. But the day the opportunity to steal comes, you will see it. Someone made an analogy. He said, when you press toothpaste, is the content of the toothpaste that comes when you squeeze it. If you break egg, blood won't come out. Is yolk and whatever else that will come out. When you go into politics, there is pressure. When the pressures of governance touches you, you will do better, Edu. You will do Hadisariki. You will do what those people are doing because the pressure of government has pressured you to bring out what you have. People who talk a lot, and I listen to people, and I see people, and I can tell that this person is danger.
Chim, by the way, better do that is a pastor.
So Oti, I agree with you.
Okay. Now, see what I can add to that. You know, in reference to what you said about the religious men, you know, those fasting. You know, again, it's what these people, pure religious observance, religiosity, nothing to do with morals. They lack morals.
They were not religious men. You didn't hear me well. They were not religious men. These were businessmen of a certain religious faith.
No, I said they're religious men in the sense that they are religious. They observe their religious rites and rituals, isn't it? So they're religious men.
Please, can you add me back? I just want to change my device. Please.
I mean, the religiosity, external religiosity, which has nothing to do with their
but Chim, I think that is why it is very important.
That's why this, I think we can all agree on that.
That is why it is very important.
That comes first. Without morals, no society, no system can survive.
That is why it is very important that without it is very important not to be judgmental about anybody's religion, faith, or belief that is supposed to guide that person's moral. You understand? Because that goes to show that regardless of the fact we are all human beings, we are all man.
Play so that people will hear. If you want to play, let them hear what the man said.
Okay.
Before you play, please.
Yeah. And also, yeah, let me just take it out in the meantime because Show hasn't said anything.
Wait,
He's been here for a while too.
yeah, sorry,
No, it's
I'm
fine.
away
I have
from where.
nothing urgent to say.
There
People like
are
this,
some
let them
instances where the man worshiping stick can
Wait now.
obey the law
Fare
better
balẹ̀,
than
jẹ́kẹ́
the man.
lómi sọ̀rọ̀. Lọ́ọ̀dẹ̀ fare balẹ̀, jẹ́kẹ́ lómi sọ̀rọ̀, ìwọ nìkan ló máa sọ̀rọ̀ ní.
So, but you don't form
Fare
gentleman.
balẹ̀.
You form gentleman. Don't form gentleman.
Once I want you are the woman.
That's speaking that in that here.
Fare balẹ̀. When we were in school, wọ́n á ní kó fara burúkú ẹ̀ balẹ̀. Fara burúkú ẹ̀ balẹ̀ kó jókòó síbẹ̀ kó jẹ́ àdúgbò àmọ́ bí dáa lọ́jọ́. Mo sọ fún ẹ, ìjọba pè mí pásọ̀ kan, mo ní kó fara burúkú ẹ̀ balẹ̀. Bá dirẹ̀ mú nù alágbà. Pásọ̀ ni mi ò, má jẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ sí ẹ. Àjókòó síbi tó wà, fara ẹ̀ balẹ̀.
Oh yeah, Andrew, it's okay. Let's you talk.
That's for ẹ̀jẹ̀ alátorí lẹ́yìn ọrùn.
Wọ́n dá lóhùn ni, wọ́n dẹ̀ kí wọ́n sá, ó dẹ̀ tí ó tún sọ̀rọ̀ lọ. Gba jókòó síbi ìlú ìtàn olówó sọ̀rọ̀ tálíkà lóhùn láì díẹ̀. As I was saying yesterday before today's arrival. Honestly, I play the video, man. This guy has made me lost my train of thought. Play the video, man.
All right, let me do that.
This just concluded JAMB examination. We saw a situation where a father impersonated his child in writing JAMB. A father writing JAMB for his own son. What are we teaching our children? A group of businessmen had contract with a Chinese company, and they will always tell the Chinese company that look, produce for us a lower quality of this material. Don't worry, just produce for us. This is our own Nigeria here. They don't need much. It was a little quality, but they said at the price of the highest quality. They have been contacting each other. So these people now travel to China for the first time. They will meet physically. The first thing was that the Chinese people were eating and dining at that time. They asked them, please join us in eating. They said, no. This type of thing you are eating, we don't take it. And you are also taking alcohol. We don't drink alcohol. Please, when it is time, you get our own type of food for us. Okay, the Chinese continued. They said, please, can we get a place to perform ablution while you are eating so that we can pray? It is time for us to pray. The Chinese said, please, let us finish eating. When they finished, they said, in our own attitude, we don't talk while eating. And anything that is the moral teaching, we follow it. But we want to ask you, in your religion that asks you not to take alcohol, were you also not told not to deceive people? Because we are surprised that the same you that has always been telling us to produce fake products, you are the same people that are not taking alcohol with us. And we wonder that you want to pray. The same religion that asks you to leave us and go to observe prayer, did that religion not tell you that you should not deceive people? That means you are doing selective religion, selective worship. You have double standard. It's mischievous. It's dubious. You leave what you like, you take what you like. Why do you always drop moral and you claim spiritual? We need to teach our children morals in as much as we don't drop spiritual. That's my lesson today. Wassalamu alaikum.
That was a very relevant video to the topic, actually. Yeah, it was a perfectly relevant one. Who's next? I think it was Pastor. You've been trying to say something forever.
If you go to where the banner is, you will see a write-up that I put there about the clean hands principle doctrine. If you go where to where the banner is, I want to highlight it for OT because we used this in yesterday's broadcast. You will see the clean hand and pure heart principle.
that
I've seen now.
represent honest. Yeah, thank you. The clean and pure and principle represent honest or moral behavior, but also a genuinely good and sincere character. Mr. Oti, do you agree with that?
Before answering your question, have you heard about dirty hands in politics? No, I'm answering your question with a question. Have you heard of dirty hands in politics?
Mr. Oti, I asked you, if you don't want to answer the question, you have the right to decline.
Okay, ask your question again. I'll answer you.
I said the write-up or you're saying on the screen, do you agree with it?
The clean hands and pure heart principle represents honest or moral behavior. Character. I mean, I think that is not saying anything, quite frankly. I mean, what is clean hands and pure heart principle represents honest and moral behavior, but also a genuinely good and sincere character. So what is that saying?
Okay, that is what we want in governance. That is what the man, that video that was highlighted earlier, I mean, that forefather played, that is what it's saying. And you also said that you cannot bring religion into government. Now, you are completely wrong.
No, that's not.
If you agree,
I didn't say that. No,
you didn't say so. Okay,
I didn't say that.
I withdraw that.
I didn't say that.
You said you don't mix. You said they don't mix religion with government. Am I wrong with that? It's on record.
Listen,
Oti, wait. Am I wrong with that? It's on record. We can play the tape back.
I would say that you misunderstand what because we had the discussion with Osita Dema and Jim also kind of.
I was listening. So if I'm wrong, correct me then.
No, you're wrong. Because that's not what I was saying.
Okay,
so
correct
my point
me.
was, listen, the question was Osita Dema came up with this trying to understand what religious politics is all about. Okay, and we kind of talked about it, and but I think I just kind of drew attention to the risk. If I mean the influence of religion in politics, if it is not checked, I mean if it is allowed to kind of run wide, it could be abused, just like anything, really. So that was I'm not saying that I wasn't saying that religion is not important. It should not be part of the political discussion. Okay.
Okay. If you've changed your position, I don't have any.
No. Listen. Hold on. I'm not changing my position. I'm saying that you didn't understand the nuances of the discussion we have.
Okay. Thanks for making me to understand. So there is no further question for you, if you don't mind. Great. So you see, we can't take it away. This clean hand principle is used in the court of law. The clean hand doctrine, they call it.
Hold on. Before you go on, hold on first. Okay. Now, by the way, I don't know what I mean. What do you mean by a pure heart? Nobody has a pure heart. Okay. And then clean hands. The context, clean hands you're talking about. That's what is called equity. Okay. He who comes to this is the principle of equity. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. That's the only way where these clean hands in the court of law. But pure heart. Does anybody have a pure heart? I don't know. And generally good.
Let me go back to that video. That video that forefather just played now. Those men that
is there anything?
Wait now, relax. Relax. It's my turn. I'm the one that give. You want to take my own turn again? You say you don't understand what pure art is. I want to refer you back to the video that forefather just played now. Those men that went there now.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't exist. There's nothing. Let's not talk about it.
Mr. Man, let me speak now. What is your problem? Is it wrong for me to give you my time again? I'm taking my time back. You keep interjecting me. Don't do this now. This is what we are saying.
I don't have a pure heart.
That is your prerogative if you don't have a pure heart. So if you are saying on record you don't have a pure heart now, I will really not trust you to put you in a place of position.
Nobody does. Nobody does. I'm just telling you.
No, don't say that. Don't say nobody does. We all strive to. Let me finish my talk, please, Mr. Man. Mr. Man, please, forefather, mute him, please. When he gets to his turn, he can talk. That video that forefather just played now, those men that were going to pray,
This was after they told them to reduce the quality of the production. That is what we are talking about. Pure heart and unpure heart. Their action, their thought, they exhibited it outside. Sincere and good and sincere character.
Okay.
Oti, I'm not talking to you.
No,
Don't address me, please. No, don't address me. It's my turn to talk. Do not address me. Don't interject me, Oti.
Okay, go ahead. But
you have your time to talk. Oti, Mr. Oti, don't interject me. Okay. You have your time to talk. Please. This is me talking. Did I interject anybody?
Let me just share this thing so you can see what this thing is about. I think it says here, it says here, he who has clean hands and a pure heart, who does not lift up his soul to what is false and does not swear deceitfully. Yeah, he will receive blessing from the Lord and righteousness from the God of his salvation. So I think the concept, I think OT is talking more on a kind of absolute absolutely.
Let me tell you what I was talking
about. Nobody is talking about absolute here.
Let me explain myself.
We strive. Okay, I'm going to talk over you. Guaranteed, I'm good at it. So if you think you can talk over me, you are wasting your time. I will talk over you.
I will explain what I mean. Okay.
No, you will explain at your time. But if you want to talk over me, I am good at it. I behave myself very well. But if you push my button, then we'll do it. So don't just think you are the only one that can interject.
We seriously need to move on from this religious stuff. It was
exactly.
supposed to be something
let's
we do
move
tomorrow
on.
even.
So it's what we use in our everyday life. Is this clean hand and pure heart towards each other?
No, it's not. No.
Towards each other. You can keep talking and embarrassing yourself in the public as an elder statesman. You cannot learn to keep quiet. You keep interjecting.
But you're saying the truth.
I'm telling you, okay, you can rebuff me when you have your time to rebuff me.
Okay.
However, allow me to speak.
Time to do that. I don't talk too much.
So you have your time to do that. Please have decorum, Mr. Oti. It's not good. I keep telling. I've had this discussion with you before. We all are tempted to speak over each other, myself inclusive. Also, sometimes I get tempted to speak over somebody, but it's not good. This is how people look at us, Nigerians. People are watching us. They are watching us. And keep asking.
Finish your point now, so that we don't waste people's time. Have you finished your point? Okay.
No, I've not finished. Okay. Mr. Know It All. So, as I was saying, it's in our daily life, even on this platform. Do you know a false statement I make on this platform? It doesn't matter whether in politics or in anything.
Electricity.
It's also false.
Listen. Hold on. Listen now. Listen. You're not saying the truth. Let me correct you.
No, I refuse to listen. You listen until it is your turn.
No. Finish what you're saying.
No. I'm not saying you should not correct me. I'm not wasting your time. It is not your time. You are not the moderator.
Finish what you said.
No, you are not the moderator. I think this rubbish has to stop. This unruly behavior we have to stop. You are not the moderator. Let the moderator tell me to shut up. I will shut up. But you are not the moderator.
Let him finish, so we can go to the next person. There's no use arguing.
Thank you, Father. And I'm going to address you, Oti. I'll finish it by addressing you. You are not the moderator. You don't have the right to tell me to finish. Father does. Father is the moderator. He allowed me on the platform. Then you will have your time to talk. That is what decency is all about.
Okay, and then I will correct you.
Thank you.
Let me correct you. Okay.
Thank you.
You can either accept it or not, but I'll have to correct you. Now, this thing you have here, and which what also forefathers showed us is religious language. Okay, religious Christian scripture you're quoting in everyday language. Okay, we talk about morals, somebody being moral or not immoral, or not being moral, moral and immoral. That's the language. That's the correct language. If you want to talk scripture, the Christian language, religious language, this is a pure heart and a clean hands Correct? Yes or no? Yes,
It
yes
is,
or no?
it is an everyday life. So
It's not everyday language. Pure
a
heart and
clean
clean hands.
hand and
I mean,
pure
who
heart
speaks
is
like
an everyday
that?
life.
Who speaks like
How
that?
we deal with
Can
each
we change
other.
this topic?
Oh God,
It's
who
just
speaks
getting
like that?
How
It's
I
not an
deal
ordinary
with you.
language. It's a religious
No,
language.
it is not a
Can we change
religious
the topic,
language.
please?
From the
It
scriptures,
is
lifted from the
everyday language.
It is lifted from the
Forefather, there
scriptures.
was a video about that video about how we started from home. I don't know if it's your show that played it.
Morals. We talk about morals.
Yeah,
Morality,
that video you
morals.
sent in the
Not clean hands and
group.
pure hearts. Okay.
That guy
I'm
was
finished.
talking about family.
Two people
How
cannot
we
be talking
started
at
from
a time.
family.
Let's calm down. Okay, say what you want to say so that, please.
Forefather, there's a video there. Clean hands and pure heart is how we deal with each other
Religious
every
language.
day.
It's a matter of language.
It is not a religious language. It is not a religious language. If I lie to you,
Okay, let me give
if I lie
examples. Let
to
me
you,
give
it is
examples.
dealing with each other.
Pastor, let me give an example. It's very simple. I think many times, OT, you have heard people say, my hands are clean, or this person's hands is clean on this thing. And sometimes some people will say, this person has a pure heart on specific issues. Sometimes they do that. So, and the way you are describing it, you are trying to make it absolute, like somebody saying a human being has a pure heart. We all know no human being has a pure heart in everything. You see what I mean? So
for me, the question is, look,
it's not
you see, in everyday conversation, okay, ordinary language, what do we say?
We say, do you have a pure heart or not?
So you like why are you so cantankerous? Why do you like arguing? I don't understand you.
But we say that we talk about pure heart or not.
I think what makes OT interesting is that he forces you to think about any concept you have. He will try to break it down. No matter even if he agrees with it, we'll try to break it down.
I actually understand Mr. Oti. Mr. Oti is saying on a generalistic issue, we discuss morality. I agree with him. But to say that pure heart or clean heart is not an everyday language you use, that's not correct. Whether you're Muslim,
I don't understand where it's coming.
What is that? Of course, it is not. That's why it
People
comes from the scripture.
People use those concepts.
It doesn't mean they don't use it, but it comes from. It's essentially religious.
But that's what you said. I'm taking you from
it's not religious.
Chim, that's what it's called an idiom. Okay, language has an idiom. That's why, I said this. For example, when you talk about clean hands in court, I said it's equity. Like maybe in court, you're trying to quote a principle of equity.
No.
Okay?
So actually, OT, technically,
what is the principle of equity? What is the principle of equity?
No, hold on. Technically speaking,
what is the principle of
just
equity?
one of the maxims of equity.
Pastor, now you cause confusion because you always have to ask questions, Pastor. Why don't you just express your views and not be clearing these questions you throw around?
Show is the one that said I'll be asking questions in the group chat. He said his parents taught him to ask questions, and I said,
it shows fault. Shows started this. Started asking to be asking questions.
And I said, I'm following footsteps. What is the maximum of equity?
That was showed.
What is the maximum of equity?
Family morals. Okay, I mean that
What is the maximum of equity? Answer the question, lecturer. What is the maximum of equity?
I don't know.
No, let him answer. What is the maximum of equity?
Okay, I'll answer. Okay, I will tell you.
So
equity is. Do you know what's equity? Do you know? Common law.
I'm asking you. You are not lecturing. That's why I asked.
Listen. I don't know.
Equal outcomes, isn't it? That's for equity. Equal outcomes.
That's what's called common law and equity. Okay. Now, equity as a branch of law, as a doctrine of law, okay, have maxims, right? Has maxims, and when we say he who comes equity must come with clean hands, is one of the maxims of equity. Another maxim is delay the fees equity. And there are some so these are like the principles, that common law sometimes can be very rigid and injustice can be done. Law can do injustice, so we use principle of equity to soften, to ameliorate legality or legal principles. So that's how we have equity. Okay. So that's why I said, look, it's an idiom, clean hands and all this. It's not language we use every day to categorize, to I mean, somebody
When you say every day where?
Equity. What is equity now?
Okay, let me just
Google equity, please.
Yeah, he says
Google
fairness
it and
and
put it.
justice. They say fairness and justice in terms of justice. He says, okay, let me put it up so everybody can see.
Put it up. Let's see. Google is there.
Pastor, don't you know that equity is a
if you like, call me pastor.
Tomorrow is when we are supposed to be doing all this. So tomorrow we are supposed to be doing all this.
This education. Don't come here and come and bamboozle us and talk about it. Let's read ABC here. Let's see.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's about equality of outcomes, fairness and justice, and it's distinguished by equality.
So, OT, is it a right thing for us to be fair to each other on a day-to-day basis and apply justice when we are dealing with each other?
Oh my God.
Okay, so
I'm asking him a question.
This method you brings debate unnecessarily.
Sorry. I have another question. Is this road still like this?
This is the Benin Auchi Coastal Road. This is the Benin Auchi Coastal Road.
Electricity.
We've moved from there. We are looking at the Benin Auchi Coastal Road. Forget about that. Let's look at the Benin Auchi Coastal Road.
It's funny because every part of Nigeria passes almost through this road. And this road is like this.
And some people are against the Lagos-Calabar road. You see, we need that road with this one. So this road is still like this?
No.
That is the point now, for because this road is still like this.
They have fixed it.
Fix this one before we go and create a new one.
It probably was as of the time of this report.
No. So
at the time of this report, it probably was. I agree on that.
So what's happened is when this started trending earlier in the week, he got to the governor who is rounding off, probably to vote for his chosen candidate. They've started work. You know the way they just go fire approach. Fire brigade.
Wow.
They've gone there now. They've started putting things apart, rocks. You see them with their tractors. They said they're going to start work, but this didn't just happen. The people have been telling the governor over the last how many years. He didn't pay attention, but because this is looking bad on the internet, it was trending for like 3 days. So now, as of today, they've taken all their tractors and all their machinery there to start work.
To do boju. I mean, you mean to do boju now?
Of course. Now, when I say work, quote and unquote, but for father,
don't use work. Work is not the right word.
There are thousands of roads like this in Nigeria. What do you think will benefit Nigerians more? Fixing these ones across Nigeria or starting one in Lagos to Calabar that would take about 15 years to complete?
The whole thing is just a mess, really. I can't for the life of me understand why they would leave road like this for such a long period of time. That is so immoral behavior, and this kind of
thank you.
But there are thousands of these across Nigeria.
Do you know? Has it ever even occurred to any of us that it would have been cheaper to do a rail line for such a project compared to road?
Osita have been screaming rail line. I said it here on this show that what will feed that area is a rail line.
Has it ever occurred to us that rail line could have been better for us?
Wait, now. Sorry. When Osita, I listened to you when you spoke for about half an hour the last time.
Sorry,
I like your passion, but it baffles me why you question. I say there's a saying I like. You cannot wake somebody who's pretending to be asleep. So you think they are stupid? They don't know what's best. You genuinely think so, and that's why you're telling them about red line. It's not rocket science. They know. But they choose what they choose because it benefits them more. So the fact that you're saying real line, you can go there tomorrow and carry placards of real line. Bro, they're not interested. You can't wake them up. They're pretending to be asleep. So this anger of just do real line. Come on, red line makes sense. It's quicker. It's effective. Cost, bro, money has to be made. So I don't see. I understand your concern.
They will still even, let them even make the money. They will still make money. they will literally still make money.
You haven't gotten
They
it. You get
cannot
it
make
eventually.
enough
Don't worry.
money
It's
from
okay.
rail that they will make from this project.
Why do you
That's
think they
told
cannot
you.
make money from rail, but they can make from road? What is the
No,
difference?
what I'm saying, I'm being sarcastic. What I'm just saying.
They'll make money. They'll make money from anything.
They will make money either
Is
way.
it not
Forefather.
How much do they need to buy toothpick?
Forefather, hold on. See, the point is this. Like Sho said, these people are intent on accomplishing what they want to accomplish. Any other thing that is in the way of that set mind of where they want to go to, they will not buy it. The same government that you are talking about in Edo State that is suddenly going there just has spent 8 years or towards 8 years, did not increase salaries. On the eve of election, is increasing salaries that the person who will bring in will come back and say, I don't have money to pay.
I didn't promise you that.
Sure. A good number of us here live in the UK, and I don't know if anyone here is familiar with what is called NHS bidding framework.
Yes, I know about it.
What happens in an NHS bidding framework is this: if there is a project for maybe about £1 billion, they will just put it out there. Of course, bring your bid. There could be 500 of us bidding for this project. Now, instead of carrying £1 billion and give one company, what do? You split it into maybe 500 companies, small, which means smaller companies are able to operate. First of all, it removes monopoly. There is better competition. You know, these things are simple. It means, for instance, if I'm a small construction company, let's take, for instance, and what I have to execute a project is £100,000.
Sorry to interject. If it was the UK, you see this sort of project, there will be consultation with people that will affect. There will be consultation where people will say their bid.
There's a house on a particular
don't just wake up.
There's a house on a
I'm
particular
no longer even talking about that one. I'm no longer even talking about that one. Because what I'm saying is because of this road that you brought up, this this road something now. That is a problem where people can easily invest their money in. Most times you hear them when they come and they start talking about campaign. Hey, we'll do PPP, we'll do PPP, we'll do PPP. You're in government and you can't even do simple PPP.
So if they do PPP, what would they use to campaign the next time? You'll get it eventually. Don't worry. I was there. I used to get angry about them.
You know, I'm imagining that there is a road, and this road is a problem. If I were, this governance shouldn't be too difficult. All you need to do as a governor is go and assess the road, get the quote of what this thing could cost. Okay, this road is going to cost us 2 billion naira to fix. The government doesn't have this money. Okay, citizens, how much do you have? Private companies, how much do you have?
Just look at how our people live. I don't understand how these people can see this and proudly call this.
Wait, are you telling me that there are not up to 10 people in Edo State who can raise 1 million, pounds each?
That is exactly my point.
10 million pounds and fix this road.
Osita, hold on. I'm going to address this to people that have lived in Lagos, like Chim. Chim, remember, you know the old Apapa. Have you seen the road that leads to the major port? Have you seen that road? It is a disgrace.
This road just reminds me of some roads in Abia State. Then that are once you're going to that Abia State.
Lagos State, that is the main city, Apapa there, and yet the Lagos State governor will say he's working, he's doing this, he's doing that.
My brother, everybody, no state is exempted, my brother. The Nigerian problem is all around.
This is a road. Imagine it's like a swimming pool or something. I don't understand.
But even self, the person who was driving that truck, why do people also take certain risks in their life? Please.
What is he going to do? Is he going to go back?
I thought he was a submarine.
Route.
Hey,
oh
you not see why
on that driver now.
Peter Obi is insisting
that guy clearly saw it.
We are better off fixing these roads with that money than starting a new one, because that new one what is the guarantee that they won't end up being one of these ones?
What happened to
Saying
these
the
guys?
ones that we already have.
Sure.
Oh
Don't
my
say
God.
what is the guarantee that it will end up to be like this one.
You know, so
East-West Road, Sapele, East-West Road, Sapele that they've been talking about before.
They've been talking about. Thank you for mentioning it.
Nothing has happened to that road.
During the flood, some section of the
It took
road.
them 20 years. 20
Guys,
years.
will God ever deliver us in our lifetime? Will we ever be delivered in our lifetime?
We'll see now. By the time we're 70, we'll come back here and discuss.
We are the one to deliver ourselves. Now, I thought we were talking about morals. It's us that go there and go and cause more problem because they are busy stealing money. People like that, Bello and all those things.
So talking about us causing problem, forefathers, please I beg your indulgence. Let me share something.
They say we cannot use pure hands and clean hands and pure hands on it.
Just 1 second. Let's go back to this, please. 1 second. I plead your indulgence. 1 second.
Sorry. Apologies.
Yeah, it's okay.
While we're waiting, I have the YPP candidate, gubernatorial candidate. Please.
Sorry, sorry. Can I ask a question, please? Nigeria, do they admit new citizens? Do you know if they admitted new citizens recently? Because it seems like
Okija. This question. The real citizen.
People should allow us watch this video. Allow us watch the video.
Okija. Even the real citizens don't know that they are citizens. That they are bringing.
The kind of question he's asking, I'm confused.
No, my brother, please. You know, this thing that is called common sense, most times it might not be common. Okay?
Know they work. Are you guys behind or something? Please, let me get something clear. Am I missing something?
We cannot hear. I cannot hear anything.
It's not even playing on my side.
I paused it because people were speaking.
Okay, sorry.
It stopped playing now. It was playing before.
Yeah, I stopped it.
No longer playing.
Because it was pointless playing it.
Exactly. I bet play it. Go back and play it, please. And let's keep quiet and watch.
Oh, sorry, not this one. I beg your pardon.
Tell me, I must buy meat pie before I buy fuel. You rubbish, Olele, buy. You must go buy meat pie before you buy fuel. Is this place open for a meat pie or open for a
The video is not there. I can't see the video. I can see only the truck. And now I can see.
What are you trying to show us here, please?
Let him play first now. This is why he's distracted. Let him finish first.
Audio is gone again.
Audio is gone.
There's no audio.
Show no audio. We can't hear.
You couldn't hear.
No.
Was the audio low?
No
Did
audio.
you see the video?
Yeah, we saw the video.
We don't know what they were doing.
So let me tell you what was being discussed there. I'm sorry. It's quite loud here. So what was happening there is the guy was saying that what rubbish is this? You have to buy meat pie before they sell you fuel because there's false scarcity. So whoever runs that filling station sells meat pie. Maybe they sell it on a good day. You know, if you go into the shop, you might decide to buy meat pie. It was optional. But now there's fuel scarcity. Whoever is running that filling station has now made it mandatory that if you don't buy meat pie, you don't buy fuel. I know the government is bad, but please, I don't want Lagos State governor to be dealing with meat pie, not even local government councillor. Sell fuel to the people. It's bad enough. But one of us that will go and complain that Nigeria is bad is running that fuel station and is telling people, if you don't buy meat pie, you don't buy fuel.
What's wrong? What's wrong in that? You know, they're gonna wait for a long time.
Sure. Is the person breaking any law?
they're waiting for a long time.
business
So he
strategy
wanted to
now.
have energy. He wanted to have
Don't let's
energy.
go into this
What
morality.
do you mean
This
he's
is,
breaking any law?
this is what Tinubu's
That is a
daughter
very
was
good.
saying the other day.
Is that a valid question?
That
Is the person
Show,
breaking any law?
that is
show
a,
my
what do you mean by whether
perspective.
he's breaking any law? Why should someone be compelled to buy meat pie before they buy fuel?
Okay, my
That
perspective
is
to
a
this
good.
is this.
How would you answer the
That
question?
is
Yes
a
or no?
good moral behavior, Mr. Oti. Don't you think that is a good moral behavior? In your opinion?
We're not going to make progress like this, guys. Let's
No.
not.
So I'm not saying the person to do the right
Let
thing.
me tell you something.
It's
Sorry,
a moral
but sorry,
question,
I'm going to leave now. I'm leaving now.
No, it is
A
actually
bag of
extortion.
rice.
It is
contain-
criminality.
Wait, now, Osita, your blood to the hot. A bag of rice contained 12 baskets. This is yesterday. Yeah, now is it yesterday? Today, the bag of rice that was brought in. When they measured it was 11.5 baskets. They've opened it, they've removed half a basket from that rice. You see, when we are talking about morals, good,
Sorry.
clean hands are fair. Osita, I'm leaving. Oti, I'm not going to entertain you. I'm leaving. That's why I ask people to permit me. Don't interject me. Oti, don't interject me. Don't interject me, please. Well, please, with due respect.
It's not OT. It's not OT. OT is not okay. OT, he says he should
You
not
don't
interject.
speaking now.
Okay,
what
one
is
at
your
a
problem?
time, please. One at a time.
I'm trying to tell you that there are two different things. What you're
Okay,
just saying
let me
now,
just finish. I agree.
Let
You will
him
tell us
finish
later.
now. I think Blaster, I think you want him to say what he's trying to let you know. Because
No,
the viewers
no,
want to
I
know
was
what he's
just
talking
joking,
about.
man. I mean, I was just having a sense of humor. If you don't understand sense of humor,
look, and I wanted to try to point out that they're not. I mean, they're not.
I mean, we can't be serious and not apply sense of humor in life. Is it that bad? So listen, even though there is no law that was broken, no, a law was broken, but is it right? Oti, you have to think about this thing. No law was broken. Agreed. Nobody was forced to buy.
Let me give you my honest answer.
No. Actually, a law was broken.
No, let's go. Hold on. Okay,
that was a form of discrimination. That was a form of discrimination.
Listen, talk now. This thing people are doing, we're not making progress. Talk, like, even OT, you're guilty.
It is OT now. I don't understand Mr. OT. Is there a button that?
I think
okay, Father, you
Pastor,
moderate.
he came with the mood from yesterday's fight. You guys are listening.
Okay,
now you're starting this one with this guy again.
Father, who has the floor, please?
Okay, you do.
Thank you.
You finish
OT,
then.
if
OT
you interject me again, I'm going to enter the platform and I'll kick you out. Don't interject me, please.
No, but Pastor,
all right, Osita, I don't know which law was broken, but let's just be realistic here. From my own point of view, telling people to buy meat pie before they sell fuel is absolutely wrong. I cannot hold on to a particular statutory law to say, oh, they broke this law or they broke that law. But common sense tells us that that is wrong.
Please, is discrimination a crime in Nigeria? Please, let me know, because you are a lawyer. You know better than myself.
It's not a crime.
Wait, well, it's just not right. It's just not right. It's just not right. You want to sell your meat pie. People are going to buy. You see, the wealth you make from fraudulent means or even deception or misleading takes us nowhere. We've seen this over time and over time and over time in the country. This is the moral aspect and sincerity we are talking about. I yield the floor. Thank you, Father.
Thank you. Oti, please go
ahead. Is it my
ahead.
turn now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure there's any law broken. Okay. So no crime committed. In terms of the morality of it, I have to be honest. The situation is quite ambiguous. Okay. For you to say that you're absolutely right, it is wrong, or that is, I'm not sure about that.
What makes it ambiguous? What's your reasoning?
Well, in the first place, he's not forcing you to buy petrol. If you don't want to buy, you can leave. You have a choice.
But you need petrol, though.
Well, it has placed the condition before. How about if the person increases the price of the petrol more than what is sold at some other station? Would that be right or wrong?
That's another immoral act again. When
Immoral
Conditional
act.
sale is
What?
illegal. Conditional sale is illegal.
What do you mean? What is conditional sale? Where is it illegal?
That's
The
interesting.
condition there is that you need to buy meat pie. It is illegal.
So what makes
That's
it illegal?
that's a
Here,
discriminatory. Yeah,
I've
the,
never
the
had that
take
term
them up.
before. We are
In
learning.
this
No,
country,
can we
you have
allow?
to be standard.
I've never had that term before. Conditional sale. I've never had it before. We are learning here. What is conditional sale? I've never had that one before.
Let us not pretend. You know, see all this. Look, and again,
That's
we
a new
really
one
have
on
to
me.
be honest and realistic. You know, when we moralize, sometimes look. I'm not sure. Okay, even when you think about it, you may say this person is just kind of being, you know, I mean, I don't know how you want to describe it, clever or smart or whatever. He may not be a moral person, but well, it's not something that is moral. Okay, it may not. I mean, making money, right? Profiteering. There are so many things business people do that you may consider immoral, but not at least not moral. But again, I mean, it comes with the territory. Okay.
But that is. Let me just ask you. But this seller stepped out of normal practice,
Oh yes,
taking
out of
advantage
normal
of the
practice,
situation.
but
Yeah,
it doesn't.
taking advantage of the
It's not
situation.
necessarily immoral. Okay. Not out of it's not
Okay.
the norms of trade of selling petrol. You know, but
Let's bring it to let's juxtapose this to other codes of practice, just like my forefather said.
Sure.
You know that this is clear malpractice, and you can be sued for malpractice, isn't it?
What do you mean? What is my practice?
Now let's just say it's in a sane climb, because
No,
first of
I don't know
all,
what in the same climb. We're talking about Nigeria. This happened in Nigeria. You're talking
okay,
about the same
even in Nigeria,
what is a malpractice?
there is
What
no
is malpractice there.
What is malpractice there?
Yes.
The malpractice there is this. First of all, something as essential as petrol. Petrol is an essential commodity in Nigeria.
So what?
Meat pie is not an essential commodity.
Do you have to buy petrol? Do you have to drive a car?
What do you mean?
No, what do I mean? What I mean? So look, if you
I don't know whether are you just trying to be
no, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm not.
How do I put it? Politically right.
No.
Not even politically, because there's nothing political or socially right about this.
I'm being realistic, okay? And then let us not pretend to be that moral, okay? So you said it is my practice, right?
It's pure malpractice.
No.
Mr. Oti, hold on. You go to
your
Tesco.
mind, okay?
Wait.
Mind,
Mr. Oti,
you don't have to buy
Mr.
petrol
Oti,
from this
wait.
person.
You go to
somewhere
Tesco
else.
to pick up. Wait,
the
you
person
go
is
to
being
Tesco to
opportunistic.
pick up your
Listen.
grocery, and they'll make you to buy something else. They'll make you to buy
He's being
a
opportunistic,
can of
okay?
beer.
Not a good thing. Not a good
And you
practice.
say it's right.
It's extortion. It's extortion.
I think what you're not getting is Oti is a lawyer, so he's speaking from the point of view. I'm the one that played the video, but I think he's speaking from the point of view of a lawyer, saying that if you take this,
but this is the kind of law that puts us where we are.
Maybe.
This is the no. It is this kind of law. It is people like this, when they hire them, they continue to deal with us in this country.
No, listen. Listen.
Sheikh has landed all the way from Qatar.
I've not had my say on this.
No, I'm baffled that he doesn't find anything wrong in it.
Hold on now, please. As far as me, I'm concerned.
That's why I said it's ambiguous. That's why I said I use the word ambiguous. There's ambiguity. That's what it's called moral ambiguity.
Going on and on. See, for me, and I'm going to take it to a dimension that some people will be angry. Why are you asking the man on that point not to do what he's doing? I don't support what he's doing, but why are you surprised he's doing that? When somebody says because you didn't vote for him, he will pull down the houses of anybody who didn't vote for him. Is that not the same thing the man
That's their morality?
That's but it's immoral now. One immoral.
No, I agree with you guys. I'm with you. I'm with majority outside of OT. OT is different. I'm only saying I'm not surprised that man is using chingum and meat pie to hold people to ransom. Because somebody said, because you didn't vote for me, anybody who didn't vote for him is an enemy. So what I'm saying is that's the way Nigerians do their system.
It is even a shame that a video like this exists.
So why are we even surprised their show?
This
This is how much we traded our humanity.
Didn't Kogi State Governor? Didn't Kogi State Governor?
In a country,
of people,
you know, in a country where there is no power, people are struggling even to raise that money to come to that fueling station.
By the way, this is not the first time this kind
and
of
someone.
That guy made a skit, and you guys are here, killing yourself. He made a skit. Why would you ask someone they must buy a meat pie instead of just increasing if the meat pie is 300?
Exactly.
Put it in the pump price. Put it in the pump price. This guy was made a skit, and people.
It's not a skit. It's not a skit. It is not a skit. It is something that happened.
It was a skit.
Whether it is a skit or not,
Yeah, but
there's a
it is not a skit. Did you produce a skit?
Yeah, but people, like he came there, he had the opportunity.
Forget about whether it's a skit or not.
Shot something and put it on YouTube.
I hope for our own sake, all of our own sake,
people report things in Nigeria these days.
I mean, so we shouldn't even spending time discussing about this.
Why shouldn't we? So this is the problem. This is the problem. When it starts small, you don't want to spend time on it. Then it gets big, you go after it, and it consumes you. You're too small. Tinubu will swallow you up like nothing. But when it starts small and we tell you, discuss it, address it, oh no, it's irrelevant. It's distraction.
This is actually heartbreaking. This is actually sad. Because I'm imagining myself, I'm imagining someone like my mother or someone who is of lesser privilege, and they struggle and they get to the petrol station.
They'll be bringing out the American passports and saying, I'm not here. I'll deal with you.
With exorbitant prices. After they've struggled, even borrowed money to get to that filling station, and you deprioritize them and extort them, and mandate them.
If you don't buy meat pie, he won't sell gas to you.
I wish they would do it to you guys.
I can't even believe this.
That's to have. How many meat pie?
It doesn't matter. That's not the point.
They'll be making it now. Now they are making people buy it. They will be making. They will have a conveyor belt. What are you going on about?
This guy was just making a skit. He just
stop saying it's skit. What you can you say is skit?
Look, whether it's skit or not.
Teachers in secondary school. Teachers in secondary school will force their pupils to buy pen from them.
We're not talking about teachers now. We're talking about that video.
And this is all. And this is the same thing. This is the same thing. You will not pass unless you pay for handout.
The fact that you have it means what?
Go to comment on the video. Check the comments on the video.
It's not a skit.
No, it was.
I do hope it's actually a skit.
You're not interested in it.
Listen,
when things like that come up, just say you're not interested. Don't pass it off as a skit.
Meat pie is about 200 naira or less. Okay, 1 liter of petrol, maybe let me say 1,000 naira.
Free. Petrol.
No. This is why I believe it might not be a skit, because the owner of the petrol station might not be in support of that. It might just be the person, the attendant, who also wants to sell his meat pie.
Exactly. Opportunistic business, sharp practice.
But it doesn't make it right. OT opportunistic. I'm saying it's right. It doesn't make it right.
Okay, listen.
But you are arguing that it's ambiguous.
Wait, you're saying that? Yes. So all the lawyers that are on this platform, no one can tell me if extortion is a crime or not.
APC is still going to recruit OT. It's not extortion. Kind of lawyers.
You don't have to buy the
petrol. That it's not extortion. What then is extortion, please?
You have to buy the petrol.
Yes, you have to buy the petrol because it's an essential commodity. Definitely, and it is scarce. Yes, you have to buy it.
Extortion,
No, listen. Extortion is if, for example, if the price of petrol is 1,000 naira and then the person decides to sell it 2,000-3,000, that would be extortionate price.
And what did they do? What did they do? What was they doing in that place?
Sorry?
What exactly was it they did?
You put in a requirement before they bought the gasoline.
Because they can either extort you by directly increasing the money, or they've redirected you to another product. Either way, it's extortion.
Look, you shouldn't be lucky that you have something, you're getting something for your money. Hold on.
Thank God I didn't study law in my life.
It's not about law. It's common sense. You're too sure about your moral position, but I'm not sure.
No, I get where.
No, I'm even surprised. I'm even surprised. You're saying that this is not extortion.
It's not extortion.
I get where OT is coming from, but that argument is based on a wider scope. But when you are looking at it from the point of view that people are looking for petrol and somebody's making them buy this thing, you have to admit that is not right.
And you can be sure that whoever can afford the petrol can afford what is
I understand the concept of sales.
I don't know whether you read your law. What is a condition before you buy something?
No, I understand the concept of sales because there are certain concepts of sales. For instance, buy one and get two.
You're a lawyer, right?
Yeah, we
like
do
buy
that
one,
in the
get
UK now. Buy one, get one free and all that. But that one is you
But
get
it's
it cheaper.
different.
This one is getting more expensive.
That's a promotion.
No, you can say this is a promotion too now. But the difference between this one and that one is that this one
They
is
will
more
deny you of
expensive.
one before you get one.
Yes, exactly, and it's also mandatory.
Actually, a promotion doesn't stop you from buying the primary product. Promotion just says if you buy the primary product you want to buy, and you add this other one, you get
a choice. It will be cheaper. Yes.
And
it will be cheaper for you both.
The primary purpose for your coming here, you will not buy
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And you're telling me this is not a crime and it's not a
you are not allowed to buy it too. But you could buy it and just buy
I'm not a lawyer, but
so technically, hold on, Osita, let's play this one out. You know, you could buy the meat pie and I keep the meat pie.
Or throw it away, or give it away, or do whatever you want to do.
You could.
Tell the man you're a vegan, like people are saying on the chat section.
But
if they said you buy meat pie, then you can get fuel. It makes a lot of sense.
What would you classify this as?
Or buy fuel, then you can get meat pie for free.
Oti, what would you classify this as so that we're not just arguing? Because you might be able to convince someone like me from a legal point of view. What would you classify this as?
I mean, I would think this trader is being opportunistic. You know, I mean, it's not a good thing. It doesn't, you know, but it's not. I mean, to be categorical, to be certain, crystal clear that this person is a dishonest person. Okay, the person is not honest, not sincere, not a good person, but it's doing business.
So
right?
you don't believe like any crime was
and
committed?
don't forget,
Hold up. You don't believe
the morality of the market again is quite
all.
different from the morality of what you mean, like everyday life.
Hold on, is it illegal? Let me ask one other question. Is it illegal to sell petrol prices a different price from what the government recommends?
Yes, that's price gouging.
That's where it's really it's also illegal to what she's doing, because she's also technically charging them more by
that's price gouging.
See the bench of my argument here. One, petrol is an essential. As long as I'm concerned, it's an essential commodity
for those who have cars. He's owning a car.
It's the only people who have cars that use fuel.
Come on.
What are you talking about?
If owning a car is not an essential,
no. It's not. Essentiality is not measured by who owns cars.
That
is not the measure of essentiality.
The way we think must really frustrate Oti, because Oti is a lawyer. He has
he
doesn't have scope.
You know, see,
as a lawyer,
is it food? Is it water?
Well, sure.
I've watched a lot of lawyers on Arise.
As a lawyer, at least 3 crimes were broken in that.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us.
I already put it in the comment section a while back. At the very least, this definitely is not discrimination. That doesn't even fall under the parameters of discrimination, and it definitely doesn't fall under the parameters of malpractice. They are not even in the same realm. Okay, at the very least, skit or no skit, that was extortionate, that was intimidation, and that was price gouging. Now, like Okija said, at the gas station owner could have added the money, whatever it costs for the meat pie, and added it to the cost of the gas, right? But then, depending on the laws in Nigeria, I will speak for the United States, that will be price gouging. You know, so like the question forefathers asked, if the government mandated a price.
Please, what do you mean by price gouging? What is price gouging? Because I'm not familiar with the term.
I'm explaining it now. So the government mandated a certain price, and then you start indiscriminately increasing it. That is price gouging. So when you gouging prices, I mean, it's a very standard
Osita.
definition. Huh?
Sorry, Osita. You know, here in the UK, we
Oh,
have
at the very
we
least,
have
those are
trading
like 3
standards.
different crimes committed.
Sorry, the first
We
one
have
is what?
we have
The first
trading
crime is what?
standards here. Wait, Oti. We have
Me?
trading standards here. So for you to come out hands on heart to say that is not a form of extortion. I mean, I don't know because they made it mandatory, and that was why I used the word
Condition of sale.
attached condition. It was mandatorily attached that you must buy the meat pie, whether you a vegan or not. You must buy the meat pie before they sell fuel to you. It's wrong.
What's the name of the crime? Extortion.
That is extortion.
Oh God.
It is.
What?
You know,
I don't need a law degree for that.
The person might be.
common
I mean,
sense.
maybe if they have, and I'm sure they have in Nigeria like trade what do you call it?
They don't have trading standards in Nigeria.
Trading standards. I mean,
they no get, they.
Okay.
Yeah, to an extent, in some climes, there is an element of illegality to conditional sale. Selling is illegal. So, but they tend to talk about it in the real estate and different areas, because I guess here you don't see it here in the Western economies where they have bargains, buy one get one free and all the rest. But I've never heard that they are gouging people, charging them more than they should for anything ever. So, but then again, yeah, it's all about the way you look at it. But I get where OT is coming from, because where OT is coming from is that if there is no price cap on petrol, any trader has a right to say, I'm not selling my stuff.
Price cap now, before fathers, there is price cap. That's why
the different stations say at different prices.
But she's selling it at the right price now. But she just put in the meat pie there. Maybe her customers may be hungry. She just wanted to add meat pie there. So someone like Oti will be like, my client, wanted to feed the neighborhood.
My problem is not the price, but you're forcing me to take meat pie before I can get fuel, which I personally consider to be an essential commodity.
And I might also have limited money. Maybe all I have is just money for the gas.
The last thing I want to say on this topic is, I just want to find out. So, Oti, as a person, you go to Nigeria, you drive into a filling station, there's fuel scarcity. Finally, you find one, they're selling fuel. You get there, and they tell you, if you don't buy meat pie, we don't sell fuel to you. Not because you can't afford meat pie.
Okay.
How would you feel about? I'm not talking legalist now. How would you gladly or would you
honestly see that's why I've started by saying that. I mean, I have to my mind some ambiguity there. First of all, what's the price of a meat pie? Even if you don't want to eat a meat pie, and then you ask yourself, I mean, okay, this person, really being unruly, but it's something I can afford, and then move on, get the petrol that I need. People, first of all, in the wider context of Nigerian society, people are exploited and taken advantage of, in so many ways. And then buying a meat pie.
So you're telling me you allow someone to exploit you like that?
That's not going to give me a headache, right? Because I have to
absolutely. This is where the difference is. And you will still watch someone. This happens to someone, and you close your eyes.
Hold on. In life, there are some battles you don't really have to engage. There are things you can.
No, there are actually battles like this. Is one of those battles you actually need to get to.
That's up to you. But
I guess we have to agree to disagree. We're going to treat it differently. Osita looks like somebody that will park and block the whole place and say nobody's buying.
No. Someone like myself, that place.
Bring the whole meat pie.
See that place? I will rain fire and brainstorm in that place. You see one thing I hate in my life. You see in my whole life, I've never been able to stand for intimidation. I've never been able to withstand intimidation in my whole life. Or watch other people be intimidated.
Now you drive on Nigerian roads and then going to the east, for example, from the west to the east, and all these police checkpoints where people have to pay to. What do you do? Okay,
my brother.
It's not a good thing.
Sorry, hold on.
Okay.
It's exactly.
Okay.
You're not going anywhere.
We're talking about. You see, it is from that meat pie seller that we we graduate to the policeman.
Okay.
The meat pie seller is a moral equivalence of the policeman, and
Yeah,
it is
sure,
wrong.
sure.
You
So,
cannot
okay.
tell me that the policeman is right,
Okay,
and because of the
okay,
policeman,
okay.
okay. Now, let me tell you. Someone asked me a question. Who asked this question about policeman now? Who
I
told
think
you?
I think it's OT.
OT, was he that brought the question?
Yeah, yes.
Mm.
So what do
I
you
can.
do? See,
I
and
noticed
that's
that
what I'm saying.
he
That's what I'm
sat
saying.
back a bit.
No. I said no. Listen.
He sat back.
I recalibrated my thoughts. I had to recalibrate my thoughts on my experiences with the police. Let me tell you the one I remember most vividly.
Recently?
No, this was over more than 5 years ago
Okay.
in Ikorodu
Mm-hmm.
road. Then I used to always go around with a bag, and I loved dressing in all black, tucked in black and black. That day particularly, I had a encounter with these police people, 3 different groups of police people, within a space of 3 hours in Ikorodu road. This would be the time when they see a young man, and if for any reason you do not look unkempt, you are a suspect, Yahoo suspect. They stopped me. Where is your bag? What do you have in your bag? Where is your phone? I said, why do I need to give you my phone? What is the reason you have stopped me? They took it personal that why should I be questioning them? I said to them, you didn't see me doing anything wrong. I was just walking on my own. And you felt the need that you needed to stop me. And believe me, I was one of those guys back in the days that when you see, you can tell that this guy is ready to fight. Because I had that physical appearance,
police,
like body hug, everything, beards. Like I'm the typical look of like we're one-stop bad boy look. So and as of then, I was really stubborn. I won't lie to you. Like I was the kind. I've never been the kind to know how to take nonsense from anybody, especially when I know I'm on my right. Especially when I'm on the right. It could never make sense to me. So I interrogated them back. These guys wouldn't have it. They talk because they approached me 2 people first. The other 3 came down from the vehicle. They said, I must show them my phone. I said, what is the reason exactly? They said, you are a Yahoo boy. I said, how? What is the proof? Mind you, there was nothing incriminating on my phone. The only things I had on my phone and in my bag, as a matter of fact, were documents of IELTS examination registration. IELTS documents, receipts of payments to chartered banks, and my computer. But the fact that someone could have stopped me for no just cause, I had not done anything.
So
And
in other
demanded.
words, is it a roundabout way of saying you did give something to Nigerian police now and again because you are giving a case where he didn't succumb?
No, it's a case of because they brought it in. And I remember, I'm now remembering my own personal account of where I could have been, money could have been extorted from me. It got to a point, they dragged my phone, my bag from me, they dragged my bag, my this thing. It started getting physical. People surrounded us. And I'm telling you, this was this particular ones are actually the 3rd encounter. So I was also lashing out based on the fact that this is the 3rd time people are stopping me on the same road within 3 hours.
So you give or you don't give?
This is a long story. Okay, hold on, Osita, hold on. You've never given money in Nigeria before.
No, I didn't give a dime. See, they said me they carry me go meet their organ.
No, not in that case. I'm talking about forever in Nigeria. You've never given money to anybody. Nobody has ever exploited you in Nigeria.
You see the police.
From
The police has never escorted me.
man, nurse, all of them.
Let me also tell you another encounter. One night, I was
question. I'm just telling us a story. Answer his question. Have you never
it's a straight
been...
question.
No, that's what I'm saying. I wanted to cut it short. The long short of the story. They took me to their organ, which was parked on the other side. One in one of the hillocks. He said, "Young man, why are you fighting security people?" I said, "Organ, these people, this is the third time I'm being harassed today. I've not achieved the thing that brought me out on this road. I've not done anything wrong. What exactly is happening?" The man spoke to me in a certain way. That was when I now put the keys to my phone, my distance, the pin in my phone. Also put pin in my laptop. Because of the tonality of how he spoke to me.
Oh.
Nice. So
because of, okay, but I was ready. What I'm telling you is that I was ready to end it there.
Yeah, I hear you on that one, but
I was see, I'm telling you now that's the sort of person I am. You know, see, listen. There's a point. There's a point, and there's a point I want to make here. You must, at some point in your life, you have to stand for something.
Stand your ground, huh?
You know, the thing is that nobody knows who will live long and who will die. But and now, when this thing happened, I could never have imagined
how many
that one day
Nigerians have never been extorted in Nigeria, because last week or 2 weeks ago we were having this conversation. It looked like nobody has ever been exploited in Nigeria.
No, people get exploited on daily basis. Listen,
my own experience, I want
we
to
get
share
exploited on daily basis.
Ask him if it's against the law.
Somebody are taking money from you when you didn't have to give them the money.
Yes.
Am I accurate? No, Sita, I want you to answer that one, because the way you are sounding is like you've never done it before.
No, you mentioned
You're going a roundabout way to try to prove that OT is wrong, but he probably is right in that argument.
But for that, OT is wrong.
But you have been exploited before.
The fact that
between
that exploitation and what this lady is doing to the
that's what I want to. If you permit me, I want to ask OT. I was working in a company, and you know, Nigerian companies, they need to verify your certificate. So after employing you, after a while, they verify. You told them you went to NYSC, you went to this school. They want to verify to be sure you're not a fraud, which I have no problem with. They don't tell you. They send their consultants. They get a consultant to say, "Please, we have 100 of these our workers who graduated from. Can you go verify that they actually graduated from this school?" Now, my probationary period was due and was now like almost 7 months more than. And I was wondering what is keeping this. And I went and he said, "Oh, we have one institution you haven't that has not been verified." I said, "So go verify them." He said they have not responded. So I said, "Okay." We waited, and then unfortunately, I had an assignment in that location. So I went to HR to say, "I know I'm not supposed to be involved. Do you permit me? I'm going to that region for an assignment to go to there and find out why." The guy said, "Go ahead, not a problem. You won't be breaching anything. If they respond, we are happy." So I went to there, and I went to that school, and they said the lady responsible was not yet at work. I got her number. I called her. Because I understand the Nigerian nuances, I tried to appeal to her, and then she said, you know, as if she was doing me a favor, she said, "Oh, she'll be late. She'll be in by 1 p.m. I had to wait because I was going to another city. She showed up and pointed to the floor that, "Oh, I should just check on the floor. If you see official documentation like in a trash," I went there and sieved my own. Fortunately, it wasn't long. I just pulled out the letter of the organization. I said, "Look at my name with 7 other people on the list." She said, "So when are you going to respond to this?" She said, she doesn't have anybody to enter exams and record to go and pull my file. I gave a bribe. I'm not going to pretend about it. Why? Because I could see that this person doesn't care if I lose my job. This person doesn't care if I lose my job. So what I did was I said, "Okay, since I'm here, I'm going to give you X amount, and I'll give you money to send this thing by DHL. No longer normal post. What do you need?" She told me. I gave her. The guy who was going to enter the file, I gave money to the person too, separately. Gave the person, so that it's not that I gave her and the person will say, "You didn't give me my own." Anyway, cut the long story short, I did it for everybody on that list. And they responded after 3 weeks, and it came on time. So, OT, did this woman break any law? I mean, you are the adjutant here. Did this woman break any
law?
You know why I'm saying this is because this is how from meat pie we move to exams and record. We move to police.
And please, Oti, just before you say that, I want to put something out here.
Oh yes, I'm corrupt for the person who said I'm corrupt.
Listen,
look at that body here, Oga. He probably he's worse.
See, I want to put something out here.
Sorry.
See, Kim, you see in your own case, you were not compelled. You know, you are not. No, you are not obviously. No, you are not obviously. No. Obvious compulsion. Obvious compulsion. Because I remember when I was in university, there is a particular woman. You must buy her book.
We've all gone through that.
And it's subtle.
I'm with you on this matter.
And it's subtle.
We've all gone through it. Let's not judge.
See,
We've all gone through
and
it.
it's subtle. But I can tell you, after I left university and I became more aware in my life, we are certain things. No. I'm telling you, I'm being very honest with you. There are certain things that I tried my best.
Sorry, my friend,
to stop happening in my life.
The longer we talk about it, we're just proving OT correct. That it's not as straightforward as it appears.
No, you see this one of obvious compulsion.
Answer the question. Is that woman wrong?
Oh God. Look, it's not. Don't be necessarily emotional.
Well,
there's what is called realism. Now listen, Jim,
hold on.
Jim, sorry. Well, the lady, I'm not sure of any crime, but invariably she must have been. I mean,
I can tell you the crime is inducement.
Yeah.
No, she didn't ask for money. She
told you she didn't ask for money.
If I don't represent any candidate,
see, I'm telling you the truth. If you take this thing to a court in the UK, anywhere, any other part of the world, this woman will argue.
For me to open up a personal experience to you, I want to open up to and I share.
No. Chim.
Hello, Oti.
I don't become lawyer.
Company writes you to say review this XYZ. Your job is to review and reply them back. If after 1 year, 7 months, like I told you, you have refused to reply to that thing, you are looking for inducement. Okay, you don't care what happens to those people. Do you know how many people would have lost their jobs if that letter was not sent?
Sorry, Chim. So the question you asked to me, and from the story you recounted,
Yes.
I didn't hear you say she asked for money, but rather that you offered money as an if like.
I'm telling you, the woman asked for money, but I've told you now.
And she accepted it. Accepting it is also illegal.
I was cutting the story short.
Oh, hold on. She asked for bribe, and then you paid the bribe. Both of you are guilty of crime.
Okay, now I'm guilty.
So what I'm talking about.
So that's Chim political career goal.
You know, I have to commend Chim. I have to commend Chim for being honest about
what you wanted. So
most Nigerians are very, very.
Everybody in Nigeria knows.
Osita sat back when they asked him. He had to go for a long community story. He has political ambitions.
See, my brother. No, listen. I'm the one. Listen now. I'm the one who told you. See.
Excuse me.
Listen.
Hold on, please.
You know, we have a certain culture.
Can I?
Oti, please let me say this. You know, we have a certain culture in Nigeria where we over appreciate people.
Oh God.
And not just over appreciate. There is also something we do, even pre-appreciating people. This one is even in anticipation.
You even have all the languages. I've never heard.
No. I'm trying to put things in context. And then, but look at the point I was trying to make. I gave you my instance, and I'm just opposing this with what happened in the filling station. We are all Nigerians. You get? We've walked into offices. I've walked into an office where somebody, after doing something for me, they don't say anything to me. I carry money, give them. I've walked into a office where somebody is trying to help me something. Say, hey, guy, you go find me something after this. I'll say, my brother, no wahala, because it's our culture. And after that, I give him money.
That's not true. It's not our culture. That's not correct. That's not our culture.
Okay. In most, let me not generalize, say in our culture, but it is not something. It is not something, people see when they look at. Why did you do that? No, nobody pushes.
It's common practice.
It has become a practice. It has become a norm, but it's not our culture.
Okay, it's something that I had seen and it had become a norm. Okay, now the one I was kicking against, the one I'm trying to tell you that something like that I could never let it slide in my life, where you are obviously beyond my will, against my will, just like in the filling station, someone came to buy fuel and you tell them that they don't buy the meat pie, they will not buy this. You get the same thing that the police people told me that if I don't settle them with money, that they will take me to police station.
I finally had to believe
without doing anything.
I finally had to believe that any Nigerian has not encountered a situation whereby if they didn't induce the officials or anybody with finance that to speed up whatever they want.
Exactly, that's what I'm telling you. All of us, most of us have been engaged in it.
That is a requirement. That is not a maybe, or you have the option not to give them. You have to. If you don't give them, they will not expedite your process.
And forefathers, to help you, forefathers, in some instances, they will not ask you, but they will not. See, I have a driver. Let me tell you, technically speaking, Nigerian Federal Road Safety owes me money as we speak. I went, did capture, did everything, paid the right fee, and they did not give me my driver's license.
Listen, my brother, listen.
Hold on,
Okay. Carry on, finish.
The person knows I was going out. He was trying to gag me. I ignored him and I left it and I traveled. 1 year after or 2 years after, he started calling me that my driver's license was ready. I told him to keep it. I don't need it anymore. I told him keep it. I've used other processes to regularize my documents here. So you go ahead and eat the document. But they have my money. So if it's in a place where I wanted to sue them, go and I have the receipts. I would have done all those things. But the point we're making is this, and that's why I'm asking OT. It's a graduate thing. He graduates. He graduates from meat pie. That's how it starts.
Let me.
So when you say don't fight meat pie, choose your battle.
No, excuse me.
And then the big one happens. We now start teaching again.
Listen, you see, and that's why. Listen, you see, and that's why I brought the issue of policemen on the road. Listen, look, just to clarify, I'm not condoning this. Okay, I'm not saying it's good.
But you appear
to like you are.
No. Listen. No,
I don't think it is.
We have to be realistic, and again, choosing your battles. You can't just really. Now, the thing is this: some of this is systemic, and then you, as an individual, one person, you want to really, hit your head against a brick wall. You want to, kick against it. You want. Come on, you're not going to succeed, all right? You. Okay, now for example,
how do we start changing it?
Is it from the police? Let me just ask this, because the first time I heard about bribery in Nigeria is from that police roadblock. Is that where it started from?
No.
Where did it originate from? This
hold on. See now, okay, because I traveled to Nigeria. I just came back on what was that?
The issue of police is not even bribery. That road thing is not bribery. It doesn't equate to bribery. That is pure extortion. That is pure extortion.
Yes, correct.
That is not bribery.
It's extortion, but
bribery is exchange of finance.
What favor are they doing you?
To your question,
the road.
You're right. No, passing the road is your right.
Yeah, without searching you.
No. So they are blocking you from passing the road.
No, they're extorting money. Extorting money. That's
it's
extortion, not bribery.
But they could decide that they want to search you.
To your question, bribery mostly started with our civil service. You go to an office, which is why for those of us who live in the Western world, there are offices you don't know where they are located because they've removed human-to-human contact. Go online, apply for your thing, pay for it there. Because listen, let me tell you, just this morning, I don't know who I was discussing with, and I said to the person that now I understand why the white man removed a lot of person-to-person contact. They also had those problems too. And they realized, what? To eliminate it, make it online. You don't need to know the office.
Cut off middle.
Exactly. Which our civil servants don't want to go back home in Nigeria.
So the thing is this. So, and okay, now you're actually coming to my point, because this is systemic. This thing is not some you as an individual. You think you're gonna change the system overnight because you're stubborn, because you're so upright, you're so determined. Come on, you'll be wasting your life, wasting your time. Now the thing is this. Okay, with the example of the road, because as I said, from the experience of what traveling to the east, just 2 weeks ago. Look, it's such a problem. It can only be solved by it's up to the government, talking about this quite specifically, the governments of the eastern southeastern states, because I just find it unbelievable, these checkpoints. Okay, traveling from Lagos to Onisha. Well, so it's not something an individual, a group of people. It requires government intervention, because it's like the people are under siege. The people of the southeast under siege, paying this money. So what do you do? So really, it's you ask yourself. These governors, or maybe people that represent southeasterners, what do they do? These are the sort of things they should look into. Not because the drivers that pay this money, and of course not just the money, but really the difficulty, the challenge.
OT, the institution that is guilty of this act is not a state or provincial institution. It's a federal institution. So why are you treating it?
Sure. But if it is federal, which is federal government, okay, do you think is it not the responsibility of the states, the state governments? Okay, the state governments of the southeast to do something about it. Come look and represent the people, because it's delaying commerce, it's frustrating people. It's people have been extorted. It's a problem. It's a major problem. So it's not really, and that is Nigeria.
Some years ago,
you're not going to blame the drivers that have to pay this money to be allowed to carry on, on their journeys.
Okay, Oti, hold on. Some years ago, I was in Nigeria. I was driving. I was going up to Ikeja, so I had to go through, the Alaka under the bridge, the flyover, and all that. So I encountered some federal road safety. So obviously they stopped me. I stopped. They saw a shiny car. I stepped out. And when, like Osita did say, when they see that you're clean, they'll think you're a Yahoo boy. Then I stopped. I didn't get out of the car. So that one came by my side and said he wants to see my papers. I said, sure. I reached out to the pigeonhole, got it out. We were just wasting his time. We were going over it, because I had everything all prepared. I asked him, is there any problem? He didn't answer me, so I stepped out of the car. There were 3 of them. They were 4. Actually, one that appears to the most senior officer. I said, sir, I've just shown you my papers and I need to be in Ikeja. I know that, this morning, rush hour. Is there any problem? He said, there is no, he didn't even answer me. But because they didn't find anything. Then he went around the car, looked. He said, can I open my boot? They opened my boot. I had my laptop in there. He said, then he said I should open that laptop. I said I'm not doing it. So when they saw the way I stood my ground that I'm not opening my laptop, he was like, this one, Jerry, we can't get any money. Do you know what he did to the papers? It was all point. I was polite at first with them. He just threw it on the floor and said, and was walking away. That was when my boy activated. I said, what is wrong with this cow? So I said, excuse me, can you come back here? He looked. He said, then one of them said, you're talking to our guy. I said, fuck you. Excuse my language. When they thought I was going to be afraid, and the other one that was the driver, he had his key loosely. I just grabbed the key and put it in my pocket. So if you don't pick up this document and give it to you, I give it to you politely and all that, you're not having your car keys. So that was how 2 of them came, rushed me. Before that one he was on the floor. The other one was on the floor. That was when they knew that this guy was that crazy guy. And
you were a soldier then? Were you a soldier then?
No, I was living here. I just went home. I went to visit. So my cousin, my junior cousin that was in the car, he picked up his camera.
But you were a former soldier at that time.
Yeah.
That helps.
Really happens. This happened 2016. It happened 2016. It's not too long.
Police officers.
No, it's not. No, they attacked me. It was self-defense. They attacked me. They attacked me. So when they came and all that, they said, yeah, they're going to deal. They were so happy they're going to deal with me. They called backup. When they called backup, I was so lucky. When I looked, I saw there was these soldiers in their it's like a pickup and all that. There was an officer there. So when they saw what was happening, because they saw uniform to uniform and all that, they turned. You know, they turned and came and said, gentlemen, I said, listen. So the officer there, I introduced myself. I said, I'm so. Oh, sorry, sir. So what? Then I told him what happened. They said, are you mad? You stupid clowns and all that. So there you go. Yeah, in Nigeria. Sure,
Is it still a roundabout way of saying you've never given money before?
I will never give money to any policeman when I know I'm on my right. Yes, I have given. When I didn't know any better. I will admit it.
Okay.
So you're a former soldier. So who should I call now when they want to hold me?
You can't escape it in Nigeria because you cross checkpoints all the time.
Can I ask you, Tom, how do you feel? How do you feel now? You know, you're definitely not the man you were when you were in the force. Or how do you feel as a soldier?
I hate being cheated. They wanted to take me on thinking that I was a nobody that they can just cheat like
That's
that.
what I'm saying. You are a somebody. Some of us that are just Jesus' children.
I didn't even identify myself as student. I was ready. Listen, I was ready to defend. I was ready to defend myself because two of them had been on the ground and all. Because
I've seen it happen a million times.
If we were armed,
you can even fight on top of it.
If those guys were armed on that day, they would have shot me.
Funny enough, I've never been in charge of a car going through this thing. Either I'm taking public transport or I'm in some other person's
Someone
car.
was driving me.
So,
Exactly
but,
as we were talking.
They bribe all the time. It's happening all the time. So
As we are talking,
if I was
saying this
driving,
thing, I'm just remembering when I've been on transit and this thing is happening. I've not had to be the one directly involved with these police people while I was driving.
The ones I've encountered,
but it happens.
The police
and
officers
it is the shame that it happens.
In Nigeria, they were quite polite. The last time I was in Nigeria, I went to Ekiti. I went for a function, and I was driving back to Ibadan, and a lot of checkpoints. They were all very polite. They just asked nicely, "Oh God, weekend now, do something for us now. Oh God, now do something." You know, some of them, I told them, open the boot, take whatever. I had some drinks left over. I told them, open the boot. When I opened the boot, I'll tell them, take whatever you want from the boot. It was all alcohol. They will take whatever. I'll keep driving. When alcohol finish, we'll go to the next one. That everything you carry. I say, I don't carry anything. No, I do weekend for us. So at that point, I had 1,000 bills. So I was like, I said, you know, I said, I don't have change. You know what they told me? They said, we'll give you change. How much you won't give us?
Oh, they're ready.
We'll give you change. Yeah. So the ones I saw, they were not confrontational. Maybe it's not best practice to give them, but I just thought, like what he said, sometimes you're like, you know what, do I want to wait and start arguing and all of that? At police, at the filling station,
but
I won't argue with the police officer.
Sure. There's a difference in what you're saying. Listen, there's a difference. You're approaching a checkpoint and in a convivial way. They stop and say, "Hey,
what is the difference?
That one is different. There's a difference. There's a difference.
How is that different?
Okay, so remember, let's not over digress. Remember that we're talking about that you come for a service that you will pay. Maybe you need to pay, or maybe it's like an office, like what the example I gave about asking to verify that people graduated from a school. Just do your job and send it. But you want to gag people because I suspect they feel that when this thing happens, they will have to send somebody who will come and then the money will change hands. People do this. That's what we're talking about. When you're gagging people, you're putting people under a tight corner. You don't want to do your job. And if the person is pressed for, let's say it's passport office, for instance, you go to renew your passport.
Oh, now they happen every day.
And then
that's what in the UK, it's almost impossible. At least those days anyway. This time I did it without anything, but those days,
Oh,
it
yeah.
was almost impossible to do it without giving somebody something.
Exactly. Thank you. You know what I'm
Was
saying.
that your passport?
But when it comes to this
Yes, in
checkpoint
UK
own,
before.
My brother,
good
now you've reminded me another place where they've tried to extort me. In that place in London where they renew passport. I still went there. The day I went there, I still ran fire and brainstorm.
I asked a few questions. That's all.
No,
Then it took me 6 months to do it. 6 months.
If you cause too much trouble at the embassy, there was one time I went to renew my passport 2018 around November. A guy got annoyed. He got a bit physical with one of their staff. Bro, I'm not even joking. It didn't take 2 minutes. I'd never seen those kind of police officers on the streets in London. You know, the most hefty, the ones that live in the gym. Probably because it's an embassy and they were on standby. The way they popped up, about 6 of them, and took this guy out, questions asked. They would just treat it as, you know, embassy, it's a sensitive area. They just took the guy out because he got angry. He got physical with one of the staff.
Wow.
They were wasting his time. They took him out. They just took him away. I'm not saying they would have beaten him up like they would do in Nigeria, but I'm talking British med police that came in. Speed dial. So when I go to that place, I talk to them amicably. My wife was forming, I was born in London. I said, Madam, please, don't use your own to scatter what I'm trying to do here. I understand the language. I didn't pay, I didn't give them money, but they just wanted that, Laji, chief, uncle, Egbo. That's what they wanted. And I gave them plenty of it. But my wife was like, why would they tell me? I said, Madam, don't scatter what I'm doing here. So they quickly realized that, okay, this one grew up in Nigeria, this one grew up in London. So I apologized quickly, you know, without, and that's the way I got it. But that please, that somebody mentioned in the comment section, why do we pay £20 for postal order?
Post
extortion.
That one drives me crazy. It's not the money that is annoying me. It's the fact that we have to go and buy postal order is the most so humiliating. Something that belongs to
for the ambassador. The ambassador has been. I've forgotten the ambassador was there. It's a scam. It's a
You know,
scam.
someone told me that.
Why they make us do that.
Someone told me that. I didn't verify this, but someone told me that Nigerian embassy is one of the major reasons why the post office in the UK still sell postal order, because no organization, they don't accept it anymore.
It's outdated.
The amount of Nigerians who buy that. You know what's now funny? There's a guy at that place at the door. He sells it to you. He carries a side bag. He has the postal order. He's already paid for it. So if you went to the post office,
it's an economy,
you pay £25 or so, they only take cash for it.
Nigerian government,
even at the post office, you can't pay with your card.
They create a fake economy that shouldn't exist.
There's someone there that sells it to you. So in case you've forgotten or you didn't know about it, there's someone at the queue that will sell it to you right there and then.
Imagine, you can't even find postal order in Nigeria. That thing is so old, and they're still making us use it.
On the day I went to that embassy, one certain time I went there to renew my passport. I've been see people who have been come there before. All of a sudden, they call people name. You enter, you come, you. I could no longer take it. My brother, I raised my phone, begin the video. I raised the alarm. I say, Shebi, this thing one they do for Nigeria. When I still don't come here, carry them come here.
Sad. Just sad.
I said, this thing, same thing what they do for Nigeria. Shebi, we don't carry the thing, come here again.
You bring that incompetence over.
You
can't make that up.
If you guys say Nigerian
embassy, why they tell you if you are going into the embassy, your phone must be off. If you don't switch off your phone, they won't let you in. They check your phone because they don't want to record anything.
They are so incompetent. They even miss it.
No, I had my phone on. I had my phone on. So as I raised it, I said, "I'm going live," and I started videoing with my YouTube. Then I started raising my voice. Before I knew it, other people who were frustrated, they added volume to me. The place started heating up. People started talking up. You know, that's when one of the coordinators now came and said, "Okay, you people come up. You people should." That's when I said, "Okay, what stopped you guys from doing the right thing?" Ab initio.
No, they don't have enough staff.
The only time I had issues with them when I went there.
I mean, if you have the energy, more power to you. Good luck to you. That's all I can say. But you wouldn't expect everybody to.
The only time I had issues with them, I went there after all of us had queued from like 5 a.m. because you have to get there there are people get there
you have to
3
on the street. Somebody don't see you.
If you don't live in London, People who come from Newcastle and all those places, they get there at 3 a.m. So I got there around 5 o'clock. I was like number 20 something in the queue. After we had gotten in, you know that the ground floor, lower ground floor, where you sit initially, and we were like 40, 50 people. They're overcrowded. As soon as, I mean, maybe one of the guys who run the place noticed that people probably weren't fresh enough. After everyone had sat down, he brought out air freshener, Glade, and he started spraying above our heads. Like you're sat down and someone is just spraying air freshener. So I told him, I said, please don't do that. He said,
These
why?
people, they will never learn.
Because I said, you don't know if I'm asthmatic. And you are literally spraying air freshener over everybody's head. So because I put it in that context, like you don't know if I'm asthmatic.
How they employ those people from Nigeria?
No, when you enter that place, you are
they employ them from Nigeria. They
come from Nigeria.
They should be
let me tell you,
from the UK.
And
I think
before you can walk in that place, you see the people employed in that place. Now people will get super connection. They work for that place.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. So they can
You know what it means? Super connection.
Yeah.
Now then they work for that place. Even to the guy, one guy was complaining to me that he used to sell food in that place, but due to police, they don't eject them.
I saw this lady in the checkout. She just looked like somebody that just came from Nigeria yesterday. She was like, "Oh, yeah, the paper doing this." It's like, how are you in London doing this? Don't you see how people are behaving out there?
Yeah, exactly.
The worst of
It's
all.
like
When I was going to renew my Nigerian passport, I always leave it to because I don't use it, so I forget about it. So when I need it, I'm like, oh, Nigeria. I was going to renew my passport last year summer, because I was going to go to Nigeria. Eventually, I didn't go. So I wanted to renew my passport in a hurry. So I started calling people. I need this passport in a hurry. This is an urgent trip. And people started giving me different. I have like 8 telephone numbers. You just see Niger House, forefather, Niger House, Tone. I said everybody Niger House something. I now started calling people. They now told me that they cannot bring my capture date. I don't know why we keep capturing. You already have my biometrics. We have to go every time. So they now said they've changed the system now. It's only done in Abuja. That I spoke to all these people in London. They said they couldn't change it, not for any amount. They said what they can do is from the day I capture, they can fast track it and I will get it same day if I'm one of the first people to come in, or next day that they can fast track it for £200. I said that's not what
do you
I
have
need.
your national your national?
I do. Yeah, I did that already.
Do you know how much it cost me? £100 to do it.
Yeah, I already had that one. So listen, so eventually someone now give me a contact of a guy who lives in between Abuja and UK, shuttles, young guy in his 30s. The guy told me he sounded with a northern accent, but with UK accent, you can tell he's somebody probably schooled here, lives in the north. The guy told me that it is £500, non-negotiable, but it will move my appointment from, even if it's next year, to tomorrow. He said, so it is only done in Abuja, £500. It doesn't matter if your appointment, your capture date could be 2 years' time. I'll put it tomorrow and you will get it posted back to your house in 48 hours.
Imagine that. You know, one other thing I noticed that I saw that day. You know, one other thing I saw, like when you fill your form for like you put your next of kin and all those things. When they were handing it out, it was a standard one that was in there. They just put the standard. They didn't put the original one that you have. So there are a lot of people out there with the same next of kin. Like they were not even. Man, some of the things you see, they will just say, "Oh, because that one is not important information." They will just collect the main information and just put that one just to fill the space. It's
that
like
is successful,
you know, and this is one of those things that pushes some of us that do not even plan to own British passport to one day just before you know it.
Immoral behavior.
Before you know it, you still don't go carry yourself. Go apply for that British passport.
If you're eligible, just collect it. Put it in one corner, even if you don't need it. Just keep it.
I didn't want to do that too. I didn't want to do that, but the way this Nigerian nonsense is going, it's getting me tired.
Go and collect your
I'm
blue
beginning to
passport.
consider that now.
You know, it's no longer red. It's now
No, my
blue
brother.
passport.
See,
go and collect
I don't know
it.
whether you know about the laws in Nigeria. Certain laws, if you're someone who is interested in a political office in contesting elections, it might not be the most favorable because there's a law there that says if you have acquired the citizenship of another nation, that automatically makes you disqualified.
And maybe you won't go wrong for
No. I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, I
don't think so. I think that was an issue where they were accusing Tinubu or something like that.
My brother, and do I look like I'm Tinubu? How many of us? How many of you? Haven't you seen where they are giving different judgments in the same case?
No, there's a clause in the constitution that's why whenever you are reading the constitution, when they say something in section, they say be careful of that section that they put there.
My brother, pull it out. You see, when you are playing with people who are in the big league, who have access to judges, attorneys, the best of lawyers, they can always spin this thing around. And that is the same reason why somebody like Senator Okorocha, Rochas Okorocha, said to Lawan, Baba, you and I will be in contest for presidency. How did you manage to come back to the Senate?
That's a party issue. I don't know why people keep acting as
that thing is not a party issue. No, it's beyond party issue. It's not limited to political parties. No.
Sometimes anomalies happen in every system.
But Okorocha is also APC. Okorocha is also APC, is he not?
Wait, Okorocha is APC, but the electoral this thing, the electoral act does not. The electoral act forbids that.
Only somebody from within their party can challenge them. I think I'm not too sure. I think that's what the law says. That somebody from within their party is the only one that can challenge them on that. I think. Don't quote me on that.
Sometimes we understand things, but we don't necessarily know deep enough into the law.
I do not know. I do not know it deep enough. But I can tell you from the first glance of that law.
Also, if I may quickly make this point, that law you're talking about, forefather, you know that these laws have been tweaked. In 1999, this is not what the law stated. But now that these guys have been in office and they have seen the challenges they go through, they are the ones who, when they were talking about these amendments, amended those things to say that if you are not part of my party, you cannot go and be
don't be an interloper
against me when we get to
exactly what this 2023.
Yeah, because there's a good reason for it though. Because on the other party will just be suing you constantly. If that's the case,
local standing, my brother, not even will not here for this election.
I'm a learned colleague. After watching Arise, local standing, interloper.
man, nothing wrong with it. In fact, last 2023 election, in fact, it was something else. I don't know whether we are going to ever be really as engaged or have much, to fall back to.
One thing for sure
after another election.
One thing for sure is that people of the South and the Southeast have learned a lot about the Constitution, especially the electoral law in the last this cycle, because we were glued checking every detail. That's why it caught me out now. When I was reading the clause, I didn't pay attention to the section that says referring to the other section. Whenever it says referring to the other section, you better go and check it because that's it caught me out.
They must have tampered with it. Oh my goodness.
And Constitution is even worse. Revolution, you're here. See, there are quite a lot of things to talk about actually, because like the state policing stuff, the debate that has been going on, people were just under the impression that it's just going to go sail through. Now, traditional leaders come out and say, no, we don't want it. Why?
Traditional leaders from where? Which part of the country?
Let me see now. Let me see which ones are saying it. Let's see. Let me pull that up. So you see, they are not very, very fond of it.
I can say that traditional rulers in Imo State will never be part of it. They will never agree to it.
Let's see now. Let's hear now. You'll be shocked. They are the first in the queue.
That my country is not yet ripe for decentralized policing.
How did I end up here? Jeez. I think he disappeared. Oh my God. That to find it now is going to be hard though. Let me see.
Look for the timeline. Maybe when you check the timelines and keep it by the timeline.
The timeline is so I'll pull it back again. I think it's better to even find that this one that he just jumped by itself.
1 second. Let me while you're looking for that, let me find something. You said you've not seen this at all. Hopefully my audio is good this time.
Oh yeah. I wanted to even play this one. Yeah. Oh God.
ESIA is currently being carried out by.
Sister, I was raised in the village. Me, I'm not here for me.
Well,
so
sorry.
So try to speak.
I can't help the way I speak. You mentioned that the ESIA was being carried out at the moment. The EIA Act of 1992.
I need interpreter.
Well, you have enough people next to you. The EIA Act of 1992 states that an EIA must be approved by the Federal Ministry of Environment before the commencement of any project.
No,
unless an exemption
it's
has
not
been
done so.
given.
There is preliminary approval. There is final approval.
Has an exemption been given? And if so, if you have the preliminary approval.
Exemption of what?
For the project to start without the final approval. If you have the preliminary approval, can this be shared?
We are following due process.
So can we have a
It
copy
is
of the
federal
preliminary
government that
approval?
gives the approval. It's not you.
So
It's
can we
federal
have a copy
government.
of the preliminary approval?
We have the approval.
And you can make that public to the media?
Everything in order.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I have to give it to the lady. You know, she held her composure, and
but you saw how he tried to trivialize
waffle it out. Yeah.
First of all, that lady wasn't born in Nigeria.
Yeah.
What do you mean by she
Maybe
wasn't
born in Nigeria? Maybe she just went there and
No,
got
it's not about being born in Nigeria.
What do you mean by she wasn't born in Nigeria?
It's not about being born in Nigeria.
Revolution will come to you.
Right.
What do you mean?
Because she clearly wasn't intimidated at all. She wasn't intimidated at all.
Let me land. Let me tell you why.
Before Scarios go, before he land. The
reason is this. Okay? The reason is this. That lady, huh? That girl is a pure British girl. There is no, see, that girl was not, there is nothing anybody can convince me.
I get friend like that. She did blow Igbo well and broken. She just decided to be professional and held her ground.
No, it was not just about being professional. In Nigeria, you know this, you know how we want to respect people.
No.
And respect office.
I one girl that my real party. Listen, she did blow Igbo well.
Okay, you know the girl well.
You blow broken. But when it comes to things like that, she will hold her ground.
No, you know this particular girl well.
Now my thought.
Why are you asking? Why is he asking? Why are you?
You know this one well.
The way he's asking
unless anybody will know the girl well. When people now come tell me say this girl.
Osita, don't lose us based on she's British. So I know you're not trying to defend Umahi because people think you're defending Umahi.
Which Umahi? What you concern me with Umahi? The girl. What I'm saying is that the mindset that girl had of disregarding whatever persona that Umahi was trying to paint, disregarding his status.
No, she's a professional. She does her job well. That's all we have.
No, we have professionals in Nigeria who are professional. No, this has to do with the environment. This is what a pure British environment will do to you.
Works in Nigeria.
Will impact inside you.
Excuse me, sir.
British.
Now my turn. I want to say something.
Another person might have another view, but when I saw it,
say this man way on top chain.
When I saw that video, I said to myself, for a woman, our Nigerian woman. I mean, you guys, see, haven't you seen interviews that are conducted by some people?
That brother where they talk, I want to try to put some correction to you.
Please go ahead. Go.
What we are saying, that is why you see the caption of my name, Revolution. That is what we are saying. But you now, the interpreter, and say because a normal Nigerian no fit they bold enough to stop that guy.
No,
is that what you're saying?
Not actually so. What I'm
saying, like that because to you say she's a British.
And that's why I said, Osita, land your point so that people don't think.
Okay, land your point so that make her no contradict you.
All of us. Why? Okay, what is the reason why all of us are applauding her? What is the reason why all of us easily recognize that lady did something exceptional, something that is not common usually?
Excuse me, that guy did not do anything. That guy did not do anything exceptional at all. She's just a professional and bold.
My
That's
brother,
all.
you are only saying this because you've lived so long with people where something like this is easily attainable.
No,
Let me tell you, I've seen. See, listen, my guy,
that's
you
your
can't convince me
opinion.
otherwise. I've
That's your
seen
opinion,
more
sir.
experience. Listen, I've seen people even more experienced, more Nigerian experienced, trained, practiced journalists when they interview some people. Go and look at the interview that the group Abati granted to Vice President Kashim Shettima.
Atiku, even Atiku.
You go and look at when they go and interview Atiku.
Brother,
When they go to their office and do whatever.
brother,
and see how they pamper them.
Okay, let me take my goal. Let me take my goal, please. Please, brother, I understand where you are coming from.
The woman was exceptional, and that is more of
hold on now, let him speak.
My brother, that girl hasn't done anything exceptional. Because the reason is most Nigerians, when no one do their job correctly, now they talk about. And not all Nigerians, whether you think say because are they in a society where people they insane. People like Rufai of Arise, people like Shem of channels. Nobody go intimidate them. Even the time when they interview that stupid guy we don't come on Buhari.
My brother,
him, so please,
you didn't watch that interview. I don't think you watched that interview correctly. Please play that interview again, and I will show you the reason why I said the things I say.
All of us seen that interview. What
no,
we are telling you is
there's a difference between seeing and paying attention.
We've paid attention. We have paid enough attention.
Can I say something, please?
We have paid enough attention. What I'm trying to say, if you give me let me use my time to speak and talk about it. Then after you can keep your opinion. What I'm trying to say, Nigeria is what we are telling Nigerians now. Please, that cowardice where they in us, that unnecessary respect, say we they give all these thieves where come to power. We should drop it and face reality. That girl was just being realist to him. That we are tired of this with a big manism. Oh, I know they hear what you they speak. Come to my level. That was what the girl was trying to tell her. Properly, as it's a part of this revolution where would they cry about. Revolution not be only to spoil Nigeria. The revolution be say, we can't take this nonsense from you anymore. You can't tell me to come to your level where they speak clean English, where everybody they hear. Now you think that before ne? You want to take us, you want to knock us out of the way. The girl comes tell and say you they crazy. If you know you're tonight, ask people around you. There's nothing exceptional about
exactly.
that.
Exactly. Now I know at least you paid attention. Now the other thing is that please let us not in the sense of wanting to be, politically or socially correct and trivialize something we know was exceptional. If this is something that was common, none of us will be speaking about it. For me, it was exceptional because I don't see it very often.
I like that you take it as your own opinion. For my opinion, that girl did not do nothing exceptional. I will do worse than that girl.
Okay, hold on. Osta, I beg, no vex. You're speaking from your own frame of reference.
Absolutely.
Your frame of reference, the hand. So, someone like me, for instance, I know the bad rule. I will do what that woman said. I might not speak the phonetics she's speaking, but I will stand my ground and ask the question. Maybe my method might be slightly different. And don't forget, listen, a lot of our people have meddled. What's the word? When you're into greasing, you're greasing palm. Like all the other journalists, when they've been greasing your palm. You can't ask the right question. The woman is not asking you for money. Thank you. But she was asking. What is there? As far as I'm concerned, the minister should be ashamed of himself.
Thank you.
I think what happened is they know she's from Arise, so it's almost like there's preconceived beef
where she's coming from.
Arise will be hostile towards you. I might be wrong, but
you are right.
Is that KJ, please go ahead. And for that, I want your opinion with what that girl did.
Let us finish that one first now.
We are talking about the girl. I was just talking and nobody was hearing me. We're talking about the girl, not even talking about the content of what she
which is important. You can tell that they've not obtained the certificates.
Yeah, they've not.
Obviously, they've not obtained the certificate.
See, no
They
matter
have
what that
not
certificate,
obtained the certificate.
what that certificate says, they were going to build it anyway. So
They go
you will
just
not
build them.
Yes, now.
And do you know the funniest thing? There was an interview I recently saw from someone who works within the Environmental Impact Assessment Unit in Nigeria. He came on television. They were asking him, have you people given this thing? Do you know that guy could not say yes or no? He was now just saying, we are just telling the government to come so that we can round up. So that I said,
Osita, just hold on. Let me just play this so that I don't have to play it again. Thank you.
Rejected the idea of establishing a state police in Nigeria, adding that the country is not yet ripe for decentralized policing. The monarch backed the position of the Inspector General of Police, Olukayode Egbetoku, on the establishment of the state police, arguing that the existing police force should be strengthened and reformed. The monarch, who spoke in an interview with journalists at the sideline of the event held in Abeokuta, maintained that if the existing police force is well equipped, funded, and motivated, it will be better positioned to fight insecurity and other criminal activities confronting the country.
I agree with the IG that Nigeria is not ripe for state police, because when you see it in the US, you will know that it is a policing that has to do with transparency, equity and accountability, and zero corruption. But in Nigeria today, if you are an APC and the governor is PDP, and police will be, they will act to the instruction of the governor, and where they will be victimizing those in the opposition party. So I think we still need to practice democracy more. The president should look into giving an adequate equipment, an adequate financing, and insurance to the existing police before decentralizing it to the state.
See, the guy also that drives me crazy. He said everything other than manpower.
Sorry,
that is scary. It's almost as if we are programmed somewhere in our head.
I came back because of let me deal with that.
These are comment section people. They will kill me with comments. Tokpe just put. I wish you understand Yoruba. He was responding to show. He said,
I came back because on Leila's issue. Leila is one journalist that I'm not particularly about her style, but on this particular occasion, I even reposted her on my Facebook page because that's what Nigeria needs. Journalism is about the fourth realm of government. While the executive does the executive job, the legislature does the legislative job, the judiciary do the judiciary job. The last set of people in that realm is the journalists. We hold the three accountable, and it behooves the journalists to ask the pertinent question, irrespective of the so-called office of whoever is being interviewed. I applaud her because he wanted to embarrass her, but she put it back on his table.
Yes, I think that's a very fair point. Yeah.
How to speak. I don't tell you how you move your files in your office. It's only in journalism and in acting that anybody can come from the street and claim to be a professional. You can come to the TV house and tell the journalist how to ask a question and how to behave. That is only in journalism. It's only in acting that somebody wakes up in the street and say, even me, self, I'll be actor. And then eventually calamity lands and we begin to look for a way forward. I hail her. Let me tell you something. If we have, and somebody said that we don't have journalists. No, we have. Remember, when journalism turned was, after the death of Delegiwa, there came another person from AIT. When AIT came in, his name is what? Benga Areluba, okay? Who was presenting the 10 o'clock program. I've forgotten the name now, something nation, okay? And he used to ask those questions. They didn't like him. They made sure until they removed him from and pushed him back into the office. So we have had journalists who will ask you, and I will not forget Chamberlain, okay, in channels, when channels were still channels. Chamberlain would drill you whether you like it or not. I've seen people who have come there and they are annoyed, and he still keeps his cool. They still ask you what you want to ask you. That is what we are meant for. That is what, if journalism or the journalists practicing in Nigeria can take that stand each time they have an opportunity to ask those people who are running the affairs of Nigeria, who are spending the millions of naira without being accountable, I think they will slow down in coming to the media. I think they will also slow down in some of the things they do. We have been discussing this charade of coastal road line, but the one that is existing has not been repaired. People are dying and losing their life every day. This coastal road line or coastal line road you are trying to construct now don't have any known food channel that can come to the public. But the other ones existing have people who are farmers whose foods are locked in the hinterland, who cannot bring it forward to or fro, for people to buy. I think any thinking government who is thinking and not trying to grab land from people will have thought of fixing those roads so that it can be motorable, so that people's lives can be better. Have you seen the road? Some of these roads. There's no one
KJ, until
actually
we have the
commenting.
revolution to bring in the real leaders, nothing will change in that country.
A revolution. I think you said.
Yeah, but hold on, though. Hold on. Before KJ, before
No,
you
you
go on,
people are giving only solution, no action. We have to remove those people first.
You see what they are saying to KJ right now? I think when KJ is talking about journalism is when he's at his best. Whenever you go into other topics, you start going to wade into it. You see, the way you analyze what that lady did and all that stuff, I really, really do respect that. And the passion he has for journalism it rivals the one he has for his faith, his religion, really. And no, it's almost the same, really. And he speaks very clearly about journalism.
I'm going away, please. I was on break. I just say make I enjoy una small.
Okay.
Just a minute, and I tell una good night for today. I want to tell una something. We have given nobody where did this platform will never give very good solution for Nigerian problem. Everybody has given exactly what we need to do in Nigeria. Every weekend, people come and tell us, and they're all practical. But what I'm trying to tell you people, until we remove these people out of there so that people will listen to these solutions, go take over, come they implement them, nothing will change. Good night, gentlemen.
Guys, please, my candidate, YPP candidate.
Oh, well, I wanted to share something with him. I don't know where he went. Because this is a concept that I wanted to share. Because I think, who shared it in me? Oh, no, I think it was Show. You know that video where the man said politics is about getting the wrong people to do the right thing. I wanted to share it because I think that's something that our people need to hear more about. That
you have it.
Okay. But
I can't find it. I can't find it. I just look for it. Just I can't find
you played a video.
It was Craig that shared it. I'll find it for you.
When we listen to traditional rulers, let us be mindful of the fact that the people who are in positions of authority in the states and in the federal have also the powers to remove and appoint new ones.
Yeah.
So if you call them to a meeting and at the end you ask them to make comment, what do you think they're going to say? That they should allow you to have state police? No, they won't say that because they know that if they say that, they'll probably go away and they'll be dethroned and another person put on their throne. So for them to continue to have their daily bread, they will say what you want to see, what you want to hear. And so let's not put too much emphasis on what the traditional rulers are saying because they're not really representing anybody right now apart from themselves. Okay, it's just like telling us now that that the man who spoke is speaking on behalf of the people of his community. No.
Okay? But please, did they tell you which state that in is, please? Were you able to deduce
wait, you are cutting me off. Let me speak. Now, if you notice also in the video, you didn't see any known traditional ruler from any of the localities that we know, the ones that usually represent their states. These people, just like the 40 bishops that came to the inauguration of one of our presidential candidates, they go about and sew this big regalia and give these young men, and they wear it. And at the end, they say they are the traditional rulers of us.
But don't you see the merit of their argument? Because even in America, the state governors don't have immunity, but the ones in Nigeria do. If you give them a force on top of that, you can't try them.
No, forefather, we are making a mistake. You cannot, in sincerity, you cannot say that Nigeria is not ripe for a state police. So we should equally
The governors have too much power. That's the problem. You have to remove the immunity from the governors.
I want to raise
Because the
some
police can't even
questions.
hold the governors accountable. But why the
Hold
governors
on
can
now.
hold them
Hold on.
accountable?
Right now, is there no corruption in the system? Are they not
There
using
is.
the federal police to also intimidate their opponents?
Yes,
You
but the
what
center
happened?
still has control over them, to an
No,
extent.
the center is
Forefather, why do you have pushbacks on good ideas? I don't understand.
No,
I
because
don't mean to
it's
cut
a
you off,
dangerous.
Peji.
It's
I
one
don't
thing.
mean to cut
Let
you
me
off,
explain.
Peji. I
Let me explain.
apologize. But
Let
this
me explain why I
forefather
think
would
it's dangerous.
always have a pushback on
Hold
good
on.
idea
Let
rather
me
than
explain.
come up
No.
with better suggestion on how that good
Hold on
idea
now, because
can be implemented.
see,
I
you
have
have to
something
be
to say
careful.
when you
Hold on
finish,
now.
but I have
Yeah,
to go.
let me answer that question. See, the point I'm making is a very, very dangerous problem we could have. It's one thing for governors to be messing about with national police in their states. It's another one where they have police that they command that doesn't have to listen to the center, and then the kind of problem that could result from that would be similar, could be as high as the level of civil war. That is the kind of problem because they could decide to arm their police very, very strongly. You could have a serious problem on your hand, and you can't arrest the governor. You can't, but the governor can get a police commissioner
But
arrested. Done.
but must we keep the state police under the listing of the governor?
An independent
In America, in America, it's not like that. America have mayors, but they also have people who run elections for the sheriff position.
Yes, but because the governors are not immune. But if the governor cannot be
So
arrested, nothing you can do
no,
to him.
no. What I'm saying is, then why must we if we need state police, obviously, but we don't need to put them under the direct command of the governor. We can do just what they do with sheriff system.
It's the same for local government, but yet look, the governors, because they are so powerful, the governors will always win.
No, what I'm saying is that if someone, well, I mean, it's long run anyway. Trying to come with America.
The immunity from the governors.
Can't it? Shit. Can I speak? Is it time for me to speak?
Go ahead.
I'm tired.
Go ahead.
Look, Nigeria is not going to be good if we keep having pushback to every good idea. Instead of you now saying, okay, we need state police, they've got traditional leaders that have come out to speak, obviously are the paid ones because they're working for their own stomach, not the people. Now, if the governors have immunity and you are afraid that they're going to control the police, why don't you change that first and be advocating that their immunity be removed?
That's what I'm asking.
My brother, that means
that's not what you're arguing. What you're arguing is that
that's what I'm asking for, but they will never consider.
You
to amend the constitution, the governors have to sign up for
There's
it.
a difference.
They will never agree to it.
You are pushing an APC position. We are not ripe for state police. That's different from what you are.
No, I'm not pushing that we are not ripe. I'm saying we are ripe.
Not you, Osida. You're right. You've made your point.
It's a recipe for pushback. Potential danger. We have 36 states. It just takes one of them.
In danger now. This man will not let somebody speak. I'm tired, though.
Not in that kind of danger. You don't know the kind of danger I'm talking about here.
Are we not in danger now? Our people not
the danger we are in now is
problem now. We're trying to solve the problem we are in.
Cost millions of lives.
You won't let somebody talk. I don't tire.
Talk if you want to talk.
Let me talk. Stop interrupting me, please. It's as if every time you come here, you come and push some people's agenda and dabaru everything and nothing goes forward. If you're making suggestions for state police, there are refined ways they do it elsewhere that we all know works. Bring back those suggestions. Don't come and talk like those illiterate traditional rulers that just spoke on the news just now. That one that just argued that we are not ripe for state police. If we are not ripe for state police, maybe we are not ripe to rule ourselves. Maybe we should go call the Chinese and the Indians to come and start ruling us. Because that's a stupid statement that traditional leader just made. The dumbest statement ever by any black man. We are not ripe for state police. That kind of stupid statement. The same thing, we are not ripe for democracy. This is the type of stupid statement our people keep making. We are not ripe. What are we ripe for? To be fools, to be slaves? In our own country, what are we ready for? 60 years after independence, we are not ripe for this, we are not ripe for that. Our democracy is not this, it's not that. Enjoy me, wake up.
Yeah, we are still evolving.
Education, wake up.
See,
What nonsense is this?
Are you done? Are you done?
I'm not done, Joe. I want to talk on this 2 more points. This thing about
let's deal with one at a time now. Don't change the topic.
Because you all keep bringing issues that are relevant and we will not let people talk about it. On this visa thing, all of you were talking about how they don't do their job. Nobody among you propose solution. First of all, if solution was there, they'll say, okay, all departments, irrespective of what department, must have a department where people can complain, an inspector general office where people can file their complaint on how they were treated in the embassy.
Ferrari, that's not correct. How can you just wake up from sleep, come here and say we didn't proper solutions? I'm pushing back.
I listened for a few minutes. I didn't hear solution. I hear all
when
the
somebody
said,
when I said that we should move human to human contact, is that not a solution?
No, that was good. I agree. You still say that.
I agree.
Yeah. That's true. That's true, Chim. You said that. I agree. But also, we must have every department or every ministry must have a place where the people can go and complain. They must have people who are appointed for the job of investigating complaint. They must have people who give results. This is how democracy works. Everybody checking on everybody. All this Ogasokwe mentality that we have ruling ourselves. Then let me quickly land on the lady thing.
Why are you the one talking even in Jonathan's turn?
I'm leaving you guys. I'm going to leave. The wife is calling me. We have place to go. Osita saying that the lady did an exceptional job. Absolute nonsense. We are so used to insanity that we have accepted it as normal. We are so used to the abnormality that we now think that is normal. I have told you and I keep repeating it. The educated people have failed Nigeria because they failed to do their job, whether they be doctor, lawyers, or journalists. They have failed.
You are one of them, though.
Yes, I am one of them, and you are one of the worst pastors Nigeria ever produced.
You're here fighting everybody.
I'm not fighting anybody. I'm making a point, and let us make a point.
Please don't go. Your wife is not waiting for you enough. You wait longer. Please don't go.
I'm coming, darling. Don't mind these people.
No. Darling will not get you now. Sit down. You can talk. Sit down.
Now, listen, if everybody does their job, I just love that man's song. That man that says, policeman, police well. Opposition, oppose well.
Opposition, oppose
leadership, lead well. I can't remember the guy's song. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
China, African China.
Thank you, African China. He sang it all. If everybody does their job, right?
Idris.
No, it's African China. I remember it clearly.
Figure that out later. If every one of us do our job,
okay, right, LJ, win. Allow Ferreira, please.
The reason they are collecting bribe is because we have created a system whereby their own income is not enough for them to become big man. So therefore, they have to create that shortcut of collecting postal stamp from you guys to meet up, and Oga Patapata will collect in share. So until we break that system down, we're just going around in circles.
Nobody has ever asked that question. Nobody.
Which question?
What question?
No, about the postal order. Nobody has ever challenged them and said, "Why are you collecting this postal?" And this has been going on for over 20 years.
Officially, I should go and ask the higher ups. I have when I was there.
I will talk to now later.
Okay,
don't go now. You can't run your mouth now. Don't run.
I wait for John.
What I want to say is this. Listen, I'm not going to apologize for being impressed by someone and saying that I'm impressed, and that I'm impressed to the point that I couldn't even believe that woman was born in Nigeria or was even raised in Nigeria. I don't know the number of journalists you've come in contact with. But for me, given the circumstance of how she approached, how she maintained, she collected herself,
let's keep it brief,
regardless of that intimidation, and still projected the right questions that stimulate thoughts that normally many of us might not even have thought about. If not, how many of us were even have thought about maybe even the environmental impact? It was because of the way the whole thing happened that all of us now started going to dig. Look at the environment. Did they get any environmental whatever? We are not where we want to be yet. But if we don't appreciate people who do well, how are we now going to encourage other people to be like her? How are we going to encourage other female journalists in Nigeria to be like her? How are we going to tell other female journalists that this is what we expect from you people? So I am not appreciating her out of docility or thinking, or because what she did has not been done anywhere in the world. No, it's because we don't see enough of people like her, our female journalists. Especially, and I gave examples. I told you, when a lot of these people go to meet these people in their comfort places, you don't see them asking them questions that make the interview, the people being interviewed feel uncomfortable. Apart from Rufai Osenia and Chamberlain, like you mentioned, and a Senate gentleman who is in the Central News, he's a northern guy. I don't even remember his name. How many times do you see our female journalists, maintain their ground and ask those questions? This good lady again in AriseTV, it's not Oji, the other one. There is another lady there. She does incredible job as well. And also, most of us know that Layla, she's not as popular as most of those other people who are in AriseTV that we see all the time. So for someone that we do not see her delivery on most cases, and the one time we noticed her, it was exceptional. I'm not the first person who is applauding her. No, her colleagues, even in their AriseTV, applauded her. I don't think it's a wrong thing to applaud and appreciate someone for doing something that was right. Because we both know that the right things are not common in Nigeria.
Oh, Sita, you're over dragging this matter.
Yes. No, Ferreira is my friend. He said he was disappointed in, I'm trying to explain to him. Look at where I'm coming from. You get? Because
but my point again with you is, some of us praising her, not praising her because it's an uncommon thing generally. But we are praising her.
Can we exercise
ground?
Can we exercise a bit of moral decorum to give Jonaba
I don't think it's actually
no
problem. I will leave this case. Wherever you did, well done. They know how I appreciate you.
Let's
will not give you a phone number if that's where you are going for.
Please, I'm a happy married man. Please, my brother.
Can we let Jonaba say something, please? Please go ahead, Jonaba. Thank you for your patience.
You just want somebody who go fire Ferreira. That's why you're clearing the road.
No.
You're not a good man for fathers.
To be fair, he came here first. And Ferreira spoke, you spoke, everybody else spoke. So it's only fair now. If I ignore him, I will have to start apologizing again. Please go ahead, Jonaba.
Thank you for
gentlemen. I take my leave now. Good night. And have a nice week.
Thank you.
You are not a defense lawyer, right? You are not a defense lawyer. You are a real estate lawyer, right?
I don't do crime.
Okay. You are not a criminal lawyer. You are not a defense lawyer. You are a real estate lawyer.
Yes, we call it conveyance and property.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Is he property lawyer?
Yes, that's what he told me before. That's what he said.
Which country does Oti stay in, please?
Well, you get to read quite a lot of things before you.
You want to make him a jack of all trades and master of none. That's what you guys need to do.
Manchester.
They started interrupting him now. They won't let him talk.
In Cameroon, sorry. Sorry, Janaba, go ahead.
No, senior citizens are already learned to be patient. When you retire from work, you wait. Ferrari can go if you want to go. I know you asked to set up a radio. You want us to use media, but when they call the meeting, you do not go. So you can go and have good time with Madam. We'll talk later.
What meeting did you call, Lara? You trying to annoy him?
Electricity don't cost
I
wahala.
will go and have my good
go.
time with Madam. Now
Yes, please
when
do.
I want join
When
me
you
set
come
up
to
meeting, I no
Madam, there
give
is
you a real name.
nothing. Yeah, you
You
can
tomorrow
go.
we don't know forefather name or place of birth.
No, don't
Look
worry.
at this one.
Don't worry. You
You
can go
attacking me
and have
now.
tell Madam we say hi. For Madam's sake, we are all Nigerian. But when we call meeting, if you have integrity, attend it. If you set it up, but that's okay. Go and have a good night.
Wow.
Okay.
That is a slasher there. That's a slasher.
I knew he was coming with violence. I knew Jonathan was coming for him.
I didn't know
You
that
know,
too.
I knew exactly he was coming for him.
talk is cheap, but acting is very difficult. There are certain things I can't talk about because if I talk about it, Yoruba people call me Agbaya, so I have to maintain my old age and respect it. So I decided to be ignoring some certain things because to whom much is given, much is expected. But sometimes when we come here, we call things, we don't call things. What I come to tell all the people earlier on writing about me, the good news is that Nigeria, we all love Nigeria. The bad thing for all the Obi followers is that Obi, I told you guys, a good man. I think I studied him a little bit, but then all those comment on road, no road. I know Show was saying that he said out of generosity of his mind based on what they have known him and all that people have said. But I didn't have time. I was going back, so I couldn't give my jab to some of you guys. But I don't mean Show. Show is a young man. My hair was bordered before him, so he has to respect that.
That's one.
Yeah, I had to respect that. So I used to go to Baba until he told me that he'd be taking my money for free. I should buy razor blade. So
Oh God. Is razor blade? Razor blade cannot do that too.
that since then,
Jonaba, please, I want to ask you one question. Which part of Idoma land are you from? Which part? Which Gongon? What's the name of the village?
you that grow up in Benue and when I'm married, you know that's where you come from.
No,
Thank you.
which part? I want to know the exact place. Is it Edmoga? Idumale? Where? Which part?
Okay, don't worry, I'll tell you. So the issue is that we all love Nigeria, and we are all of this. We are saying it from different perspectives, but end of the day, is the love we have for our country, and we wish it can do better. And one day, I believe that leadership matters, but in the moral compass is that charity begins at home. And I believe that when we tell our children some certain things, when things happen, they will come back and tell us. In the part of the life you live in those days, you don't see come home with something that your parents do not give to you. They will ask you who give it to you. And when you tell them who give it to you, sometimes to be sure, not that they doubt you, but they want to build their confidence in you, they ask the person, do you do this? It's also for the child security and also to make sure the child is not going wayward. So all of those things, people are product of the environment. There is something that Rudolph used to play all over and over. And one man went to the moon. Always say um, that who will be better than and Tinubu in summary is subjective. And what it means is that if you look at the way Nigerian is, we all need to take step back and start to uh, impart life in a positive way. There are some certain things that is not expected of you. And if you are brought up as a rogue in the family, you steal, your mother cover you up, your family covers you up, your father or anyone, then you grow up to become a bigger thief and you bring shame to them. So the issue of Nigeria is a campaign. We all have to be holding each other accountable where we can say no, because one of us, I think somebody thing is on. Can someone mute their thing, please? Can't you guys hear the background? So, okay, thank you. So, we all have responsibility. I'm not in any shape or form support criminality in any form. What I say to us is that let us put all those our differences aside and give people benefit of doubt. If you see it and there's nothing wrong in criticizing people. Actually, it's a check and balance that we all use in life. No human being should be free. There's a book called The Man That God Uses. That book is not about anything religion. It said that when you think you are perfect, then you are the most imperfect human being on earth. Because we all have to turn the mirror on ourselves and to see that, okay, what part of the world or what is going on in Nigeria or in Africa or as a black person on this earth, where do we start from? You start from your very self and you start from your immediate family. And when you do your own part, if your child succeeded to become something tomorrow, he will change the question because you have invested integrity and character in that person. It will make more difference than all this coming here, this person you are passionate. The way you guys talk about religion, there's nothing, even though be follower is a religion. There's nothing more than that. It's also religion. If you are talking about being religious and people believe in the same thing, it's the same thing. It's the same passion you are using in a different way. It's not about, oh, you are a pastor, you are not a pastor, you are a religious person, you are not a religious person. That is not going to solve our problem. And I welcome every criticism to myself and to others. But the end of the day is that, are you coming from a pure spirit, or that is the level of your knowledge on what you can contribute? If that is what it is, I don't have a problem with it, because you cannot give more than what you have. So I believe that, and I will leave it at that point. But if we all can criticize people in the midst of it, create an avenue for escape. That, okay, I said this, that the road is not the priority, but my fear is that maybe the money will be limited just like any other project that's not finished in Nigeria, because sometimes it's easy to start a new project than to fix the old one in some cases. And that is true. Then you can make it shorter. Like if you go to Nigeria, the journey of going to Abuja, for instance, if you look at the miles and the city that is well grafted through breaking some barrier like mountains or valley and put a bridge through it, it can be shorter. So if we want to build a nation, it's going to take a big heart to invest so much. But the issue is that if it's not come to reality, that's where you create, okay, I'm in support of this if it's going to come to reality, but the issue is this is my fear, this is my concern. But you cannot say that we have been saying that our road is a death trap and you are talking about repairing the old one. If in the real sense where they repair old road, you have to close some of those places for a while, some part of the road for a while, and navigate through the other one. So of course, you guys are talking about Auchi Road, where those things are the tipper or trailer overturn or whatever. If you go from Utupo to Makodi, the capital, it's the worst road I've ever seen in Nigeria. The worst road. It's a federal road. And that's what the other day I was saying it here. Masker said, oh, the one from Kefi. I should leave Benue and go to Abuja before I get to the capital, where I'm in Benue and I'm in Benue.
Oh, but John Abba, sorry, I don't mean to cut you short. I'm trying to get a little bit of the point of what you're making. Are you suggesting that, because there's two things you said now, are you comparing, nobody's comparing which road is worse in Nigeria. I don't think that was what the point was. But I think some people were saying that rather than, instead of government going to start a new road from the scratch.
I already commented that is a better thing if it will be done, because it's easy to, if you look at the mile,
hold on before you answer, so that you answer me correctly. So my point is this. Some of our argument is that we already have good existing road that need to be fixed so that our life will be good.
What make it good again now?
hold now, wait now. The government is not fixing those ones, but it wants to go and start from a scratch of a road right now that, technically speaking, we don't need. So I'm trying to understand you. Are you saying it's wrong to say government fix existing before you go to this one? What are you saying exactly?
I'm saying that if that project will be carried out successfully without embezzling of the money, it's okay.
Yeah, that's true. Let me just share this. I think this information is quite important for us to have. It sounds subtle, but it might be actually powerful if true. Let me play it.
Volume.
We don't need to change Congress, excuse me. You know, people have a great misunderstanding about this. People in Congress are in a business. They're trying to buy votes. They're in the business of competing with one another to get elected. The same congressman will vote for a different thing if he thinks that's politically profitable. You don't have to change Congress. People have a great misconception in this way. They think the way you solve things is by electing the right people. It's nice to elect the right people, but that isn't the way you solve things. The way you solve things is by making it politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things.
Sorry, I think that could be a powerful thing if true, and if we can tap into that, because that means, in a way, you cannot. I think I've seen it happen. Anybody that has been in the UK knows that, you know, sometimes people that are not in office actually control outcomes of people that are in office. So from that point of view, maybe it's correct. And if so, does that not lead us to the point whereby these are our leaders that are in office, as bad as they are, if the people know how to tune them and pressure them, they can do the right things. Don't you think?
Is there anybody in the UK who has stolen 780 something million dollars of the UK, or pounds of the UK government money, and is walking the street of UK?
Million pounds?
Yes, like a million pounds,
Depending on how you look at it now. When
My brother, a million
Gordon
pounds is too
Brown,
much. A million pounds is too,
when Gordon
even
Brown flogged the gold of the UK, people said he was using to please his people. They flogged post office at a very, very short low price, knowing that the price is going to go up. So there are a lot of things that happen in the UK that are a little bit dodgy, you know.
It's a different context. If you want to even place it in a different way, that everything they have there is stolen. So it's a
why
different
I ask that
context
question
altogether.
is because, you see, they have built a system where they can simply hold you, whether they are holding rightly or wrongly. Whoever you are can be held. We have not got to the point where we can hold anybody who is in power.
Is the connection back? Because I wasn't sure. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
I think my
Can
connection
hear you.
went off. I can hear you. My
Can hear you.
connection
Yeah.
went off and came back again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear everybody. It was me. It was on my end.
There is one word in that sentence or his statement that we need to take into consideration. He used profit. Profit by making the things, wrong people to find profit in doing the right things. So
If it's profitable for them to do the right thing, they will do it.
Okay, so can we define what this profitability is? Remember,
exactly.
Because remember, I said something that caused a little controversy at the beginning. I said, and although I use a little Yoruba word, I said, why is it difficult for our president to say, even though people didn't like me, they feel I stole the election, but let me shock them and do what will make these people suddenly start saying, okay. You remember I said that at the beginning. And I said you do this thing by looking for common grounds, things that the people want that you know will generally make their life easy, and start winning them. Can anybody here say with a matter of fact that the current government is doing any of that?
Why should I do that? So you are expecting the president to come and tell you that, oh, I was wrongly elected?
No,
And
that is not what you didn't hear me correctly.
Okay, go ahead.
Policy-wise, following from what forefather played, you are saying, let's make it profitable for the wrong people to do the right thing.
Yes. Okay, about
what you are
profitable.
saying is that you can be elected or you can come from the back door, but for the people, for the sake of the people, you can do the right thing, at
That's
least
what
to
I'm saying.
say
Exactly.
that.
You can
Okay,
do the right thing for us.
Yeah, I didn't go to school that much. That's why.
No, I did accuse you of that one. You're the one accusing yourself.
The profitability means, I think profitability can be defined as recognition, praise, and recognition is one of the biggest motivators of all this in all professions, really. If you ask people deeply, what it comes out is not money, it's recognition. If the people recognize the person for what they do, they are more likely to do that. That's one.
Father, let's put it in context. I know your high stakes on Nigeria's defense. When it comes to military defense, that's one of your big requests. Okay, so our president.
Please let us not forget we are discussing state police,
Oh yes, that's why I'm even going that direction. So our president came in with all this controversy, his age, his electability certificate, and then within that period, Niger Republic, Burkina Faso, and a few countries were having challenges with some of these Western powers. So, forefathers, imagine Tinubu comes in and he says, I support Niger Republic. No, we don't want, please, we want peace in those places. And he brings those people and he starts talking about, we want to crush Boko Haram. Let's expel all those people who are causing. And then we start seeing results in those areas. Don't you think we say, hold on, this guy is suddenly turning Pan-African? And that will suddenly start pulling people to say, come, wait a minute, there's something this guy is trying to do. Okay, we don't like how he came, but hey, this is the thing we've been asking for. That's my understanding of what you just played now, what that man just said.
How does it correlate with profitability? Okay, yeah. People are going to start admiring him and thinking
exactly.
Yeah, but you have to get him to see that, and that's the thing. We have to get him to see that he could be the greatest president in Nigerian history if he did so and so things. If he believes that, and he also knows that people are not going to tolerate nonsense too. Those two things, because he's wanting to incentivize them, it's another thing to also give them potential of being punished if they don't listen to you. You go with those two, chances are that you're going to get what you want. That's my thinking anyway.
What I'm saying is, do you think that this particular one, I mean, there's opportunity there for you and me, and I'm saying you and me as in general Nigerians, to say, okay, you know what, let's forget what happened in the election. This guy is suddenly doing what is right. But he is not even making an effort to win us. That's what I'm making.
There's some truth there. He's doing half and half. He's doing half and half.
Let me finish my statement before you guys shot me to a corner with all this too much grammar. We come to the state police. I'm in support of what they it's not in particular for whatever they went out, whether they are mobilized by the police association to come and speak up on behalf of them. Before these days, if you guys can witness to many of my comments, I was for state police before and I changed my mind because I've explained, if forefathers can remember, that state police is not a good area for me because we talk about state policing should be we don't have like a state policing in America. We have state trooper, but it's different from state police. Every county, we have the county as a sheriff that go around the county, and at the city, the police go around the city, which means if you have a county, under the county, there are different cities, and those different cities have their own police. Then the sheriff take over, and then the state trooper did the state business, and then the police marshal do the federal. That's how it works in America. So what the reason why I'm not for state police is the same thing that those people explain, and they know that because they live in that locality. They go through the politics of how they even get to the power. So when they say that, not necessarily because I buy into their political way of them coming together, but I know for a fact that we are not ripe for state police. So many reasons. Like in Benue State, for instance, Idomama have never been a governor of Benue State since the found of Benue. If we are not the largest, we are the second largest tribe in Benue, apart from the Tiv. So what we are saying is that, and we have seen that the argument here, somebody will say, okay, why don't you take the immunity from the governor? So how do you sponsor once you bring it from the federal level to the state level? How do you raise the fund? Because policing is not that cheap. So if we really want to do the repolicing, or how do we raise the money? In America, for instance, there are tickets they give. There are many things that where they raise their money to get to fund that department, and they get support from the state and federal. And if they are doing some certain thing and it's more than them, even if it is a life criminal offense, they have a backup from level to a level. So I don't believe that Nigerians have a structure and the level of bias and oppression. And you are not talking about, okay, if we're going to reform the whole policing system in Nigeria, give it back to the people so that you don't bring, for instance, I've been making a comment that when you take a Kanuri man from Borno State and bring them to Lagos as a police commissioner, you may not have the people at heart. The truth is that that is not where he come from. Police and is intelligent that if you see a new person in your neighborhood, you should know who is this person. When did they move to that neighborhood? Who is that type of person? So when you bring that person, he doesn't have the best interest. Rather, he want to come and work as a police officer or to carry his job out. But he will not be that connected because end of the day, those are not real his people, and he can collect so many things. So we are for that initially. But we say, okay, if you're going to take it back to the state, don't give it and put it under the governor. Just the way the Nigerian police system works, ask anybody, they call them third judiciary, under the judiciary. No, they're directly under the president, the Nigerian police. Go ask anybody. Yeah. So we're saying that if you're going to bring it to that level, then let us find a way how to finance it. Even if they're going to mount a roadblock on the road, let us to generate money. How did that going to happen? Or how they're going to get a ticket? How they're going to liaise with the obas and the chief of that place? That when something happens, if it is by election or if it is by appointment, that you appoint the DPO or the commissioner of police, which is of the state, and bring it down to the area of the DPO. How do you police the people? How do you get the fund? But if the state is going to fund it, they will manipulate it. So that is a big thing that was okay. Let's think twice before we say, okay, the policing should go to the state level, and then the people should police themselves. That is an issue because the thief man, in his own word, he will use it against the Idoma people. Is a different dynamic from West. For instance, the Yorubas are mostly Yoruba land. If you come to East, they are mostly Igbo. When you go to the North, there are different tribes that of every state. So it's more likely that, okay, we can flow together, this is our people, then it become a tribal war within the state. So we can think about it to say, okay, let us not say, okay, these people, they may be called to gather and talk political, but let's look at the reality and see how the power is going, the dynamic, how it's going to go down, that the state governor will not take advantage, because right now they are too powerful, even as it is right now. And that's why when the money go to their hand, they never give it back to the local government, or they give it back and take it back in another way. Because they appointed the local government chairman in their own ward, they appointed the commissioner. I know that for fact in Benue. I don't know about any other state. The governor does all of those things. It doesn't matter. You can contest. They just all you need is to bring a list. So we have to think twice so that we cannot come from pan to fire just because we are in hurry. Let's think twice.
Thank you.
Well,
Go ahead.
if I may say something about, while I understand Mr. John Aba's sentiment, but that's exactly where we are right now. At the federal level, the president is like that governor that is controlling a lot of things. We saw when Obasanjo, who interestingly is one of my best presidents, but at least let's also mention when he did wrong. Remember when Obasanjo removed, laterally went and removed Plateau's governor, Darie? That was abusing his power. He did it also in Anambra State. He did it in a couple of other places. Those things are not constitutional for him to do. So if we're saying that right now
in Anambra, was it Obi?
Before, he withdrew. He even though before Peter Obi, he did it to Ngige. He withdrew Ngige's security details, which is where Ngige's political affiliation with Tinubu started with, because Tinubu now came and supported him. So right now, we cannot say, my people say that you will not say because that people will die. Therefore, when there is need to go to the battle, you won't go to the battle. In other words, you will not say because going to the warfare means people will die, then you will not go for warfare when there is need to go for warfare. So my point is simple. We need to begin to bring policing down to the level of the people, whether we call it by county or by local government, or we call it by state, whatever method is appropriate. I believe not at the state level, but when we say state, is generally a generic term to say remove it from the federal level. The states in Canada where I live, the province, which is the state, is responsible for giving police licensing to different local governments. Some local governments don't have police because they can't fund it. So, but we need to start doing that. We need to start thinking. If we don't do that, we're going to have a problem. Sorry, guys, I need to go and pick my daughter.
All right, we are all the same. What I'm saying is that there should be a structure on the ground for us to be able to say, okay, we have seen the abuse on the federal level, so we don't want the same thing to happen at the state level. So it's better we have a structure of it before we throw it to the state, and then before the governor, we started going with the ramble with it. So end of the day, state police is what I'm in support, but I don't want it. It's not the way the structure work now. The same thing you see that Obasanjo did, the governor will do that, and that will cause more chaos. So for us to do that, I'm coming, my brother, you coming. For us to do that, let me finish my thought. We have to put a structure in place that address it and take it back directly to the people. And the way we go to the people, the emirs and the chief should be in control of their community. And then we talk about how it will be fun, because they will not watch their area to be going down, because it's also economic competition. If you see that this area is safe for you to invest and lack of there's security in place, the economic of that place is thriving, and all of those things happen because there is a good policing and there's a good security there. What is happening in Nigeria right now is that there is a decay of infrastructures and insecurity everywhere. So that competition, if I'm the chief, the local government chairman and all of those people, they come and go. Most of the chieftaincy rotate within the community and the indigene of the place. So that will make sure that if the next, for instance, I'll give you an example, from Oukba to Orokamu, the next city will be copying what these people do that is right. That is what have a healthy competition and to secure the place and make sure that the people also invest in their people and make sure the investment are intact, and the corruption will reduce and violence will reduce and crime will reduce.
In terms of having the government do the right thing, like the plan that Ferrari talked about, the media sensitizing people. And I also believe that pressuring them, like campaigns, running campaigns to have them, do the right thing, because they promise certain things, but it's not all of them they are doing. Tinubu promised to do student loans, and he did it. But the security one, he has not. So you can pressure them. Say, you are the one that promised. Why are you not doing what you promised? You are betraying the Nigerian people. Those are all things you can put pressure on them. And if it gets loud enough, they would. I believe the Nigerian politicians will do it. And secondly, this thing that I'm hearing, that they are thinking about bringing the American military and this French military in. If the fact that they are even listening to it, it shows how crazy it is. You want to bring two colonizing nations into your country? Are you mad? And also making us a target too. Why do you do that? Now they are enemies. Now you are making us a target on top of that. Like they care about us. They can afford to move their soldiers out. Then we become targets. Then they go back home. Man, I just hope that he's not even thinking about that Tinubu guy, man. I can't believe that guy sometimes.
John Abba, I want to say this out to you. And I understand the insecurity in your state is dire. See, you see this thing of when something happens, if there's been herdsmen, farmer crisis, or there is abduction anywhere, even if abduction happens in Enugu, do you know that people of Enugu State don't call the governor of Enugu State? Do you know who they call? Do you know who they are talking about? Can you guess?
Peter Obi.
Which Peter Obi? They say Tinubu.
What am I supposed to do? From Anambra?
Something of insecurity. That is the reason why something that is happening in Borno, something that is happening in Kaduna, they will say is the fault of the president. If Tinubu had the slightest of sense, if he's as smart as half, or a pinch as half as people claim he is, the only and the one thing he could have done for himself, and which should have been priority for him, was to how to decentralize the security architecture of the country.
Why would you do that?
Why would he do that?
You don't have a strong center. You want to decentralize it further. The parts will just fly apart.
My brother, this is where we get it wrong. Now, it's not that Nigeria does not have a strong center. Nigeria has a very strong center.
I can't recognize it. If we have a strong center, I can't recognize it at all.
No. What weakens the center is the load the center carries.
It's not carrying any load, I can assure you.
That it's not carrying any load. It's not carrying any load.
Because it's so weak. It's so weak.
Listen. It's not carrying any load, but the majority, we are a mono economy. 75 or 80% of our total annual revenue comes from just few states in the country. The most oil producing states. And that's where the whole thing about funding has come in. See, I don't know who was here when you were here when I interviewed Peter Obi. And I mentioned to him, I said, insecurity is local. Education is local. Development is local. Anybody who is advising Tinubu against state policing, you can say all the things, how bad and how terrible all the governors are. But I would rather, when something happens in my state, I know that it is that devil and rubbish governor that is responsible. Than for people. Do you know how mad and how stupid it is that in Nigeria, as big as we are, something will happen in Enugu State, and people want to hold president responsible. Most times I pity the presidents on one side, but on the other side, I do not pity them because they are the ones who have the chains on their neck, who do not want to do the right thing for the nation. It is only when you decentralize the security architecture that most people start recognizing, oh, just like what certain states are, some states now are now asking their governors, CO, power, there is now, Aba is about to get constant power supply. What is happening to our own? But before it will be, it's a question of Nigeria. Now, I think the Imo state governor, one other governor in the southeast or somewhere, just signed a bill, a power bill or something. That is how it should be. Competition. We should be competing about which state is most secured to go and do investment.
Do you know how come about that power release that people, state now have the power to do? Do you know how politically that come to be?
My brother, we were all following
because
and knew how it came to be.
The point I'm trying to say, no, I'm not
please,
against policing. I'm
hold
not
on.
against it. Don't look at me that I'm against state police. I say the structure on the floor is not ripe enough for that there are many things that can be put in place.
See, let me tell you, we shouldn't wait to perfect the structure before we get it in place.
But there's no even structure at all.
Let me make my case.
People that are dying.
Let me say whether this is acceptable risk. Out of that 26 states, one governor
36 states.
36 states. I mean 36 states. So you are now looking at 36 versus 1, and over 4 years, maybe 8 years, 3 different. So within 12 years, 3 different governments. You are looking at how many governors now? 36 times this thing. Let's say all of them ran for 36 times governorship. Times 3, you're looking about 990 something, 108 or so governors. So one of them just flips around and says he wants to oppose the federal government on something, and the federal government say, no, you have to listen to me, and it results in some armed exchange. You can see a situation whereby the gravity of what could go wrong could be very, very severe. Now,
wait.
Let me add one second point to that. The second point is going to be linked. It's going to be linked.
Okay.
It's going to be linked. This is exactly similar situation we had in the 60s, where once the different regions had their own sort of armed.
We are very powerful, too powerful.
They were powerful. So, and guess what happened? It resulted in, because once I felt that they were strong enough to be able to stand and face the other side, and that's what happens. This is why if one state just goes rogue, you can't run that risk. It's too big.
No,
it's too big.
No, look at what the difference, my brother.
Osita, if I may, Osita, if I may, the reality, I understand what you're trying to say. If all things being equal, that things are meant to be working as a sane society should work and operate, the idea of a state police is great. But as it stands, like what forefathers do, they see the governors are just far too powerful, regardless of whose command the so-called state police comes under. They're just far too powerful. It's going to cause more chaos than solution. That's my thing.
The center has to be extremely strong for that to happen.
Exactly.
The center has to be very strong. Our military needs to be well over 1 million.
But you have to replace the federal system policing with something else. You cannot just say that the state police exists and there's no federal police.
Why are we talking as if we are placing the military under the governor? And that's what
it's going to be.
Governor of police is under the governor.
They can choose to arm their police whichever they like.
No, there is a reason why you have military and you have police.
Yes.
There is a reason. Anything that stands to do what? To violate or threaten the integrity of the state, of the country, of the nation. The president has the military at his command that can neutralize any state police.
Oh, so you want that to happen?
No. But
so that's the problem. I don't even want that scenario. You don't understand. I don't even want that scenario on the table at all.
let me give you an
let me tell you,
example.
there is
During
no way. There
NSAS,
is no way 3
during
states or 5
NSAS,
states.
during
Let me tell you,
NSAS,
my brother,
during
we've all seen
NSAS,
the Biafran Civil War before. Everybody has learned from it.
Oh, you think so?
There is not state that not even with military. We're talking about police that will ever build up the capacity to challenge the Nigerian military.
The Commonwealth
Wike
Borough
rigged
is
an election.
challenging them.
A whole state, he rigged the entire
What
state.
are you talking about? The thing that happened between the city in Delta State, it was soldier that went there. What are you talking about?
We are talking about governors that break down House of Assembly. They burn it down,
exactly.
destroy this. These people are crazy. They are going to arm their police with
That's
force.
what we are inside what you are saying correctly. You are saying that, but you are not looking at all the
why a
risks.
governor needs to have immunity.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
is a part of the thing. They have all of that has to be done before you give them state police.
Number two, there is no reason why the state police should be under the governor.
Because it is from the federal, because the structure Nigerian have our constitution, they are directly under the president. And when if you drop it to the state, who is the security officer of the state? Is the governor. So the thing we are talking about, we understand military. I don't want to be coming and talk as a military person. We understand the rule of law and how some of those things work. If you give it to the state, and you are talking about you yourself now, you mentioned that if 3 states are going wacko, the federal government have that structure. Then it's okay. The structure is not in place for now. I told you, based on the United States, we have Marshal, which is representing the Nigerian police force, and we have the state trooper, which is the state, and we have sheriff, which is the country, and we have policing, which is every city have their own. So if you're gonna say that those are the structures has to be in place, if you just throw it out, okay, the state now you can have it, then you are giving a set of other people to chop as a human being. Now listen to me. When you are in Abuja, and you give order, as the president is right now, if you give order to the police commissioner of Benue State or of Lagos State, the governor cannot stop it. Now, so we're saying that, okay, and if you go down to the level, and if governor also come now and give a order to the state commissioner of police or to the DPO, nobody can say anything. So we say before we do that, let's have a structure in place that we address those things, remove the governor's immunity so that he cannot just interfere and become God over the state, because that would create another chaos in the state level. And we are saying that every governor, you are the one that mentioned it in your own word, that every education and every security or every policing is local. And now you are saying that the local has to be ready for, you cannot just dump it on them. What are the structure in place? In the northwest,
some of them cannot even pay for it. Some of them
cannot even. We are even talking about the funding. How did the fund come?
Listen, do you know, for me, first of all, for me, if I was asked how the security should run, for me, I was going to go for community policing.
Exactly.
Instead of state policing.
Exactly.
Community policing.
It is said that the national police can be restructured to become community policing, but it's still under the central, but it's going to be closer to the people.
Yes. If we can make it community policing.
I'm not cutting you off. Otun formed a state police in Benue. He never paid them since until he left the place. Those people now, they become a tout in the community because the uniform has already been given to them. So they will just harass you anyhow because you ask them, why are you here for?
First of all, Autumn has never been a creative governor.
No, I'm trying to tell you because there are many governors like that in Benue State in Nigeria.
You know that it marvels me that these governors, you see, as I'm an individual like this now, every day on daily basis, I'm trying to grow my business, trying to be creative of how to make things work better, to earn more. I don't know what enters into the head of the governors. That they don't think about anything.
Too much power.
Apart from waiting, once it's month end, they could be like, let's wait for a lot of money.
Yeah, it's too much power and greed. And
See,
too much money.
See, do you know that if you come, like, if a governor can literally say to people, okay, I have 10 million naira to run our state, and normally maybe we pay everything maybe 6 million naira as what as people's salary, and for people's salary maybe people are earning 10,000 naira normally. He can decide to say to these people, you know what, for the next 3 months we'll be paying 9,500. We'll save for 500 naira from the salary of each person, and look at what we're going to use it to do. We're going to use it to do complete mass transit for people. Do you think that people will refuse?
No, but I think state governors, that immunity is probably part of the reason why they are extremely corrupt, because nobody can touch them.
Or you tell people, okay,
that immunity has to go
and build this industry here, because people see when you're creative, when people know what you're exactly doing and communicating, people will support. Nigerians are the easiest people to govern in the world, because naturally all of us Nigerians are trying our best to make something out of our life.
Yeah, but hold on, Osita, this is very unusual. I think Tony is aware. You are in the UK too. The First Minister of Scotland doesn't have immunity. That of Ireland,
my brother is only in Nigeria.
Why did we not even question that part? Because America doesn't have it. We have it in a year, and everybody keep talking about constitution and everything. But not about
I don't know when it started, my brother. A lot of us don't know when it started.
Masker is just here. He knows better about some of those things. The mindset of the Nigerian lawmakers is that they will become a governor and go to the state, or become a senator and go back to become a governor. They are career politicians, so they've created that atmosphere for themselves to just for their own greed and irresponsible act. So, and that's why we are saying that for us to be able to allow that, we'll put pressure on them to change those laws and remove those immunity, so that they cannot have that. And without that, we also have to have a strong judiciary system that hold them accountable for all of these things. Because when you look at it, the whole thing is that everybody go to court. Court should have the final say, but the court system is still the worst one.
Because the court is afraid of immune governors that can kill them. That nobody can touch. Why would the court not be afraid? The court will be afraid that when you know you can't touch him.
Do you know, my brother? Do you know that this thing that is actually a mob system where people have placed themselves above the law for 8 years? That is what it is. It means that you can decide to kill 50 people in your state at the same time, and nobody will question you. This is madness.
You know when I realize how powerful that is when one politician in Rivers State ran out of Rivers State because of Wiki. He said they were trying to kill him. I said, but can he not recall this?
You're saying you want to know how powerful it is? The one that just happened 2 weeks ago, where a governor drove from Kogi State and came to Abuja and smuggled somebody out of EICC. This thing.
Imagine that.
Confinement.
You can't touch him. Imagine
you can't do anything.
Forget it. This is the problem. You can't. I don't know why we did it.
You will see that the governor is looting you and embezzling money. You won't do anything. You wait for 8 years. Then after that, then he will do what? Use all the money and get into the Senate.
Let's allow Maska explain it, because I don't even know how.
Please, when did this rubbish start, Maska?
Or making a governor immune.
Yes, you allow. But before you ask me the question, Mr. Osita, have you now done a 360, or are you still on your state policing?
No, I look at what I said. I said, even my argument has been before for community policing, but I see that even if they've not even really considered state police, because chances are the governors are more interested in the state police. Some of them, somebody like Hope Hicks for some reason said he cannot afford it, he doesn't want it, because for him it was about funding.
No, I mean, so Hope also, let's put him aside as an outlier, but for you conceptually, we can argue about the difference between community policing and state policing, but I'm just trying to, because I could see the arguments against the state policing was very powerful. Actually, at the beginning of the discussion, I was with you, where things should be local. But after Tone and John Abba have made profound arguments. I could see the spurious argument, and I could relate to what they are saying, because I've always insisted that one of the biggest problems in Nigeria today is the governors. And it's that if you look at it, let me give you 3 examples. Okay. Tinubu was a governor, right?
Yeah.
You could see from being a governor how powerful the man has come to be. Tinubu would not have achieved what he had achieved without at some point being a governor. So that's one, just food for thought. Go and think about it. The second thing you need to understand also, in Nigeria, the Land Tenure Act has vested all land ownership in the state. So even this Lagos-Calabar team people are talking about, if a state decides, no, we are not going to be part of this, there's no way the federal government does not own any single piece of land. But for me, the political implication is today, if I insult my state governor from America or wherever it is, if I have a house in Kano, the first thing the man will do to intimidate me, you go and demolish the house and revoke my CFO. That's two. That also
and you can't take him to court.
Yeah, because the Land Tenure Act also says that the government, by extension, the state government, can take. In fact, nobody owns land. People don't understand. If you buy a house, the land itself, the CFO, the certificate of occupancy you have, does not give you the land. It only allows you as a tenant. And if you check it, it's for 99 years. If it is residential. In fact, if it's commercial, it's only for 50 years. So whoever owns a house in Nigeria, even if it is the president, that house is sitting on a CFO that is 99 years maximum. Yeah, but not just that it's not just that it's 99 years.
Yeah, leasehold. That's what we call it here, leasehold. Yeah.
Yes. So, but not just that it's for 99 years. It also states that
secondary school land lease act. Secondary
yes,
school.
It also says that if there is an overriding public interest, the land can be taken back. So it's left for the governor to decide to build a road.
Public interest.
Yeah, it's left for him to determine what is overriding public interest. So I'm just showing you how, unfortunately, mistakenly, we've made the state governors so super powerful. The third point I would make you also understand is, in the whole grand scheme of all this electioneering, my issue really, what had really for me been the ticker, the big kahuna, the major elephant in the forest, is the fact that till today, since I was born, Nigeria has not presented to me a single candidate that I feel I can die for. What Nigeria consistently in the political scenario has presented is the lesser evil. Till today, people argue between Jonathan Goodluck and Buhari. Even when these two people were contesting, it was very clear to me that, look, you're only going to elect a lesser evil. Not that there is somebody who is profoundly an epitomic idea.
Oh.
Completely thrown out now. This is some of the road construction that was being done. They were streaming it. I don't know whether any of you have seen it. They were streaming the road construction live. So that is one of the things that the government is beginning to do. The Nigerian government is trying to, at least on paper, they seem to be trying to be transparent with certain things, like the budgeting and all those things and their spending. But it's still not something that anybody can relate to if we are struggling to understand what they did. But I do like the idea that they are streaming this live.
So, fathers, another thing I'm going to question, I will interrogate, is that guy that they gave the contract. Is he the most eligible? When we have a company like Julius Berger that have shown over the years that they are very, very efficient.
Please.
Huh?
Okay, Massacre is back. Just let him finish.
Yeah, let him finish. Massacre.
Did you call him Massacre?
I'm
what
sorry,
is
my
it?
brother. Forgive me. It's just I used to run about Massacre, Maraba, yeah, axis. So Massacre is so easy for me to pronounce.
I see. Okay.
The conclusion of that consistently presented with lesser evils is to presentation of lesser evils. If you step back to
your
you
connection
find
is
out that
shaky.
in my new internet because an extension. Once I get an extension.
Okay. Yeah, it was more stable earlier
Hear
on.
me.
It's gone. No, it's going in and out. It's not stable yet. I'm not sure
Okay,
why.
let me go out and
Okay, do that. Do that. It will be clearer too. Because before you were a lot clearer. Your video was sharper.
Forefathers. You see, this is the kind of spirit that I want to be seen in this platform, like Masker said. No, argument is not that I just want to win a case. It's just like we all analyze it and then we see the better and see it from the other perspective. The young man, I for state police for sure before, but I always come to the other side that it's not the best interest of the citizen because of the power invested in the hand of the governor is too much. If we complain about the federal that the president abuses power, wait until he get more locally to the governor, even at this stage when the immunity cover them to do anything. That's why we say that, okay, if we want a state police or bring it to community policing, we must reduce the immunity and all of that so that people can breathe in their community and make the decision for their own community. Because if you don't do that, like I said earlier, state by state is different in Nigeria. You can talk about the east, mostly they are all Igbos. If we come to the north,
Who told you?
almost 90.
Who told you in the east that the thing is easy in the east?
No. I'm talking about track. I'm not talking about easy. I'm talking about if you go down to the governor will use it to collect land from the less tribal people. It's a whole lot of conflict. So those are the structure we say, okay, before the state police can come under the governor with the power they have right now, it's too much. There's supposed to be some structure in place. Not that people are just outright against it, but it's because we know the way the system works and there will be more abuse of power.
While because let's be honest to ourselves. I'm very pragmatic. It would take almost the next 50 years to remove this immunity from the governors. And it won't be the tier of politicians now, the generation of politicians who are in play at the moment. It will probably be the tier of my own children.
You know,
Wow.
that's the first thing you say today that I feel like I think the question you're asking why he said that. My thinking is that why I support him is because the governors they have to approve that kind of amendment. I think the states have to approve it.
State assembly, and they will do. See, look at what happened.
They'll fight against it.
Now let me give you an
tell
instance.
you what is happening in Benue now with the
Hold
state
on, John
assembly.
Abba,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just
Man.
one thing.
Go ahead.
Look at what happened in Abia State with removing the pension of the governors. Which other state would you have balls? Will a governor have balls to do that? The other governors just pretended like they didn't see what he did. He can go ahead and do what he wants to do. Oh, can't you see? Have you ever seen any of the governors talk about it? Because it's not in their interest.
And it's not even imposed from the center. Imagine if it was imposed from the center, they will push back. They
There
will not like it.
So much pushback. There will be so much pushback. Listen,
who doesn't like to be immune? They don't want to give it up.
You get?
They're not going to give it up.
Good thing. It's a good thing we have out of the 36 governors, one decided to do the right thing.
Yeah, like you said, 50 years.
Which means there is a template. Yes, which means there is a template. There's something we can reference to.
A true leader will remove it immediately if we have a true leader.
For this reason, I support. You see, if to remove that thing alone, I'm open to even a constitutional thing because a review of our constitution completely. Because that thing, if you want state police, if you can do it both ways. Either you don't want state police, or
I am looking for that governor.
You can't have
I am looking for that governor that will campaign. We're telling you that he will be the first governor to remove immunity from his state assembly.
Osita, I guess within the government,
but my candidate will. My candidate will. My YPP candidate will.
I guess within the governors forum, they will so hate this Abia.
After he makes it, after he removes it, they will go ahead and sue him and finish him off.
Yeah,
when he removes it, can you even remove it for yourself? I don't think. I think it's the Nigerian constitution that bestows that you can't remove it by yourself. Even if you wanted to.
Welcome. Did you buy meat pie?
No, that's heavy trouble.
Wait. Hold on. You're saying that. The state assembly cannot remove it for themselves.
They can't remove the governor's immunity.
No, they can't.
If it's the Nigerian constitution that bestows it, they can't remove it.
We need to Google it.
They can't remove it because it is in the Nigerian constitution.
Yeah, they can't.
See, our constitution needs a lot of overhaul.
Interest of the political career, the politicians that make a career out of politics. That
these are some of the things that I dislike Obasanjo for.
But hold on.
What's the Obasanjo that did it now?
Hold on. I just discovered something.
Was he not the first democratically elected president?
Osita, I think something just clicked in my head. No wonder this democratic dispensation has lasted so long because of these powers that these people have. Because you can see why now they have the incentive to keep it as it is. Anything else is against them. No wonder you have not had any coup, any major uprising from the governors, because it helps all the establishment entities. If you want to change that constitution, they will not want it to. They will keep that constitution the way it is.
They lessen their power and they don't want that. And the only thing that we will talk about as a society, if we want a change, is that we are enlightened that this is what is going on and this is unacceptable. The lawmaker must do something about it. When there is a pushback and constantly we push back on this.
My brother, we need to start even. You see this immunity of a thing is a just cause that everybody should start, because this immunity.
Osita, were you here last weekend?
No, I wasn't.
Perhaps we need to educate ourselves
last weekend. Remember all the proposition that we did in order to educate the people. I think we need to revisit. I don't know whether Chim, I can't recall whether I think Chim was here with us last weekend. We gave some very brilliant thing to go to the grassroots to start educating people, because a lot of people do not know vast majority of this information, because you can be existing and they'll be chancing you. You don't know your right. You don't know your left from your right.
But hold on, on this immunity thing, you see, it's a double-edged sword. Personally, I think the original intention for putting the immunity was not what. It's just that Nigeria, there's something innately wrong with us as a people.
What was the intention? I have a suspicion, but tell me.
Okay, so when you're in office, your opponent or adversary,
they don't want distraction.
Can be pushing you here and there on matters, and you'll be distracted and you won't have time to relax and do your job. So they put that immunity so that it immunes you, so you can focus on your job and not be encumbered by this person accused you of stealing his wife and takes you to court. So that immunity just covers you. Unfortunately, as with everything in our society, our governors now hide under it to do all manner of things when in office, hiding under that immunity. Within that period, they can do and undo. But you see, in other societies where they may give them governmental leeways, they use it and do their job and go away. But in our own case, our people just know how to abuse things. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm more cynical than that. I think they knew the power they are granting to the governors when they did this. It's a way of having almost all parts of the country that are being governed to sign on to be interested in being part of this constitution, and secondly, keep their people in check to wherever they are. because they don't want it to change. They want to maintain it. And you see, the only way we were able to, at least my mind was able to go in that direction, is because we're looking to remove it. And when you are looking to remove it, then you start seeing all the forces, the stages you have to go through to remove it, and you're going to see that they're going to oppose it. Now you
My
see
brother,
why.
because if it is about just
system
about
has lasted so
distraction.
long.
Listen, if it is just about distraction, you have the state attorney general. You know, the attorney state.
I don't think it's distraction.
You know,
There are so many places.
that can look at, because before normally it should be
They will be suing IGP left and right and all that. We suing them.
It will be before you maybe you sue. Of course, you cannot go to the lower court and sue a governor. You get, or maybe the case needs to get to a certain level, just like lower courts, high courts. But before you now get to the point where a governor can start appearing, like lower courts could have looked at this, say, "Oh, there's something here," you know. You go to the high court.
Man, whoever devised that constitution is a Machiavellian. I tell you, that person is you see, this Nigerian democratic system, because of that structure you see there, is going to be hard to dislodge.
It's a structure of criminality. And it's a structure of criminality. I'm being very, very honest with you. Let me tell you. See, I understand everybody's fear, because when I saw what happened in Rivers State election, Rivers State election, you see Wike. We see Wike. You see Wike.
But the opposite is true too. Because you have that power, you can do a lot of good with it too. If you get the right people in there. You see the logic behind that thing. I can see the logic behind it.
We cannot, human beings, we are so unreliable. A system should not have to rely on whether somebody is a good person or not a good person. The moment you find that out,
absolutely.
Be in that office, it should be in such a way that the office itself should restructure and rehabilitate you.
Okay, guys, hold on, fathers. Let's go to the modern place where we went and picked up our constitution, at least in principle. You see what's happening in the US with some cases against Trump, and they're talking about immunity. Now, when he's in office, they have that immunity. You can't sue Biden, but you can sue him or take him to court after he has left. Now, you see that Trump's argument after he has left office is that, listen, why are you suing him for decisions he took that covered him as president when he was president? In other words, you can't be suing a president that has left and no longer has immunity for actions taken when he had immunity. That's actually the basis of his argument. And that's the thing that the Nigerian framers looked at when they framed that constitution.
And they did that again. They gave that kind of power to governors.
Exactly.
Wait. Will it also be the same way? Will it also apply that, okay, for instance, they are calling Yahya Bello because he took decisions that sort of took away the
in Yahya's case, Yahya does not have any immunity anymore.
No, but you're making the same argument for Trump.
No, I'm not making it. No, you didn't hear me. I said
no, because I'm trying to understand why Trump's argument. Why would he be right?
No. Look, Osita, you listen. What I'm saying is this:
in a way, that is a very slippery slope. What we're talking about here.
What we did is we went to the US, and the US Constitution. I don't know about governors in the US, but I know about, because each state in the US has its own constitution. I hope you guys know that.
My brother, it's not fun, and I can check on Google right now. And the state governors in the US
in the First Republic,
unfortunately, nobody who lives in America.
They don't have immunity. I have checked.
No, I don't think they have immunity. I'm just saying
not even close. None of them do.
Each state has its own constitution, but there is a general constitution that runs everything. And under that American constitution, the American president, while in office, is immune. However, when he leaves office, there is a principle of an understanding that, look, you shouldn't be prosecuting somebody for decisions taken when he was in office.
Hold on, my brother. Chim, wait, hold on. Sorry. In United States law,
let's not argue. What I want us to do is understand each other.
Yeah, state governors, it appears they also have the same immunity. So let us.
What I'm saying is that they have.
Where did he get that?
I just typed it on Google, my brother.
No, I think I've checked it before that they don't have immunity.
Please check again.
Okay.
Is it under their own constitution, the federal constitution, or their state constitutions?
He says, look at what he says. The federal government, as well as the state and tribal governments, generally enjoy sovereign immunity.
No, where did you get that? For the United States? How can we get?
Yes, in United States law, also known as governmental
I need to check that out because I've not. I checked it before.
From lawsuits. From lawsuits.
Let me see.
That's what I'm telling you now. So it
local government in most.
So that we don't be arguing over the whole thing.
Don't talk in white mouth.
Remember, I said,
no, it's good that we get the proper information because we are comparing America. Hold on.
That's not the point now. The point, remember what I said was,
okay,
these governors were given immunity so that they don't face distraction. That's what you just said now. That thing
I know the intent. Of course, I understand the intention.
But our people, being who we are good at abusing administrative processes for personal gains. That's what I'm saying. So it's a mind thing. We need to first of all work on the mind of our people that, listen, this immunity you're being given is so that you will be working for the people.
Do you think they did not know? Why are you talking as if they don't know that they are supposed to? The whole point is, if you're in a political position, use it for good.
Yeah.
But obviously, you can see that we are prone to power abuse. Almost all our governors. If you place 36 governors here, maybe only one adheres to the rule of law. If any.
So there has to be a check and balance. That's what we need.
And time is running out because sooner than later, the whole National Assembly will be an assembly of former governors. The whole ex-presidents will become an assembly of ex-governors.
Yeah, from what I gather,
captive to governors.
Let me read about this immunity. They said governors usually enjoy. They said governors usually enjoy.
You've just been making very solid points today. You know.
Osita, let me just read this. Yeah, it says governors usually governors are usually immune from civil lawsuits for actions they take while performing their official duties. This type of immunities is intended to allow governors to perform their function. That's civil immunity. However, criminal immunity says while governors do have some protection, they are not completely immune from criminal prosecution. For instance, they could be subject to criminal charges for actions taken outside the scope of their official duties, for actions that constitute criminal behavior, even if performed as part of their duties. So they are not fully immune. But the Nigerian one, is it the same? Because the Nigerian one, they are acting as if they are completely immune.
They don't. Okay, you will see that in Nigerian on. If we bring the constitution,
that looks like what we are copying.
I don't think we will see a leeway. Here now, you can see there's some leeway. It's not left for maybe which is what I said, the court to determine, maybe when you present a case to them, to determine whether this thing is outside the scope of this guy's office or in any way against the modalities of his job.
I feel sorry for any judge that wants to think about prosecuting any Nigerian governor. I really feel sorry for them.
No, they don't try. No, Nigerian this in the judiciary, they know better. They never engage in it. Even to try a past governor is a problem.
What then maybe the advantage is if you get a good person in office, they have a lot of freedom to do good.
Oh my God! How now? Why are you saying like this? This is.
I know, but if we get a good person in office,
I totally agree with Osita. This is. I'm disappointed you are saying something like this.
There's no way we can be blaming
Maska,
you talk like that?
Maska, you're not understanding where I'm coming from. I'm making my peace with the fact that you are not going to be able to remove this law because those governors will never give it up. So your direction is to try to get the right person into office.
See, my brother.
Okay, if that is what you are saying, I will agree with you. But your statement is that maybe if one good person goes into the office, that's what you said.
Okay, if I said one, I'm saying if we can get our one person into
No, it's
one
not.
state.
No. But my problem is not with the one, but is with the if. Like
Okay,
who makes that?
no.
Not you. You know.
No. I think it's a way of me saying that we should shift our focus to getting the right person in, because that too gives them a lot of freedom, because nobody will be distracting them anymore. So
No,
to
I
do a
see.
lot of
Okay, my submission would be that from where I started, I was saying that there were three issues I see. That most of our presidents now, you could see our because even Atiku, technically people forget, but he was an ex-governor.
Of course.
Yaradua was an ex-governor.
What state?
Jonathan
what state was Atiku governor of? Did he leave anything standing?
Adamawa, he was governor of Adamawa State. It's just that he was not sworn in. He won the election as governor. Obasanjo took him as a vice presidential candidate.
Oh, so he never really ruled. No wonder there was something left in Adamawa State. I was beginning to wonder whether there was anything left in Adamawa.
You will have cleared everything.
You will have
But
sold
anyway,
everything.
so see, forefathers, my point is that these people are the ones really ruining the country as it is today. Forget president. The real people killing us as a country are governors across the country. Every problem, like when Obasanjo was there, he saved some money. During Goodluck Jonathan, the governors came and harassed him. They took the money and squandered it. But the point I'm making even is I'm not looking at looking backwards. I'm saying that if you look at the system, the structure today, even our progress is in the hands of governors, because it is the governors that in political parties, both PDP and APC, and I'm going to suspect it's going to be the same with Labour Party. It is a state governor that will determine who will be the, what do they call these people now that vote for primaries?
And local government chairman.
Delegates.
No, not local government chairman. I'm going inside political parties now. Delegates. Yes, governor will put delegates together inside a bus, bring them to Abuja, lock them inside one room, and tell them who they are going to vote on the day of primaries.
Wow.
And by extension, no, of course, that's the reality. If you ever get to know what happens, because some of them will even do uniform for their delegates.
But Master, let me ask you: do you see what I see? That these powers that are granted to the governors is part of the reason why this democratic system has lasted so long, because they don't have any reason to oppose it. They like the power that they have. I feel like that's why it's easier for them to sign on, because basically they are individual regions on their own.
Yeah.
Nobody.
When you talk sometimes, honestly.
What are you saying?
You need to listen to yourself. What you are saying, look, forefather is like, we are now saying that these guys are lions. Okay? They are devouring everything in the house. You are saying, yeah, it's okay. Let's be slaughtering the goats and even our arms and legs and be giving them. So that the system.
I said. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that given the power that they've been granted, because we're discussing how to remove the power from them, and we find that they will oppose it tooth and nail. And if they feel that way about the system, you can see why the democratic system has lasted so long.
And you know the funniest thing, when they were
sorry, Osita, I'm trying to get forefather's point. So are you saying that is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? Let's start from there. Are we just going to let the country run down simply so that the system will remain? Because it's a bad system.
No, it's a description of what is happening, but it could be a good thing if you have good governors. If you have bad governors, it's hell.
But we don't. What I'm telling you, we don't.
Why it's the problem. And then how do you change it? Because they will never sign on to it. That's the problem.
No, even so, my argument is that forefathers, I'm just saying that I'm supporting tone. And I don't know who was John Abba, because what is happening now? So let's not even go to changing the system. what Osita and Jonaba are saying? You can't add more power to these people as it is. Any idea that state policing is good, but the idea that you carry more power and give to these people is head cannot move people's. If you think logically, you can.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay.
Can I quickly comment before I leave?
Hold on, Ferreira, please. Hold on, please. When all those
no, I think he should talk now. If he wants to leave, maybe he should say his piece.
This one is fully dressed up and
yeah, I'm about to leave. We're going to a party. Okay. First of all, this is the way I understand immunity here in the United States. It's section by section. For example, you know, I'm a teacher. So let's say, for example, as a principal, you understand, just as a principal of a school, you're covered from legal prosecution for all action you take in the position of your principal as a principal. The same thing goes up to be less level mayor and then the governor. Now, if you remember here in Illinois, the governor was removed while he was still in office. They knocked on his door, Rogoyovich, that's his name. Governor, you're under arrest. Then the governor said, you must be kidding. He said, no, we're not kidding. You're under arrest. You have violated a federal crime. You understand? So there are different levels of crime that you're covered for immunity. But actions as a governor, you're immune. But nothing beyond that. A second beyond that, or a crime beyond that, you'll be prosecuted. If we're going to copy white people,
in America, okay.
Yeah, that's America. If you're going to copy white people, why are we not copying them right?
That was my point when I raised the issue.
Well, are we sure that? Are we sure that's not what we copy?
Let me finish, Dr. Father. You like blocking important points.
Oh, shut up.
The point of this.
God, I let you talk now.
You like blocking important points.
Next time I'll block you, so you know what blocking means.
And our purpose. We want to enshrine feudalism onto our people, and that's why we keep twisting the law as we copy them. We know what is right, but we would never do it. Now, on this immunity thing, even Trump is not covered by some certain laws. He's only covered on action taken as president. Maybe he bombed Iraq or he did this. The same thing. Immunity is not like Tinubu has been covered all his life in Lagos because he was governor. And so many others. So these are the things we need to break down. Keep screaming at the top of our voice.
I agree. I totally agree with Ferreira. I totally agree.
I said, let's go back to the place where we borrowed this from and see what they were doing.
Your idea of Machiavellism or whatever, whereby maybe they can use it to do good. That's a lie. If they can, there wouldn't have been a revolution against kingship in Europe. You know, French Revolution, the only kingship that didn't fall was the British one. And they even revolt against it in America. If it was so right that one man makes a decision, it was out of these that democracy evolved. It was out of these that communism evolved. It was out of these that all these government systems.
The U.S. president cannot be indicted. He cannot be indicted.
I thought you were going to a party.
I'm going to a party. Yes, I'm going to 60.
You said that you. Ferrari, you said that the United States president can be prosecuted in some cases. He cannot at all. He cannot even be indicted.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to
be indicted at all.
But my governor of
There's
Illinois
a difference
was arrested while he was sitting governor. You understand?
Because he's not fully immune. His immunity is not full, but that of the president is full.
There is no full. There's nothing like full. That's why they are in court.
He cannot be indicted. You can't even. If you cannot indict him, how can you?
You cannot come here and you see. That's my problem with you.
Are you even listening?
Hold on. Fighting now. It's an issue of educating each other.
The thing is right here. I can read it. If he cannot be, can you hold on? And he won't let me talk. It is written. Not only me. If he cannot be indicted, how do you even go and start arresting him? You have to indict somebody before you arrest him.
Read the entire page. Don't just read
I've read it.
The entire page. It will be prosecuted.
Get the constitution from America before you
interpreted. What crime are you charging him for? there is action related to his
president has
presidency,
ever been
you have to ask other questions. You just don't take blanket illiterate
hold
statements.
on now,
This
but
is
it's
why
not a
Nigeria is
nice matter
damaged.
now. It's an issue of
Guy, you don't like to
educating
learn,
each other.
and yet you are accusing me of not knowing what I'm
Let's
saying. You don't like to
educate
learn.
each other. It's not an issue of fighting.
You want me to read it? Let me read it again. Let me read it now. It says,
You
current
can't
US
read
Department
one line as a matter of law. The law has, so like you said, section, subsection. Don't just go read one line, think you use that to push your own argument.
Because the
This is
same
what Nigerian
information gave me the
politicians
information
do.
for the states that says that they are not fully protected for the states. But yes,
Forefather, what Ferrari is saying is the truth. To add to what he said, the
what is it
governor
that
of
is
New
the
York, like some of the governors, there are some things that we do that are not protected.
oh no, I know that. I already agree with that. When
Like
I'm talking
even
about
the
the
governor,
presidency.
yeah, the just immediate past governor of New York City, right? And Andrew
But I'm talking about the president. I already know about the other one.
My brother, let me
I thought
tell
you are.
you.
I
Let me
thought
tell
you
you.
are still agreeing.
No. I was the one that first read
Nigerian
that
own. Nigerian own does not even give any leeway. Nigerian own does not give any leeway. It's absolutely limited.
We don't know that. We've not checked the Nigerian one. We don't know that yet. I can't completely say that.
The American
You
issue,
checked?
the issue that Trump is suffering right now is an effort to interpret, to say, can a former president be indicted at all? He is arguing that whatever it is they are accusing him of, that because he was president, that thing covers him. And they're saying, no, that issue was a personal thing you did. It had nothing to do with the office of the president, and that's why we are prosecuting you. There are people who are for him and those who are against him.
It's a strange one, yeah.
Let me tell you.
He might be able to get away with it.
You see, Chim,
the other thing you were trying to say, right? Like, I think you were insinuating, like, oh, if the governor is a good person, he's gonna be good. There is no such thing. Absolute power corrupt, absolutely. There is no such
No,
thing.
Ewa, even forefather has agreed that was not the position. Maybe we didn't hear him correctly.
What are you talking about? That's my position. Hold on. That's my position.
That is forefather position.
You see the kind of talk. Hold on. I have proof for what I'm saying.
Even the people who make these laws in Nigeria are wicked people.
We have a term they call benevolent dictatorship. What do you think that means? It means they have the power and they use it for the good. That is why a good governor with that kind of power can do a lot of good.
My brother, what I'm saying is this thing about good governor, good. You get, it's very, very, see, it's a very, very big.
What kind of
big and long?
He was a governor, you know. What are you guys acting as if all governors are devils?
Wait, who told you Obi is a good person?
They were all mini dictators.
We are settled now. We are all devils. They are all devils.
Were you not here when I was asking him about local government election? Were you not here when I asked him the question?
Yeah, Nigerian governors were all mini dictators. Forget about Peter Obi, all of them. They were all mini dictators. All of them. No one.
I'm telling you that
don't let anybody sell any fake information to you.
The one governor that has impressed me is Alex Oti to a point. Because of that singular thing he did. Removing those pensions.
This tenure, then we will get back on Alex. But these guys, they are all the same. When I come here, I tell you politicians are the same.
You do a lot of good now. Why do you keep? You guys are so like what do you call it?
Politicians are the same.
Doomsayers. Like there's no light at the end of the tunnel.
We need
to. Forefather, what you said was illogical. Was very illogical. You were standing logic on the top of his head. Okay, I'll tell you why.
Run it down.
To start with, the same system you're talking about benevolence and dictatorship and being good. The same system is saying with one side of its mouth that no governor can run more than 8 years, which means that no matter how good you are, you will come and go.
Yes, and
but
it still doesn't mean the good will not be done. The good will still be done.
No, but so that's it. So I'm saying that the system itself is saying that we don't trust the person. Whoever you are, no matter how good you are, when you come, after a while you should go. That's the system. If it is a logical system,
if
it's a logical system, the same system that doesn't trust that this good person cannot change into a bad person, that's a system must recognize the fact that No matter how good you are, the system should check and balance you. And the most no wait for further. The most logical thing you and I we all know. The most logical thing any logical mind would want to agree with is that you cannot depend on a person. No good system will depend on a system, rather on a process.
Absolutely.
Because even if a bad person comes into governorship, if the process is right, he doesn't have a choice but to be good. That's the kind of system we should aspire for. Not a system that we will allow the system. If it's a good person, it's then good. If it's a bad person, then we suffer for it. Then we are not human beings even to start with.
That is the system.
Hold on, I don't understand. You are saying a system that is capable of generating a good leader without.
Basically, there should be check and balancing. So when you have a system that is good, there is check and balancing.
There is check and balances now.
It doesn't matter if the person is a criminal. Look at Trump with all his noise during his time. He was unable to cause any havoc.
Because they have strong institutions based on precedents for hundreds of years. That is what
Maska is saying. You need that strong institution. That's why he was unable.
To get there from here to there,
if Trump was the president of Nigeria,
to be very strong.
If Trump was the president of Nigeria,
I also understand Fofader's maybe position that yet we are not there. That the only way we can get there is at least if we're able to get someone who is able to help us institute that system.
That statement, if we are going to get, it's not okay.
Maska, let me respond directly to your point. You see, the bad governors, when they get into office, one other thing they do before they leave, they try to put some other person in their image. So should the good one do too. Even if, like you said, the system doesn't trust that good one to remain in office indefinitely. So his job is to make sure there is another good person ready to take over. You see what I mean?
If we
we have to change our mindset and work with the constitution that we have to achieve the results we want.
I disagree, Fofader. I disagree with what you're saying.
Give me a reason why you disagree.
If we have a system,
what is Fofader even saying?
I want to learn now.
No, you know why I'm shocked.
Why?
Because you are sounding as if this system is to be implemented tomorrow and we are criticizing it. No, this is a system that has been existing since 1999, and you are saying that we should work with it. What is the meaning of what? What is work with? We've been working with the thing and it's not working.
The system is not the problem; it's the people.
Yes, I agree with you. But this thing you are saying, yeah, you are right. But what we are also saying is that, look, fine. If the problem is with the people and the system is not checkmating these people, then also there is something wrong with the system.
No, you can't rely on systems. Are only as good as the people that are able
No. Then go back to school. Go back to school. A proper system. No, seriously.
You really with argument by today. See, the point
it's the statement you are making is the mindset you're coming. I don't like it because you are allowing a whole 200 million people to be subject to luck, to probability.
See, the point I'm trying to make is that let me try to be very, very articulate.
We've tried the system; it's not working.
I agree. A level of drafting or structure of a system also helps outcomes. But when you have a system that the people are looking to sabotage it, no matter how well you design it, they will sabotage it. We all know that. So you have to first change the people and ideally get the right kind of leadership into office. Even if the wrong leader is in office, you will also get them to do the right thing based on the argument we just heard from a US official. So the point is that you use what you have to achieve what you want. Were you here when I played that video, Maska? Were you here? Maybe I should play that video again so he sees the video because so you understand where I'm coming from here. Because I'm not like an absolutist. Yeah.
What you are saying, the way Nigeria system is set up, if you allow the governors to choose their successors, trust me, they will choose their cronies that will cover their track. What you are suggesting,
the bad ones are already doing it. The good ones should do it. That's my point.
So where are the good ones? How come out of 36 we don't have good ones?
Exactly. That's the question. Where are the good ones?
Because the nation was
Where
bad.
are the good ones?
See, like I said, but Masca, you agreed with me when I said the people. Masca, when you agree that the people are the issue, the people were bad. See, when Fela was singing about all these people that are sitting in air condition and leaving their people to suffer, it was like that before. So the people are not the people that instituted this system are the ones sabotaging the system, just like the electoral system. They created a relatively good electoral process and they sabotage it anyway. So you have to focus on trying to clean up the system, and to clean it up, you can't blame the system for it. When people are busy wrecking the system, you are blaming the system that the system is the one that's faulty.
This argument is not good.
Can I ask this question, guys?
It's good enough.
Can I ask
you
this
don't want to
question?
understand. Sorry,
Can I ask
this one is 50 seconds so that they can hear it again, so they understand. Maybe they will understand to an extent where I'm coming from.
Volume. No volume.
No volume.
It's funny because I made that same mistake the first time. Let me do like.
Oh, we don't need to change Congress. Excuse me. You know, people have a great misunderstanding about this. People in Congress are in a business. They're trying to buy votes. They're in the business of competing with one another to get elected. The same congressman will vote for a different thing if he thinks that's politically profitable. You don't have to change Congress. People have a great misconception in this way. They think the way you solve things is by electing the right people. It's nice to elect the right people, but that isn't the way you solve things. The way you solve things is by making it politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
Politically profitable.
Yeah. So that is the point I'm making, because it looks like we are having an absolutist approach to this.
But forefathers, while I love what that man said, and I commented about it and said, okay, this is my understanding. Nevertheless, what he's also saying, he's saying from somebody who is advocating a system continuation. He's an advocate of the way the system is. So there are always a divide. Don't always take people 100% the way
but he's saying exactly what we are saying, that the system should force a bad person to do the correction. That's what we're saying.
Exactly.
Whether you call it politically profitable, whether you call it forcing the person, it's the same thing. The bad person should do the right thing.
Not the system will make it to. Not the system. He's not relying on the system. Hear what he said.
If he thinks that's politically profitable. You don't have to change Congress. People have a great misconception in this way. They think the way you solve things is by electing the right people. It's nice to elect the right people, but that isn't the way you solve things. The way you solve things is by making it politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things.
So you see, the people, he said people, and politically
no,
system.
But forefathers, let me tell you why this thing will not work in Nigeria.
Please let me comment on
it will not work in Nigeria. Do you know why? We don't have a fair electoral system. He said politically profitable. What is a political profit? Where people can easily go and cast their vote and put you in. In Nigeria, our electioneering system does not hardly relies on people.
Politicians like so many things, and one of the things they would like is not even having to rig to win. And if they are popular, they love it. Politicians love to be popular like hell.
No, my brother. If it is just about being popular, Tinubu would not have gotten into the office. He wouldn't have been happy being in the office. I can tell you that he is alive, well and happy in that office.
But he would rather. But do you think he would reject?
He can do without it. No, he can do without it. In the American system, the system they are talking about, with how the people voting, it's nearly impossible to get in there. In Nigeria, look at Hope Hicks in Imo State. Do you in the right senses think that Nigerians voted him? Igbos, the Imo State people? No.
I don't know that.
There is no political profit that the politicians here can almost not get for themselves. It's for themselves.
We don't necessarily know that.
My brother,
we all assume we know everything 100%. We don't necessarily know that.
No, but we are working with what we have in hand. We are working with what we have in hand.
Men, that Uzodimma that you're saying he didn't win the election. If you go to that state, His political acolytes are everywhere. They are all over the ground, everywhere.
Let me tell you, my brother-in-law. Let me tell you, deputy governor. Let me tell you, deputy governor of Imo State. My brother-in-law, his best friend is the mother. Yes, and we know. So I'm telling you, we are close. We have our ears closed in Imo State. I have a lot of friends in Imo State.
So are you saying Uzodinma doesn't have men on the ground?
I have a brother-in-law who is from Imo State.
No, I'm
from
Enugu. Question. Are you saying
he is the least popular governor in Igbo land?
So
the least popular governor
should go and be president. This in governor. I don't know.
Forefathers in Imo State, most people did not vote. A lot of people were prevented from, even people that were willing to come out, they were prevented from voting. So he installed himself there.
When I went to Nigeria, I saw a little bit about, because I saw a man that was looking to have a meeting with some political people. I didn't care too much about politics, but what I noticed was that they were having a meeting when it wasn't even close to an election. So what that told me was that these people are active all the time, talking to each other, or they are on the ground. So when it comes to an election, something happens, you'll be like, oh no, how did it happen? No, they have people on the ground all the time.
They do actually. Come on, man. Even the worst leader we have men on the ground is normal, but they are talking of the general election, right? It's different, kind of. I want to comment on what that man said. In my understanding of what that man is saying, that man is invariably saying the same thing we say here. Like, you have to have a system that will make even the bad people to do the right thing. From the direction you are taking it further, let me tell you, even the dictators last 50 years you had in Africa, they were once good men. No? Robert Mugabe was celebrated, was a good man when he started. Yahya Jammeh was a good man when he started, was celebrated as a young soldier. Robert Mugabe, Museveni was celebrated when he took power. You need to check the history of these people. When they grab the power, they now have that absolute power. That is when the corruption starts. You go against them, they kill you. They do all kind of funny stuff. The system, any country that want to practice democracy need, just like Sita rightly said, first of all, from the electoral system, make sure it's working. The system, because this Nigeria we are talking about, I was so happy when the election was coming in Nigeria in 2023, right? Because of the beavers and all these things, the promises and all that. Because when you have a system, electoral system that is working, trust me, this senator, the rep, the governor, everybody will sit up. As long as you know the power is with the people, they will sit up. I can tell you for free, they will sit up. Because they know if you misbehave, the people are gonna go to the ballot and kick you out. They would have said.
So what you've just done now is go 360.
For us
you
to
said,
fix the system,
okay, finish what you're saying. I thought you had finished.
For us to fix the system, that is the starting point. The electoral system must be good in such a way that the other thing, what that one will do, it will bring out the good people that are hiding. There are some people that want to serve, they can't go contest because they don't have Godfather, because they are scared they're gonna kill them. They are scared they're gonna take. It's all kind of stuff. So it will force good people to come.
Like my candidate, YPP candidate.
Yeah, we are from which state?
Edo State. I've been telling you guys, I want to bring him.
I bet make that one go drink water.
let me address the point you made about.
Edo State, forget YPP.
The reason why.
You see why we are not going far. You see why we are not going far.
Osita,
because
let me just explain this.
The
please.
smaller.
Hold on, let me explain this, please.
Well, Father, you are behaving like a Nigerian state governor.
Well, he's interrupting me now. I was talking when he interrupted me. I'm not behaving like a Nigerian state governor.
Because you give us here for you are just demolishing everybody's house here.
No, because we have to get to the truth. People are listening, and we can't pretend as if we didn't hear what we heard. And then just because we want to kind of have some weird agreement, then we not base it on the truth or what the actual truth is. If he was correct, I will consider.
We are listening, for Father, because we know you can yank any one of us, and we are listening.
I'm gonna yank you out now. Can you stop it? See. The point he made was that It had nothing to do with the system in terms of the political structure. He was talking about the people. He talked about how they want to win votes. So if they want to win votes, you have to make it profitable for them to do the right thing by you. And he kept using people as well. He never talked about systems. So I don't know why AY went back to a political system. He used
okay, see, forefathers, we hear you. You are right. But what we are also saying, try and listen to us. One of the things I said, one of the things I said is that today the state governor is the one who, inside the political party, is the person who will arrange delegates, who will nominate who is even going to be the next governor. That is not making,
rep,
that is with that provision alone, there's no way you can make it any profitable or unprofitable. That profit or no profit does not affect the Nigerian governor today. Whether he performs or he doesn't perform, you are not the one to elect him. He is going to nominate the people who will nominate him as the next governor or nominate who he wants to be the next governor. This is what we're saying. The system is not allowing the people to determine the fate of a governor.
A lot of Americans, you know that
and
Americans,
as long as the system takes away the power of the people, then what that white man is saying is not applicable to this scenario. It's not applicable to the system that we have on ground today. That's what we're all saying.
So I hear what you are saying, and there's an element of truth there. But then I'm beginning to see beyond that, because if you look at, like, an Italian came on this panel the other day and said, my vote don't count. Americans, you go and talk to Americans, their vote don't count. Everybody says their vote don't count. So is it a feature of democracy that the votes don't actually count? It's just a mirage that the establishment always gets into office in all the systems, because the same thing is being said in all of them? Or there is a way the system manifests itself in terms of the way they elect people that is an element of that population. Because sooner or later you can't have it both ways.
Forefather, vote count is some. Senegal just selected a president, but their vote count.
After
America vote count.
After many tries.
Let's face our country. Our Nigerian vote don't count. Let's face it.
But the last
Senegal just selected a president, a young man.
But that's one. I was talking about one. Now this guy was telling me, why are we relying on one? The previous one, was he elected? Did he not jail his rivals in this thing? And
no, it was,
does that mean the people still don't
he was
powerless?
elected. He was elected.
See,
he was elected.
Forefathers, see, we've argued this we've debated this for too long. Let me just make this submission.
Good night.
Look at how I see it.
Night. Thank you for spending time. You didn't say much.
You need people to build systems.
Even Liberia, they just elected president. They kick out their president after 4 years. See, Nigeria, we are backward in Africa. Countries are doing good, though. A lot of African countries now, they are
kicked out Jonathan too. Let's not.
See, this is the kind of talk I don't like.
No, because you have to be factual.
Talk about the problems. Don't go judgmental on the country. Nigeria is not backward.
I'm responding to specifically what he said. Please go ahead.
See, for me, people build systems, and system is meant to check people. See, you cannot absolutely, remove one from the other, because if you need people to build a system that will check people. So we need to keep on reinforcing, getting good people, and doing what? Upgrading the system, making sure that we are sophisticating the system.
Absolutely correct.
Two of them must go hand in hand.
Absolutely correct.
To be honest. So while we are looking for good people, we are also working on what? Resophisticating the system.
Yes.
Let's go back and look at what happened. Because, 2022, I think when a lot of you guys started paying attention to election was when primary started. Meanwhile, it was in 2021 that the election started, even. When they were bringing the electoral law to Buhari to sign. Do you know how many times that is?
Don't be making wild comments like that. That's small force and paying attention.
Okay, sorry.
Right? You don't know where anybody is politically.
Okay, basically. You know when the argument of direct and indirect primaries, because it's good that we are all reviewing these things now. Direct and indirect primaries. I was discussing with a friend of mine and I said to them, the Labour Party, when they wanted to do their Imo State election, Imo State, I said to a friend of mine, I said, look at what this party is going to do. This party is not serious with human beings. And I think I've mentioned it on this platform before. And I most of the time I say to people that Labour Party does not have the capacity to take Nigeria where it needs to go, unfortunately. And it's no disrespect to Peter Obi or anything, but it's just the situation. And the reason is
I
this.
said it the other time, even for father, they will argue with me.
And the reason is this.
What did he say now that you are remembering that we are arguing with you? Don't worry, please finish.
A whole lot of the people who apply that, who are administrators who are running that system. They are from the old stock. There is no way. Now that we know that, okay, there is direct and indirect primaries, why is it that they're not making effort to do indirect primaries? Indirect is the one that people vote. Is the one that which one does not need the delegates that people vote directly.
In the direct primary,
direct primaries.
That's direct.
Are you sure? Please, someone.
Yeah, that is direct.
So
that is direct.
Direct primaries, you don't need.
I misinform people.
You don't need
direct primary. They vote in all the local government.
Yeah.
Good.
All the wards.
Now, if they wanted to do direct primaries, it would have been very easy for them. Very, very easy. But what do they still do? They will allow the governors or the people they want. And that is what Massacre here was saying.
I beg. You have been saying massacre. I have not commented, but it's massacre.
I'm sorry. Please. Forgive me. Please forgive me, my brother. We are always, most of the time, left with the lesser evils. Just like what is happening now. And I'll keep on saying this. Every opportunity I get, I will always promote my candidate. My candidate in Edo State, who is in the YPP. He was in Labour Party.
What's his name, actually? What's his name?
His name is Paul. Paul Anayoban. Let me pronounce his surname because I find it difficult to pronounce.
No, but sorry, hold on. I think for me personally, I know we're our challenge.
It's good you are happy him, but our people don't have structure in the state.
Our people are, will I say, our civil society institutions that should help empower, because it's the one we say accuse Nigerians. I'm guilty of saying that, and I make this wide to say Nigerians are not serious. Listen, Nigerians generally, apart from coming out to do civil disobedience, demonstrate and everything, when it comes to pushing political shifts and changes, it's not just the Nigerians. That would be mob action. It is actually having a strong, sensitive, people-oriented civil society institutions. They are the ones who go and who will send private member bills. They will do different town hall meetings, get ideas, and make sure that this thing crystallizes across the country, that everybody's in alignment. Then they push it. They find the senator to push it through and all those things. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, those bodies are dead. They don't literally, they're not functional. Do you understand? One of them will be the labor organization, but the labor organization tactically is in bed with the government. You have TUC.
My brother, I've never seen
what stops you from forming a civil society organization?
Okay, now let's form our own master. Now you have said it.
I've never seen, in fact, most times when I look at Joe Ajero,
and I'm serious.
Joe Ajero, I laugh.
No, I'm serious also.
I laugh in my heart.
My philosophy is that if a lot of people are talking about the same thing, it's difficult to single out somebody. The problem also we have in Nigeria is everybody goes about his business. So if me, Maska, comes out and start criticizing the government, it's easy to single me out and arrest me. But if in a day 30 people are talking about the same thing, 40, 200, 300, 1,000 people at my level are writing articles, coming out and saying the same thing, it's difficult to single me out.
Masca,
They
where
can
which country?
they
Where
can
do you live
arrest
in
you and
Nigeria?
2 other people to set an example for the other to
Masca,
shut up.
you obviously do not live in Nigeria.
So,
See, and when we want to
sorry,
blame our people,
Osita, you've had your say. Let me just have my
Osita
say.
can assume.
no,
Masca
forefathers,
live in
you
Nigeria.
constantly having your say.
No,
No,
I'm just going to
see,
read something.
you
Then you
guys know
carry
I've not
on.
been on the platform for long, ago.
I've been listening
It's
to
30
him.
seconds.
Do you know the only reason why
30
I have
seconds.
this
30
amount of
seconds
time?
is all I ask. 30 seconds is
That's
all I
because
ask.
my family, they've been go holidays. So
30
that's why I have
seconds
the
is all I
opportunity.
ask. 30 seconds, time it. The effectiveness of rules and their enforcement is heavily dependent on the integrity and accountability of the individuals who operate within the systems. So if you are saying you want a strong institution, it's based on these rules and systems. If the people themselves have not changed, you can try, but you are likely to fail. That's what we are experiencing.
Are you talking to Osita or to the whole panel?
No. I said 30 seconds. I can't go longer. I've just said my piece. If you don't understand, Osita, please go ahead. I have to leave my
Well,
orders.
I still maintain the fact because, like I said, definitely it's human beings that will build the system.
The human
But
beings.
then again,
Comes down to
then
them.
that system you want people to check. You want that system to check human beings. But it's still human beings. The system will not create itself. That is what I believe. So that article is not wrong. It's just that it's not complete.
So what is missing?
The thing missing there is that it's just a simple way that I think I've put it. In Nigerian context, the way our country is, because now you actually need somebody who is willing to build the right system or to enforce the right system. Because as you know, a body will continue to remain stationary unless it is being acted upon by a force. Isn't it? Just like what we saw in Abia State.
Correct.
What we saw in Abia State. Other governors had the commandeering of the state assembly, but it took one who acted upon it. So he said this thing was wrong, and you know that most times Obi will tell you, "Oh, he didn't collect. He's not collecting pension. He's the one who left without collecting pension." But Alex Soti has done something that surpasses that. So now because what Obi did was he based on his individual good, he governed the state. When he left, what happened? Someone started collecting pension because not everybody will be able to reject and say I will not collect pension. Because if it was just based on individual goodness, what Biano could have gotten in and say I'm not going to collect pension. He didn't do that, isn't it? But with what Alex Soti did now, it means the next person coming will not be collecting pension unless they find a way again to go back to change the law.
Bro, you see, you know a lot of people they do. If I were Alex Soti, I would not actually do that. What I will do, I will actually reduce the pension to what is reasonable. Because the truth is, the next governor after Alex Soti will come back and return that thing and start giving these people money.
But now, Abia State people will kick against it.
When House of Assembly are passive, that is what we are talking about here. The people don't have power. The people don't have power.
It will not be easy for even the next governor to bring that law back. I'm telling you the truth. First of all, do you know, even someone like myself, I'm not sure I was born when those laws were created. Because it's different though. See, Nigerian people too get crazy. So Nigerian people too get crazy. There are certain things Nigerian people will not take. And with what is happening in Abia State, once you've given somebody sweet before, in Igbo land, there is a saying, come on, before Gapusiri.
It's all these sayings that have killed Africans.
Instead, when mouth we never chop before, we don't chop before, go stop to the chop.
Okay, see.
The one where we never chop before, make him remain hungry.
Okija in.
Okija, please.
Okija na Okija. Okija.
Forefathers, I don't know why you want to give me opportunity to tackle you. sometimes when fathers talk, like I thank God that I don't have gun, because sometimes when you talk, I feel like
you said this before. I hear you.
I mean, he's here. I saw, he was playing the video and the man was saying something else, and everybody is telling him, that this is what the man is saying. He's telling you people that this. We have had Nigeria for how many years? Have we seen a benevolent dictator? Babangida has been one. Abacha, every one of them, they have failed. In US, let's give an example. Okay, I don't want to maybe use Obama because some people, if Chim and what's his name, KJ, if they might say, oh, Obama, don't bring Obama. Let me say Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was a good person. And then Trump is, no matter what you say, Trump is a bad person. Personally, he's a bad person. But what checked them? The same system checked Nixon. The system checkmated them. They couldn't do more than, like they couldn't go above the system. They couldn't do anything. Trump could have, taken over, but the system in place, made sure that he was not able to carry out a coup. But in Nigeria, in US, the presidency, not the president, the presidency is the power. That's where the power resides. In Nigeria, the power resides in the president. So they just do anything. You see, if you followed what happened, Trump, you see, his aides, what they testify, they told him, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. He wanted to appoint some attorney general or other deputy attorney generals, and told him, if you appoint this man, we all resign. In Nigeria, it doesn't have that way. So when you're trying to get a benevolent dictator to build a system, when Obama said, Africa doesn't need a
strong people,
a strong man, but it needs a strong system. That's what we have to do, build in Nigeria. But if you are trying to how do they say it, put the cart before the horse, that you want to have someone who will come in and why people have told you that power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. It's been give a man who doesn't have money, he's good, but give him money, see what he's going to be. So you have seen that in every one of us. I'm not saying that it just does them. I think some of us here. I say all of us here. If we are given power, maybe we'll not be like rascal. We'll not execute our power with their rascality. But still, that element that you have power. In Kogi State, you see a governor that were election. He went to dig trenches so that people. Okay.
He wanted to rebuild it overnight.
In US, governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, there was a time he had problem with his a mayor. So the bridge, I can't remember the whole story, but the bridge, he pushed traffic towards the bridge, so there was traffic, gridlock in the city. But then, his aides, they have to answer for it. But because of it, he was supposed to get charged. But because of the aides, they covered him so much that there was nobody that could testify against him. But in Nigeria, just the other day, see somebody run away from state because the governor told him to run away. You want a benevolent, dictator. Well, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. We have to find a way to make our system work. Set up. I don't know if some of you know, if any of you know setup. They go to court, they push the system. Yeah. So we have to find a way where we can support these people, give them money so that they keep pushing the system. This what you were talking about immunity. Let the court go and interpret it. What does it mean? Because for instance, in US now, no matter what you say, Trump has immunity. If Trump beats his wife in the White House, he's going to be arrested. It's a personal crime. It has nothing to do with what he was, what he's doing, in the course of his duty. No, they will just, that's it. But in Nigeria, Jonathan and Pechel, they were fighting like every day, And nothing happened. Nothing happened. Police never came in. Nobody, but people that were close, we were just calling in and giving some journalists, the scoop. So I don't know what we have to do. What we have to do, the system will come first, not a dictator, somebody. put whatever in somebody. No, that's
the system will come first. Exactly. I agree, Kija.
We have to find a way to build, like challenge these people, like I don't know, like I've said, yeah.
The system need to come first. But however, there is one thing we actually fail to understand sometimes. Even if the system come, like the people need to still mobilize, because the truth is, you see all these big political parties, they have heavy structure to win election. They have the resources. So this is one thing that is really helping them.
They could have all the money, but if they have the people, that's when it works. If they don't have people, it will not work.
Hey, let me qualify. You see, look at what people understood this to mean. So it doesn't look like it's only me. This guy said this is actually true. For example, Governor Jerry Brown of California was initially opposed to Proposition 13, property tax relief, back in the 1970s. Today he supports it. Why? Because Proposition 13 is so popular. Same guy, different position. So you will see the same kind of this in comments.
Are you trying to justify your point now?
No, because I feel like I'm being gaslighted, like I'm getting in some facts wrong.
Okay, you are right.
No, you're actually getting things forefathers, and I think you are pushing your luck too far.
Am I getting it wrong?
Let's go back to this, your benevolence.
Yeah.
I can put to you, forefathers, that Jonathan Goodluck, by any stretch of imagination, was a good man.
He was a good man.
But he failed. Why did he fail? Because the system is upside down. Even Buhari, whether you like it or not, I can defend him. He's a good man at heart.
Yeah.
But the design of the system, we all talk about Kabbalah and everything, because the system is so porously designed. Too much power in one person.
A good man at heart, because you have defended two people.
Yeah, but look at but so this is where the point.
Good man, actually, you go no, perfect.
It's not only see. If you take way back to 79, Shagari was a good man, but even during that regime,
even after he left office, you will know.
Yes.
Jonathan is a good
So to design a system around the goodness of a person, it's pure ignorance, and I make it bold to say,
I agree.
yes. You can't say because you are in let's say you are in Jerusalem, then you build your house, you won't put padlock because Jerusalem is supposed to be a holy city.
Yeah.
The truth is that the only things constant about not only human being, anything in life is change. The good man you know today, all criminals that you know today, at some point we are good people, forefathers. Go and write it down.
I agree with what Masca is
and
saying.
even
So this argument we are having, I think we're just wasting valuable time. The reality about human beings and society is that you have to build checks and balance. That's what all this thing is all about.
Yeah,
that's why they have presidency, they have Senate, they have judiciary. Even in your own house, that's why it's good to marry. Because if you are just walking around as a bachelor, is it what do they call an old man that hasn't married?
You will be tempted.
An old man that hasn't married. I don't know, maybe bachelor or something.
Okay.
I thought
Grand bachelor.
Grand bachelor. So, but the point you made, I think is a little bit, for me anyway, the way I look at it is that it's a little bit, how do I put it? Okay, leadership is different from being a good person. Like I said, I've said it before. The only morality in public life is the greater good. It's not about being a good person. It's about what is best for the greater population. Hence, if
my brother, I will not agree. I will not agree that the only morality is what is greater good. No.
In public life, not in not in your marriage or anything else. So don't go and do that there. So in public life is the greater good. So being a good person, yes.
If you say greater good, Tinubu will rightly tell you now that he did what Wike will tell you that he rigged that election for greater good. Please.
Yes.
Let us
and you will hate it because you don't understand the concept. Because you don't understand it yet anyway. The concept is that
the concept of rigging it.
I'll make it more blatant.
No, but on that, I know, forefather, I agree with you on that. You know, you can't bring morality into leadership. You go and you have to kill people. Where's the morality? Because your country is going to war.
The only guide is for what is the only true guide that any leader should follow is what is good for the entire people. Because if you look at because I've observed this world to a point whereby if people are being good, it could manifest as evil. Can you even believe that? That's how wicked this world can be sometimes. You can be nice to somebody and it eventually turns to evil. I can give you an example. Say because you have friends and you have neighbors and all the people you like, and then sorry. Let me explain.
I want to follow your argument. You're missing up goodness and morality. I want to, if you can differentiate goodness and morality.
I think goodness is closely linked to morality.
My brother, if anytime you sacrifice morality,
morality, you don't go there. You don't go to morality at all.
Anytime you sacrifice morality is values.
Good is not moral. Good is not moral. I think, but in many cases, it aligns. But
okay, which one is on top of which? Which one is higher than which?
Morality should be the benchmark.
Wow, it really depends on
the way you about goodness.
That is scary because I don't know.
That's your sister. Have you have you ever watched?
My brother, let me just give you one example. I just use River State to give you the example. Somebody like Wike, you know he rigged the election in 2023. He stole his state dry in that election. And it is to the benefit of the APC government. You get? Yep. So if you beat his hand, if you confront him now, he will tell you it's for the greater good. Do you agree that it's for the greater good?
Yes.
So his rigging is justified.
Let me tell you, I don't need to sit with Wike. I can tell you what Wike will tell you. If you are a keen observer of Nigerian politics, Wike will tell you that in his mind, this country deserves a southern president.
Yes,
and all he has done is to put up a southern president. And we can sit here and argue till morning. We can never know what will have happened if after Buhari, this country elected a northern Hausa Fulani Muslim president.
Yeah.
Only God can tell you what would have happened.
It would have been quite bad actually because the Fulani this thing was at fever pitch.
My brother.
So Uche can come up with all sorts of arguments, but my point on morality, if you watch an American movie with all the sex scenes and all that, I find it very immoral. I find it very immoral. But for an American, he would rather ban the film in terms of calling somebody a nigger in the movie, but he's okay with showing naked people having sex on the screen. So even morality, I think, for me,
is based on your societal needs. That's what morality is.
My brother, listen.
Everything you see in that movie, acting movie, it is strictly movie. If he does it after that movie, he is going to jail. No, if you're talking about movie.
So it's okay to do it inside movie.
My brother, if you see, I don't think, listen. Where our country is, let me say this. I'll put it out here. Where our country is, the truth, first of all, is that nobody knew how that election was going to go eventually. A lot of people have not moved on from the 2023 elections. Someone like myself, I'll never be able to justify what Wike did. And it will be very gullible for a lot of Nigerians to think that Wike did that because he wanted to ensure certain presidency. No. Wike did that because he wanted to secure himself. He was plainly done on selfish reasons, and you can see the reward of it for him. He left a governor to become a governor in another state. FCT is a capital. He is literally the governor of FCT. Just that we don't call him governor. So I don't think for any reason we should be able to justify someone rigging an election, telling you that it's for the greater good.
Okay, let me make it more blatant. So if somebody tells you now you're going to solve, because if I try to create an argument. I'm sure I will get interrupted in the middle. But so now let me just make it simple. If they tell you all the problems of Nigeria will be solved, power supply, security, all of them, schools, perfect. But you have to make a decision that is going to result in the death of 50,000 people. What would you do?
Why would I? I wouldn't even exchange
Hold on, please.
for the death of one person.
Okay, now good.
I will not even exchange it for the death of one person.
Okay,
You don't need to give me 50,000 people to die. I will not exchange it for the death of one person.
You never exchange it. So okay, and you will do the same, Augustine.
Yeah, sure.
And Golden Mind. Sorry for throwing you into this middle of this kerfuffle. But what? So what would you do? Would you do it, or would you, reject it as the Osita Dima rejected it?
Kill 50,000 people to do what?
It will cost the death of 50,000 people, but it will solve all the problems of Nigeria.
I don't think that's that's gonna happen. I wouldn't speak any, because if you're killing 50,000 thieves or criminals, that would be understandable.
You say criminals, people.
Yeah, but killing innocent people, 50,000.
It will include criminals and non-criminals and all kinds of, even heroes and all of them alike.
Let me help you, forefathers, so that this thing will come close to home. If they put all the bad leaders, they try all the bad leaders of this country, and they amount to 50,000 people, they put them in a room, and they give you the matches when they put petrol on them. Will you light that room?
Wait, they've been tried.
Let me. I want to get the answer.
They have been tried. Did you say they've been tried? Massacre.
No.
Yes, they've been tried. Will you
that
light
one is
the
easy
room?
now. That one is easy for him.
No, that one is not even a question.
I'm talking about innocence.
I will carry the fuel death by myself, and
you know what?
buy the lighter by myself.
I'm gonna make it strictly innocence now. Not even not one guilty person. So what would you do, Okija?
Bro, I'm not killing anybody, bro.
I will not even so much as I amputate a finger.
I think we should all go and sleep then.
Maska, what would you do?
Now I'll kill them without blinking an eye. But yes.
Innocent people.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let's stop. AY, what would you do?
What's the question?
That's if they said all the problems of Nigeria will be solved and you are the head of state, but the action you need to take will result in the loss of life of 50,000 innocent people. Would you do it?
All the problems of Nigeria will be solved?
All. Insecurity, infant mortality, all of them.
Which type of question is this? Why will I kill 50 innocent people?
It's a thought experiment. What would you do? Would you do it?
I will kill the person who asked the question.
I will not.
Thank you.
Okay, see now, hold on. Maska, just hold on. You see, what you've just done, you've killed far more people by choosing that path. And you kill them repeatedly every year, every single year, because that problem is not being solved. Now, that is what leadership is like, because it's not very obviously moral, is it?
I was thinking you said all the criminal politicians, those who are easily eliminated, they will not think twice.
Sorry, there's a feedback. I think it's from this thing. There's a feedback coming through. Okay, yeah. I think. Okay, yeah, it's from Augustine.
Yeah. I thought you were referring to the criminal politicians.
I'm talking about innocent people. I'm talking about innocent people.
I'm not interested in innocent people. Man.
Okay, good. So, but now you've killed far more innocent people.
No.
All those innocent women that is going to go to hospital and die. All those people that are going to die from insecurity.
My brother,
hold on now. Let me finish now, so you understand. I'm trying to get you to understand the bigger picture here. All those people that are going to die from car accident, all those people that are going to die from poverty, malaria, all of them, numbering 500,000, 200,000, or maybe even a million over 2 to 3 years period. That's what you are responsible for. And they gave you a solution that will solve all of them, because you want to make a limited, this is why I talk about the greater good. You want to make a limited good decision, you condemn far more to die.
Listen,
that is actually, in reality, actually bad.
Let me tell you.
Can I take you just a step back?
This is what lazy leaders do. Do you know why? Lazy leaders are the leaders who will want to do something from a quick fix perspective. That is what it is. There is no justification to even harm the life of one person and think that you're creating a greater good. Who?
Sita, this thing you are saying, because you are assuming, okay, are you saying that the police people are you saying that in Nigeria today, no policeman has died or no soldier has died? And are you saying that these people are not innocent people? Are you saying that the president of this country is not the one that sent them into the harm's way?
No, they died at the point of duty.
Master, with what you're saying, you didn't understand.
They died at the point of duty.
You didn't understand the question of
like every other person.
I understand very well. I understand perfectly.
Because more are still going to die. It's not going to change anything. They gave you the opportunity to prevent them. Hold on. They gave you the opportunity to prevent them from dying at all again. They said it's going to solve all the problems.
My brother, that thing is
you would rather that they keep dying like that.
My brother, that is not even an opportunity or a privilege. That thing is a part of the
Now you see the burdens leaders have to carry.
I don't see it. There is no burden there.
You are not willing to carry one. You are not willing to carry one.
And this is where I come. I say anybody who is not morally solid, consolidated should not anywhere near power, because they will keep on compromising.
Then you will kill your people before your time. If you do that,
at least my people would have died a natural death. Not man-instituted death. Not death instituted or caused by man.
Sometimes
it will be natural, as all of us will die.
I think there's an echo. Somebody needs to check whether it's on YouTube and on the same panel also.
Yeah, it's Augustine.
I'm not.
Because last time I muted you, okay, it's gone now. It's gone now. The echo has gone.
Hello, is it me?
No.
Yeah, I think it's you or Sita.
What is wrong?
There's echo. Probably you're on YouTube and on the panel also.
From my perspective, I think Masca is the only one that has saved millions of lives today, and you all condemn millions of lives.
No, you see, okay,
because you want to go to heaven.
No, see, I think there is a grand misunderstanding, forefathers. I think the issue for me, there's a difference between greater good and morality. If you ask me, would I take a moral high ground or to be, and I tell people I'm not a nice person. For all these things we are saying, we are just even pretentious. Would you not slap your child so that he can be better?
Exactly, they do that. They are willing to do
because
that.
It's the same logic. It's just that at a certain level, it's an extreme level. If, for instance, Cameroon is invading Nigeria, the president.
Maska, can you sell one of your child to train the others in school?
Eh?
Can you sell one of your child to train others in school?
Yes.
Okay.
I technically speaking, Augustine, let me tell you, I practically have sold myself to slavery so that I can train my children. That's the truth.
You see, now that is somebody that understands himself.
Because day in, day out, you do things that you wake up in the morning, 7 o'clock, you go somewhere and you can't close until your organ say close. Why? Because you want the greater good of your family.
That's not what he's talking about. Okay, now I want to buy one of your children. Are you going to sell that child to me so that you have?
Yes, I will sell. How much are you going to buy? Because that's where I will kill you. Where I will put a price you can't afford. Yes.
We already sold people. You see how people behave. We already sold people, and they're acting as if they cannot sell people. We already sold people.
All of you are there as slaves. What are you saying? It's even me that is independent.
Exactly.
Somebody said you are a typical stubborn Dobano. Father is from the majority tribe. He's from one of the majority tribes. You guys are confusing him.
Everybody's
I don't know why they still believe.
But this is a fun discussion, though. This is a fun discussion because it reveals that what I said before about
somebody stop his echo, you know. Yeah, somebody, and it's not me. I've checked all my devices.
The last time I muted, you see that I muted Augustine, is gone again. It means that what it shows that it's anecdotally moral choices can lead to greater evil because you are not seeing the effect it has. That begs the question. You can be good to somebody, but it results in something evil happening later on. And if you can track that, you begin to understand the bigger picture that there's nothing really good other than what is healthy for the society.
Oh, Father, if it is by mistake, that is okay. For you telling me to kill 50,000 people for the country to be good, I would choose to die myself instead of killing 50,000 people.
You see, that's the thing. The men that created these nations that you like to enjoy in and all the rest,
if it's
had
a mistake,
to make all those sacrifices. There's no mistake about it. It's deliberate. People men are happy to go to war and make the sacrifice. I think it's because the way we perceive life.
Forefathers, do you know the problem? Do you know the problem you are dealing with? You're asking Nigerians.
Yeah, if I ask Igbo, maybe many
No,
of them.
No, not only Igbo people. This is the fundamental. This is why the country is where it is.
Yeah.
An average Nigerian does not want to hurt a fly, but he wants to go.
No, Massacre. An average Nigerian wants to take shortcuts. An average Nigerian wants to take shortcuts. We are always looking for shortcut to success.
That is it now.
And that is why you would take such a little option.
No, it's not little. It's a big one.
No. It's an immediate gratifying option.
Let somebody talk.
Clearly, you refuse to do it, so it's not immediate.
The primary aim of going to war is not to kill. Is to defend.
Is to what?
Is to defend.
No, Augustine, what are you saying?
Some people go.
I can tell you a lot of soldiers.
Just say that.
Some people go to war to conquer other people. Some people because they need to defend themselves.
Oh my God! It's to defend.
The primary aim of going to war is not to kill.
What are you talking about?
Augustine be like,
think about what I just said. You don't just think about it.
No, the primary reason is to go spray pest.
What do you mean it's to defend? How would you have the best form of defense is attack? See,
I
will agree with you when you say the primary purpose of war is to win.
Oh, sorry. Why did Putin go to war?
To win.
To
defend. But if in the place of looking to not to defend, to win that war, and if in the process of looking to win that war it leads to loss of life, so be it.
His territory. Go and listen to Putin. Go and listen to all his.
Sometimes you are expanding. Sometimes you are expanding. It's not only to defend your territory.
Father, hold on. Who wanted to collect his territory? You
don't even know the one led to the war.
What led to the war? Tell
us. To answer the question now, Augustine, who wanted to collect his territory?
Augustine, you are not talking to Kidagati. Yeah. Tell us what led to the war. Tell us the territory you wanted to protect. Tell us.
So when Ukraine wanted to join NATO, what was the purpose? What did he interpret it to be? What did he interpret it to be? That his enemies are coming closer to his territory.
Is it? That's the interpretation of a madman. That's the interpretation of a madman.
So, but it's a very fascinating topic because it's revealing an element of reality. And I really hope most of the panelists pick up on it because clearly Masca has picked up on it. Masca is probably a kind of Machiavellian already. So
no. See, forefathers. In all honesty, the reason why it is one of the reasons why I have kept clear of politics. Because the reality is that when you want to lead people, that responsibility, the starting point is to accept that at some point you may have to take lives. If you truly are going to lead these people, if you're going to, yes, it's a big burden. You can't say today I'm the president and I'm not willing to kill anybody. That's cock and bull.
Because
you'll
be forced into it.
Not deliberate, right? So it's not like you just go.
So the statement you made now.
You're going to take action that are going to lead to loss of life.
What I'm saying.
No, forefathers. Your statements are not cloaked right.
So when you tell me,
right.
Okay,
Well, I don't need to cloak it right. If you were able to think about it, you would have been able to find that that's what riddles are.
Listen, every nation tries to have its military. The military is for war. Do you get? There are instances where a nation must declare war, either to protect itself or its sovereignty, whatever that is. But now somebody come and tell you all Nigerian problems should be gone. We'll start producing enough oil. There will be enough oil. There will be enough jobs. There will be
no more pain. No more smoke.
Aeroplanes start flying.
Oh my God,
you just need to kill. Let me tell you, I will not even kill one human being or even amputate a hand, someone's arm for that.
But you are willing to go to war at the same time. Is that not
Listen, because it is a necessity. Because there is a need.
But this is a necessity. What do you think?
No. This is a shortcut. This is you looking for magic and abracadabra. And you know the funniest thing?
It's not a shortcut. It's still the same
there
thing.
There is no point to actually labor on this. Do you know why? Nobody is going to bring such offer.
Do you know what makes
Massacre brought this question because I was questioning. Because of what Massacre said. Massacre said something. He said
again.
Massacre, I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, Sita, don't worry. I know sometimes it's like that. When you make mistake the first time, you have to correct. Just go ahead.
He has lumbered me in a very polite way.
Please always check the name before you call his name, man.
Yes. Okay, Masker. Listen, why are we even arguing about? Is that these things started from Wike, and Masker said maybe the nation would have caught fire. Maybe in Wike's mind, the nation would.
No, I didn't say that too. I said if you sit with Wike, I can tell you what Wike is likely going to tell you. I am not saying it. If you want to go and sit with Wike, I can tell you, because if you sum his arguments, his speeches, this is what will come out of it. He will tell you that he supported Tinubu because he doesn't want Atiku, a northern person, to be the president, while the party chairman was also a northern person.
Listen, good. So that was enough reason. You know,
well, I think I have a question for Maska. Can you please tell me an example of a situation where you would kill somebody as a president or governor? Or, I mean, under what circumstance?
No issues. Take, for instance, when Obasanjo was president, they went and leveled OD.
Well, in that case, I wouldn't think. I think what was the reason? A consequence.
Did he just wake up and level OD? The reason is that, okay, let me tell you the reason. The reason is because he wants to make sure there is law and order in the country. He does not want a situation where people will wake up and kill military personnel and they go scot-free.
Oh, sure. But that wouldn't amount to killing. You know, when we talk about killing, we're just
but what was it? Look.
He was throwing roses at them.
These people in OD, I'm saying that everybody in OD came and killed the soldiers, all of them in OD.
Oh no, it happens. Even when you declare war, when people
do you know that Obasanjo would have been prosecuted for military crimes, for war crimes?
It couldn't be.
Yeah.
But
do you know Obasanjo could be, you know, it might not fly.
Okay. All right. So, Osita, on a serious note, so that people will not think I'm a devil, okay? I cannot wake up on a single day and just like that for the fun of it, just kill 50,000 people.
Exactly.
No, but that was
the reality. No.
That was the question.
Yeah. But the reality also is that if you put forefathers' question in perspective as a leader, today I'm not the leader. Even if I kill 50,000 people, how am I going to solve the problem? Is it Juju man that will tell me kill 50,000 people and everybody go? Or is it a pastor? How will it happen? The reality is that, put his question into context, you will see what he's saying. The reality is that as a leader, because that's what we are discussing, we need to take everything into context. What we were talking about is the fact that good people in leadership positions, is it a system dependent thing or is it the benevolence thing? That's where all these discussions come from. So when I answer this question, is within the context that if I'm a leader today, I do understand that morality is out of the window. I cannot leave my moral high ground saying that I'm leading people, both across the pagans, believers, non-believers, and then I'm bringing my own morality into question. No, it's either I'm leading these people or not. This is the point I'm making.
Sorry, before you finish,
Don't ask for father. Nobody should ask me. Me, I answered for father question. Why are you guys asking me?
Don't mind them. They are scared to ask me now because they are afraid of the answer.
Both you and forefather, what I'm saying is this.
Just a minute.
You see, we are chasing Yahaya Bello. We are chasing Yahaya Bello.
Given the context,
That guy ever stood on a high moral high ground. Kogi State will not have people who will not have been dying of poverty. Let me tell you, I used to work in Federal Medical Center, Lokoja, years back, when Yahaya Bello was a governor in Lokoja. Most of the people there will come to Federal Medical Center, Lokoja. It was overcrowded because the state hospital had not functioned for years. Because a lot of the people who work there, doctors, nurses, all the healthcare professionals, were not being paid. And that way, Lokoja, Abuja, this thing, expressway, is one of the most, every day you get RTAs not less than 3 on that road.
What's RTS?
RTA, road traffic accident, sorry.
Okay.
What am I saying? A leader in the current Nigeria we have. Our problem is that we are having leaders who do not even have a pinch of morality in them. A pinch. For now, we should not say anything or propagate anything that will encourage leaders, people who do not have any moral compass.
I can argue that they do have some morality. They have morality towards their family members.
Can I suggest something for fathers? I think we should rest this argument. The reality is that we are just being academic. Morality, good, greater good, they are all the same. A leader should be good.
It's not the same. Why would you just model it like that?
Next topic.
Let me hold on. Because
I'm tired of the topic.
The truth is actually a very important topic, actually, because we have to really understand how we behave.
Argue all day.
AY, come on now, don't stop trolling. You see, we have to understand that sometimes the things we do as individuals have implications that might magnify later on. Because the idea, I was trying to give an example so that you can see how an innocent behavior can lead to elitism. Like, you can have friends now, your children attend the same schools, and you guys go to the same club and all the rest. Tomorrow their child wants to get into some institution that you are in charge of. You are more likely to be lenient to that friend than any other person else. And before you know it, the system keep repeating itself like over and over again. Before you know it, it crops itself up into an elite class that somehow appears to gang up against the others. It's not because they started off being evil. They are just being civil next to the person closest to them. When you're close to somebody, you are nice to them and you bend the rules for them. Not because you are being evil. You don't think about the bigger picture. It means you can have morality at a lower level that have negative impact on a higher level. That is the point I'm trying to make. Because if you don't understand that, then you cannot understand why some leaders do what they do. Because those ones understand the bigger picture. That's why they are willing to sacrifice so many lives sometimes.
My brother, I can also put a counter argument and tell you this. What differentiates a leader from a normal person is their ability that he should, regardless of attachment, sentiment, relationship, at all times stand out. You refuse to be that leader.
You refuse to be that leader yourself.
That is what differentiates.
But father, listen to him now. Let him learn.
That is what differentiates you from an ordinary person. An ordinary person, I can in my own private house decide to be leaning towards my child. No, but the moment I step into that public office, I should be what? In fact, I should try my best to be almost perfect. That's impossible, but that should be what every leader should be working towards. At every point in time of your making decision, it is not a decision that is tilted to favor anybody, but that is tilted to favor the whole people, the public. That is why it is called public service. It's not private service for any reason. It's public service.
So,
but
let me
I don't
ask
have.
you then. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
We need to understand that that's why we have laws. We have United States of America, the UK. These are nation of laws. I can tell you for sure that nobody really cares about your moral, standing, as long as you're able to keep, maintain the law and make sure that laws are not broken. That's why when you go to public institutions, they want you to not mix religion or morality, whatever, with with the public institutions, right? So the developed countries understand this very well, and they made the laws very clear what you should do and what you should not do. And most of the time, when you look at these laws, they are in tandem with what we call morality. For instance, when you are awarding contract, you shouldn't award contract to somebody who's related to you, right? It's all these things are written down, right? You call it morality, but it's the law of the land, right? Of course, when you're going to apply for a job, they want to ask you if you have anybody related to you that works in the place where you're applying to, right? The goal is to make sure that there's no conflict of interest and all those things. So all these things are written down. So the main difference between a developed country like these countries and Nigeria is that, one, we have laws, but nobody implements the laws in Nigeria, and by extension most Black African countries. But in other countries, they fight tooth and nail to maintain the law. That's why at every
sorry
point.
for interrupting you. Let me ask you this then.
Yes.
Over time, I heard what you said about having guidelines in place so that conflict of interest does not arise and you don't favor people that are close to you. But you can slow the process down. But if you have enough time, do you agree that it will always still occur?
But of course, again, like I was saying, there's no perfect society where everybody obeys the laws all the time. The only difference between Nigeria and some of these countries is like the law will find you out, right? The law will find you out. That's just the difference. And the greatest deterrent to people doing bad things is consequences. That's what's lacking in Nigeria. Consequences. When you do something good, you're rewarded. If you do something bad, you get punished for it. 99% of the people who commit, it doesn't mean that everybody that commits a crime gets caught. It doesn't happen. It's impossible, right? But a great percentage of the time, if you do something wrong, the law will catch up with you. Just like I was saying the other day. Now, you can't come to this country or maybe in any advanced country and be stealing money 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 year, and nobody finds out until after 4 years, after 80. It doesn't happen because there are checks every second, every hour, every week, right? If you don't do your work, you're going to be called out on it, right? You kept on being supervised. So that's largely what is happening in Nigeria. Nobody is supervising anything in Nigeria. It's a free-for-all. People do whatever they want. They get away with it. No consequences, nothing. So all this is morality. Nobody cares about your moral standing in the society as long as you do what is, things according to the law, which is in tandem with most of the things we talk about, immorality. So that's just what it is. There's something else I needed to talk about, talking about gentlemen. Somebody said it, and it works. Nice guys don't get the job done. If you really want to be a leader, a true leader, it got to be. I used to ask myself this question before. Why is it that in most of the places I've worked, it's always the meanest people that are made supervisors? Because they get the job done. They do, right? So for you to really lead in a country like Nigeria, Africa, it got to be strong-willed to do the right things. I said it the other day that a lot of problems in Nigeria can be solved within 1 week. Flush out incompetent people that litter every public space in Nigeria. If you walk into any office in Nigeria, you see people who have no business being where they are. Flush them out. How long does it take?
You see something? One thing
you know why I'm laughing, Golden Mind? Sorry, on a lighter note. You know why I'm laughing? Yes. You can do all that in 1 week, but the question is try getting elected first and see how long it will take you.
I think it can be done. Honestly, I think it can be done. You see, Obasanjo was my kind of guy. Let me tell you this. Obasanjo was my kind of guy. He wasted no time in dealing with anybody that he didn't like, right? But I don't think he used that, strength in a positive direction. There were a lot of things that needed to be done that he didn't do, right? If you know the
See,
amount of
honestly,
power,
we need to give Obasanjo a lot of credit. We Nigerians are not good people. That guy did a lot for this country. He may be a bad person, and this is what we are saying. You don't
as far
need
as
a
I'm
good
concerned,
person.
as far as I'm concerned, Obasanjo was the only president I know that have governed Nigeria. He was, right? That's why the fact there were things he did that people didn't like. So it's the problem with Nigeria. The mindset is so bad. Right?
Let me add something to what you said, because I was
Yes.
listening to what you
was
said
a good
about
man.
how they
Exceptional person,
enforce the
Yaradua, and he
system.
was a good man. Just that he didn't last long for us.
Yeah, it seems so. It seems so. See, but one of the things you said about enforcement of laws and to make sure that people don't, break the law and get away with it. But one other thing I noticed in the West is that the truth is that the act or the tendencies that I described earlier on has already happened in the West. Make no mistake, they are an elite class that don't mix with the other people, and they are extremely rich. Two people, I think, was it not two people they said in America is richer than the bottom 150 million? So that has already happened. However, one other thing I noticed that they do in the West is that they try to correct the flow of wealth in one direction. Like in the UK, they have what they call inheritance tax, which means when you die, your assets are split and a big chunk is given to the state. Because the idea was that if one side keep having all the wealth, the whole society is going to collapse, become unstable. So they pass that law to pull the wealth from them. But now the elites are using foundations.
Okay, so sorry, forefather, sorry, please. On that note, let's cycle back briefly to that your concept of benevolence. Can you see what a good system does? Well, they are not saying that these people, they have money, they should be good, they should give the money freely. System is put in place to make sure that they checkmate the growth of wealth in the higher part of the society.
But it's the people, isn't it? The people. That's what I mean. It's not the system that is doing it. And I also said,
no, but when you say there is a proper, you said there is inheritance tax. It's not out of anybody's.
You remember how I finished? How I finished was that the elites are dodging it now by putting their money in foundations that is not subject to inheritance.
Father, what is the title of
they are
this
dodging
movie
it. The title of the movie is Morality and how this thing can be able to create strong institutions. Because
okay.
You are being cynical. I'm trying my best.
Morality and the greater good.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. I tried. Gotcha questions.
Maybe Tokwe can help you out. Your sister is in the
Don't worry now.
Guys, I think it's been a very interesting conversation the whole night.
Yeah, it's interesting.
To be honest, it's been very interesting people here tonight.
This is the elite class. This is the elite. Always come in the night.
This is the evening class.
I thought normally it's on Saturday, on Sunday we do this type of discussion about all these things, but today we started talking about all this stuff. Well, it's quite interesting.
It doesn't matter.
But Mascot, do you find it interesting that almost all the panelists demurred from choosing to make sacrifice? Because I
said it now because look, forefather, I say you're asking Nigerians. I have once, let me tell you a story. One day there was fuel scarcity. I think it was about 5 years ago. It was a long queue. We are all in front of there's a filling station in front of a Transcorp Hilton Hotel. And it occurred to me, this is not too far from Aso Drive. This is during Buhari's regime. It just occurred to me that we will spend almost like the whole day there. All we have to do is drive these same cars and block the road to Aso Villa. We are not even going to stay in the car. Just drive your car there. That queue, let's go and queue up there.
Yeah.
I stood on top of my car and suggested that, in fact, people started entering their car and just sitting down there. This man is a madman.
Hold on. Mike, did you say as a form of protest?
Yes.
Oh my God! You know, I had that idea. It's crazy because I was thinking people are not thinking creatively about protests.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that Nigerians as a people, we don't want to do anything. So the idea that people will kill 50,000 people to make their country good, it's absurd to us. It's absurd to us. But I can tell, see, these white people, they are coming here, even in terms of just testing drugs. They are doing all these things. They carried slaves. This slave, if they carry 1 million slave, 1 million of that slave will have 50% will have died. This is how they build their country. We can sit on top of our what do we call it now? Our hands and be fidgeting. But the truth is that life is hard. But I'm also just making out. Oh, I'm not a hard person anyway. So
Is it that you see, we understand we understand it
uh,
mentally, intellectually. It doesn't mean we can live that life because these people they actually live it. And what does that tell you, though, Masker? Does that mean that we exist in a kind of different reality from the reality they exist
no,
in?
this is my take, forefathers. There are people are of different breeds. Okay, there are some people who are hard people, and they are willing to make things happen. We are part of the people that just watch things happen, and it's not surprising that the black race is behind. We are not hard people. We are not very difficult. Go and check all the history. Check America. Check Brazil. Check everywhere. The history of progress of human race is the history of how do I put it now? It's the history of cruelty. That's how I'll put it.
Cruelty. And sometimes the cruelty, if America itself, I just found out that I didn't know that they just found out that they killed 900,000 Japanese before they even nuked them. That the nuke killed less people than the people that they
What
bombed.
is it you have?
No, it's not true. 900,000.
No, it's actually
What
true.
is it that attracts you to
I
want
can show you the
and
video.
yet human beings?
No, I'm not want to do it, but I'm telling you what is happening in nature itself.
What
I wasn't even there
you
when it
find
happened.
the concept attractive?
What?
I'm telling you the truth.
Because
I've known you for almost 1 year. You find there is something that turns you on about how people will get killed.
No, you don't understand. And the reason why I'm bringing all these things up is that so that we expand our scope, our imagination. Because if you limit it, other people are not limited. They are not. This is the world you live in. You have to be able to picture everything, understand it for what it truly is. Because if you cannot understand,
I'm sure you supported Tinubu when he was going to go and demolish Niger.
No. Why would I support him?
Why didn't you support him?
Because I don't want him to go and do stupid stuff. It's stupid to go and attack Niger.
What's the benefit? What would be the benefit for Nigeria if he attacks Nigeria? This is the kind of question we should ask. The idea is, yes, you do certain things, but you have to see the benefit. What would be the benefit?
There was no benefit. There was no benefit. That's the problem. And if there been, he was able to renegotiate on behalf of the Nigerians and say, you know what, the French should live there and give them better deals so that their economy and build power plant for them. If he was able to do that, I could say, okay, yeah. Then if they grant him that, I say, this is what I am offering this governor, the democratically elected Bazoum, that if you release him, all this stuff is his. Now I've renegotiated it. You coup plotters, you don't have any reason to remain again. Go to your barracks. If he had done that and they refuse, I'm sure many Nigerians will support him to go in there. You see what I mean? So, but no imagination.
Which many Nigerians will support him?
No, Nigerians will support him because they will say that those people that took over now, they are bad. Because now he has negotiated.
What makes them bad? What's the difference between them and Tinubu?
Because they are not willing to enable progress. Because if they believe that progress was possible with what Tinubu achieved, then they will say, why are you blocking progress? You see what I mean? So people are more likely to support what he wants to do. But he never did that. He just wanted to do everything that these Western partners want. And now they are negotiating to have military base in our country. God forbid, though. Nobody needs that drama. The last thing you need is and the funny thing is that having military base here is something that the former British Defense Secretary said. He said they want to invade Africa, and the way to do it is to use other methods. Actually, they talked about charity and all this to come in to take over the country. This is, I'm not making it up. It's online. I can show you right now. This is what we are dealing with. And our leaders are contemplating even having military bases in our country.
The white people are far smarter than that. They won't waste their bullets on us. Why do they need to do that?
Oh God! Oh, I need to stop laughing this laugh. You guys are making me laugh.
No,
Somebody say
Papa,
I'm
I was
laughing off
not
key.
laughing at you. It's the comment section that we're making me
No.
laugh.
It's the comment section. The comment section, they are saying I'm laughing off key, so I have to watch myself. So
my people,
yeah.
My brother, please, what are they saying in the comment section?
my special
How
people
are
in
they
the
carrying
comment
to the
section.
comment section?
It's regular now. They are abusing me. It's not new.
They are the special people. Don't be fake people where they partner. These are the special people. Don't touch them.
These special people, the only time they are happy with me is when I'm closing. Oh, you did a good
They
job. Well
love you
done.
when you are closing.
That's when I'm closing.
Papa, don't go. Even talk about that is number one enemy. You talk about that, don't go. Papa,
Don't mind them. When I'm on, they are abusing me repeatedly, heaping abuse, one abuse after the other. Welcome, I speak the truth. I take it you had the discussion. I don't know if you have anything to add there, or if you want to bring something new. We are all ears.
No, I already said everything in the comments. I'm just listening right now. It's cool, y'all. I'm enjoying it.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Okay, now there's another this topic going on with the Trump trials. If Trump is convicted, he might actually be the first president that will be elected president inside prison, and he will come out to rule the world, not just the country. He will come out to rule the world. No, is that going to be an eye opener for Nigerians that are always like, "Where's Tinubu certificate? Where's Tinubu certificate?" What is that going to mean if Trump is convicted and he becomes president for office? Would that change your mindset, how you look at democracy?
If someone is convicted, is he still legally? Is he not disqualified in America?
No. You see, that's the thing. We put this constraint on our politicians. The West, almost all the Western countries, they understand that the people are sovereign. They can choose whoever they want to be president, as long as they meet the age requirement or something. That's all they need, I think, and be born in the country and all. They can elect an invalid. Okay, he has to be a little bit conscious and able to make decisions. But they could elect somebody without legs. It doesn't matter. So, would that affect your view of democracy if a president comes out from prison and becomes he's a president now?
What are you saying, Father? We elected a man from prison. Obasanjo was from prison. We have set that record. We can't wait for. It's not America that will be setting president. We have set that precedent.
Obasanjo was released from prison and pardoned, if I'm not mistaken, before he was president.
But he was in prison.
Yes, this one will be sad. The
man came straight from prison.
No, he has not finished serving his term. He's going to come and be president. No, Obasanjo, at least Obasanjo was released after.
No, seriously, forefathers. That, even if you ask me, what do they call this? Madiba, Nelson Mandela came from prison.
Yeah, but they were released free, but not from there straight to be president. But Mandela had to run for presidency a year or two after he came out from prison.
Even Trump must have to run. Or is he not going to run?
Brazil.
Oh no! If he's in prison, until he's elected, he's not coming out.
But he's running. For you to be elected, you have to run. He has to be on the ballot.
He's on the ballot.
So that's running.
Brazil's Lula da Silva.
He came out from prison, didn't he?
Exactly. So I don't know why for you it's you that you are seeing it as a big deal. A good leader actually should have gone to prison. A good leader.
Yeah, but Nigeria won't allow
where
that
do you
now.
have your
Nigeria
leadership?
won't allow
Where
that
do
now.
you
It's
get
not
your
a
leadership
problem.
philosophy from? That a good leader should have gone to prison.
Nigeria won't allow that now, Masca. If you are a convict in Nigeria, you are not allowed to be president. So our democracy is
okay. Look, we are just talking, but the reality is actually where I get my leadership philosophy.
Well, after a certain amount of time, to my understanding, in Nigeria, some time has surpassed. I don't know, 10 years.
I'm not sure there's a status of limitation for Nigeria. If that's why they were looking for Tinubu, whether he has been convicted how many decades ago. I don't think there was a status of limitation, and they were even willing to ban him from becoming president, even when he was convicted overseas. Not to mention inside Nigeria. So
is it that they changed the constitution, or what did they do? Because, like I said, Obasanjo was in prison.
I think Obasanjo was pardoned because he was from a military political prisoner, so it's somewhat different. So he was pardoned by Abu Salam Abubakar.
Trust me, forefathers. Every prisoner can be easily be deemed to be a political prisoner. If I steal money, I can say they lied.
Seriously, you can't just make it up now. If you have never been involved in politics, you are caught with this in committing crime, you end up in jail based on that, not political. You will not be considered political, except you are protesting something.
Anyway, I see you're right. I don't want us to drag the issue, but let me answer Osita Dima. He's asking me where I get my leadership philosophy.
Good question.
It's from my personal experience in life.
Now, that is an expert there. You have to respect that. You see,
So
I like
your
people that
personal
use their
experience
own head.
what tells you that having gone to prison will make you a better leader.
Okay, so you don't have to actually go literally into a prison. Okay.
Sorry, Master. Let me just correct. Forefathers, I was right. There's a 10-year bar. So after 10 years, you can actually vie for the presidency of Nigeria.
I didn't know that. What were they going after Tinubu for since 1960s?
It's Nigeria. It's just dirty politics. The same people that tried to
it's just politics.
At 37, there's only 36 states. So
wow. Obedience. Are you here listening to this? Because you guys need to get your facts, so I need to find out this because I don't know whether I speak the truth.
No, the issue was that the issue wasn't that he was convicted. That he was asked in the form that he didn't say that he didn't answer that he was convicted. That was the issue.
Yeah, but without us going off track, he wasn't convicted.
I'm just saying. I
agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. But you know what I mean. It wasn't, so, but there's a 10-year bar in any event. Like 10-year, you can vie if your conviction was 10 years prior to the election.
I've never seen a man test the law to the limit as much as Trump does. He goes inside a court, they will tell him, don't speak about the case. He will come right outside the court and start talking about the case. It's like, I think what did they say they did to him again? They fined him, didn't they? So that guy is going to cause problems. And imagine if the judge now decide that he's said something wrong and puts him in jail. The whole country will be like, at least his supporters will be like, oh, witch hunt, and they'll come for him again. This thing could get funny very, very quickly, and I think they will convict him because the evidence is quite.
Who?
Do you think they will convict Trump? Let me ask. I don't know.
But even if he's convicted, the good thing he has done for himself, no matter what you do to him now, it's easy for him to say it's political witch hunt.
Yeah.
And it seems like that, to be fair. It seems like that because based on how elite gets away with all kinds of things in America.
The man is just a criminal, that's all. But it's okay.
Yeah, Biden has been fingered too now. Biden has been fingered.
So you don't have any proof. The people are just saying things. Trump. Trump. No, he hasn't been convicted of anything, but he at least he's been convicted of for sexual battery or whatever. The woman, a civil case actually.
Yeah.
But you can't say it bad that you've been all those team propaganda. The politicians are crook, but
that is crazy.
Republicans, they know how to just say things that are not true. And just push it, or it becomes truth to their people.
So
all those things they're talking about, Biden's son did that, Biden, his brother gave him money, those are things, those are lies. His son actually had a business in China. And
sorry, I speak the truth.
Yeah. Isn't there a group like that in Nigeria? Just the ones like you just described?
Of course, Nigeria is a crime scene,
If somebody told me 20 years ago that
Yeah,
a president
don't
that has been
suffer.
convicted, a former president that has been convicted of sexual assault would still be leading 20 years ago, that somebody that has been convicted of sexual assault will still be leading to become president of Nigeria, I will never believe it. America, I mean, I will never believe it. That they tell me that the
That's
president
low.
said he's grabbing
That's
women
low.
and
America
this
has.
thing. I
That's
will
low.
never
How low
believe it.
America has gone.
The world is
I don't know.
upside down right
I
now.
don't know where
Someone was saying.
forefathers. Anyway, I'm not surprised you guys stay in the white man's land, but my opinion of the white man is completely divergent from the way you guys look at these people.
How
Is
do
it
you mean?
morality?
Have
Is
you
it they are
No,
not
no.
they are not where you people put them to be.
have
No,
you
no, I'm
Sincerely
lived
talking
speaking.
about
have
the
you lived
public.
there?
I'm
Have you
talking about
worked
the
there?
public. I'm not talking about the white man. I'm talking about the public. The public generally don't support people like
Guys,
that. That's
it will be
my.
another
I'm
time.
surprised by it.
Okay. Most likely, my candidate will be coming on the platform on maybe between Saturday and Sunday next. Saturday and Sunday.
Which your candidate?
YPP candidate go by election.
Okay, we are waiting for him.
Please,
He's gonna be
He's
here.
gonna be on this panel.
Yes, he will be here on this a panel. Does anyone
We
have
are
CM's number? Forefathers, you should have CM's number.
No, I don't. Oh. I don't.
We are waiting
Have
for him.
CM's number.
I don't know. I don't have it even if I had it, I wouldn't know.
Okay, that's fine.
And this
Yeah.
election is 3 hours race actually, but we're waiting for him.
Yeah, I was on a panel with I think one of the something Gazagolo or something the one that talked about turning Edo State to some kind of Switzerland. No, Singapore, man. Singapore, not Switzerland, Singapore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Paul.
No, the second name
Which
is the one I
party?
used to remember. I think it's PDP. I think
Aswe
it could be
Godalo?
APC. Yeah,
Aswe
Godalo.
Godalo?
Yeah, it's Godalo.
Godalo.
Yes.
Oh,
I saw that only sees a part. I see a part. I keep on asking, what exactly does he see?
What I felt was that then whenever they talk about Edo State, they will talk about they want to invest in agriculture. I feel like Edo State has taken on a new kind of persona in terms of the way people perceive it. And the question I wanted to ask that day, which I didn't get the opportunity to ask because it was running late, was that why is it that Edo is not being restored to a technological powerhouse of the Nigerian area? Because before the colonization they were the most advanced in the country technologically. They were manufacturing guns. We all know about the bronze mask and all the stuff that they used to do there. But now it's about agriculture, and that's all. Is that all it is now?
No,
I don't get that.
Let me tell you why they are saying agriculture, because a lot of them have heard Peter Obi saying that he wants to use agriculture. That is simply what it is now. And everybody now wants to campaign with agriculture.
They should be more ambitious. It's not that long ago. Just 120 years
That is
ago.
why I want to bring my candidate. When I bring my candidate, you
have to eat before you start shooting gun. You have to eat. Nigerians, we don't have food.
See all these guys and their belly. All these bellies.
That's the first
stomach infrastructure. That's what got us into this mess. Drinking Ogogoro and selling human beings.
Yeah. You have to eat, which kind of gun you they make?
Yes, go ahead.
Man does not live by bread alone. That's what the Bible said, isn't it? Man does not live by bread alone. There's a reason.
Forefathers, can I send you my guys this thing? One of his videos, so you can play it on the platform so that you guys can just watch it before we just close.
That's advertisement too. Hey, you have to donate.
No, just for you to damage.
Okay, let's play it.
Let me check your email.
I like how Sita is having hope on this guy. I pray we know.
It's good to have hope now.
I don't know.
All of us will go to Edo State.
I was asking the question before. I don't know if the way Osita, today I think today is the first time I'm seeing him. The way he was asking, getting angry, asking questions. I was like, maybe did this guy get a new citizenship? Then he became a Nigerian, and he's finding out that this is that they did him. Because I see some African American, they tell me they want to, I want to be a Nigerian. I said, no, bro, you don't want to be a Nigerian. They were like, no, that all those talk, Africa. You
want to encourage them to be Nigerians. Now, welcome to Nigeria.
Yeah, maybe Osita, was one of those. Someone sold Nigeria to him. He came and then he saw. It was like,
this is not what I thought it was. But Nigeria is cool, though. Nigeria is cool. Earlier on today, I was just picturing some sites I know I've seen in Nigeria before, and you have this nostalgic feeling, and it's like
Nigeria is a good place for fathers. Make no mistake, it's a beautiful place.
Yeah,
the best place in the world.
It needs to be restored. Because now they are driving people away. Nigeria doesn't. When you go to embassy and you want to get people to come to Nigeria, they will make your life hell. When you want to leave Nigeria, that's when they make it easy. It's like, what is this? You don't want people to return back to this land anymore. And I really wish we had the ability to be there and enjoy ourselves like everyone else does. Because that site that I pictured in my mind today, I was like, man, that would be
you
nice.
need to go and kill your 50,000 people first.
Give me a solution that requires that I will give you this.
all of us need to go and kill our 50,000 people for the country to be better.
You don't come again with these.
Let's not go there. Before they start thinking that we are looking to.
Tokwe is asking me whether AY, your wife is asking me whether I support Boko Haram.
Which one is that?
There
are many.
No, Tokwe is the only one I know.
Tokwe, she's a comedian. No, now forefather wife. Don't be my wife.
He's the one controlling all of them in the chat. He's always there with them, having the convo, discussing the different
anyway,
issues.
Gentlemen, it's been wonderful talking to you guys. I need to go and sleep now. It's 4 o'clock. My wife is, I'm sure if she wakes up now, she'll be wondering what's wrong with her husband.
Exactly. I really appreciate your time.
Talk to your friends. Let them come in.
Yes, Master, I was going to say, please.
And you said you were going to send us links.
In the north.
Yeah. He did say he was going to send us links. We want to go to their channel too.
Yeah,
please, I have to check. I don't know any. I will check and send to you. No Allah for fathers.
Yeah, because
we don't have to agree on everything, but at least we have a common understanding. What needs to be done.
That would be important.
See, your kids are talking about what needs to be done. You guys that don't want to kill anybody, you say what needs to be done. It's all of us have to go and kill 50,000 people.
I'm not going to touch one person. I'm not going to touch one person.
Maybe you have to convince us. Tell us how we're gonna do it.
But I think Masca is going to be really good to talk to people from other parts of Nigeria, because it looks like we are a little bit limited in views, isn't it?
There's one person. There's one person I will try and bring on the show. I've not spoken to him for a long time, but I think it's important you listen to people like that. His name is Salihu Lukman. He was, I think he was in the APC hierarchy. We went to school together.
Okay.
So that, because this idea that in the North people are not politically savvy, we are not educated, we don't care about the country, we are holding the country back. You listening to people like that would make you guys understand better that
I don't believe that at all.
The problem we are facing as a country. It's a general problem. Across the divide, there are people who understand the dynamics, who understand the dialectics.
Every time I've spoken to a northerner about politics, I've been, the way they speak about it, they seem to understand it, and in a way they talk about it very clearly.
That's
it's very clear to me when they explain politics.
Northerners actually understand politics better than the South.
Yeah.
South, naturally, we don't care so much about their politics. So maybe recently, especially people from the Southeast. Let me tell you, while I was growing up in the Southeast, politicians, we see them as devils. Nothing concerns us, because to us, they are the wicked people who wants to, destroy the society.
That's
So that kept all of us away. If you mention anything, you want to be a politician, as a child, they'll tell you, oh, you joined, you want to become a bad person in life. That's part of the mentality we grew up. Tunaja, check your email. It would have come from Ugu Franklin. You see that I sent you a link.
Let's see.
Hope you still use that email.
No.
All right, gentlemen. Good night, and see you probably tomorrow.
And
Good night, everybody.
Unfortunately, you're not going to watch
You
my
spent a
candidate.
long time with us today, Masker. Almost.
Thank you very much. I would have
11 hours.
appreciated if you spent 3 more minutes so that you just see my candidate. Just 3 more minutes. And I'll just
No. That your candidate.
He's not exactly
You have to settle me first.
No,
see you. We are talking about we can move the country forward. You want to go and kill people, 50,000 people, but you can't. You can't keep your lung throat. You can't keep your lung throat.
I can't see the email. Where's the email? I can't see it.
Two
Then
underscore.
Don't say it out before I can get
Sorry.
Like crazy. Nobody needs that drama. People are start getting emails from all kinds of people. But it's not here. It's not arrived. Maybe it's going to arrive later. I don't know. Let me check.
You see, so Osita, 3 minutes has passed. Can I go now?
Yeah, my brother, you can go since there is delay. Yes.
I think that's it. I found it. Frank. Yeah, that's it. Let's see.
Yeah. So I sent you a link.
Okay. If you found it, I'll wait.
So this link, this is an interview he granted on a comrade show. That was where I found him. I didn't know the guy from nowhere. Just that I saw it and I was impressed. Because he said a lot of things that make sense. Very creative. So we need to fast forward it in between so that guys can just get a full drift of the guy.
To every one of you, thank you for joining us.
Especially where he was asked about security. In fact, education. It's a long interview, but the guy did so well.
You sit, relax, share this broadcast.
Yeah, that's really long. You have to make it strategic.
YouTube, Twitter, on our social media handles. The sharing is.
Just go. Keep going. That's not the guy. Keep going.
And to keep the discourse going, we have a very.
And I have children. At 40, I have 4 kids, and I'm done with raising with.
Is this him?
Children,
that man.
So my first son is 10 years old.
This is him introducing himself.
The reality that if I don't do something, it's going to still be discussion as usual. Because the road that leads to grandma's house.
Move a bit further, because I know you guys. I want a place where they asked him on insecurity.
Elected just now.
Let me also look at the timeline on my phone.
We have shared ideas with the political class. I have personally visited authorities, discussing with them areas where we can actually channel ideas and use government policies and government available structures to push them. And of course, it becomes a wealthy stream for the people of those states. I have visited the one-time Oba of Benin, where I discussed with him very energetically how we can use agriculture to turn the new agriculture can literally become the new Yahoo, because the moral face had fallen. And so the generation just now that is just younger than me and my generation are copiously involved in fraud, because this is actually the only means that they see. So I feel like if we can address the issue of agriculture and make it so luminous that the younger generation begins to see it as another wealth stream, if we can bring young, and after I had that discussion with the Oba Bini, he blessed me with his name and said that anywhere I go, I should tell them he sent me to them. He gave us 50 hectares of land to start the experimentation of the process. And he asked his palace chiefs to stand up and pray for me. And I feel like the son of a nobody who has earned this pride of place with a revered monarch, the only thing that got me there was ideas. Well, they'll only keep feeding on the numbers, and the numbers is to the Talakawas. And I feel like this is, for me, an offense.
If you go to the 13th minute, you would have heard where he was speaking about certain ideas.
100 these days, people are dying carelessly and senselessly. And I feel
did you say 13th minute?
Commonwealth. I feel like the ideas I shared with Sama Benin Kingdom some years ago, when he asked me to the point where you can make other lives better. And I'm glad to say that for the past 7 years, the property did not only bring succor to me as a person, as an individual, it provided employment for an area of young persons that I put in this structure. And then again, I feel like the ideas that I have visited the current governor of Edo State when he was chairman economic team, I had visited him to discuss robustly with him how we can use ideas to create wealth and generate tons of millions of dollars, which is outside IGRO and federal allocation. I feel like the ideas that I've discussed with some members of the Nigerian Medical Association, wherein they kept asking me, how do you think of these things? I feel like before Facebook became Facebook, I did a design that is bigger than Facebook. It was called ysl.com, and I made some money with it. The reference point that what I've just said is true. Without studying computer science, is the principal of UDSS, Mrs. Oboite. They paid me $500,000 for 2 years to use that project. And I did not study computer science. I have learned a long time ago that there is so much wealth in the cyberspace. And instead of you to be condemning the young persons, how do we bring them into the wealth that is in the cyberspace? Because of that, I established the Faculty of Entrepreneurs in Ugbawo, a 300 laptop capacity, where I am teaching young persons the wealth in the cyberspace. And I feel like this government over time is not responsive in the area of using ideas to create wealth. And I feel like it is no longer the pride of place for the high and mighty, because just now the proof is that they come into office to make more money. If they don't come into office to make more money, why do we have the Senseless Pensions Act that is still paying them despite their stupendous wealth before they came into government? This has become some moral issues for me. I can no longer sleep when I look at the
I'll find when you speak about insecurity. That's where we will blow your mind. Security.
I have had more than
have the timeline.
That's what I want to find.
Okay.
I'm not living according to my work earnings today because of the lives that depends on me. And I feel like there are other lives that depend on me too. For the past 3 years, I've been trying to use my Facebook account to raise money for a girl to go and undergo kidney transplant. The high and mighty in this city don't care. She eventually died 6 days ago. And I feel like a lot of people are dying senselessly. So instead of me to keep quiet, I would rather bring my voice out. Let me hope the people of Edo State will hear this lone voice in the wilderness and begin to partner with the voice, because they have made election and the process of election so expensive that those who have ideas for our voting process with so much money. But there is always one time, that time where the people get tired of collecting salt and pepper. There is always that time where the people get tired of the politics of today to day. And I feel like we can discuss with our people of a politics that can create a financial infrastructure. When there is a financial infrastructure, we will solve the senseless killing occasion by cultism that has obviously enraptured Edo, especially every December period, because most of these young persons are idle. I feel like the ideas I carry needs to be discussed. And so, by God's grace, a fraction of the people around me who know that this is an ordinary man mandate, this is just a single man speaking, and they are gradually trying to support us to get our voices out. And this is why I'm most grateful to this comrade show, for the opportunity to speak to a number of persons via this platform, who perhaps will hear the seeds of creativity in the voice that is echoing just now, and undermine whether the voice have money or not, and also undermine as a man was assaulted.
Go to 4730. Forefathers, go to 4730.
Wave of change. It is possible that you discuss with the people, and then the wave of change at that tides that obviously today made some persons senators without. I have been in the educational space, sir.
This is where they ask him about education. I'll still find security. I'll tell you. Like practically education.
First challenge to education in Edo State is examination malpractice. It is not whether or not we are in agreement, whether what I just said now makes some sense, but it's a fact on ground. Now, I'm a pre-university tutorial owner. I have 15 branches across Edo State. I'm also a school owner. In my tutorial, sir, for the past 22 years, I have survived what it means to see big money and turn away my eyes. I've realized that parents are more interested in paying you to circumvent the order and produce results for them by any means necessary than to pay you to teach their children. And so I feel like there is a huge disconnect between parents and the children and the school process itself. And because I found out that the examination was a huge problem, my practice was a huge problem, I had several meetings with young people, because I want to go to the consumer first. The consumer, why is it that you are not doing well with your school? And because my business is with these young persons, I found out a lot of things from them, sir. Sir, the teaching environment is polarized by nitwits, not scholars, not passionate tutors. Those who have the intellectual recipe skill to teach and impact do not see teaching as a means to an end. They have submitted their CVs at other quarters. Most of what you have in the educational sector are people who took up the teaching job because of lack of availability of options. And this in itself has bedeviled the process of knowledge transmission from knowledge consummation. They are trying so hard to produce results. Only the naturally very few scholarly persons are actually performing well. The chunk size of people have poor tutelage. Poor tutelage has enraptured our public education and even our private education space. Even I have complaints in all of this. Sir, in very many ways, both institutions, government, Ministry of Education, WAEC, NECO, JAM, have all played a role in making sure the industry of malpractice remain an industry. I wouldn't have the time to go into all of that, but it's something I can exhaust and prove. I remember when I wrote a letter to the Commissioner of Education then, Washington Osifo. He told me, he said, of every person that has visited me to you are the only one that have come here to make sense to me, because I wrote to him that, sir, this is how you can stop my practice. I had a proposal on how to stamp out my practice. It was just a continuation of what the one Commissioner of Education, Ngozi Osai, did one time. And I tried to digitalize mine. And he said to me, people will not participate in my practice who will do this. But sadly, sir, this same commissioner, he's from one their local government, my local government, he's my elder brother, can testify today that he told me that the corruption in the Ministry of Education is why this examination malpractice has festered. It's a funny thing. A wealthy billionaire doesn't even know this. I only know this because my eyes are on ground. Until we address those that teach and bring so much wealth into the environment, because the teachers' reward is no longer in heaven. Until we address that, sir, the scholars will not come into the educational space and will keep producing the results we're producing just now. So in the course of Corona, I did an experimentation of how to import cerebral strength and giant across the world to my place of tutelage. Now, because they shut down schools and lecture centers, I was hungry.
When you're done with the education, I'll give you the number for the insecurity.
To feed my
That
family.
one will also blow your mind.
So I said to myself, I have to make money. So I designed brainarc.xyz and I hosted it on the internet. And I marketed brainarc.xyz, a situation that got me clients in US. Mr. Thompson in Sokpan reached out to me to provide a tutor for them from Benin for their child over there in the US. And I got a lot of offers across the world because I went to man around town to discuss it. So I realized that brainarc.xyz.
Sorry, gentlemen, forefathers, I've sent my email address. Please let the video be forwarded to me. I really have to go and sleep. The guy is very interesting, but please send the video to me so that I can also read it, to go through it on my own. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you,
I sent my email address, please.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, I've got it.
And please, you go bring us come that platform more. Good.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, let's carry on.
Okay.
Can this guy come to this channel to come and be interviewed?
Yeah. I've spoken to Dr. Damages. He said let's look into next week and see what availability.
Okay, that sounds good.
Feel the Edo State government of now should probably pay me consultation fee to tell them.
Sorry, Mr. Niger, forefathers, you are in this guy's platform now, Elvis platform. So you know Elvis. You should have his contact. I also want to bring him to Elvis platform.
Oh yeah, I don't have his contact. No, do I? I think I do.
Then CM should. CM is one of the coordinators.
Yeah, I do. But you can always get to him, and he will be happy to have him. I think he's looking to interview everybody.
Yeah. Because he has told me before to bring the guy, but because I don't have his direct platform contact.
Okay.
And it's not every time that I have the time to tune him by.
You want me to give him? Has he got your email?
No, he hasn't got my email.
You want me to give it to him? Or you can give it to him anyway. Well, if I depend on who meets him first, I will give it to him. If you meet him first, you give it to him. Then he can contact you, so that you guys can make arrangements. All right. Let's see.
Continue.
Giving you ideas and nudges. that there is so much wealth we can create in the educational space, then the impact of the wealth we create will erode malpractice gradually. But before that will happen, government should have set up a commission or let's say a directorate for examination malpractice. But if you are taking away examination malpractice, it becomes inhuman when you are not providing the corresponding educational viability and utility. Because the exam that the child who attend the Benin Education Center is expected to write is the same exam that the child from Mugbeoko or somewhere around Woimi or somewhere around Anegbete is going to write. So you see, they have not been able to find ways to transmit knowledge and make knowledge transcends beyond classrooms. I have fashioned ways which I can even discuss as time goes on. You see, sir, if they push us out of government, we will leverage on what God gave to us to keep making lives better for the people. If they try to rig the election, we will still leverage on what God gave to us to make life better for the people. Sir, there are a million ways you can create at least, let's say 10 billion naira or more from education alone. You create that wealth from education. This is how, sir. Now, sir, a small component from what I've discussed on BrainAct.xyz is if we do something like this. To consume knowledge is quite a transient process. In physics, for example, which is quite very inorganic, you are expected to create mental picture of questions asked. In biology, when we teach the stomach of a named ruminant animal, or respiration, or blood circulation, these things are not diagnosed by pictorial expressions, mostly in our public schools. You are expected to create a mental picture of this. And I said to myself, the world capital for animation is India. So I sent letters to some animators in India, asking them for partnership. And I said, how about we take away the mental attempt to create the picture and create the picture so that you can ruminate on the picture and expand the mental attempt. If, for example, you see a video with audio explaining your own local language, for example, the stomach of a named ruminant animal. That examples of named ruminant animals are sheep, goats.
Is there any way we can get to the security part? Because
Yes.
we're telling about ruminants now.
No, but the only thing he was trying to say there is using animation, creating animations for education, you get, and also how you can make money out of it. Now, but the security part, go to 131. Sorry, no, 1 hour 08. 1 hour 08.
Some of these comments and questions, so that we can all get to see them.
Okay.
And then there's said, how are you going to strengthen community value? This is a reclaim greatness. And the question I read just now, I think was from Irene Finest as well.
So should I answer the one that?
And then there's this one. This one said, what are your chances of winning when it is the ASAN agenda? That's what a lot of Edolais want. So,
no, I think you're playing the wrong thing. No.
Let me create an impression to that.
Did he say 1 hour 8 minutes?
Let me see where your tab is, your mouse is.
You can see that it's 1 hour 8 minutes. It's 1 hour 8 minutes, just about 9 minutes now.
1 hour 08 18. Can you draw it back a bit?
Okay. Does he have this on the screen?
Yeah, it's sort of yeah. I think so. I believe so.
This one.
Claim greatness.
This one said, what are your chances of winning when it is the ASAN agenda? That's what a lot of Edolais want. So, if you can answer some of these questions.
Let me create an impression to that question.
Yes.
Osayenrume Ekagwari Agama.
Yes.
You are the one who asked that question. Sorry, it's not what the majority of Edolites wants. It is not. You are not correct. Let's not begin to talk as though we are not talking directly. You are not correct, sir. What the majority of Edopo want is survival, something that can make life better for them. That's the single denominator. The sufferings of the poor eroded. And regardless of the vehicle that can erode that suffering, the people don't care. Because though you are speaking of just now, if
Oh, but make it 112, 1 hour 12. That's what it's interesting about it. 1 hour 12.
Blessed with all tribes currently surviving and living their lives here. When you are saying it's an agenda, that for me is offensive to the Igbo man who was born and raised there, who is doing business himself. A structure where individuals are buying arms and registering it under the guise of the vigilante program. We have seen on news where a husband shot the wife and the gun, he said, is a vigilante member. Sir, I have projected before now. About 8 years ago, I did a security architectural design. And I said to myself, can we all participate in security? I said, yes. If everybody participates in security, security becomes a lot better. So I said, how do I make everybody participate in security? So I drew an application. I built an application, sir. This application was demonstrated live in the house of Senator Ege Usame.
You know that security is your forte, father.
This application was leveraging telecommunication infrastructure. A situation where the state government, if they had implemented what I suggested, will not even spend money that much to have it running. But the thing about the security design that I came up with is that it's not only capable of solving both rural and urban security challenges, but it's capable of generating 1 trillion naira every 12 months. I approved that before on the TV program. It is the program I thought I was going to use as an individual to become effortlessly a trillionaire or a billionaire. So when I did this program, I did a design such that your phones can report security in your house. I matched it with a hardware, connected it to a software, and the software will report security happenings in your area, in your streets. And I don't want to go into the detail of how the security program works, but it leverages on existing network. From your phone, you can report any crime. From your phone, a digital screen spread across, hidden in a local government, can know what's happening in your house. And I demonstrated it using a drone that will run between the speed of 3 minutes from the place where it was ignited to the place of crime. And I connected it via GPS. Same way you book ride today and the ride just take you to wherever you are going. I programmed it through GPS so that your phone, once your phone reports, the drone will come to your house because it's reported with address. And the drone was connected with my small polyphonic phone then. And the drone pilot is somewhere that you don't know, just remotely watching from that base what the happening is. And I also did the drone such that it can not only capture the environment, but it was weaponized with a spring system that leverage on tranquilizer. You can ask a popular socialite on Facebook, Dr. Carl Osho the Isibo. He came to me some years ago and I discussed this project with him, and he said he was going to fix a meeting between me and late Alame Sega of Bayelsa State to have this project run in the creeks. Because this project that I designed then, sir, can secure your farms. Nobody needs to be in the farms. The farms can be secured via area drones, leveraging on the system that I built. I built it, sir. I did not import it. So Usame is a living witness of that thing that I built.
So apparently on security, your vision is to tackle. Sir?
I said not only technology, sir.
Yeah.
Not only technology, sir.
Yeah.
Not only technology, sir.
Apart from technology, what else? We've had technology right now.
Good, sir. In the application that I drew, an SMS will report whatever happening that the GPS has captured, or the moment you press your panic button, it will send 10 SMSs to 10 numbers. That includes the local vigilante. That includes the police force. That includes the fire service. That includes the primary health care center in that local.
We lost a bit of contact there. Yes, comrade, if you can just kind of add.
Olukungbaba can come back. That many times, not those.
You can look for him. Free money is available from Abuja. Free money is available from I finish up.
When this does a reportage, immediately men in boots will swing into action. But the tranquilizer system that I attached to it can also immobilize an assailant if the assailant is captured within range. And I feel like before men in boots will even get there, I did the system such that it triggers every house. So if something is happening in Dr. Oriaki's house, the alarm will, after he presses the panic button on his phone, an alarm will be blaring on his house. Same alarm that blares when they do change of lights. When the alarm starts blaring, sir,
Yeah, I think his connection.
This pattern so that it begins to get Dr. Tony's house. So when you begin to hear blaring in all the houses in the street, that naturally should unsettle the such criminal or such assailant. And we may have even driven him away without shooting one bullet. You know, so I feel like security under my watch is not only to the urban community. So I propose to of the 900 million that are calling for security votes should share that security vote with the people. Create a pool.
Yeah, I think it's got
and across the crime, you have an entitlement from that security vote. You begin to see that people begin to invest in cameras in their homes. Everywhere will be camera. Who wants to go and kidnap when there is camera everywhere? Who wants to go and shoot December cultism when there is camera everywhere? And at the same time, I said, when we put these cameras everywhere, we will create metal detectors that are sequencing all the car plates numbers in Edo. Instead of it to put men to be risking their lives on the highway, if you drive past the metal detector that are created, sir, it will flag up your plate number. If your plate number is not registered in the state, you're already a suspect. If you came into the state to kidnap or to commit a crime, you already captured one way or another, either by the city cameras that has littered our major road and our streets, or by the metal detector that have detected the plate number of the car you have used just now. And I feel like we can bring a lot of tech giants into this. A lot of young people are busting with tech ideas. They just need a hub where they can make these things more luminous. These are several things we can do in terms of security. And when I say we can create wealth with it, when I say that we can create wealth with it, I intend that we have enough money to create railway that will link from Edo Central to Edo North and back to Edo South. And somebody asked me, how do you do that? I said, if I can create from just insecurity ₦1 trillion, we can do it in 4 years. And the person like, how do you create this money? Simple. Everything I have discussed since, as a young governor, I can market it across the 36 states. There is no governor who is not interested in securing the lives and properties of our people. They are only bereft of the ideas to do it. If we can have my ideas of security running in 2 million homes, just 2 million homes, all they need to first is download the software. Just the way you download WhatsApp and you are enriching Mark Zuckerberg. The way you download the Facebook, you are enriching Mark Zuckerberg. When you download these security apps, all it does, after you feed in all your details, it activates and all of that. The next thing is we mount the hardware. That is where people, investors will now come in to own the hardware manufacturing, because the software is already something we can already create. Manufacturers will come in, investors will come in. You don't need to pay a kobo. So if we have, and I asked our assembly that legislate such security bill, and we have 2 million homes running and they are paying the security bill subscription of 1,000 monthly. Sir, 1,000 monthly means that if it is a 10-room face me and face your apartment, it's 100 per person. So not only has security become effective, but also very affordable. Anybody who lives in a flat apartment, if it's 4 bedrooms, should be able to pay 250 naira. Because the whole of this is not using diesel and fuel. It's tech. You put it there. So it's free money that is going to come in. If you multiply that by 2 million.
I think we've seen just about enough. I think I'm in short. Do you think we should carry on? Because I'm thinking I should finish the security section.
That's okay. That's okay. No more.
You can look at this one, the hater. All these haters, because you got your candidate. All these haters.
No, I don't have candidate.
Yeah, you don't. So, but from what I can see, he seems.
Oh God! Somebody said your candidate is more advanced than every advanced country.
Comment section people. They always find a way to bust your stomach.
They are bad. They are bad belly. They are enemies of progress all over the place.
Okay, so, okay, guys.
I don't want to dismiss what he said completely, because there are some merits to what he has said, but he didn't couch it on something plausible, something that has worked on the ground. And the idea that technology is just going to do exactly what he wants, is like somebody that just, maybe he knows a little bit about technology, about drones and stuff. So he comes across as saying that is what he does. He talked about 3 minutes flight time. Yeah, but By the time you do all that stuff, you're going to need more. Otherwise, the drone is going to be falling out of the air, and then you need people too. He didn't address that. He just
tranquilizer, whatever. He's just talking a lot of
he
things
did
that
say
are
that
not.
somebody is going to. And no, hold on.
That one bugged me out, sir. Like tranquilizer,
let's not completely dismiss it. Let's not completely dismiss it, because I thought about it when he said it. Then my imagination is that if the drone was the one dispensing the tranquilizer, that could be dangerous. It could go and tranquilize the victims too. However, if it's somebody that is controlling it and it is built very well, it's not impossible.
He
it can be
said
done.
that the pilot will be somewhere. Where you
yes, the pilot will be somewhere, and then the pilot will be able to target.
Are you tranquilizing someone who's in a car, in a vehicle? Are you tranquilizing the person?
Exactly. That's a big one.
Are you tranquilizing Nama? Cattle, or whatever.
That's a fair point.
Understandably, he couldn't have covered it. He couldn't have covered everything.
And
but
where the police they report in 3 minutes.
But at least he's thinking. At least he's thinking. That's what I like about it.
My brother, see, my whole point of supporting this gentleman is the fact that he wants to think outside the box.
Yeah, he's thinking at least.
And I can say this, unless we start working with you people who want to think outside the box, we're not going to move forward.
See, one thing that will give you an idea that he may not totally be naive is when he says something about that they will control the software, then the manufacturers can come in. He is very much aware that the manufacturing capacity is not within his grasp to do this sort of stuff. So he knows how to discipline himself to stay away from that area and go only for the software end. And but the concept is not entirely, especially in the context of Nigeria, it can be a kind of leapfrogging solution. It's not entirely impossible if he wants to do something.
It's not. There's nothing impossible.
Look at. You have to know that the roads are bad in Nigeria, so some areas are not necessarily easily accessible. This is one of the biggest problems people have. But if you can navigate it using the air, that's something. So
let's just even say.
But Okija's criticism is quite strong, because if the people are mobile in a car, the drone is almost useless. However, just to give him an idea, you could deploy a tracker on the car, but that's a different technology altogether.
The fact that this guy
is he campaigning in Edo State?
Yes,
he's campaigning as much as he can.
Well, he's not going to win with that. He's not necessarily going to win. That is too far from people. You have to be careful when you're talking, when you're campaigning. You have to know your people that you're campaigning towards. They are not going to understand technology as he likes to think. We understand it. What
about education? What about the education aspect?
I like the area where he talked about cybersecurity and 300 laptops or something.
That's what he runs personally on his own.
Cybersecurity is very, very important. If he can teach, but he says cyber, but I don't know whether he was talking about cybersecurity. If he's doing cybersecurity and he's got 300 people studying it, and he's able to train them to a relatively advanced level, that's a very valuable thing to be able to do. That's national security level stuff they're talking about. So cybersecurity is extremely vital. Nigeria needs it like a bullet in the head, as they say. So he's onto something, but I fear that he's a little bit, the way it's coming across, he has to pick his audience. Then when he's talking to the ordinary people, he has to tone that down and talk to their needs.
To me, it sounds like more like a salesman. Somebody that's
and maybe not the main person.
Yeah, he sounds like someone that's pitching a product and saying, I think he would do better if he's saying, I can sell this product to the government. And I'm not trying to tell him what to do, but I'm saying he comes across like someone that says, I have this product. I think it can be beneficial for the society in this way, in this way, in this way. But saying, I want to be in charge and I got this product and I'm going to sell it to you, or, in other ways.
And if he has said that he has tried it,
around the country,
and if he has said that he has tried it, that will give him credibility, because
no, but he did say that he has tried it.
I think he's talking about a proposal. He's not talking about something he has done.
He mentioned that a certain gentleman has witnessed him what the design he made work. And nearly, and we were proposing, to sort of how to take it to the
And
government.
he should be able to show us now.
The design, can work when it goes to the proper implementation. When you have every other things, other factors, you didn't think of, starting and affecting the whole thing. Operation is quite different from just
My brother,
you put a prototype.
For a minute, let me just say for a second. Let me just imagine that this guy is a governor. For a second, you think is the resources or the human capital to make this idea bring it into fruition?
And you see, that's the thing. He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
My point
I'm
is
not sure he should be the one
I'm
managing it, but he's going to do it.
I'm not worried about the first of all is the fact that he is thinking outside the box, and I can tell you, this whole campaign will go.
Because I was talking about Edo not getting involved in technology. At least he's trying to restore some of that. Edo should be going back to technology.
For me, it's not about how far he has implemented it or not. No. It's the fact that there is a vision. He even has something he's imagining that can be done.
But there's a vision, but why would I want to put someone that
exactly? He has to be real.
Hold on.
Sorry. I'm going to interrupt you again. Now keep talking. I'm going to keep interrupting you.
Finish up. Why would I want to put someone that will have a financial incentive to do something or some kind of financial benefit in charge of the state where he will have access to all the monies coming into the state? So if we know this is Nigeria, right? Maybe for all intents and purposes, this guy is a saint. Maybe he's Mandela, maybe he's Gandhi, I don't know, Mother Teresa in the flesh, right? But why would I want to put a guy that is the one that's going to probably decide the price? There's not going to be any competition. He's already telling us he's going to monopolize this aspect of governance, the security aspect.
But he did.
You get what I'm saying? No, well, in less part, he has told us that I have access to this, I've designed this, I know how to market it, I'd like to market it to the
now just suppose this gentleman who has these ideas
states.
Okay, just suppose them with someone who tells you they have a part, and you remember when you bring someone like Obaseki and that's why Godalo, what did they say? Because these guys are experienced in finance, they know how to go and get loans. You don't consider that they have monopoly of financial.
If you can get loans, you're not telling me, for example, like one of the problems I had with Peter Obi was, I'm going to get this money, right? But I'm going to invest it in this business. You get what I'm saying? So there's something called a conflict of interest, and we have to be very wary of that, especially if we are in a society like Nigeria. It might not be you at the top. You might not be the problem. You at the helm of affairs might not be the problem, but your underlings might be a problem. So we always have to be very wary of that.
That's true. I think that's a very valid criticism, because if a governor is in charge of the security company that is providing security for the state, that could have a lot of implications. AY?
Yeah, to be honest, I know Sita is trying to promote. First of all, this guy is known, I don't think he's known anywhere in Edo State. The truth is, Edo State election is very close. It's a three-horse race. For now, I think my best candidate would have been Olumide, because the Labour Party candidate, not because of Labour, because I feel it's more
independent. It's gonna be independent.
The Labour
Party
gonna
be independent. No Godfather.
No Godfather. Exactly.
No Godfather,
That's one point, right?
Yeah,
because the governor need the state money to work for the state, right? And he say a lot of good stuff too, but that is my wish. But the temperature of the state, they want power to move to Edo Central, because that is why it's gonna be difficult for Olumide. So to me, if you ask me, if election is conducted today, It's gonna be. I don't think the PDP guy. I'm not giving him any chance. I don't think he has any chance to win election at this time.
So who has a chance? Who do you think is from the Edo Central?
PDP guy is
PDP
like
are
from Edo
APC.
Central now.
PDP are APC are from Edo Central.
Okay,
But
so
the APC guy is the current senator from Edo Central.
mhm.
So APC have 2 senators in Edo State, and these are struggled of. It's not the Edo Central is not really a struggle of APC, but the way I'm calculating it, to be honest with you, I think APC are gonna claim the position.
You think so?
I'm very strong. I'm very sure about that. Because when you calculate it, right? So Edo politics is very difficult, right? I'm not giving Obaseki committed a lot of sin against Edo people, and they will pay it back. PDP don't have any senator because of Obaseki. This is the first time. Even the House of Rep member, I think they only have 1 seat currently.
Wow.
The Obaseki committed a lot against Edo people. First of all, he did fulfill his promises. He promised Edo people voted for him. He really did very badly. He fought politicians from PDP, from APC. All this one, they are going to be issue. The worst offense he committed was more like staging a fight with the Oba of Benin. And Edo don't forgive this. Benin especially, they don't forgive this sin. This sin is gonna bite him so badly, right? And a lot of people are actually angry with him. And now Aso Ighodalo is bright, is very good. Aso Ighodalo cannot dissociate himself from Obaseki. It's not possible. And I don't see him flying. So when I look at it, to be honest, I would have really want Olumide claiming, but I don't think even Benin will support Olumide because the political temperature of the state, they want power to go to Edo Central. They haven't been in power since 1999, so they want power to go there. So
man, the picture is just painted is very ominous for APC taking that state. Actually, if PDP doesn't have a senator, maybe just 1 House of Representative member, the governor is not popular. That is a lot of weight for the PDP candidate.
It's not popular. Here is the worst I think can happen, right? So in Benin have like majority of votes in Edo State. In Benin, the worst that will happen, PDP, APC, Labour Party will share the vote in Benin. Edo North is APC struggled. Edo North will definitely claim, APC will claim Edo North. Edo Central, which is the Isha, actually Isha vote is not much. They have like say less than 20% of the vote. But Isha, they might decide to share the vote as well between PDP and APC. You know, so the vote, Isha vote don't really count much, but Benin vote, those are the huge vote. But I think the votes from Benin are going to be divided across the 3.
Do you think Tinubu's being in office will help or hinder the APC candidate?
Tinubu will just stay away from Edo politics. If anybody that will advise him, he should stay away. Can you see what people are writing in his comment section? They say Obaseki is enemy of the East. He has a lot of problems. He demolished people's houses. It was just, I don't know that guy, man. I don't know that guy. Like he still was just.
And he had the goodwill of the people to get his second term.
People supported this guy. Like he just
But he must have done some things now. Has he? I heard. Was he not the one that built the power?
It was more like the enemy of my enemies is
Did
my
he not
friend.
build power plant?
Forefather, hold on. Power plant is a private company. It's not for Edo State. Okay, now let me tell you. And if you see anybody that tell you he did something, you know what you will tell him? Tell him to tell you 5 kilometers of road built by Obaseki. I'll tell you the company that built the road.
What do you mean
Just tell him.
What
Any
does that mean?
reputable company that built the road. Yeah, like reputable.
Okay, so it's not a reputable company that he uses. Is that what you mean?
There are no. Obaseki did nothing. He did nothing. So Obaseki is from Benin. Like you will expect. Oshomole did a lot of work in Benin. The erosion control, the roads, network, schools. He did a lot in Benin. What Edo State expected was Obaseki to come and continue from there. He was just signing memorandum of. He promised he's gonna build seaport. He's gonna build airport. He just play with Edo people. Like,
and he had 2 terms.
Just talk to Edo people. They will tell you. Yeah, if you go to Benin, they know I see that guy.
Why does that Obaseki always appear smart in my eyes?
It's not. It's not smart actually. People
why
think
does
it's
why
smart
does he always look to be
even
like
where you look
smart?
at. Even when you look at his credential, I beg you, he just speak grammar. He speak like Obama. They behave like MC Olomo. the guy is so funny. So, but now the other thing is, even the APC candidate is not coming out to talk to Edo people. So he needs to come out to talk to Edo people. I think Edo people really want to hear from him directly.
Then he must look like he's a quiet, not very popular
He's
guy.
quiet now. No, he was Senate. That tells you he's popular. He's the current senator of Edo Central. The
Edo
APC
Central.
candidate. Yeah, he's the current senator. So he's a quiet guy, but it seems if he understands what he's doing to win a senator, it's not easy, right?
Yeah.
So he's the current senator.
I really wish I can see some accomplishments by Obaseki, but you are saying he hasn't done anything.
If Obaseki messed up,
well, he cannot be in office for 7 years.
But what about the tech hub? What about the tech hub he was building? Edo State is currently the only state, as I have heard, that is currently paperless in Nigeria. Civil service running paperless.
Okay.
See. Let me tell you something. If you listen to the government, you hear Edo Best. Edo Best is the biggest scam of the century. When you go to Edo schools, you will weep. That guy was just a scam. It's a big scam. In fact, you need to go investigate by yourself. Then you understand what is going on in Edo State. Like he really messed up.
Wow.
Do you know how this guy, people property, a lot of them in abroad, they were the people that really supported him, how he destroyed people's houses? Like, that was what, last election, I said, if you see what they did to him, even
Let me read some of the achievements that I can find here. I don't know how really it is because it's on Naira land. You know, Naira land is there's a disclaimer there. So some of the list of achievements: quality land administration system, no more land grabbing, healthy tax system, no more double taxing, improved security, Edo State Joint Security Network, good office accommodation, secretarial complex, increased salaries. Remember there was Edo HIS minimum payment for healthcare, robust and healthy relationship between executive, legislative, and the judiciary. This guy that broke, noiseless construct of road. Noiseless construction of road. Oh my God, this doesn't look good. Value addition to culture, establishment of a digital museum with online repository of Benin artifacts. Okay, that's not too bad, but that's not significant. Osiomo Power Plant. Osiomo Power Plant, is that him? Osiomo Power Plant.
It's private.
Private. But public PPP now. Why? That's how Dangote Refinery happened now.
That's also how Abba Power happened. So, that power plant is producing energy, just that it is feeding the national grid.
Yeah, it's powering government establishment and almost entering the next phase for connection to homes and houses. Oh, that took ages. Respect for citizens' right, modular refinery coming on stream. It looks like 7 years in office, he barely got anything truly good working. Opening of the airspace with more aircraft landing and taking off. That's such is that an accomplishment? Increased investment and so much more. Oh my God, that's a bit sad. Oh my God,
the guy messed up. He messed up. I can't lie you.
7 years in office, that is what he's got.
Almost 8 years, not even 7. It's gonna be 8 years in September. How many months remaining?
I don't know how people get stuck in this kind of rot. I really don't know.
Yeah.
Because
Do you know if I'm in a position of power, do you know if I'm running 4 years, I'll only choose one project.
I'm telling you.
I will only choose one thing.